以及线
Also,
上
incredible
所有
audience
全
here
球的
and
各
the
位 CFS
Crossfire
们，
eSports
你们
fans
好
around the
吗？
world. How's it going?
欢迎大家来到
Welcome
英雄亚冠
to the
ACL 穿越火线的比赛
ACL
现场，我是主持人妮妮。
I'm your
时
host
隔多日，
Nini.
我们再次
After long
重聚
wait,
来自
we're
中
finally
国、
here,
越南和菲律宾的
and we're in
8支
China
强
now.
队，集结
8
于
powerhouse
中
teams
国
from
上海，
China,
共
Vietnam,
同
and
角
the
逐
Philippines
2025
here
英雄亚冠
gathered in
ACL 总决
Shanghai to
赛
compete
穿
for the
越
title
火
of the
线
ACL
冠军
Grand。Finals
除此之
2025
外，
Crossfire
冠军还
ChengDu.
将获得
And
直
that's
通
not all. The
EWC 的
champion
名
will
额
earn。direct
这场
slot to the
顶级较量
EWC.
即
The
将
ultimate
拉开帷
showdown
幕
is about to begin.
相信大家已
Tell
经
me,
迫不及待了
who do。
那
you
么在这边，
think
我宣
will
布
take the
英雄
crown?
亚冠
And
ACL
let's
穿
get
越
ready
火线
for a
现
clash
在
of the
开
Titans.
赛。
And let's kick it out.
Hello and welcome. It is the ACL Crossfire, of course, as Nini said on the stage. It's been quite a journey to get here, but we have 8 teams from all over Asia competing for that spot at EWC, the road to EWC. This is, and of course, my name is Elvish Guy. This here is Laz. You might have seen us around the traps on the English broadcast. We're back once again. Of course, all the way from Shanghai, Laz. It's been quite a trip for you.
Yes, it really has. I mean, I'm all the way from Canada, so yeah, big trip indeed. But honestly, what an exciting matchup we have here. A big 2 days. You know, a lot of games happen, but like you said, 8 teams that are fighting for one spot for EWC, which is honestly like such a big deal just because it's really do or die here.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think, you know, you can not understate the impact that has had on Crossfire. We've seen a lot of organizations coming back, even players as well. There's a couple of names that you're starting to see come back into the mix. Some really big names as well. Names like Even, obviously not at this tournament, but I heard him, you know, he's kind of kicking around the traps here again for AG. So we'll see how that all sort of ends up shaking up. But yeah, definitely a lot of eyes turned towards EWC. And look, before that, we obviously have to go through Asia Champions League, which is where we're at now. As we've said, 8 teams. We've got the 4 from China, KZ, EP, BaiSha, AG. And then a couple from Vietnam and the Philippines, Falcons, and NEXTTOP, UBECMANIAC, and Arcilla, who I think will be trying to topple the Giants, obviously, when it comes to these kinds of tournaments. You know, we're talking about CFS events or anything really. The Chinese team's obviously always a pretty dominant force at these kinds of events, Laz, but we did see a bit of a shake-up last year throughout 2024.
We did.
Vietnam kind of on the rise a little bit. Question is, can maybe Philippines join them in that discussion? I guess we'll get to find out over this weekend, but that's our opening bracket. You can see our opening 4 matches. All of those round 1 matches coming up for you guys today.
Yeah, and honestly, the biggest thing too is like we talked about, you know, the 4 teams from China, everybody else the 2 and 2. But I mean, there's a little bit of prize money on this too, right? I mean, we're talking about a prize pool of $100,000, which is going to be a nice big chunk of change here for these teams. And again, getting that 1 spot, but it's again a big test here because I think, you know, when we kind of look at the groups and the teams, it's easy to say that, you know, I think China's probably like the dominant force here, but I think, you know, we got to see last year at the Summer's Champs where we did get to see some upsets where, you know, Falcons were able to get themselves a victory. So who knows, right? I mean, that's the biggest thing is that a lot of these underdog teams, like they have an opportunity to really kind of throw a little bit of a Hail Mary.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that I'm looking forward to. I mean, there's a lot of storylines that I kind of want to follow on from 2024 into now 2025. One of them being Wolf Empire into Falcons. Obviously, what they were able to do last year, they won Summer Champs. They placed reasonably well at CFS Grand Finals as well, although I think a disappointing result having lost, it was 3-0 in the lower bracket final. So didn't quite manage to make it to the Grand Final in an event that was looking like it was potentially theirs for the taking. It was, you know, a really good tournament for them until that point where they lost.
Yeah.
You know, that tends to be how it goes sometimes. Obviously, they're a big talking point. And then when we come back and we take a look at the Chinese scene as well, you know, there's been a lot of moving and shaking happening over in China. You know, there's no longer dominance from BaiSha and AG that we've been seeing previously. You know, going back to 2022, 2023. Now, you know, you've got these newer teams, not newer teams necessarily, they've been around for a long time, but newer teams to the international level kind of popping up. They're being able to topple AG and BaiSha domestically speaking. BaiSha didn't even make it to CFS Grand Finals last year. They had a horrible run at the Summer Championships as well. Look, AG were pretty up and down. They have definitely looked like a shadow of themselves as well last year. So I'm looking at, I mean, in particular, BaiSha and AG, you know, can they find that form again here in 2025 and regain that dominance that they did have at one point over the scene in Crossfire Stars? Or is it time to kind of welcome some of these new names, some of these, you know, newer Chinese names, but also, you know, the teams coming through from the Philippines, the teams coming through from Vietnam, can they find their way into the mix and become world champions? And that's something that I guess we're now starting in 2025, right? Like this is the first international tournament of the year, even if it is somewhat of a domestic Asia tournament, right? It is just Asian teams. But this is where the storylines start for 2025, and hopefully we're going to get to kind of continue what we saw in 2024, come into 2025 and see some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the biggest thing. I'm glad you bring it up because I think BaiSha, for me, has been, when we looked at all the Chinese teams, I was like, you know what, they are the team that has to prove a lot to me here. Like, last year, it really felt like it was such a slump. Like, it just felt like we never got to see that high-performing team like we saw in the past.
Yep.
And it just felt like whenever they kept playing, it almost felt like it was getting worse and worse and worse. Like, something was building up. There was an elephant in the room, and then eventually that elephant was just getting too big for the room, and it just really fell apart. So with some roster adjustments, some other things that they've been able to do, that's where I'm really excited to see what they can actually put into place, because I think it's a lot of question marks, right? I mean, that's where we're saying, for the matchup here, the beginning one for Arcilla, like, again, like a team that's probably less experienced, but I mean, look, like they've been able to probably do some work. They've probably been able to get some good demos, and they have a bit of a bit of a read maybe potentially against BaiSha, but we have to see how well they're going to come prepared today.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, obviously there's a big discussion to be had around this first matchup, but looks like we're not quite ready to get into that one just yet. I want to kind of get your thoughts on the general strength, the relative strength of the Philippines and Vietnam here in comparison to China. We obviously know that there's 4 Chinese teams at this event, Laz. 2 Vietnamese, 2 Philippines teams.
Yeah.
Now, there's a very real possibility, based on the way that the bracket plays out, that we could have 4 of the Chinese teams into the semifinals, 2 Chinese teams into the grand final.
Yeah.
All of the quote-unquote international, invites, because obviously we're here in China. Any team that traveled here, a chance that none of those teams actually would make it through deeper into this tournament than this one game that they're going to play today. So what's your read on that? Do we get to see a Vietnamese team or a Philippines team going deeper, or are they all getting knocked out in round 1? Any of them making it to the grand final? Do you have hope for any of them? Where do you sit?
Yeah, honestly, that's a really good question. I think for me, like if I was going to break it down from the 4 matches that we have here today, since it's best of 3s, I'm kind of putting it a little bit that Falcons, that matchup, they have probably one of the worst draws. Like they're going to be playing EP, which honestly, that's probably, in my opinion, one of the best matchups we have for the day. But I do think, like just from what we saw last year, Falcons have been able to show us a lot of what they're able to bring to this.
Yeah, let's get into the discussion around the first matchup though, BaiSha and Arcilla. And there's a team that we've been talking a lot about. Obviously, BaiSha were at one point one of the best teams in the world, depending on who you asked. Most people would say AG or BaiSha, and it was kind of just a vibe thing, a feel thing. What did you value a little bit more? I always felt like BaiSha peaked a little bit higher than AG, but AG had a bit more of a consistent sort of base level. But either way, that's not really a discussion anymore, right? BaiSha fell off massively last year. 9 has gone from maybe one of the best players in the world to someone that's not even qualifying for CFS. So some recuperating definitely to be done for this roster. Core of 577, 9, and Xiao still retained from previous years, but YDSS coming in and Leah as well. So a couple of these newer players coming into the international tournaments. Interested to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table here. And I think, as we've sort of highlighted, not the worst of starts for them going up against Arcilla eSports. So the former SGJ Reborn also that we got to see at CFS at the end of last year, a little bit of a change-up for them. Zetra coming in for Tino. But apart from that, you sort of highlighted not a huge amount of experience on this roster, and that is true, but at least some experience at this point, right? This is not their first international event anymore. Yeah,
and that's the biggest thing. Like, it really does kind of feel like it's the feather against the stone, right? I mean, I really do think that Arcilla is this team where, yes, they were SGJ Reborn, a team that, like, really is competitive in their region in the Philippines. Like, I know, like, back, it was a 3-2 victory against and I mean, I just feel like when games are that close in their own region, they're not clearly a powerhouse. They're not clearly this, like, difference of a defiance group, right? Like, when we kind of talk about a team like Falcons in the Vietnamese League and things like that, that's where it's a big difference. So for a roster like this, it really does feel like there's a lot against them. You're kind of looking at the overall stats. You can tell that BaiSha on the left-hand side, everything is significantly bigger. Everything is more that, winning column, whereas Arcilla, it's not so great, right? I mean, it's like, they definitely put themselves on a slightest edge as a BL team, but is that really going to be enough against a really strong team of, like, BaiSha, where historically they've been a good GR-sided group?
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I mean, looking at the couple of players that we've got here as the key players, I definitely agree with whoever made the decision to choose these two. 9 and Yobib, obviously, when we're talking about BaiSha, look, you know, you can talk about Xiao being the sniper, and he's always a pretty focal point as well as a discussion point. But I think just in terms of riflers, Nine has always been a really, really impressive individual to me. He's someone that's very active around the map. He's super experienced, and he's the kind of guy that can just take a game away. Yobib, on the other hand, you know, he's going to have to step up today. I think everyone on Arcilla is going to have to do that. But he was their best performer at CFS, and hopefully he's going to be able to continue to bring some of that level and perhaps even find some more of a level coming into this game against BaiSha. Because I tend to agree with you. Like, look, I don't want to talk too down on Arcilla, but at the end of the day, they are the massive underdogs in this matchup. And if we're being real, this should probably be a 2-0 the way of BaiSha. So it's going to take some kind of superhuman effort, some kind of big step up here from Arcilla to, you know, find another level and take it to BaiSha. Otherwise, they're just going to get knocked out of this tournament. It is single elim. Yes, it's best of 3, but you only get one chance, right? And this is that chance, and you're unfortunately going up against a pretty, you know, legendary side in the names of BaiSha, with those 3 core players coming through from, you know, all of those CFS events that they were at, and in grand finals, and some are invitationals as well. You know, they've done it all, right? So
they really have. And that's the thing, like, it really does feel like, again, like, the one thing I'm going to be looking at for BaiSha is that I think they probably know going into this that, like, look, we're the big dogs, we're the heavy favorites in this matchup alone, but I want to hope that it doesn't get in their head, because we've definitely seen in the history books, you know, if we open that up, pry it open a little bit, we've seen teams that kind of ego themselves into matchups where they're like, you know what, pick whatever map you want, we don't care, we're just gonna, you know, crush you as we move along. But that's not necessarily the case here. I'm hoping this new BaiSha roster is still gonna come in laser focused. They're gonna have all the right discipline, the right mindsets, treating this like it's a grand final match, because really these guys have a lot to prove. Like we said, they're not just like this dominant team. They're a team that's in a rebuilding phase. They're a team that went down the big slope. So now there's a lot of work that has to come out for them, and I want to be able to see them taking this a little bit more convincingly, in the sense that they have to take it game by game, making sure they don't just kind of take it with too much ease, because that's what we're kind of saying is, like, Arcilla definitely a massive underdog in this matchup, and there's like some individuals that absolutely need to pop off in this, but like, I'm really hoping for BaiSha, they just kind of stay composed in this, you know, just for the fact of, you know, there's a lot of expectations for them.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think, to be fair, we do also kind of have to sort of say for BaiSha, it hasn't been all sunshine and roses, right? Like, they haven't had the greatest of runs in CFPL this season. They only took top 4, which, you know, again, for an organization and a team like BaiSha, that's just really not quite cutting the mustard, unfortunately. It does get them enough points to come through to ACL 2025, which is why they're here. You know, it gives them a chance to sort of still qualify through to EWC. It still gives them some CFS points to try to make it through to CFS 2025 as well. But look, there's a world where later on this year, maybe we don't see BaiSha again at CFS 2025 if they don't have a good event here, if they don't make it to EWC, if they don't do well in the next season of CFPL. So a lot of questions that still need to be answered for BaiSha, and it kind of feels like they're still kind of going through that like rebuild phase in the sense that, you know, we're trying to integrate Leah, we're trying to integrate YDSS. I mean, Xiao in there as well, in and out during CFPL. So, you know, they're playing around with things and still trying to kind of find the magic fix for what's been happening. But obviously they did go on to lose to the eventual winner of EKINGZERO-eSports down in that lower bracket at CFPL. So, you know, you can't fault them too hard for that. But, yeah, dropped 0-3 to Evolution Power as well. So they're not having a great time in CFPL necessarily. But this is, I would say, in theory, easier competition, right? We always have CFPL on this like kind of pedestal in a way. We expect the Chinese teams to do really, really well. Coming up now against the Philippines teams, you know, it's not the same kind of competition necessarily, Philippines versus China. So, big step up, I guess, in a sense, for Arcilla. A big step down. Well, maybe not a big step down, but a step down for BaiSha in terms of the opponents that they're facing. So, is what it is. But anyway, look, we've got the veto to have a discussion about here as well. Got Mexico and Subbase gone, but no real surprise to see Mexico taken out. It's never really been a fan favorite for BaiSha. Interesting that Compound is still going to be floated here. BaiSha always used to like to go towards Compound. Maybe that's changing up a little bit now that their roster is shaking up somewhat. I always used to think 9 was like just insane on Compound. He used to always drop crazy numbers on that map.
Numbers.
But just leaving it in the pool here to see whether or not maybe they can get it through as a decider map, which would be a real win for them. Because in that sense, you know, again, we know that they're comfortable on that. If you can get it as your decider, you're feeling all right about it. But Arcilla are going to ban it away. So we won't be getting that Compound out for BaiSha, which is a little bit unfortunate on their perspective. But look, Black Widow and Kara, again, 2 maps that really lean in towards their strengths, I think. You know, fast plays, good sniper maps, right? You got a really strong sniper in Xiao. So I think they'll be feeling pretty okay with how that map pool has shaked out. And even Port, you know, again, a map that we've seen them on it before. And again, a really sniper-dependent map. So Xiao can really go a bit haywire on that one.
Yeah, this veto, honestly, to me, it just feels like BaiSha has been able to take this over really, really well. I mean, yeah, Black Widow, historically a very, decent map for them, which is fine, and they played a lot in the CFPL, so there's a lot of experience there. But I kind of, again, just thinking, like, if we get to a third map, like Port, like, that's even a good map where, BaiSha, like, lost recently to KINGZERO, like, a 10-7. So you're going toe-to-toe with a team that was able to win the whole entire CFPL, so that's a good thing. And that's what we were kind of saying for the experience factor of a team like BaiSha. They definitely have way more tenure. They definitely have more of the experience, not even just the firepower itself, but these guys are just going to be at that level above. But, I don't want to take anything away here for Arcilla because, again, if, Bib can have himself a decent game, if we can, get a little bit more action from some of the OMs getting a little bit more activated, it's a possibility, right? We could see this to go to 3-mapper. I'm not sure I'm fully convinced on it, though, Jordan, if I'm going to be really frank, just because I do think this actually leaned really nicely for BaiSha, in my opinion. I think there's a lot of the pieces that are falling in nicely for them. But, again, it's a new team, and that's where I'm kind of putting myself with an asterisk on this to say, like, okay, like, is this really, really the chance? Because, I mean, again, when you go 3-1 loss against a team like KINGZERO, where the maps were relatively close, like 10-7, 10-8 losses, that's still a good performance. It's not they got blown out of the water. It's not like they were just getting dominated. So they clearly are doing the right things. But, again, that's where I'm wondering for them. Like, they just have to come in laser focused for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think for SGJ, like, you can kind of forgive them for the fact that they didn't make it out of groups at CFS 2024 as well, right? Like, they were not a team that we expected to do super well. They ultimately didn't do super well, but they did get themselves a 2-0 over NEXTTOP, so they got themselves a win on international soil. They were able to push 3BL. They were able to push Antisocial as well. Antisocial, I thought, were pretty good in that group stage. So, I think there's definitely something to be said here for Arcilla that now that they've had that experience as SGJ Reborn at CFS 2023, come back onto the stage here now and maybe try to do something that wasn't possible to you back then with the lack of experience, the nerves factor and all that jazz. Now they come in here and they've got, I would say, even some reasonably recent experience as well. So all signs pointing towards maybe a Arcilla that in theory should be internationally at least trending upwards, and a BaiSha definitely that in the overall grand scheme of things is kind of trending downwards.
Yeah.
It could make for an interesting match. It could make for a bit of an upset here, but that really comes down to, I think, Arcilla and what level they're going to bring to the table here, because we know at least BaiSha should be able to be on a, pretty, like, at least a pretty decent base level, right? They should have a pretty decent base level to bring into this event, and they're going to be good. There's no question about that. They're going to be good. They're going to be decent. But Arcilla, are they going to come out? They're going to play their best game? Are they going to be a team that, maybe just lets themselves down a little bit on the stage again? Well, we're here to find that out, I guess.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. Like, it's hard to, like, really ignore the experience factor. Like, I was just kind of remembering that, for a team like Arcilla, like, these guys really have never been able to put themselves in a top 3 placement in an S-tier event. So that kind of explains one thing for me already. Whereas a team like BaiSha, like, they've been able to do that. They've been able to get themselves some golds. They've been able to get some victories. They've been able to get some big championships. And that's, again, like, it's hard not to ignore that piece because that really does play a massive factor. But, again, going back to my original point is the fact that BaiSha just has to make sure they play this like it's a regular CFPL match or something like that where they know it's a team that's going to be really, really strong and competitive. They don't overlook this because Arcilla are kind of in this position of being the underdog. They maybe have done some homework. They've been able to watch a ton of games just to see some of the gimmicks. That's where I'm kind of wondering as well for the preparation into this because Arcilla are in the position where they were able to get themselves a little bit extra time to get some preparation, whereas BaiSha, were they able to reinvent the playbook? Do they have something stored? Were they able to kind of save some strats to get themselves in this tournament, to get themselves further deep into the playoffs? I have no idea, but that's where I think for Arcilla, I really, really hope they have a decent game plan with some good anti-stratting because there's going to be a ton of demo against BaiSha in comparison against a team like Arcilla.
Yeah, you want them to kind of lead the way as well. We know UBECMANIAC going to be playing later on today, so if you can see a good performance from your counterparts in the Philippines, maybe that'll bring UBECMANIAC a little bit of motivation, momentum, I don't know what, but see what they have to say for themselves after this opening matchup, and I think, it will definitely not be a bad thing. It will definitely not be bad news for UBEC if Arcilla do well for themselves here and topple BaiSha, but I think KINGZERO for UBECMANIAC probably a bit more of a difficult discussion later on. Look, I think I kind of agree with you, and, obviously we're at this point now where we're just kind of waiting for this game to get underway, so start waffling. But I look at these opening matchups, and I think the only one where I realistically can see any kind of an upset happening would maybe be Falcons versus Evolution Power.
Yeah, exactly.
If Falcons are playing their best, you know, we know that this is a team that's capable of taking heads internationally. But I haven't seen that from any of the Philippines teams probably in the last 2 or 3 years, including, you know, some of the teams that kind of were kicking around prior to the likes of Arcilla and UBECMANIAC taking the stage.
Yeah.
You know, the more experienced guys. But haven't seen it from the Philippines region necessarily at all. Haven't seen it from the Vietnamese region kind of beyond the core of this Falcons roster. Like, there was maybe a couple of moments back in 2023 at the CFS finals there, but realistically speaking, I feel like Falcons has been the first one from Vietnam that has kind of joined that, like, maybe like that tier that Brazil find themselves in, where it's like, you're the only guys that have really been able to challenge China.
Yeah.
So it's like a couple of Brazilian teams and Falcons.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's never been Philippines.
No, it really hasn't. And that kind of goes right back to my original point, too, where I said, like, in the fact of, like, historically as a group, like, they have not really reached any top podium placement in an A tier or even an S tier event, which is a huge difference. Like, I mean, that's where we said, again, underdog story, but either way, I mean, that's what we're going to find out eventually here. Hopefully we're getting ready to go into this game. It does kind of look like maybe we're getting teased with it. Oh, this is going to be good, though. But look, we're going to get ready to go in the first opening match.
Yeah, a few BaiSha fans in the crowd as well, turning up nice and early in the morning. I mean, it's not super early; it's about midday, but that's still early for the gamer hours. But we'll see if they're going to have anything to cheer about. Things will start off nicely for Arcilla. Elvin with a nice double kill to kick things off. It's a quick early long take, or at least an attempt at a long take. Really, it has to be said for BaiSha. It's not worked out.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a decent position considering they have the 4-man advantage right now, the 4-on-3, so not bad at all. Like, you've already taken down 9, you've taken down YDSS. This is decent amount of impact, right? Like you said, 9 is a player that you kind of have to put your eyes on a lot just because, again, of what he's able to bring to this. So I love that Arcilla start things off nicely, the cost of Elvin, but this is where they have to keep this composure. They're playing an interesting setup, again, just like the one anchor solely in B. You kind of have, you know, Yobid was kind of lightly floating a little bit more on that B side on the GR spawn. But you can just see BaiSha. They have parked the damn brakes, man. They are just waiting things out. They are just going to burn some time. They got to evaluate all their options. And that option looks like they want to go for the long A hit here.
Yeah, I don't mind it necessarily. You know, if you get the clean entry here onto Keller, then you're starting to put a lot of pressure onto Zetra, who's a bit out of position for a long hold. He'll get flanked in by Xiao as well. So it's important that this first kill does go the way of Arcilla, that Keller can hold on to his position. Nice counter flash in, but Zetra will go down. Now it's on to Keller to try to hold on. He's unable to do so. Leah will find that kill, and in the meanwhile, Xiao picked up Yobib. He's also spotted out KSA, so how quickly this round just turns back on its head. BaiSha with the advantage. KSA goes down, and that is the star power of Xiao already rearing its head in round number 1.
Yeah, honestly, really, really nice attempt, though, from Arcilla. I love the fact that, you know, you have the player that's in hut. He's kind of just waiting things out. He yells for his teammate, throw the Paul flash right now. The timing was just a little off, though, right? It was off by that 1, maybe 2 seconds, and it cost his teammate his life. But, I mean, able to get the trade back, not bad at all, but it was great to see from BaiSha being down the man, able to bounce back right away. And even right now, they're going to be able to find themselves that opening duel, taking down Yobid. That's a big kill. That's already a player that they needed to keep alive. And you can see, man, Leah's just pushing up through short now, not even messing around, just wants to put the firepower into this. But Alvin, oh man, may be able to find it. Yes, indeed. And now things have turned into a 2v2.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit disappointing from Xiao in that round. His spacing just kind of awful, really. Like, they're not pushing that fight together, not trading each other down effectively. Xiao missing a few too many shots, and it ended up being kind of like a couple of 1v1s for Elvin rather than a 2-on-1, which is what it potentially could have been with some better spacing. But either way, C4 will be retrieved here for BaiSha. They've cleared out short. They'd be thinking they'll be making their way back towards the A bomb site here just to get themselves a plan. But 9 is going to hang around and see if he can take some space. They have the time to play with here, right? They're just kind of trying to get into the heads of Arcilla a little bit.
Yeah, but the HP is low, though, too. Like, let's not forget. KSA is low. Elvin's low, too. This is not a good position. So they have to rely on this first shot hit. This is so important. But the fact that they already have the split apart on this, right? You have the one player that's going to be KSA by himself playing on short. That's the problem. In this kind of a situation, I don't know if I love that they actually went for the 1-on-1 like that. Now it's putting Elvin in a really binding kind of position because now he's in long, now he's been spotted. And it's all about the timing. And he's just getting eaten alive. And look at that. Blood on the water. And BaiSha once again, they're going to keep going with the 2-0.
Yeah, you're never winning that duel from long, are you, right? Like when he's just out walking around in no man's land, you got two players swinging you from short. Just not going to happen. Already, BaiSha off to a very good start on their map pick, 2 in the quick succession on the BL side. But it's not as if Arcilla haven't looked like they've been in a position to contest these rounds. Smoke comes through a little bit too late there for 9 to survive, so he's down early again. And BaiSha might have to start thinking about shelving this quick long take. It's not worked out for them twice in a row now.
Yeah, the one thing that's really good to see, though, from Arcilla, like I kind of mentioned this in the very opening round, is I like some of the teamwork they're displaying here. Like, they are getting themselves some decent crossfires. They're trying to play a little bit off each other, like that little bit of 1-2 combination. But, again, it's capitalizing on it. Like, now they put themselves, again, finding the opening duel of N9, but are they going to be able to maintain that? That's the biggest thing. Right now, they've been able to get that duel, fall back, reset their positioning. That's not a bad note here. BaiSha are kind of playing this a little bit more slow in the sense of trying to do the 3-1 split. They want to just go for the B hit, but they're putting a little bit more reliance here for Zhao. He has to be able to find something, and he actually does take down Yuba. This is not good. This is already looking problematic.
Yeah, B-side hold looking very weak indeed. Rotation is starting to come through. Keller inside of a smoke at the doors. KSA unable to survive, and that's the real linchpin. You need KSA to survive a little bit more. 577 has just walked his way into the site and pulled off a couple of heads. 4-on-2 now, and Xiao on the flank. It's interesting to see the way that they're using Xiao as almost like more of a lurker, really, than what you would typically expect as a rifler role. It's kind of gone the way of the sniper. Maybe that's just a positional thing in these first few rounds, but Xiao has been getting in behind in a couple of instances, and it's worked out. BaiSha now going to be up 3-0, and that was probably the most decisive of the rounds, and funnily enough, it was also a 4-on-5 from the outset, right? Arcilla are not finding it difficult to get the opening kill, you know, to get themselves the advantage in the round, but they're definitely finding it difficult to convert the rounds off the back of that, and that's a really, really bad sign, because at some point, BaiSha's going to start to find the advantages. They're going to find the openers. They're going to win that initial duel, and if you're not winning the rounds where you've got the 5-on-4 advantage, you're definitely not winning the rounds where you've got the 4-on-5 disadvantage. So,
yeah.
Bad news already for Arcilla.
It really is, and I'm so glad you bring up that point too, because like, you know, I was really talking about Arcilla. I'm like, yeah, they're finding these opening duels, they're putting themselves, you know, and out of the 3 rounds, they put themselves in a 2-on-1 position where they get the 5-on-4 right away. But that's the thing about these Chinese teams, man. Like, they're so scary because even when it's a, you know, a 4-on-5 disadvantage for BaiSha, like, they don't care. Like, they just pretend that like everybody's alive, they're still playing their game. And look at how quick, like you said, the rug gets pulled under, you know, Arcilla. And it just falls apart so quickly. And that's where we talked a lot about the experience. That's where we talked about these guys been through a lot of adversity, right? Like, against all the opponents they played in their entire careers. So that's going to be the difference for Arcilla going, okay, like, how are we losing these situations? And they're just going to be scratching their heads the whole time. But look, they're doing a little bit of a change up in the setup on the defense. I do like this. This was something I did notice they were doing a lot, even for their region where they like to mix up their GR. But now the question is, like, for a play like this, is Alvin really going to be able to find himself in a position to find a duel again? But he might want to pull back on this because playing himself alone could be a little bit dangerous and a little bit costly for his life for really too much of a risk.
Well, pretty telegraphed now that BaiSha are going to be heading towards that A side. So the pre-rotation is coming through from Arcilla, and Zetra once again hits himself a nice shot. Timing on the long push, not too bad, but Xiao missing a lot of shots. Eventually, he will get the better of one, and 577 also dropping Elvin. It's a bit touch and go for a moment there for BaiSha, but they do find themselves the advantage. 3-on-2, but barely. 577 is low. Xiao also, and KSA wrapping around the back has got them stuck in long. C4 up on short, so still quite a bit of work to do for BaiSha to win this round.
Yeah, even in this position, I mean, C4 is still going to be dropped, but again, I'm not even going to count them out. I'm never going to count them out right now. Yobib, though, in a prime position. Got the he's ready to go, but good little bit of work on in the sense of just clearing everything out because they know that, you know, players like Zhao are able to lurk himself into this. Not bad at all. This is looking a little bit better now. Now things are getting picked apart. They find the lurk. Now back to an even situation. Oh, man, but they pick up that C4. It's a little too late, but now they're in a position to retake this.
I don't kind of hate that, actually, from BaiSha, sending Xiao, one of the low HP players, to go on a bit of an info-gathering mission. 577 punishes Yobib for the missed shot. This guy's got 4 HP, and he's found himself a kill, and that's exactly what you need in this kind of a 2v2 to win it, because 9, you can rely on him to close this out if it comes down to the 1v1. His position's still unknown. KSA going to have to take all that time to deal with 577, and even loses a bit of his HP in doing so. He's coming through from the window, and 9 be aware that he has taken that position. Time is ticking away, and 9, you know, he doesn't even need to take this fight. He's just waiting down that timer. It's an unlosable round at that point. I don't think that defuse is coming through in time. No. 4-0 for BaiSha. Well played by 9. Just patient, and that's his experience showing. You know, I think a younger player, a newer player, someone that hasn't played hundreds of games on a stage like this before, might try and just take that fight as he jumps out the window, maybe lose the fight, lose the round. But 9 kind of knows, I don't need to do anything here. I'm just going to wait down that timer, and we're going to win ourselves another round and continue to put that pressure onto Arcilla. So far, so good for BaiSha. I mean, you know, the rounds have been, in some cases, close, but generally it has felt like BaiSha are just really in control of this game at the moment.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. I think that's the best expression of this so far. With all the 4 rounds we've been being able to see it, it really just feels like in control, right? It feels like BaiSha, regardless of whatever situation gets thrown at them, they're able to prevail. They're able to overcome that problem. So love what we're seeing from them. Again, that experience, we talked a lot about that. That was the biggest thing, was the experience versus the inexperience, and it's really starting to flex a lot here. BaiSha have been able to, you know, honestly, in my opinion, they've been mixing up their playbook pretty nicely on the BL side. Like, they've done some commitments, they've done some splits like this. Now they're kind of just toying things out a little bit. They're throwing the util. This might not even be a commit. This might just be to get the GR side to burn some of that util. Decent nade could land. Yeah, it does some decent damage, but it's not enough. It's a little bit of a tickle. Now the question is, Zetra needs to be able to pop off. This is where he needs to be able to find a kill. And look at Yobib, he's able to get himself through the back lines, maybe, but no. Leah's able to just annihilate this, and finally now we see Arcilla putting themselves right back into, it's not even at all.
Yeah, you've spoken too soon. Unfortunately, Xiao's just popped off with a couple of quick ones. Spots out KSA down the bottom along. They still need to retrieve that C4, but Xiao,
no.
He is not going to shy away from those fights at all. Xiao is having a day. And that is good news for BaiSha as they'll go up 5-0. A fantastic start for, I guess, what could be considered the home team in this matchup. And Arcilla, unfortunately, just not showing up at the moment.
Well, and that's the biggest thing, right? We were talking about, look, for BaiSha, who's going to be able to pop off, who's going to be able to play well. And actually, I was like, yo, look, man, I can get it done. I'm sitting at an 8-2 record.
Yep.
Why not? And honestly, he's doing pretty well, considering, like, you know, YDSS right now is sitting at a 2-4, and 9 has not really been successful in the sense of finding big duels. Like, it feels like he's kind of the sacrificial lamb a lot in this matchup, where he's kind of the first one down, but he's fighting for info. But, man, oh man, I can't believe we're sitting at a 5-0 right now. BaiSha really just trying to make a statement here, putting a lot of attention on them.
I mean, it's great to see Xiao popping off in this way on the blacklist side as well, isn't it, right? You know, typically speaking, snipers are a bit more effective on the global risk side. That's just how the game kind of works. But if he's putting up these kinds of numbers on blacklist, then, yeah, it's going to be a bad day for Arcilla and a great day for BaiSha. Everybody else, you know, contributing. 577, nice couple of kills from him as well. He was very influential in that 2-on-2 clutch for BaiSha earlier on. So Riflers are doing what they need to do, and Xiao bringing that star power that's getting them through a lot of these rounds. So BaiSha are looking good, but taking a bit of a slower approach this round. They still want to put a lot of presence towards long. It seems like BaiSha's just in love with the long position. Not interested in going middle, not interested in going B. Really not super interested in going up short either, unless it's for an A split where they've got long control. But generally speaking, their whole game plan has been, let's take long and work from there.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is a really good thing, though, because as soon as you get this long control, now Zhao can just sit here and hut if he wants. He can just kind of play that little bit of a rotating cutoff.
Right.
And now the rest of the players could, you know, go back to mid. They can go towards cat. They can really mix things up. So I do like it. But now they're going to allow YDSS and N9 to put themselves to be the first players to see if they can get some little bit of an action. But now they're getting uninvited to a party. But man, oh man, again, look at that. They just prevail. They're able to just get this firepower activated. And it doesn't even look like they're breaking a damn sweat in this thing.
Yeah, they weren't quite expecting Elvin from that corner, but he's not able to land his shots. Yeah, will drop, but trade comes in again from Xiao. And, you know, again, I hate to be the negative guy, but that's a really, really poor looking round in the end, actually, for Arcilla. they had all of the players, not all of them, but they had a big stack over towards A, and they're still not able to win that round. Zetra gets the opening kill, misses one shot, then that's catwalk lost. The rest of the side control just falls apart for Arcilla. And if you're not going to win that round where you've got 4 players already pre-rotated over towards A, you're going to really find it difficult to win any rounds. And at this point, BaiSha are playing with confidence. They don't care anymore. They do not care. They're just going to send it, and they know that they're better than Arcilla right here. So they're just going to keep on going. And, well, maybe needed to be traded down there. Elvin getting away with a little bit too much. Will find himself the C4. So this is a chance for a round for Arcilla, but again, not locked in at this point. You got Keller and Elvin now both very, very low, and Xiao still alive. So you have to wonder if this round is going to go the way of BaiSha still. Xiao just not quite finding that timing onto Elvin.
No.
He is though. Oh, he's found him.
Oh, that's so frustrating. Like when you're a team like Arcilla and you're just like, there's a lurking player like that in the back of mid, especially the on player, like you're just kicking yourself. Like this is where they're going to get really tilted a little bit, just in the sense of like, what are they doing? Like what is his style?
Yeah.
And I mean, that's the thing. Arcilla now, like, you know, they have KSA full HP, but either way, I mean, are they going to be able to find it?
They can kind of read into that kill as well that Xiao got, that long is clear. Because if that GR player is kind of moving his way towards long, he wants to clear long, right? Chances are there's nobody else there. So Xiao's able to just kind of walk his way up here, take the A site. On plan to go down for YDSS. And window being watched. Nice, clean shot from Xiao, but he wasn't expecting the second player through from there. And now it's down to the 1v1, which YDSS has the advantage now. Shots coming through, damage done, back, and finally, Arcilla will get themselves around, but it was like pulling teeth.
It really was. And honestly, that's actually some good, again, going right back to the teamwork conversation about Arcilla, that's a nice little bit of a play in the sense that they kind of bulk jump out the window. They try to, you know, maneuver the trade opportunity, and it actually worked out really, really nicely. Like you said, Zhao was just not prepared for it. He was like, wait, there's another guy there? Why would he be here? But that's a decent amount of work. That's where I've really been happy to see Arcilla, despite the scoreline of a 6-1 against them. It does feel like that system they have in place as a relatively new-ish team, it's not bad at all. That's the biggest thing. But look, the timeout's going to be called. This is obviously going to be for Arcilla. They're just trying to figure out, okay, what are we going to do a little bit differently? This game has gotten a little out of control. BaiSha is sitting at a 6-1. You could tell that previous round that they lost, that's a round where, you know, that's where you have such a big lead, and when the team builds that confidence and they're kind of getting that ego, you know, and they're like really feeling it, they're like, look, let's just see what we can get away with, because if they can get a round where they can just run through mid or they can just kind of bulldoze around, then it really feels like the game's over. So for Arcilla, that was actually a very important round to maybe kind of shift the mindset a little bit, maybe to kind of just put BaiSha back into their formation a little bit more. But look, I mean, we'll see. This timeout's really critical right now for Arcilla. They got to clean things up because desperately they need to find these last couple rounds, because otherwise this thing could be over very, very quickly.
Yep. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like it's a little bit late to call attack timeout there. Let's just say they would have lost that round. You know, it'd be 7-0 at this point. Best case scenario, you're getting 2. It's still a salvageable half just because they actually do end up winning that 1v1. But if you're going to call attack timeout at this point, I think you call it one round earlier, where it's 6-0 rather than potentially 7-0. Because 7-0 feels like you're too far gone at that point. But
I do agree. Yeah, I kind of felt like it was a little bit too late, but I'm happy they did call it. I was wondering in my head, like, hey, when are they going to do this? Like, this feels like I would have called a few rounds ago, just because it was just getting so close, and there was a couple rounds where it really was almost like, not flawless by any means, but definitely felt like there was a lot more of a big advantage here for BaiSha. But kind of back and forth in the opening duels. Look at this, a 4-man commit on long. They're going to just leave the lurk here for 5-7. 7, not bad at all. They're just going to prevail. They're going to be able to find this territory. They're going to be able to get this long control once again. And look at how easily they get it. They haven't even lost anybody. They haven't even barely taken any damage. I think YDSS has sit himself with 1 point of damage against him. And man, oh man, that timeout just backfires.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality sometimes when you're a team coming in playing against someone like BaiSha is that it doesn't matter what strategies you have. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter whether you think you've counter-strateged or this or that. At the end of the day, BaiSha just shoots better. On their day, BaiSha just shoots better than you. And that's kind of what happens in a round like that. They just hold the W key, they win their duels, and they win the round. And sometimes that's just how it is. If they have better aim and they're better individuals, there's only so much you can do. And I feel like today's one of those days, unfortunately for Arcilla, that maybe they haven't probably showed up in the way that they would have wanted to, and BaiSha definitely have showed up. Like, this is the BaiSha that we used to know and love, right?
Yeah.
Where they were just playing fast, they were playing loose, the individuals were popping off, they were clutch. So, really, really positive signs for BaiSha for their health in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good point you bring up, Jordan, because again, it was like, again, when we talked about BaiSha, we said, look, tons of expectations. We were like, look, if they can come in, you know, with a big swing, hitting some dingers, that's going to be good. And that's exactly it. We're starting to see them playing their right game. Now the rest of the Chinese teams can go, okay, you know what? BaiSha is going to be able to put themselves in a little bit better formation. They're going to be able to put themselves in fighting ways, but now fighting ways, etc., can't be able to find this kill. Now it's just starting to feel like the snowball effect is really, really just rolling down the hill. And the fact that BaiSha, look at one player able to just open up this long A control, man, oh man, this has just got to be beyond tilting right now for a team like Arcilla. This is where we talked about they don't even have an answer. They have no solution anymore, and you can see the positioning that they're in right now. Like they're just kind of guessing. They have no idea what to do.
Yeah, it's a rough one for sure. You just have to take as much out of it as you can, right? If you could find a way to get to this half, seems impossible. Obviously, it's a 5v2 in this final round. If you could maybe get into that second half, go on a bit of a string of rounds, make it like 10-5, 10-6, something like that. A loss, yes, but not an embarrassing loss in the sense that it may end up being maybe something like a 10-1 or a 10-2. You go into your map pick at that point, and you've still got something to sort of save yourself as Arcilla, right? But if you just get absolutely blasted here in map 1, it's going to be difficult to give them the benefit of the doubt going into Ankara. We know that a map change can make a big difference. We know that a half change can make a big difference as well, but I'm not sure that it makes this big of a difference if this ends up being an 8-1 half, if this ends up being something like a 10-1 or a 10-2 win for BaiSha, which is definitely the direction that they're going in. So I kind of just, in this next half, I'm kind of looking for Arcilla to just put together a few rounds, build some confidence on the stage. Otherwise, their game, their only game here at ACL 2025 is going to be a quick one by the looks of things. You know, it's something that could fall by the wayside in the blink of an eye. I mean, this series started about 30 minutes ago, and we're already pretty much through map 1. So if we go through map 1 in, like, let's say 35 minutes, go straight into map 2, this series could be done in almost an hour. Yeah. A bit over an hour.
And that's really depressing for a team like Arcilla, too, right? Big trip for them to get all the way here.
You've come all the way to China. You played an hour of Crossfire. Boom. See you later.
Yeah.
Go back home.
And that's kind of what we were talking about, right? About like the fact of the tournament structure. It's like, it's really cutthroat because you only have the best of 3 that really you get to play. And then whoever wins moves on. Whoever's out, you're packing your bags. So it's a quick trip here. And that's where there's a lot riding on a team like Arcilla, where I was hoping to see a little bit more out of them. But an 8-1 going into the second half, man, that is just, again, we talk about a long road, but boy, oh boy, they're not going to have to skip down it. They're going to have to just bolt down it and figure out something. But already the fact they've lost Yobabe, he hasn't really been able to find a lot of success in this matchup, which has been a little disappointing for me. Maybe the expectations, maybe the nerves are really getting to them right now, because that's where we kind of said for their inexperience, there's like kind of that lack of land preparation, right?
Yeah, no, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Like, I would have thought that they would have had, I didn't think they were going to win this matchup. Don't get me wrong, but I would have thought that they would have had a little bit more success than what they have had here. And granted, it is BaiSha's map pick, so there's definitely something to be said there. I think we could probably be better off judging Arcilla based on what we see on map 2. But this is, this has been disappointing. And it, again, kind of rings true with the analysis that we had, that the Philippines region hasn't ever really been able to stand up against the Chinese teams, at least not in the modern day of Crossfire. Maybe previously, you know, I kind of almost split it between, like, pre-COVID and post-COVID, if that makes sense. The modern day being post feels like a different game in a lot of senses. The game has developed a lot.
Well, and it kind of makes me wonder, too, even for, you know, scrimming and getting the practice in, like, how well has Arcilla been able to play some of these teams? Like, that was something I was really hoping to find out.
Coming in.
Oh, damn. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, I'm gonna put a pause on that, and yeah, that's good. YDSS gets himself that 1 kill. That's just enough. And now this is where they just do the little bit of a sandwich. Yeah, Keller gets himself a little consolation prize, but now, I mean, he's sitting in the 1-on-2. He needs to be able to find this kill. This is where he's got to put a little aggression on this. He cannot sit back. This is where it gets a little bit problematic, and now at 9, okay, I was just going to say, he has to go for the fight. You cannot play that defense turtle setup. No. You are going to have a bad time every single time.
You're 100% right. He didn't get given the time to get off of the side. He was kind of just locked in behind the box. If he would have been able to maybe like jump up into the window without being spotted or push his way onto short, you know, just get a little bit more of an unorthodox position and try to force a 1v1. That might have been winnable, but with the flank coming in from long, there was nowhere safe for him to go. So pretty easy round win in the end, again for BaiSha. 9-1 the score, and look, I mean, at this point, you'd be remiss to say anything but a 10-1 is what you'd be expecting.
Yeah, and even BaiSha putting a 4-man stack on long, really, really interesting. They've really put their sight on this, right? I mean, even on the BL side, they were taking it over and over. Now on the GR side, they really want that real estate control. I love that. They're just going to allow Zhao to kind of just hold it by himself. Now they can change the formation once again. But Arcilla, like, they've been found out. Like, within, what, 20 seconds of the round, BaiSha's already got the full read on this. They already have the double player in B ready to go. And then you also just have the lurk, which is going to be YDSS kind of just sitting in GR spawn in case there's somebody that wants to do a late hit in mid. So this is a perfect read. BaiSha have put themselves in prime position to getting this done with a 10-1. They have honestly put themselves in the best advantage they could. This is all about now Arcilla getting the perfect execute and hitting the damn shot.
Which hasn't necessarily been their forte so far, right? If we're talking about who's hitting their shots, well, definitely BaiSha. BaiSha's had a bit of a better read on the game as well. You know, think about the flanks that they've been able to pull off. Xiao getting a lot of work done positionally. So Arcilla, they need a miracle worker. They probably need a couple of miracle workers to put anything together on this map. But taking it slow in this round.
Well, on the line. This is just, again, staying alive. This is just finding some kind of pride. Getting not 10-1'd on this situation here from Arcilla. But now, actually, interestingly enough, they were putting themselves in a position where they wanted to go for the B execute. Now they mix it up. Now they're kind of going, you know what? We got 40 seconds remaining. We got to do something a little bit different. But now, this is not a good start because you put BaiSha in a position where they're able to get the first opening duel. Now they got to get going. They cannot pull back anymore. They can't make any different decision. Look at YDSS again, able to find himself a secondary spam. This thing is looking like it's all over here, Jordan. Look at Leah just able to put the to full work, make it a triple, and that's a 10-1.
So a rather forgettable start to the tournament for Arcilla, unfortunately. But on the other side of the coin, you know, one man's trash is another man's treasure. BaiSha, in this instance, coming up with quite a bit of treasure for themselves. 10-1 win. You know, it's got to be fantastic to kind of get underway here at ACL 2025 with a win like that in the form that they brought, with individuals doing what they did. I mean, that's BaiSha, you know, almost at their best, right? That's the BaiSha that we've been hoping to see for the better part of like 12 months, let's say.
Yeah.
I think their last 12 months have been pretty average. And if that's their first international stint in 2025. Maybe 2025 we get to get that BaiSha back once again.
Yeah, honestly, this was a bit of a tough one for me because there's one side of the coin where I'm like, look, I want to see BaiSha having a strong performance. I want to see them play a lot better than what we saw last year. We got that. But then on the other side of the coin, I was like, look, I want the underdog story. I want Arcilla to be able to bring it a competitive game to see what the Philippines have been able to do in the preparation for this. But unfortunately, again, I feel like this map veto is just, it was the wrong pick. I felt like Black Widow's an opening map. I just knew this was going to be a bad time.
Yeah. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, are you realistically going to be able to get any favorable map against BaiSha?
That is true.
As Arcilla?
That is true.
I guess we'll have to wait and see when we get them onto Ankara, and then we can have a bit of more of a discussion around, well, okay, if they did well on Ankara, maybe if the series started on Ankara, it would have been a different story. But yeah, I mean, it's really rough. You go out there, you're playing on GR side of Black Widow, you don't get to dictate much at all. You know, you're kind of the players that are having to be a bit more reactive. BaiSha's coming fast at you, and they slow it down. They're taking long control. Very difficult, obviously, for Arcilla to have a lot of impact on that game, the way it was playing out. Until the second half, and by that stage, it was already too late. BaiSha's warmed up. You're kind of doomed at that point. So,
well, you're talking about an 8-1. Like, you're talking about an 8-1 first half on the BL side, which, yeah, I feel like it is a BL-sided map, in my opinion, just with the meta, how it's changing, but an 8-1 is huge. Like, that is a massive, massive, huge victory in the sense for BaiSha knew as soon as it was a 6-0, they were like, okay, we got this in the bag. We know that we won the half. We know that we put ourselves in a great position to get ourselves in the GR side. But look, I mean, there's so many good things to talk about BaiSha. Like the firepower was good. We got to see the Alm getting, some really good presence. We got to see, every situation when they were down a man, didn't matter. They were able to just make clutch factor.
Yep.
And that's where I'm really, really impressed because BaiSha came in with a big opening statement that, look, even though we've had ourselves a, kind of a crappy first, last year, we're definitely doing a lot better here for 2025.
I mean, that could have been a 10-0, right? Like, that could have very easily been a 10-0. The only round that BaiSha lose is it comes down to a 1v1 clutch.
Yeah, barely too.
So, look, and again, you're right. It was like maybe 10, 15 HP in it.
Yeah.
So, I think there was definitely a world where that could have ended up being a 10-0. And, yeah, look, I mean, I don't know that I'm ready to read too much into it in terms of, oh, yeah, BaiSha's back. 2025 is BaiSha's here, blah, 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 this and that. Like, I just think Arcilla, unfortunately, are not cut from the same cloth, let's say, as BaiSha are. So there's definitely something to be said about BaiSha looking good and Arcilla not looking so fantastic. Yeah. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, right? BaiSha, if they win this, which they look like they're going to, very likely they will play against all gamers, which obviously is a team that they have in the past historically kind of struggled against. A much, much different story than going up against Arcilla. So it's all well and good, to get hype about it. And they should be hyped. They should be happy about the win that they're going to get themselves. They're on map 1 and, looking into map 2 would expect the same as well. But it's still a BaiSha that, I think they need to take some bigger scouts internationally before we get, super hyped up.
I agree. This is obviously, it's just the first map. Anything could change here going into the second. There's a little bit of a time where Arcilla can kind of get themselves recollected. They can kind of have a bigger chat and, realizing, look, ignore first map. We knew that was going to be a rough one. But I think for them, they're going to have a really good pep talk. This is the key moment for a team like this because, like we said, the fact of how cutthroat this is, that this could be over in one more map and they're done. There's literally no lower bracket. There's no second opportunity. This is it. So it's a really scary bit of a format. I love it, though, because, of just, again, how ruthless and cutthroat it is. But, man, when you're on the receiving end and losing department, you're going to have a bad time. You're definitely not going to be too happy because that's a long, long trip for these guys to get all the way here just to get blown up, potentially 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just thinking, what needs to change here for Arcilla to actually put up some numbers against BaiSha. I think there's a lot of things that need to go wrong for BaiSha because, we were talking about Xiao to start things off, and he was kind of dominating the first half, but the Riflers were also putting in a lot of good work. 5-7-7, really, really solid. YDSS, I thought, was a bit of a slow starter, but in that second half, we saw him doing really well. That hold in mid as well through the doors in the final round. He didn't look like he was under any pressure there at all. He seemed cool, calm, and collected. So
absolutely,
it's almost like 3 or 4 of those BaiSha guys are going to have to go offline.
Yeah.
And then 3 or 4 of the Arcilla guys are going to have to come back online. I will say the one maybe ray of sunlight or positive thing to note was Zetra, I thought, actually looked pretty decent. He had a reasonable number of opening kills on that GR side, right? He got a couple of advantages for Arcilla. He did miss some shots in some of the more important positions. I'm thinking of that one round where he's playing on bridge. They're coming in through short. He misses that shot. Bridge control lost, sight lost. You need to be hitting those shots. But at the end of the day, I don't know that he has been the real reason why the team didn't kind of work out, picking up that win there or even getting more rounds. I think he kind of, what I'm trying to say is, I think he kind of did his job, if that makes sense. He's getting his opening picks as the sniper on the GR side. The rest is not happening. It's still kind of falling apart. It's hard to do much more than that when you're up against such a strong team like BaiSha. So I think he kind of held his own. Everyone else kind of went a bit missing as far as I'm concerned. Yeah,
no, I'm glad you bring that up because that was going to be my next point too. It's just when I look at this roster, it really felt like for Arcilla, nobody was really there. Nobody was kind of the carry or the person that was going to try to really hard to, put everybody in the backpack. It just felt like, there's a little bit of effort from 1 or 2 maybe players. Everybody else was completely absent in this game for me. So, like I said, the one thing I was impressed with was that we did get to see some good coordination where the comms were decent, some good utility usage. I think that was the first opening 2 rounds where they tried to do the pop flash into long, tried to utilize, I believe that was KSA that was in there. But honestly, that was kind of the only good note I got to see from it. The firepower is way weaker. They just didn't seem like they were in the same weight class. So that's what we were kind of thinking going into this a little bit. But it really did kind of, the tea leaves were reading it, right? That's where it really felt like it. But now that we get to move to a map like Ankara, that will make things a little bit more interesting for me. But I will be curious to see the overall stats, just considering of it felt like Zhao was kind of the guy that really popped off. It felt like he was kind of just putting a good lurk role. He was kind of being that, little bit of a pesky player, again, just finding a lurk with the Alm. And then I felt like Leah just, honestly, I feel like I probably lean it for him to put himself in a position of MVP of that map 1, in my opinion.
Really? Leah? or Xiao?
I would say Leah, personally. I mean, Xiao was definitely on the top in the sense of finding duels, but I feel like in terms of impact, I felt like Leah was able to find some really good kills here and there that even though if it was a 1 kill or 2, it always felt like it could change the round so much more. Like, he was kind of running through long, he find an opening duel, and then he's like, okay, I have site control. And then his team could just shift over and move it on over. So I felt like, to me, that was the MVP. But when you talk about just stats alone, it's probably going to be Xiao.
Yeah, look, I think maybe I'm a little bit biased because it's just, you know, I've seen Xiao a lot. I know he's a really solid player. I'm going to go Xiao personally. Like, I think, you know, especially in that first half, the amount of flanks that he was getting, like, these were impact plays, man. Like, he was multi-fragging when it was required. He was flanking and getting those kills when it was required.
That's true.
He was controlling the map really nicely. So
he really was.
I'll argue for Xiao, but obviously
Probably.
that's something for the guys in the
production
room to figure out, which I think is going on in the background at the moment. You know, they're working away at those stats and doing what they need to do while
production numbers.
We wait for map 2 to kind of get underway. But yeah, I think it's a particularly bad sign for Arcilla if Xiao is going to be performing that well, because again, going into Ankara, you know, again, it's a map. And by the way, Leah as well, picking up the secondary orb right at the back end of that map. You saw him have a nice round over on toward the A side. Yeah. That's definitely a setup that you can run on Ankara as well. We know a few teams like to do that here and there. We'll keep an eye on whether or not Leah wants to go and pick up that secondary orb on the GR side of Ankara. If those two guys are going to be popping off and those two guys are going to be, you know, your snipers going into Ankara, it's still bad news for Arcilla here at this point.
It really is. Like, I feel like Ankara is a good map still where the Alms can make a lot of good presence. They can make a lot of good impact. I mean, it's definitely not like a map like Port where, like, it's so obvious that there's so many long-range fights. But, again, for a team like BaiSha, just seeing kind of what they were able to do on this first map, like, I feel like Arcilla are going to have to figure out a way to just kind of shut down the Alms and just figure out a way that, okay, how do we take down someone like Leah, or how do we find a way to take down Zhao just so that we can kind of get ourselves back into a little bit of a reconfiguration, things like that. But you know, the one thing I was wondering too, Jordan, I want to get your perspective, because I was thinking about this a lot with this Arcilla team, is the fact that Keller is kind of the one that took over the reins. He was on the original roster when these guys were SGJ, and then they got rid of Tino, where he was the IGL, and he was an IGL for a very, very long time. So I don't know what happened. Like, I'm not even going to go down that road, but like the fact that they removed someone like him that's been with the group for a very long time, used to call the shots. Now Keller's calling the shots. Do we think that was maybe the problem here at all?
It's hard to really sort of point it in.
I put you in a hot spot too.
No. Hear me out. It's hard to point it towards the IGL just because we didn't get to see their blacklist side. We literally got to see 2 rounds, and that's it. Yeah. So, you know, how much in-game leading is he really doing on the GR side? You know, typically not a whole lot. Like, everyone's kind of got their setup there. Everyone's got their position. Yeah. Typically, if you're going to have anyone that's kind of calling plays on the GR side, it should be the sniper who's like, oh, I want to play A this round, I want to play mid this round, I want to play B this round, whatever, like I want to do this or want to do that. They're typically the one that's going to be facilitated or set up. So if anything, you know, you probably look towards someone like Zetra on that GR side and say, well, what do you want to be doing, or what do you feel in this round is going to be the ideal setup? Sure, if we get to see a little bit more BL side, and that's something that we'll be able to break down, I think, a little bit more in Ankara, we can talk about the overall structure and strategy for Arcilla, but I just don't think there's enough data for us to look at there. Unfortunately, in this game against BaiSha. And again, you know, it kind of ties back to that conversation I was having around BaiSha, where sometimes it doesn't matter how good you are, it doesn't matter how many strats you have, or, you know, what the work you've put in to kind of lead into this one. If BaiSha just come and shoot you in the head, you know, like, what are you going to do? And that's what BaiSha kind of does. Yeah.
And honestly, like, I don't want to get ahead of myself because we've only done the first map, and the fact that it was a 10-1, it's like there wasn't a lot of action and a lot of things to really pick apart here for Arcilla. Like, for me, with them being an underdog team, like, this is the experience for them to get rounds, to get experience, playing in a LAN, playing in an environment where, you know, there's a lot more pressure than playing online or playing in, like, in a LAN house, things like that. So I'm really hoping for the second map, if it goes to a 2-0 in favor for BaiSha, like, I do hope it's going to be a lot more competitive just for Arcilla to get themselves feeling a lot better, even if they go in the losing column, but then at least they can take something away to go, you know what? Blackwood was a bad time. We're going to forget about it. Who cares? It was a nightmare. But Ankara, if it actually gets to be a competitive map, then that's some good progress for a team, because when you have a new team like this that's kind of building the experience, you need to get yourself the rounds. That's the most important thing here, right? I mean, that's an obvious thing to say, but if you're going to get 10-1 or 10-0 or 10-2'd, like, there's not really a lot that you can take away from it, in my opinion. It just feels like you're just getting outclassed in all departments.
I agree. I think you're 100% on point. I mean, 10-1, it means you've just gotten dumpstered.
Yeah,
like, doesn't matter really whether it was strats, aim, map pool, in-game leading. I guess that kind of ties into strats. But, you know, riflers, snipers. It's like everyone's got rolled. Everyone got rolled. You don't get 10-1 without just kind of getting rolled. As we just saw there quickly on the graphic, Ankara coming up next. It is the map pick of Arcilla, so you have to look at that and like put your hands together and pray and say, please, are we going to get something a little bit different here on map 2? I think a lot of that is up to Arcilla. But if BaiSha brings that same level that we saw on map 1, I think it's doomed. I think it's 2-0.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a clean 2-0. BaiSha locking themselves in for tomorrow, which obviously is their goal, and their goal will be to qualify for EWC. I think BaiSha is definitely that kind of team that will have the lofty goals, and the way they're playing, they might get there.
Yeah, that is a good point, Jordan. And honestly, like the biggest thing that I always talk about with like inexperienced teams is, you know, I feel like you can just have a million conversations about this or a big podcast about it, but it's like you kind of have to learn about the mental toughness of this, because when you're a competitor, you have to have the ability where you can shut off a 10-1 loss and you just reset. That is easier said than done, though. That is not a thing that you just grab overnight. That is something with repetition, experience. You're getting put through a lot of different adversities. So for a team like Arcilla, I'm really, really hoping, like it's hard to know on the body language right now. They do look a little bit like just stone cold right now.
Yeah.
But I'm really hoping that they do have the reset where they just go, you know what, who cares? Ignore it, because if they're tilted from it, I think it's just going to be, again, a big, big problem right now.
Yeah. I don't know. What can you really do? You don't have that much time to kind of like bounce back after that game. It's probably been, what, 15 minutes now? 15, 20 minutes in between map 1 and map 2. Like, the break between maps almost feels longer than the map itself, that one from BaiSha and Arcilla. So that's not a lot of time to like mentally recover from that one if you're Arcilla.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a whole lot of time, and that's where, again, like, I'm just going to be curious about the coaching staff for Arcilla. Again, a team that was, you know, a different group before, now under a different, you know, banner right now. So that's where I'm going to be curious what the coach is going to be able to bring into this, because the coaching role is definitely not talked about enough, in my opinion, because not even just about strategies, it's all about the atmosphere. It's about like getting the group to be a little bit more fired up, bringing up that little bit more of a spark, and that's where they really need more than a spark. They need a damn flame in this one to get themselves back into a competitive fashion. Maybe go to a map 3, but look, I'm going to take it map by map here. I'm going to be a little like you. I'm always trying to be optimistic. I'm Canadian. I gotta, you know, I'm always like, hey, yeah, you know, we're all good. We're all friendly here. But no, like, look, it's you know, it's kind of hard to ignore what could be in stake here of a 2-0.
Yeah. Look, I'm finding it difficult to really make a positive argument for Arcilla, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Players just getting themselves set up on the stage by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Be underway shortly with map 2.
Definitely like the stage setup, as you're going to get a little glimpse of it right here. Makes it fun. All right, well, here we go. We're ready to go in map number 2, which is going to be Ankara, and now a position where BaiSha put themselves on the 1-0. But can we see a situation where Arcilla might be able to bring back something competitive, maybe even to get themselves a little bit more of a start? Not looking great.
I mean, YDSS is already in through middle. He hasn't even had a fight yet. He's taken so much territory. KSA, not going to be aware of his position, will fall. And that is a really quintessential BaiSha round, by the way. They love starting maps off quickly. They love to just hold that W key, take the fights. And that's what they tried to do last round, last map, I should say, as well, by the way, in the first round. Remember, they pushed long hard. They lost that fight.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of round that they want to bring. That's often what BaiSha do to start maps off. One other thing I'll mention here is GR start for Arcilla. You saw at the stats there. It's kind of like a battle between two forces, right? BaiSha are a bit more comfortable on the BL side. Arcilla are a lot more comfortable on the GR side. They're like 60% win rate on the GR side. They will start on the GR side here. So we need to see them get like 6-3, 7-2 in this first half, Arcilla. Otherwise, I think it's curtains. But so far, it hasn't started that way.
No, it definitely hasn't.
And by the way, double orm already on the BL side. It's not even on the GR side. So
yeah, they're kind of doing a 2-2 right now. Like Yobib and, you know, again, Zetro are kind of doing it on the GR, which makes sense. But on the BL side, you're like, no, that's just trolling. That's just, they're just toying. They're just making a lot of jokes here. But no, I mean, I'll be curious what they want to do with it. They're going to commit to it.
Well, I mean, it will definitely slow the round down. You know, that gives you a bit of an indication that this round is going to be a bit less pacey from BaiSha than what the last one was. So
Ooh.
far hasn't worked out, though, as Yobib will win his duel onto Xiao.
Not bad. Okay, but this is the thing. I mean, again, this is where the situation is where they get the man advantage, they get themselves an opening duel, but what can they do to maintain it? I would love to see them go for a little bit more here. This is where I feel like Arcilla, they got to play a little bit of a different game. I don't want them to reinvent themselves. Like, they had probably had themselves a bit of a game plan, but them being in a 5-on-4, we saw that BaiSha, regardless of this man disadvantage, they're always able to find themselves in a prime position to make things right back to an equalizer. And Elvin, unfortunately, does a little bit of damage, but he can't find much more than that. Zetra, though, maybe spots the shoulder. Oh, no! Oh, he gets baited by the shot, but man, oh man, a Colt, though, is going to eat him alive.
He's not expecting 9, though. He thought he checked that angle. 9's going to creep in behind him and pick up the easy trade frag. Still, it's going to be a 3-on-2 here, so YDSS and 9 have to do themselves a bit of work. Keller, unexpected, will get the kill. Well, the assist as well.
All right.
And that is going to be a round on the board for Arcilla. Decent start. Better than what we saw on map 1, at least.
And honestly, it's the fact of just getting that double kill with the Colt. I mean, that was huge because it felt like if he would have gone down, that would have been 2 players that got immediately taken out here from Arcilla. So really, really good bounce back. A nice little bit of a rebound, putting themselves right back into the position here of a 1-and-1. So now things are an even game. We have never been able to say that so far in this matchup, but double arms are still going to be committed here for BaiSha. And it's kind of cheeky because, again, this is a map where we were talking about in the pre-show where we said, look, it's a good amount of range that you can put the into good effect, but like on the BL side, a team like Falcons, like they're always a team that likes to just commit 5 rifles a lot of the times as well. Ice Cube obviously likes to have the here and there, but they're a team that does mix it up. But you see BaiSha, they're kind of, you know, being a little bit more clever with their setups and their composition right now.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Xiao playing with a rifle, so yeah, maybe we see go back onto the rifle here, but you're almost always at least going to have 4 riflers and an ARM for BaiSha. So it'll just be a standard A take by the looks of things. See what that is going to look like for Arcilla. They've got the players where they need to. 3 players to defend this push from BaiSha. Flashes are good. They pushed Keller away, but the entries are not being hit. KSA for a double.
Oh, no.
Traded back down by Leah and YDSS. He spots out Keller to pull that exchange back. It was looking bad for BaiSha, but they slowed things down. They found their trades, and now they have the site.
Yeah, honestly, it was looking really, really good for Arcilla for that split moment. They were able to find some good duels, but then it just, again, where BaiSha, I don't know how they do it. A little bit of a magic trick. They get themselves right back into it with a triple kill, just locking down the site. But now, you got double arms on a retake. This is not a good situation to be in. Again, yeah, you have the 1 shot to hit here, but they have to be able to find the util to connect it. YDSS is going to be blind as a bat. Can he be able to find it? No. Does enough damage on this, but now Xiao, look at that. He's just kind of tenderizing, just going for the kneecaps, gets the double kill, and now BaiSha going to get themselves back in winning territory.
Yeah, immediate response. And where's the difference being made? Well, I think a lot of it becomes that explosiveness that we get from BaiSha, whether that's fast in the round or just fast on the execute. Seems to kind of be catching Arcilla off guard. The slower rounds may be a little bit more favorable for Arcilla thus far, but BaiSha looking to make an adaptation. This time we're going to go much faster into mid. You can see Leah has got himself a rifle instead of an ARM in this round. So again, indicating that BaiSha want to be a little bit more mobile, a little bit quicker in this round than what they had been previously. So perhaps reading into the same thing that I am.
Oh yeah, this was the first round, or the second round, my apologies, where this Colt from Zetra was huge. That's where I was kind of talking about. If that would have got an instant trade out, I felt like that would have been a bit problematic for them in the sense that probably wouldn't have gone their way, but they do a good job. They bounce things back nicely. But now it's a question of BaiSha just kind of playing a lot more slow on this. And the one thing I do like about teams that are on the current meta of this map, they do like to get this mid control very quickly. BaiSha kind of taking a little bit more slow than I would think they wanted to. With 1 minute and 25 remaining, not a bad pickup at all. Yobib, unfortunately, gets taken out very early on this one. So BaiSha have themselves in a prime position where they can kind of just still, you know, have lots of time to make whatever decision they want because the defense, they're split at 2-2 now.
Now repeat's going to come through from Zetra. Xiao looked like he had that line nicely prepared, but he'll lose his life. Good kill from Zetra again. needing to be an influential player. But what I often have noted from Zetra, and it's again happened in this round, is he'll get that opening pick and then he'll stick around for more, and then he'll get traded down. He very rarely multi-frags with that Orb. It's good for the first one, but beyond that, maybe just needs to sort of take a little bit more of a reserved approach after taking that opening pick, because his opponents know where he is at that point. They're going to be hunting for him. Maybe he can back off a little bit, play a different line, but gave up the advantage in this round, and BaiSha happy to take that away from them. 3-1, and it seems like we're kind of progressing in the same direction as we were on map 1, and that is towards a pretty stable-looking BaiSha map.
Yeah, and it's a good point you bring up originally, too, is the fact of, it feels like I feel like the trades are not looking great from Arcilla now. Like, this is where they're kind of getting a little bit, they get a little bit antsy. They want to find a duel. They want to be able to find something, and it just feels like every time they do that, they get punished for it. So I'm not loving what they're doing. Like, even in that later portion of that previous round, round number 4, it just, they kind of gave up 2 players in underpass. Like, it just felt like it was a little careless in the sense of just they wanted to find something. They wanted to regain that control, but they didn't really do anything with it. They just kind of went dry and just got taken out early. Now they're going to mix things up a little bit here. They got this hotel control. Elvin and Zetra are going to be together. But look again, BaiSha. They were expecting some kind of full aggression on this. They're just going to play this extremely slow. They're just going to wait things out. And that's kind of the thing about BaiSha. Like, they have that style where they like to play the absolute slowest style possible. And that can make teams a little bit antsy, because I think in the Philippines, like, it's a little bit more of an aggressive play style. So for these guys, we're going to have to see if they can maintain a little bit of that steady composure. But now, Zetra missing that first shot. Not able to get himself a kill, but at least he gets himself a second life.
They have some nice map control here, Arcilla. It's just a question of whether or not they can hold on to it. And Leah will trade down 577. Zetra, unfortunately, caught on a timing there by YDSS. And the answer to my question of whether or not they can hold on to that map control is going to be no. Yobib, though, does get back a kill onto Xiao. So numbers are even. I think BaiSha were thinking about going over towards the A bomb site for a second there. Nine decides to take matters into his own hands and walks into B and kind of gives up, any positional advantage that he might have had. So it's not quite going to work out for BaiSha in this round unless Leah does something pretty impressive. But I think I'll be calling this one for Arcilla.
Yeah, and I mean, the one thing I'm loving, though, is KSA putting himself at a 7-3, putting himself in a lot of multi-kills. He's got himself a nice little bit of an off angle. I don't know if he was able to spot the cross here, but now he's going to creep through. I think he was able to spot Leah. So now Leah should be a dead man walking. There we go. Nice round from Arcilla. A nice way to get themselves back into this. Now you can see a little bit more hooting and hollering. This is where the excitement's starting to build up. Slowly and surely, it's kind of working right now, Jordan.
Yeah, but I think I'll put that down to a little bit of a mishap, honestly, from BaiSha. They had the 4-on-3. And they just kept trying to take the fight into B instead of slowing things down and forcing Arcilla to split up, try to go for some info. They kind of played into Arcilla's hands in that round. Aggression out from the A site this time from Arcilla. But BaiSha are happy to let that happen, it seems.
Yeah, they're okay with it. I mean, them just playing essentially just in BL spawn. They're really doing nothing with it. You have KSA that's already pushed himself, deep in long A main, like on the stairs. Some good hotel control, a little bit deeper on a little bit more of an off angle. So I think Arcilla getting a bit more active in this. I don't mind it, but the only risk is that they're kind of playing these like one-man positions where they don't really have the trades. Now you're going to see Yobib's going to join his teammate here in main. Not bad at all. But with that, they're going to have the double pushing through A. Then you have 3 committed to B. But look at that, 577. He's able to get the backstab. Yobib was kind of hesitating. You could see he was like, do I keep going? Do I go back? Do I need to watch this connector? And while he's in the midst of thinking about it, he's dead. He's a gone man. He's just a dead man walking.
Worried about KSA as well, as his attempt to cross back into A could be brought undone by 577. He's kind of out on an island here, and he's going to have to try to fight his way to safety. It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be possible either, as he'll be brought back to heal by 577, and BaiSha maintaining their player advantage. This is what I wanted to see BaiSha do last round, like slow things down in the numbers advantage. So it's good that they've made that adaptation. Xiao, perfectly positioned to get the better of Elvin. Will miss the shot with the Orm, but Colt will get the job done. And now it's a 4v2, which is looking pretty comfy for BaiSha at this stage.
Yeah, putting themselves in a 4-man advantage. Not going to be easy for Arcilla. Now this is wondering if, Zetra's going to be able to get himself A bit more of a field day maybe to find something with this arm. But now he's getting himself repositioned here in the GR spawn. Both players are going to play together. This is perfect. They're playing the buddy system, but now Keller needs to be able to find this kill. He gets the first. Can he find that second? He will not. Now Zetra, the last man remaining, able to find himself this one kill. 10 seconds remaining. They're going to have just enough time to get this C4 down. And now Zetra realizes, okay, I got to get myself a new position. I have to find a kill quickly.
Well, Xiao. Oh, on an off angle. If you missed the shot on the off angle, you do look a bit silly, but Xiao's able to get away as well because Zetra missed his shot too. And time's starting to tick away from Zetra. I'm not sure that I'm such a big fan of Xiao taking these fights. Like, I don't think you need to be peeking that. But luckily, 577 is there to lock it in.
That was a little close for comfort. I agree. Like, I know that's where I said in the very beginning. I was like, look, like if we see BaiSha kind of getting a little too loose, getting a little bit more egotistical, they're like, we're better. We can, have better firepower. That came into a 1v1 that honestly, that was a bit too close for comfort in my opinion. Like, it felt like they were in such a better position with the 2-on-1. Zhao just had to play just the spot. Now we're getting YoBib. He's getting able to find himself a double. Okay, not bad at all. The Ohms, they're finally able to sing a nice little bit of a lullaby. And now these Sharks, they have gone to sleep and they are down 3 players within a matter of seconds.
That'll do it. I mean, you just got to hit your shots, and Arcilla, they hit theirs in this round. Faster play out from both teams towards A. And it's worked out for Arcilla. So I think we're going to just sort of see a little bit of the eye of the storm type moment right here where it gets really blustery and blowy. And then as the storm passes over you, things slow down. And once we start to run out of time in this round, it'll probably pick back up once again. BaiSha will inevitably have to push somewhere. But they're just going to try and wait that timer down, see if Arcilla's going to do anything a little bit silly, look for info, push somewhere. Obviously no reason for Arcilla to be doing that. They've got themselves a 5v2, so why would they try to put themselves into a bit more of a risky position?
Yeah, this is where I want to see Arcilla just playing themselves in the most trades where they just group up together. That's the most important part here, because if they start to play one player kind of extending out, that just gives enough opening here for BaiSha. Now this is where they're going to, double players are going to go through long. They've already been able to spot Elvin. Oh man, and they find that kill, but they're not going to expect Keller to be here. This is where Keller should be able to do the pop attack, and there it is. The element of surprise finds us, and now Zhao on a 1-on-4. This is a lot to ask, but again, if it's anybody, it's going to be him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the C4, so he does have that benefit, but he's got to find a way to isolate some of these fights, and this just does not look like one that is going to be possible. I mean, Zetra, if he were to go down to Xiao, he gets traded by KSA, vice versa. I mean, that's a perfect crossfire setup. And so Arcilla keep themselves within 1 round. Obviously, BaiSha finding it a lot more difficult here on Ankara than what they were on map number 1. But keeping their noses in front is keeping that pressure on Arcilla. And remember as well that Arcilla are a lot more comfortable on this GR side. So I think they need to be coming out with the lead rather than a slight deficit, which is what they have now.
Yeah, if they can find themselves, getting the half, like even by 1 round, that'd be a good thing. I mean, obviously the more the better, but they're going to have to find a way, but they were in a deficit before. So the fact that we're talking about a 4-3, considering how well BaiSha's been playing on this BL side, it's a good thing to note. That's where we're kind of mentioning about, Arcilla just getting themselves some good notes to be able to, what can they take away from this? YoBib! Oh, yeah, okay. Once again, little deja vu. Finds himself in the exact same position, same outcome with a double kill, and BaiSha, they are running out of options to take him down right now.
Yeah, it might be time to shelve these A pushes. Honestly, BaiSha haven't been having a lot of success with at least the fast early aggression over toward A. They've had a lot more with the mid pushes, with the B pushes. But YoBib is kind of going a bit nutso over toward A at the moment.
I love to see it, though. That's what we wanted, right? Like, that was a player that we talked a lot about, saying, like, look, he's going to have a pop-off moment, King, and boy, oh boy, is he. Oh, man, KSA, he's getting a little hungry, too. Got a little over antsy, but now he's got the info. Now he's got some good intel. Arcilla, you can already see with that kill and that death, he's going to be able, they're going to be able to have themselves a better positioning right now. Look at how well they're doing it, a 2-2.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Xiao not going to hit the flick onto Keller, and that'll probably be the round done and dusted. C4 in the possession of Arcilla at this point. So once we do get to that halfway point, it is going to be 5-4 one way or the other. Is keeping things very, very tight. And again, Arcilla firing up a little bit.
Yeah, they're getting loud. I mean, it might not be able to hear it through us, but, you know, in the stadium, they're getting very excited, and honestly, rightfully so. Like, this is becoming a way better outcome. This is kind of what we were hoping to see originally. Now we're going into the last round here for the first half, and like you said, one of these teams is going to take it 5-4. If Arcilla can put themselves in advantage and in a lead, that is definitely going to feel very good for them to go onto the BL side to work with something, but now you're going to see going to be the Om here for Zhao. They're going to keep the 4 rifles remaining for BaiSha. Now they're going to accelerate. Now they're going to put a little bit more pace onto this. They don't want to wait things out. Trades back and forth. Still the 4-on-4 situation. The Oms here, the double Oms are still into effect for Arcilla, though.
Zhao should be pretty aware, though, that there's multiple players coming in through middle. I'm surprised, actually, that things slowed down there for BaiSha, that they don't go in towards B. I think they could have picked the pace up toward B and taken it pretty much for free. Elvin just going to be ducked down in that sniper's nest. Has not been spotted out yet at all. They've got to clear this one out, but if he finds his timing, oh, he could have got a freebie. He doesn't in the end. It goes to Leah. Yobib continues to be impressive on this GR side. Bomb plant going down, 2v3. And BaiSha, this could be a very critical round for them to win if they can find a way to clutch this out. 9 just gone absolutely missing this game, though. 1-7, so not expecting much from him. But this would be the round to turn it back on.
Yeah, good info, though. So now he's got the 1-player underpass. He's able to get some decent intel. But now that timer's halfway through. KSA goes down. How are they falling apart like this with a man advantage? Now leaving it to Zetra by himself. Needs to do some heavy lifting, but Lee is the one that's going to be able to do the damn heavy lifting here for BaiSha. They're going to take it with a 5-4.
Yeah, and that gets the crowd pumping once again. Obviously, we are in Shanghai. We are in China, so BaiSha are the fan favorites in this matchup. And that's a good time for 9 to come alive. Just as we said, kind of a little bit missing in that first half, but picks up an important kill in that round. And Leah does the rest. Now it is time for BaiSha to move over, though, onto the GR side, which is their less favorable side. And Arcilla also, incidentally, moving on to BL, which is also their less favorable side. But Zhao and Leah, they wanted to go towards the double orb on that BL side. I want to see what they're going to get here on the GR side. And yeah, no surprises that they've gone straight into that. So BaiSha, I think, pretty ready for this GR side.
It does make me wonder, though, and again, you know, just looking at it, I hate being that guy that has to pinpoint some of the anchors on the team here for BaiSha, but like when you have a player like N9, like you mentioned a little bit earlier, sitting at a 2-7, not really the greatest. Even YDSS, like, yeah, he's 4-7. That's not a bad KD ratio, but it really doesn't feel like the kills have been that impactful. There hasn't really been able to bring anything into this game, in my opinion, so they've been kind of more just these like little low-hanging fruits they find. Now Leah's trying to be able to find something with the Om, getting a little bit more active, get a little bit more aggressive, and that's where I think Arcilla need to be very, very careful, realizing that BaiSha now on a strong side. But what are they going to do with a single Om right now? If I'm not mistaken here for the defensive side. And now some good hotel control. Killer's also going to get through himself through bridge on the connector. So they're actually doing quite well just getting some real estate control.
Yeah, Solon said he winning the race right now for Arcilla. Big stack toward B from BaiSha. They're expecting something in that direction. Doesn't look like they're going to get it. C4's rotating its way back over toward A, which would put a lot of pressure onto 577 Solo, but he is getting 9 to come across and back him up as well. Some of that counter util coming out on both sides of the map, but no info at all for BaiSha, and the bomb sites are super split. So if this is going to be a round win for BaiSha, it is going to come off the back of 577 and 9 holding on to this bomb site, and that seems to be perhaps not a very big deal at all, as they are just wiping the floor with Arcilla. YDSS got 1 as well on the other side of the map. That was kind of like that late lurk, but that is not an impressive round in the end from Arcilla at all. And a strong hold to start off this GR side for BaiSha.
Yeah, I really don't love that round from Arcilla. The fact they just kind of went, you know, a little bit dry, you know, they just tried to see if they can get away with it. Look, we know that BaiSha have the better firepower. We know that they're going to be the heavy lifters on this, so I don't love that they tried to go a little bit, you know, a bit of a surprise doing that take. It just felt like they should have used some of the utility they had available, but they didn't, so it backfires, but gives BaiSha a great position to put themselves in a little bit more of a lead, up by 2 now. Arcilla needs to kind of recollect their thoughts, figure, okay, look, we got to do something a little bit differently. That was not a good A take at all. They got just mopped up so quickly. And now you can see BaiSha kind of playing a 2-2-1. Not a bad setup. A little bit different of a setup.
Yeah, it's kind of what happens, though, if you're going to play a contact play style. You know, if you don't win your opening aim duel, it kind of falls apart from there, and that's more or less what happened in that round. So, live by the sword, die by the sword. Arcilla, you know, it's not, I'm sure, the only strategy that we're going to get to see from them here on this blacklist side. They'll try a couple more executes. They'll try to do a bit more map control here and there. Maybe a couple of splits in there as well somewhere. So there's options still available for Arcilla, and they've definitely got time. 6 rounds from BaiSha. It's not threatening to knock down the door just yet, although that can very quickly accelerate, especially when it comes to a team like BaiSha.
Yeah, a little hesitation though, right? I mean, this is where they're kind of toying the idea of getting this hotel control. Finally now, I think that's Alvin. He's able to get himself in there. Finds out there's a bit of a vacancy on this. But it's all a bit of a ruse because they have a triple player set up right now on the B side here from BaiSha. Single Alm on this. They're not going to have Leah kind of equipped here as a secondary Alm player this time.
No more delaying util either for BaiSha. They've used their smokes. It's just flashes remaining.
Good
and
shot.
Bullets. And that doesn't seem to be too much of a concern for BaiSha because the bullets are connecting.
Oh,
They're
no.
hitting. 9 is starting to come online. YDSS in there as well. It's bad news for Arcilla. 9 has gone from 1-7 to 5-7. And now he's swinging into the arm of Zetra. Wants some more. Not going to get it. That kill should go the way of Leah. It will. 7-4. And BaiSha now are starting to close in onto danger territory. Arcilla have to be worried about this game closing out soon. And they'll be getting eliminated on day 1 in game 1, 2-0 or 0-2 from ACL.
Yeah, not a good position to be in right now, especially that it's been pretty much a couple of rounds in a row here for BaiSha ever since we had that 5-4 in the first half. It's just been BaiSha that's been able to take themselves in winning strides here. Mixing things up once again. Instead of 2-2-1, they're going to play the 2-1-2. A little bit more aggression. Actually cheeky enough from Alvin. He's getting himself quite pushed up on here. So now this might be a little bit of a interesting tell. He's got himself in the sight. Zhao does get taken out, but now this flank isn't enough. He needs to be able to find more than that. There we go. Now we're starting to see Arcilla taking advantage of that. A little bit of an opening, and now they've been able to pry the damn thing open.
Going to be a fast flank here, though, by YDSS. If he could have won his duel there, maybe there was a chance in it because Elvin was picked off by Leah, but doesn't look like this is going to be too doable. Although, okay, here's where we have to start getting a little bit critical, Laz. What is Keller doing there? Why is he walking in and giving a 1v1 to Leah? This is now a 2-on-1.
Oh,
if he gets rid of Zetra, I mean, and Yobib's low, look, they get the round over and done with, but you're giving him 2 1v1s in that that round. Cooler heads prevailing on the post plan and holding the site in that 2v1. Those 2 guys at the back end played it really, really well. It was Yobib and Zetra, but what was Keller up to?
Yeah,
where was he going? Where are you going, bro? The bomb's down on A.
And that's the thing that I always kind of wonder with the Philippine region is that they always kind of play these positions where even when they have the man advantage, they want to be the aggressors. They still want to just kind of get an idea of what they can get away with. And I always get really nervous when I watch it because you cannot do that in post-plant situations. You got to take the advantage of the numbers. You got to take advantage of the situation. They definitely like to be risky for the biscuit. Oh, 5-7-7. He might be able to find the perfect timing on this. Oh, no, but you got to hit these shots. That's a bit of a whiff. But now in 9 at least can save the day to get a little bit of something here. And now they got themselves an interesting crossfire. These guys aren't even looking at him. They have full focus on 5-7-7 right now. At N9, he has just been able to reinvent himself this entire second half. And look at that. He's competing now, and he's even going over some of his teammates on the kill-D ratio.
Yeah, nice kill from Yobib. Recognizing that 5-7-7 is a bit out of position, a little bit low. He can pull one back, but it's still not going to be an easy round to win here for Arcilla, and they desperately need this round. Yobib is going to have to take matters into his own hands, really. He's the guy with the full HP. Zetra, half, maybe going to be good for a pick here or there, but the lion's share of this job is going to have to be done by Zetra, you'd think. BaiSha playing a much more passive setup now. Get that early aggression out from 9 and 5-7-7 over towards A. It gets them the advantage, and it probably gets them the round here as well. That'll be an easy cleanup for BaiSha in the end. Anti-climax of a round.
Oh, the crowd's going a little bit nuts right now. They know that BaiSha's getting themselves closer and closer here to the series point. It's making things a little bit more interesting. And again, where now Arcilla, They got to just put everything on. They got to go all in on this situation. You're down 8-5. You're down a map. This is where they have to, create the impossible. They have to do something now. They have to be able to find themselves back into a tie game scenario. Otherwise, this thing is all over for them. They're going to be packing their bags and flying on home, which is not something they want.
Ballsy to go back towards the A bomb site where 9 and 577 have essentially ripped them apart a few times now on this GR side. But, it is quite weakly defended with only the 2 players there. 577 spotting the early info, and 9 again doing what 9 does. He gets a triple kill, and 577 backing him up as that quad will come through for BaiSha. Stop going A.
I literally was making no note, and I'm just like, why go A? Question marks all over the notepad. I don't get it. They've been able to get some decent success here into B, and then it just feels like, no, let's go A. Let's, it didn't work the first time, doesn't work the second time. It's got to work the third time. No, it's not going to. Now the map and series point in grasp right now for BaiSha. The blood's in the water. They know they can get this thing done. And now it's a long road. 4 rounds needed to push this thing to an overtime, and I don't even know if I can see Arcilla putting themselves in that kind of a position.
BaiSha are Arcilla surely not coming A again. Let's stack B. But they're going A again, and it might actually work out this time because 9 is solo holding. Flash is going to pop right in his face. Can't see anything. Unable to win that initial duel. So finally, it seems like it might work out for Arcilla. Some of that counter util coming back on through. KSA maybe lucky to be alive. Grenades. Back and forth, and Yobib's now been spotted out, so this might not be done just yet for Arcilla. They've kind of got the site, but they don't have a huge amount of control. Their hold on this site is very tenuous indeed, particularly with 577 winning that aim duel, able to start coming in on the flank. It is 4-on-3 for BaiSha to try and close this map out, and KSA is going to go through the smoke. Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness. They had to do something though. That's the thing. They cannot turtle. They cannot just sit there like sitting ducks. They got to be active. So I do think it's risky, but it does pan out. But is it going to be enough? This is now becoming a position where it is BaiSha putting themselves back into the 2v2. Zetra now leaves it all down to Keller with him going down. It's the 1v1.
Time's a factor.
This is huge.
Leo's miles away. He can't win this round anymore. He's going to sit the defuse. He's going to hope.
Surely not.
But there's no way that Keller lets him get away with that one. So Arcilla will win the round. I have to say, they are so lucky, Arcilla, there, that there wasn't multiple players set up still in GR spawn.
Yeah.
Because it was it just Chow, I think, whoever it was, kind of got caught off guard. But if there's multiple players there, that trade comes through every day of the week and you still maintain the numbers advantage as BaiSha. So it was a risky play. The reward did come out there for Arcilla and it helps them to win the round. But round number 16 hasn't started well. Leah onto that secondary orb once again has picked Keller up. And Arcilla, again, trending towards the A site.
Well, the good thing is, though, in this kind of a situation, some of the stronger players right now for Arcilla are still alive, so it's not a bad thing. Now they're going to group up. This is something they did back in the regionals. This is where they like to, put a lot of commitment in mid. They like to group up on short or on stairs. My apologies, to get themselves a little bit of action. Liev actually playing a bit more of a cheeky position here on the box. Is a little bit worried somebody's going to be able to flank him through double door, but now Arcilla. They got to find the right timing on this. If they can get a pop flash through this, I mean, this should be a position where Leah's gone. He's a dead man, but maybe they can wait things out. He's playing a bit of a cheeky off angle. KSA just on the other side here in bracket. Waiting things out. Arcilla burning the clock here, burning the midnight oil on this one. And now the pop flash. That's what they needed. That's exactly what they needed to find that duel.
Back into the 4-on-4. Mid-control tenuously there for Arcilla, but they still have to cross 9's line. Not exactly watching, though. So that does leave Shao quite isolated here on B. He's trying his best to find an early duel. Just has to hit his shot. That's really what this comes down to, but I think stop worrying about that push coming through from Hotel and just lock in on that line. Ends up not quite going so well for BaiSha. So 9 and 577 with a bit of work to do to recover this one. KSA down low, 9 will fall. And it looks like BaiSha will still be left a little wanting for this map victory and this series win.
Yeah, unless we see like something here from 577 again on a 1-on-3. And Yobib, why is he playing that aggression? But I mean, he's going to get away with it. But again, it's so risky. Like, it just feels it's so unnecessary. And that's the thing I just will never understand. But look, it's going to bring them around. That's fine, but things are getting a little bit closer and closer. Now a 9-7. So now BaiSha they're kind of slipping behind the wheel a little bit here.
2 rounds the gap, that's for sure. And BaiSha will definitely not want to be letting this one go through to the OT. But Arcilla are fighting hard. So a change up from BaiSha this time around. More presence on the B side of the map. I'm going to set up Leah with a forward hold. Grenades coming through on both sides. Leah can't see anything. He's out of there. He's booking it. I don't know if he gets out of here safely. He's going to have to take a fight somewhere, and eventually does get run down. The flashes were just too strong. Leah couldn't see anything.
Yeah, honestly, I love that, though, because, again, you have one player going through hotel main, then you have the other guy in short. They just do a full sandwich on him. It was just overwhelming, to say the least. Now the pause is going to get thrown out here. So BaiSha, maybe a little bit of worrying happening now, realizing that this could fall apart maybe. Yeah. A big lead is now, it's getting closer and closer.
YDSS doing what you would expect to be doing in a 4-on-5 deficit. Going to go looking for info, going to try and look for an aggressive duel somewhere to bring it back to 4-on-4. Hasn't found anyone over towards A, and that has somewhat informed the rotate of BaiSha. Bringing most of their forces toward B. Not a bad setup here. 9 and Xiao alongside 577, all toward the B bomb side, and that does feel as though it's where Arcilla are setting up to go. There'll be some presence over toward A. IDSS, though, going to spot out Elvin. He'll lose that duel, and BaiSha, that means their eyes are gone. They can't see anything. They don't know any information. In fact, they're even going to rotate back over toward A, which will be the incorrect call.
Oh, and even KSA, man, look at that timing. He just got that 1 second advantage. Was able to just cross, takes down Zhao. That's a huge pickup. Oh, boy. Arcilla, maybe a flawless round to add insult to injury on this. My, oh my. BaiSha, they're going to have to just use this as kind of an extra timeout on the addition of the timeout that's coming in. A 1-on-5 for 577. He wasn't able to find the 1-on-3 previously. Boy, oh boy, this thing is starting to turn into a competitive map. It was looking like BaiSha were going to be able to seal the deal, you know, send it off in the envelope, but not looking like the case now.
Yeah, I have to say the Zetra guy has been a really good find for Arcilla. He's done well on map 1 in what was a pretty tough map to do well on at all for Arcilla. And here on map 2, he's been a big driving force behind a lot of these round wins as well. Good adaptation of the roster for Arcilla. 577 obviously not going to be winning this round. So 9-8 will be the scoreline, and we will get that timeout through for BaiSha, who now have 1 round to play with to try to close this one out and just crush the hopes and dreams of Arcilla. Make it a 10-8. Let them get so close and yet so far.
Yeah, the interesting thing is too is like the coaches, they're behind the team, but they're a little bit on the edge of the stage where they can kind of watch what's happening, which is really, really cool. So you get to actually get the POVs of kind of seeing some mistakes that are happening. But now, I mean, BaiSha need to figure out what they want to do with this. I mean, they haven't really been that aggressive on the GR side. They've been playing pretty respectful, in my opinion. I felt like they were going to get a bit more aggro. Maybe this is a round where we see them get, you know, that A main control. Maybe they just want to go for a big bar fight, you know, gloves off. They're like, hey, look, let's be the initiators on this. Let's create some space to make it harder for Arcilla. It's bold, it's risky, but I really feel like BaiSha kind of have to mix things up. Everything that they've been doing, they had a massive lead with, I think, a 4-round advantage. It's turned into a 1.
Yeah, really surprising, honestly. I mean, is it ironic that of all these rounds, Arcilla have stopped going A and they've now started winning?
Yeah, maybe they figured it out. Maybe they really, like, again, like, I just can't believe how many times they went for that A hit. I was just like, what in their minds were they thinking? Like, 3 times, let's make it 4. Let's just keep doing it again and again, playing that song.
Gets into mind trick territory here, or mind games, where it's like, well, do they now just go back to A for this final round, right? What is BaiSha going to be expecting? We'll find out. What's the change up for BaiSha? Not anything too crazy. Leah's going to get aggressive over towards B once again, but it is a triple stack over on A. And BaiSha not spotting anything over toward B, not seeing anything over towards A. They're going to default back to something a little bit more standard, although leaving 577 solo on A for the moment did have me concerned.
Yeah, and that's going to be the good thing, though. So it's 5-7, 7, and N9. I mean, these guys were the ones that were locking it down before. They were the ones that were able to clean things up. Nice little bit of a duo hold on this, but looks like that's going to be the test here.
Once again, 5-7, 7, and 9. And as a combo, as a duo, they've been so good from these positions. Can they come up with the goods in yet another round? The flash is coming through. 9 playing anti-flash. He'll get himself 1, but no more than that. And 5-7, 7 went down instantly, so this is already falling apart a little bit for BaiSha. YDSS under so much pressure. Looking in the wrong direction. Sees Keller. He'll fall. And Arcilla, they are fighting hard, but they look like they're going to push this one through to OT.
Yeah, it really is looking like it. Nice little bit of an execute on that. This time they finally get the good utility. Zhao's able to find himself a little bit of a kill here against Elvin, but it's been a tough game for Elvin. So, again, maybe the sacrificial lamb in this situation, but you still have Leah and Zhao. These are the two strongest players right now on this BaiSha team alive in this situation. They need to be able to find this kill. Zetra, why are you pushing this? But okay, it's going to work out. But man, oh man, again, risking it for the biscuit. And there it is. He's going to be able to find the double, and we're pushing this thing to OT.
Wow, pressure's really on for BaiSha now. Can't even rely on that A-hold. So here's 9 on our screens. Trying to have a bit of a chat with the troops and figure something out. That was pretty egregious from BaiSha not being able to close that map out. 9 to 5, wasn't it?
9 to 5, and they lost out.
Yeah.
And this is what we were kind of saying, right? Again, like when we were wondering about the BaiSha, we said 10-1, man, maybe they're back. Maybe this is a new thing, but I don't know. It's looking like it's still getting tested. That theory's still up for debate. But at least at 9, gets himself full aggression mode, getting an opening duel. Yobib's not going to get any sort of advantage. But looking at 9, again, he's able to find another kill. How does he get away with 2 like that?
I don't know, but 9 has definitely turned on after the first half. And if he maintains it into the OT on the BL side, I mean, he was pretty missing on the BL side in general. If he actually steps up here and OT on BL, that's where BaiSha can really start to accelerate once again. I mean, BaiSha much more comfortable on the BL side of this map. Zetra, go for a push. He'll be spotted out. That's been waited for by Leah. Trade should come through here, and it will. So no harm, no foul, really. Numbers advantage still quite solid for BaiSha in this round. Honestly, what I'm kind of looking for here, though, is BaiSha 3-0 on the BL side, because the GR side was not looking too fancy for them at all. Arcilla obviously much more comfortable on this GR side as well, but they seem to have enough, at least on the BL side, to cause a ruckus. So I think if BaiSha want to close this map out and they want to do it comfortably, they actually almost need to do it in a 3-0 on the BL fashion. Good call for the bomb to go towards B, though.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. It's a good position. If they can get themselves multiple rounds on the BL side, that's going to be a lot better, but Keller's still in a position where it's a 1-on-2. Again, he's got 1 PC utility remaining on him. If he can find this timing, Zhao might not be able to spot him. Oh, he actually just catches him on the edge of the smoke, and there we go. Not bad for BaiSha. You mean, again, putting a lot of reliance for N9. Like you said, somebody that a really terrible start in the beginning of this matchup, but man, oh man. A lot of resilience, able to get himself back into top fragging potential here. I'm pretty sure he's like going toe-to-toe right now. He's put himself in a huge different stride, and good position, but now a lead again for BaiSha. Only by 1, though.
Yeah, but nice to just break that drought, restore some confidence, and they are like the tip of a spear going straight through middle. No defense there at all for Arcilla. A lot of map territory already being taken here by BaiSha. And cut off those rotations from B if they do decide to go towards A here, once they clear that out. Definitely not a bad setup to start this round off for BaiSha, especially if they do go A, which it looks like they will. 2 players to defend there. I always find that the A hold is, it's difficult with 2. You know, you really need to be kind of like perfect with those spray downs.
Yeah, you have to hit the shots. The crossfire is going to be perfect. Oh no, Yobib, but his positioning's just off. Oh, that's it. That was the golden ticket.
Yep.
That was honestly what BaiSha needed. They just had to be able to get the pop flash. They needed to find that opening duel for free. That's exactly what they get. And that's just a misplay from Arcilla. The positioning, it just crumbles like a cookie. And look at that. A 5-on-3. Everybody's just grouped up and spawn, trying to get through this. This is a barricade, man. I don't think you have any chance of getting through this now in this position. You have to be perfect. and it's not looking perfect at all.
You have to be lucky, I would say, Laz. I don't even know if you could. If you play it perfectly, you probably still even lose this round. You have to be extremely lucky. You probably have to expect BaiSha to like whiff a bunch of shots and, you know, miss a spray or two. And that's not going to happen in this circumstance. But yeah, that's the danger of the two-man hold on that site. Like I was saying, it's pretty hard to cover all of the angles that you need to as just a two-man and also play anti-flash. You just get caught on a timing there. Contact play from BaiSha. If they get the opening kill, that's the round over. Because that's the A side taken. One guy is not going to solo hold the A-bomb side. If you're going to have two players there holding, you need both of them to win their initial aim duel if you have any chance of holding it as a duo.
Yeah, that's
and as soon as you lose one, it's like, boom, you're done.
That's exactly it. Like you said, I mean, it's a difficult site to hold because, again, as soon as one player goes down, it doesn't take much for the tree to really fall, right? And Timber a little bit. Zetra, though, again, a risky play. But by himself, there's no trade. And that's the thing that I'm not really understanding is the fact that he's playing in mid like this. He tries to get a little bit cheeky, tries to make a little bit of a highlight reel, but nobody's there to back him up. You know, Keller's just kind of playing back. He doesn't go for the swing. He doesn't do anything to kind of be that distraction point. So it just kind of felt like Zetra gave up his life for nothing. And this is not good because this has been 2 rounds in a row now for BaiSha to get themselves in a lead, putting themselves maybe in territory of a 12-9. And now they're just going to get themselves primed and ready for another A-take. But Arcilla, they've actually done a little bit of a reconfiguration. They have now put them players a 3-man stack on this. Now they're kind of rolling the dice. They are going to go against the odds.
Yeah, a bit of a fake over towards B. It's not fooling anybody, but Xiao's hitting his shots. A double entry, one with the Orm, one with the Colt. And now up the stairs, he's going to look for another one. Keller, maybe unexpected on that bomb site as that third fiddle, but he doesn't get anything done either. And Elvin, who you said had a pretty unfortunate game, would need to pull off a miracle round here to give Arcilla a single round in the first half of this OT. But it looks like BaiSha are sort of fulfilling their destiny in the sense that they did find that 3-0 that we did talk about. And they put themselves in a really good spot to still close this map out. It has been a battle. It has been tough. And credit to Arcilla for kind of coming back into the conversation after getting utterly destroyed on map 1. But you have to win 3 in a row now here with your back against the wall. They were able to win 4 in regulation.
That is true, yeah.
But all it takes is one thing to go wrong. You know, one round where Leah and Xiao just win an aim duel with the Orm. You know, start with double Orm. You both win an aim duel. It's probably the game over. Yeah,
exactly. Well, they've been able to do it before, but the question is, can they do it again? And this is a lot to ask. Map and series point once again for BaiSha, but now are they in the position where they don't choke this time? Can they actually swallow their food and get their meal done? That's a big question here because, again, they have proven to us that they still a little bit, you know, edgy. They still are kind of getting things smoothed out a little bit. But right now for BaiSha, I think they actually did commit to the double Om. Indeed, they did. So Leah's actually going to equip it as well. But look at this composition. They kind of let Zhao just kind of play this sole anchor in B, leaving the double player kind of deep on the side of Hotel and then just on the edge of the bridge. But they have a good setup because if Arcilla go mid, I mean, all we have to do is just rely on Leah to get that first shot, and they're going to be in the prime position here to get this round done and over with.
Yep. Yeah, and Xiao can very quickly pivot into that hold on mid as well. Currently, he's just watching the connector. IDSS. Waiting for this late lurk from Elvin. He's going to fall. He's going to lose his life, and Xiao will fall off of the line, but goes straight back on it. Gets rid of Zetra. 1 for 1, 2 for 2. The trades do come through, but Arcilla have got the site. And 9 having to clean out the GR spawn. Wasn't expecting KSA on a bit of an off angle there.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. KSA playing himself. Again, he's been having a really, really good game, and there it is, another kill. He's toying with him, playing with his food, and gets a triple kill. Insult to injury, so they are not done yet. They showed us that they can do it in the relegation where they were able to get 4 rounds in a row. They get their first, but now they have to get 2 more to push this thing to a golden round, which it just, if we go that far, Elvish, I don't even know. I have no idea what will happen. I don't even know what to think of that.
Yeah.
Just madness.
I would be a bit surprised, but I mean, look, Arcilla are showing a lot of tenacity. YDSS missing his shots. He's going to allow them through the doors and in towards Hotel, in towards B. He's going to bring 9 across. Arcilla are not wasting any time in this round. They are taking space really quickly.
But at 9. This is big. 9 just needs to be able to find this first kill. That's a good one. But is it enough? He's got the utility out. A little bit of a weird timing on this. But Arcilla, they're on the back of the ramp. They're still able to get these kills. But now Leah, oh my goodness, able to find a double.
The flank is coming in as well, though. You have to be aware of that. Zetra still coming in through mid. Looks like Xiao has that on lock. He's keeping an eye on things. He wins that duel as well, and this might be it. BaiSha now down to the 1v1. Xiao has been the standout for BaiSha in this series so far. He knows where the C4 is, but he does not know where Elvin is, and Elvin has all the time in the world to go for a rotate.
Yeah, he's in a good position. He just has to make sure he keeps his composure. Oh, he's got himself through mid. And he's overthinking this a little bit. Now he might go all the way around. Surely not. He is taking the longest route on this. I mean, he's got lots of time, but again, this is not easy. He has to still obtain the C4, plus he also has to go for the fight here against Zhao.
Elvin is 7-20. He is not confident right now. He's not feeling good about this game. He is scared of Xiao, and that's why he's taking all of this time. If he was a confident player, if he was going to hit his shots, he would just have swung that, try to take a fight somewhere. But he is going to try to mind game Xiao. I like the way that Xiao's played it, by the way. He's just tucked himself behind the boxes on the side. He can get good coverage on the C4.
Oh, no.
He can cover off both the angles. Even if he gets timed a little bit, he'll be able to swing back on the line, get some information. Elvin now spotted out, and Xiao will get it done. 13-10 for BaiSha, and they will send them home. Well, that'll be that. Unfortunately for Arcilla, they get knocked out 2-0 despite their best efforts. It was a stoic attempt, I would say, on Ankara, and there's no shame, obviously, in going down to a team like BaiSha, but it's going to leave a bit of a bitter taste in their mouth that they're able to pull back 4 rounds in a row in regulation to bring it back into OT and then still fall short.
Yeah, you know, honestly, really, really happy to see that because, again, that was the biggest thing that I was saying for the underdog story is for Arcilla. You know, if this goes to 2-0, which it obviously has now, it's like I wanted them to be able to take something away from this, but going toe-to-toe with BaiSha on a map like this, I'm happy to see it. Like, we got to see Zetra playing, you know, a really decent game. We got to see KSA playing a really good game. You know, there was a lot at stake here, but, I mean, unfortunately, they weren't able to get the map win. But, you know what? At least for this, they can go back, watch the tape, figure out what they got to improve to get themselves ready for extra international competition down the road.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's got to be the focus for them, going back and playing domestically and then trying to re-qualify through to CFS once again this year would mark their 3rd international event in a row, but not the case for them today against BaiSha, unfortunately. 13-10 there, you can see the scoreline on map number 2. Those 4 rounds on the blacklist side for Arcilla is what gave them a little bit of hope, but straight away into the OT, you kind of got the sense that BaiSha were locked in on that BL side. They pick up 3 in a row there, and at that point, once you go 3-0 in OT, it's like, oh, we've all but won this, you know?
Yeah.
Just need to get it over the line. It comes down to a nice clutch, of course, from Xiao, who somehow ends up with only 67 ADR there, but had the best KD of any player. I mean, he is a sniper, to be fair, so you know you do tend to get the higher KDs out from the snipers. But overall, you know, you got pretty decent levels, I thought, from BaiSha in this series. I didn't have too much to sort of complain about. Again, over toward Arcilla, Yobib was a standout, I thought, here on map 2.
Oh.
And Zetra was really, really good. But 9 ends up being the MVP for that one.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a storied player, so
I mean,
no surprises.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only surprise really was the fact of like how poor his performance was in the second map, where he was just absent. Like he was a ghost. Like nothing was there for him. But then all of a sudden, he got a second wind, and he was just able to play himself a way, way better game. And then even on top of that, able to get an MVP. Like that's not bad at all for someone like him with a big tenure.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. Bit of a team effort, though, it had to be said for BaiSha today to get, especially on Ankara, over the line there against Arcilla. It did require pretty much all 5 of the players firing on map 1 or map 2 at any given time. So I think that was decent enough. Good enough from BaiSha for me to say, okay, they're okay. They're like doing okay in this tournament, but is that good enough for me to say, okay, they're going into a potential match against AG, depending on how this next game goes, and they expected to win that? I don't know necessarily that I would be saying such a bold statement at this stage.
I don't think I'm convinced yet that they're going to be able to take a team like AG. Like, I mean, I think this is the right steps to see like how well they're playing, but I mean, the second map going the way that it did on a scoreline like this with a 13-10, yeah, it's a win. I get it, but it's not a convincing win. If we would have saw like a 10-1 in the beginning and like a 10-4 or like something easy, then I'd be like, okay, maybe they're actually getting themselves a little bit more back into winning fashion. This is still not bad, but I'm still scratching my head wondering if this is really the new BaiSha. Is this going to be a BaiSha era? I don't know if I'm there yet.
I don't think we're there yet.
I don't think we're there yet either.
No. In saying that, though, again, you know, we sort of just reinforce those expectations out of this matchup, right? We're very much expecting to see teams like BaiSha over, well, let's just say China over the Philippines has been kind of like the conversation that we had at the start of that series. More or less those expectations getting reinforced out of that matchup as well. There is going to be another one that is China up against the Philippines region later on today as well. But if that's the level that we're going to get, you know, I think actually the last game of the day is probably going to be even more one-sided, because KingZero were an even better team than BaiSha, domestically speaking, this year so far.
Yeah.
So it's rough, but it is what it is, and it's just how it has to be, unfortunately. So at this stage, if I was from the Philippines, I think I'd be kind of like putting my attention more so towards CFS later on this year, try and kind of like look towards that, because it doesn't seem like they're ready yet here at ACL.
No, I don't think so. I mean, that's where we were kind of saying for a team like, or, you know, a region like this is like a lot of it's going to be the experience and, you know, how much preparation could they do. And it felt like it was like, again, I used the, you know, a little bit of a saying, like a feather against a stone, because they all got drawn against the Chinese team. So like you got dealt kind of the bad hand to start with. But, I mean, again, it's able to maybe prove themselves. I don't know. But, like, this was the matchup. This was the team that I thought, if there was going to be a Filipino team that could do it, kind of thought this would be the team.
Yes, yeah.
So, you know, I guess we'll have to see what happens a little bit later on today for the rest of the matchups. But in this one, like, for a team like BaiSha that was 4th place in CFPL, you know, again, now they're going to be playing some of their comrades here in China later on. That's where it'll be a little bit more interesting. That's where I'm going to be a little bit more curious of, like, BaiSha being back or not.
Yeah, it could be some closer games tomorrow, I'd imagine. And I kind of agree with your point. I think UBECMANIAC, though, we do have to remember, did have that same sort of experience as SGJ. They also played at CFS last year. So, you know, looking at those names, KLB, KLP, Loy, Kano, they have got that relative experience that, you know, maybe helped them out a little bit coming into their game later on today. But just up against such a stronger competition than BaiSha makes it a difficult pill to swallow. So unlikely to be seeing that kind of an upset. Next matchup, NEXTTOP up against All Gamers. Probably not expecting much of an upset there either. I mean, we did get to also again see NEXTTOP at CFS Grand Finals last year, and they just did not seem to be on the same level as some of these big international names, and going up against a team like AG. Granted, AG, sometimes a little bit wishy-washy, but I do find AG tend to be group stage merchants sometimes. Like they absolutely demolish group stages.
Yeah.
BaiSha, on the other hand, the team that like kind of struggled in group stages and then came good in playoffs.
Exactly.
Other way around, typically for All Gamers. So look, let's consider this a group stage game because it's a quarterfinal. It's not like your big name match necessarily up against NEXTTOP. I'd expect All Gamers to kind of crush them, to be honest.
They really should. I like, honestly, if that goes to a 3-map series, that to me is already a huge surprise, because that matchup, like in my opinion, I'll be curious what the other guys think, but it does feel like AG are in the prime position to get themselves a 2-0, get themselves a good start for tomorrow. NEXTTOP, again, they're the team that's going to have to prove something here, because, you know, I'm not really convinced. Like, if they can't even get a map off like a team like Falcons in their region, I just don't see playing a higher level team in China how you can do that. Like if they always get blown out 3-0, 3-0 against Falcons. Falcons are a very good team in their region, but if you can't even get a map or making it that close, I just don't see it happening.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah, most definitely. Not sure what's going on at the moment, guys. I think we're probably waiting for an interview on the stage. That'll be getting sorted in the background, I'd imagine. And then we'll be jumping into match number 2, obviously, at this stage. BaiSha, the team that's got themselves the win 2-0 over Arcilla. Not too surprising of a result. I think we were sort of leaning towards a 2-0 more than anything else. It was nice to see Arcilla get themselves some kind of something to say about themselves, but realistically speaking, not the outing that they were hoping for here, and getting knocked out of the tournament pretty early on in the piece is rough. But then again, it is only a 2-day tournament, right? So you don't have that long to wait to go home. It's worse if you get knocked out early in CFS and then you're there for like another whole week or a week and a half kind of thing. Same thing at the Summer Invitational, some of those longer events. If you get knocked out on like day 1 or 2, it's like, well, now I've got like 9 days where I've got nothing to do kind of thing. So that's a bit rough. At least here for Arcilla, they don't have to wait too long, and they can just enjoy some of the crossfire in the meanwhile.
Yeah, they can just sit back
along
and watch.
Try and cheer for UBECMANIAC up against KINGZERO, which, to be fair, I think Ubec's going to need all the help that they can get in that matchup.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot of praise, and they're going to need like some good fans in the background to kind of get them a little bit fired up. But yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation. But like you said, the fact that the format of this is so quick is that luckily you don't have to sit around too long. But like I said, I'm really happy to see Arcilla at least get themselves a decent competitive second map. I was really worried that the 10-1 first off was just kind of the big start of something negative, but at least they can put up a good fighting fashion against a team like BaiSha. So it's a small victory in itself, not a victory obviously, but at least they can take something home with a little bit of pride. Yeah,
most definitely. Be interesting to hear what BaiSha have to say about that one, how it's going to sort of line up for them in terms of, you know, what level do they feel like they've got coming into this event when they start to play again internationally this year? Are they going to be able to find some footing, do something, you know, a little bit more special than what they were able to last year? Early days, obviously.
Yes.
I don't know, I just feel like that X factor has maybe disappeared a little bit from the Chinese scene, in the sense that they used to be like unstoppable. They were untouchable, bro. Well, and now you're seeing, even in a 2-0, like they could have very easily lost that second map.
Yeah, they easily could have. And that's the thing, like, you know, before I joined, you know, the Crossfire scene, like that was, again, like what I heard too. It's like, look, you know, the Chinese teams are the best teams. No one can touch them. They're unstoppable. They are on this pedestal that we always talk about. It's not the same anymore. Like, it's kind of changed in the sense that, yes, we still kind of put them on the top of everybody, but it's not that big of a gap anymore. But that's exciting to me because, you know, even last year when we saw the Summer Champs where Falcons were able to get, I think it was a 3-1 victory against a team like AG, they got blown out 3-0 originally, and then they had to go in the lower bracket to get back to replaying them in the grand finals, and then they did the exact opposite. Like, they got 3-0'd against AG, then they do the same thing to them. So that's what makes me excited to see that some of these regions really are starting to pick it up a little bit in their gameplay, starting to put a little bit more fighting ways into this. But obviously, I think, you know, for the Filipino scene, it's still a little bit longer of a road ahead of them, unfortunately. But look, that's just how it goes. Like, you have to be able to get yourself into these situations, winning those regional qualifiers, to getting the exposure to playing some of the top talent that we talk about across the world. Yeah, definitely. And as that has happened over the course of, you know, probably a decade, 5 to 10 years, I feel like the regions have gotten closer. You know, the skill gap has definitely degraded in the sense that back in 2015 and you know, between 2015 and 2019, it was very much China, but now it feels like there's a few more conversations to be had, but maybe not from the Philippines just yet. But either way, that's us done for the moment on the desk. We're going to head it over to the stage for an interview, and then we'll go to match 2.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人妮妮。那么今天的第一场半决赛的比赛，最终要恭喜一下白沙战队是拿到了本场比赛的胜利，以2-0获得了胜利。我们也是有请到了全场的 MVP 潇潇来给所有的球迷们先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是白沙潇潇。I am Xiao Xiao from BaiSha Gaming.
今天的这一场比赛第2张地图还是蛮焦灼的。先来说一下，本次这个 ACL 的半决赛因为是采用一个单淘赛制，其实赛制还是非常的残酷的，对我们来说会有压力吗？
Because of that, yes, we have a lot of pressure.
多少还是有点压力的，因为其实我们今天对阵到的是 Arcilla eSports， 然后他们先前对他们的了解，因为狙击手 UBEC 的发挥应该算是他们的一个发挥主力点，所以在赛前有做一些针对吗？
Did you have any specific strategies prepare to counter him. Yes, we made some targeted strategies.
那来问一下了，今天的第一张图看到我们是果断的选了一个黑色，为什么会选这样一张地图呢？因为感觉好像我们队伍以往黑色这张图其实并不是特别的稳。
This was not our strong map.
双狙嘛。
Because we have 2 snipers now, and this is
感觉应该会更有优势一点啊！上半场我们作为前锋方是直接拿到了一个8-1很大的优势了，有具体的进攻思路嘛。
10 and later straight into the
还是听指挥的，第一张地图打得非常顺，10-1直接拿下。但第二张地图两边都打得很焦灼了，特别是在一日上半场，因为其实是可以说是打得有来有回吧。但总感觉我们前期先掉人，然后在后期的进攻上呢也被对面化解。为什么会打得这么焦灼、那么纠结？
因为一些就是开局的 站位没有落好吧，然后导致前期掉人吧。
有看到在下半场我们换边之后，林烨其实会切换他的一个武器，有时候选择狙击防守，有时候会采用步枪啊。什么样的情况下会做这样的调整变动呢？
看他自己心情，他自己随意的。
看他自己想用什么样的武器，什么时候更合适啊？在下半场我们率先来到赛点的时候，从9-5一路让对面追进了加时啊！也看到 Arcilla eSports 对面的进攻速度其实整体是非常慢的，而且其实他们在前期没有一个偏重心啊。那在我们前期收集信息的时候，是不是有点困难？
For us, is it very difficult for us to get information to gather useful information from the opponents?
对面清点的
I think the most important thing is that we were taken down
也是进入到了加时啊，在看到加时前后的时候，白老板在看着比赛一直是一个祈祷的手势，明显感觉得出来他还是很紧张的。那现在我们终于是舒了一口气了，拿到这场比赛的胜利了。有没有什么话想要安抚一下他的？
他就那样吧。
就那样，让他放心就好了。我们赢了就完了，是不是？明天的比赛，期待大家有更好的表现了。好，我们这也是感谢一下潇潇今日的采访，再次恭喜白沙是拿到了本场比赛的胜利。那我们也是稍事休息一下，待会儿还有精彩的比赛等待着大家。那我们一会儿见比赛。
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 ACL for Crossfire. I am Valdez, joined by ZZXQ, and we are going to be getting into the second match of today, the second quarterfinal between AG up against NEXTTOP. This one should be, again, kind of a one-sided affair, I would assume here, Kyle. Just hoping that NEXTTOP can kind of rise to the occasion, but all gamers have really come prepared for this event to win.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a really tough match ahead for NEXTTOP, but you know, there's a lot on the line here, an EWC spot up for grabs, so everybody going to be bringing their A game, and as we've seen, even in that last map we saw between BaiSha and Arcilla, things can be a little bit harder than we might have thought to predict here, so I feel like there's a lot on the line, and a lot of these teams might even falter under the pressure, and that's where all gamers, I think, is going to have to show us their A game still if they want to go through.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I feel like any team that is here has the opportunity, the potential to get upsets for sure. But when we were looking at this quarterfinal, it did feel like maybe this one is the most one-sided. Even, you know, the first one did go to an overtime on that Ankara, which was pretty fun to watch. The comeback almost came through there for the side of Arcilla, but not meant to be by the end of it all. It was still a 2-0 for BaiSha. And it does feel like the Chinese teams are kind of, once again, in Crossfire. They are the teams to beat. They are the best teams that we do have here at this tournament. And there is a lot of work to do. You were talking to me about how All Gamers brought in some new players on the roster for this tournament in particular.
Yeah, I feel like one of the big things to look out for today is going to be the return of ZQ to this lineup. I know they also signed Even. He's not going to be making a starting appearance yet, but I'm sure maybe later on when we look towards EWC, we might see him reappear as well. And when you think of the powerhouse AG lineup that was, those were both key components in that lineup. He does have, you know, that question factor of not playing the CFPL season, so maybe there's a bit of rust to shake off. This is his first event in a little bit of time, but knowing ZQ historically, I feel like he's still going to be a deadly weapon on this AG lineup to deal with.
Yeah, so, you know, coming as prepared as possible for this. Everybody wants to get that EWC spot and qualify and just win this tournament as well. Lots of money on the line, lots of prestige to be the best. I'm sure for all gamers coming in prepared for this match against NEXTTOP, but also looking for the future up against, you know, their fellow Chinese teams and trying to prepare to take them down, which is also not going to be an easy task. But yeah, it's been fun so far. I love the arena here. You know, there's a decent amount of people that have showed up for the first day for just the the quarterfinals. So it has been fun to watch so far. It's been running mostly smoothly as well. So hopefully we can get into this game in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead here, I feel like this one is going to be a bit of an uphill climb, but NEXTTOP, they're also, I think, even when you look at the 4 teams outside of China in this event, they're kind of the underdogs even of that group. You know, they were the #2 from Vietnam. If you look at their performance in the Vietnam finals for those playoffs in the CFVL season, they didn't win a single map against Falcons either. So I think it is going to be a tough road ahead. But this is a roster that, you know, I think they're going to come in with not crazy expectations. And sometimes, you know, if you don't have a high expectation for yourself, maybe you can do something kind of special.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one best of 3. It's not an easy one, but, you know, you win in overtime here. You get onto your favorite map, maybe for map 3 or for map 2, and maybe you start to mount a comeback, or maybe you get it done early on. You know, all gamers are here in China in front of their home crowd. Maybe they're feeling the pressure, whereas NEXTTOP are like, we're just going to play our game, and we'll see what happens. You know, we're probably not going to win, but maybe if we play well today, we can get something going. And as you mentioned, that's always a chance to get some magic happening. You know, the players had time to come down to Shanghai and just relax a little bit, prepare, and so everybody's kind of fresh. And, you know, obviously it is the ACL, so everybody's kind of on the same time zone, everybody just coming on down. And, yeah, I'm just excited to see what they have in store, and I hope it's not a big blowout. I hope it's not like because, like, the first map of BaiSha versus Arcilla, we were getting worried because that was a 10-1. It wasn't close. It was, yeah, it was their map pick of, I think it was Black Widow that they were playing on for BaiSha. But, yeah, I just hope it's not a blowout. That's really all I'm looking for here in this in the second quarterfinal.
Yeah, I feel like this one could be a little bit closer if the map choices go the way of NEXTTOP. I think that's the big thing I'm looking at here is how is all gamers going to approach the ban pick situation, because this is where you might see some wild cards thrown out, knowing they feel like the confident team coming into this. Maybe they throw a risk in there to get some reps in it before you think about later on in the event you might have to play in that best-of-5 finals. But taking a look at the All Gamers roster here, a lot of veterans on this lineup, and honestly, any one of them can pop off at any moment.
Yeah, it just feels like anybody could be the carry on the given day, as you mentioned, and they've been on big stages before, ones that are bigger than this one as well, and they've won on those big stages, most of these players, it does feel like. So definitely excited to see what they can do. We're going to have Du here, maybe going up against Poo. Du versus Poo. Pretty interesting matchup. See if Du does get that sniper at any point during this one. And they look pretty locked in. There's ZQ, kind of the story coming back into this roster.
Yeah, I feel like if ZQ can have a star performance like we're used to seeing from him, it's kind of just theirs for the taking at that point. ZQ and ZY are one of the best dynamic duos in Crossfire when I think back to, you know, the heights of this team. But don't get me wrong, they still have a lot to show. They are only the third place team from their region coming in, but let's talk about NEXTTOP here. These are kind of the rising stars of the CFVL. Nobody knew a lot of these players in the last couple of seasons. They just emerged and are kind of confidently now in that second place spot in Vietnam.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they didn't get a map off of Falcons, but Falcons are definitely like the one team that we might expect from the quarterfinals to make waves. So it does make sense that Team Falcons were able to kind of shut down NEXTTOP somewhat unceremoniously. But again, maybe they learned something from it. You know, 3 maps against a really strong team and maps during the regular season as well to try to learn and try to get everybody in the CFVL up towards the standard of the top teams is always something you want to look towards, as they look pretty prepared. You know, nobody looks nervous or anything like that. So looking forward to their performance today.
Yeah, I think it should be a good opportunity to showcase what they can do. I feel like All Gamers, when you look at the 4 Chinese teams you could have drawn here, it's a beatable team at the end of the day. It's not necessarily a team looking quite as good, I would say, as someone like EP at the moment. So it still feels like there is a chance they could fight their way into this one. And I think the big thing I'm going to look at is that double sniper setup that NEXTTOP likes to run. They've got Carrot, they've got Poo. These guys know how to hold their own in the server. And I'm curious to see what the likes of Du and Shui on the other side are going to do to try and handle that.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be pretty interesting to watch. We do have the team stats here. And, you know, All Gamers coming from the CFPL. And even some data from the Grand Finals last year, you can see here. Both sides have pretty good numbers, but obviously for NEXTTOP, feeling a bit better about their global risk side, whereas All Gamers pretty even across the board.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the key players here, ZY, no surprise to see him kind of leading the stat line for All Gamers. I will say, though, Bakuti, nice looking stats himself, but look at this, ZY, I think you look at the AG roster as a whole, it's just a more consistent lineup, and that's where I think the threats are in the server to deal with for a team like NEXTTOP, because All Gamers, every single one of them, when I look at their stats, they're very even throughout the season, and that's where I think they're such a strong team to go up against.
Yeah, and that kind of leads back into anyone can carry on a given day because they're all very capable individually. We're going to take a look at the map ban pick and see what we do get in terms of the mans here. I feel like playing Ankara against a Chinese team, always a bit of a worry, but also got to be careful about, in the terms of All Gamers, they go ahead and ban Black Widow, which means maybe we can get like a Mexico or an Eagle Eye if NEXTTOP really want to try to throw a curveball at them, although Eagle Eye is going to be banned.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe NEXTTOP is willing to risk something like a Mexico falling into this map pool. I feel like for them, it could be one of those maps that's a nice curveball to maybe catch All Gamers off guard. And if you're going up against AG in this environment, I think that's exactly what they need. Maybe finding a map where All Gamers isn't quite as polished as some of these others, because if it goes to an Ankara compound, this is where a team like All Gamers is going to really thrive.
Yeah, considering their first map pick is All Gamers. I would not be surprised to have Ankara early on, or maybe even a sub-base, but still deliberating on that for now, and it is going to be Ankara the choice here. Not a big surprise. Blacklist side chosen by NEXTTOP, also not a big surprise, so everything kind of going as you would expect it so far.
Yeah, the big question now is, will NEXTTOP take the risk of picking a Mexico here as map number 2? I feel like if I were them, I would probably pull the trigger on it in this situation because it could be that upset potential. You look at all the other maps left here, it's a lot of long lane control style maps, and that's where AG kind of thrives. But they're going to go ahead and take a risk here. It's going to be a compound pick, and against all gamers, that is a tough one to put on the table.
Yeah, pretty interesting choice. It does feel like, you know, the legendary compound of teams like BaiSha in the past kind of rubbed off on a lot of the Chinese teams, and it can be a bit of a risk to hop onto that map, but maybe they want to utilize some of their snipers, and we'll see how that does go for them, especially from the GR side. But they will have to start from Blacklist, as AG did go ahead and choose the GR side. Mexico banned. I think that's a very good idea, and with Subbase also taken off the pool, we will have port for the Decider. And looking pretty similar to what we just had in the first quarterfinals, except now we got Compound this time around.
Yeah, I feel like Ankara, Compound, Port, that's kind of the classic trio you see very often in a best of 3. Sometimes Black Widow will sneak in there, but a lot of these teams, because they don't like those close quarters maps, Eagle Eye, Mexico, Subbase, going to be banned pretty frequently by a lot of these teams. So I'm curious to see if it goes the distance to a map 3, but when I look at this pool, I think all gamers definitely got the best of these picks because these are some of their best maps across the board.
Yeah, especially this Ankara. I think that's going to be an interesting start. We did have a close one between BaiSha and Arcilla, but I don't know if we're going to get that again. Again, hoping that we get a fun and close match. It does feel like in a tournament that's this competitive with so many great teams, you know, sometimes you got to go up against a really strong team in the first round. Not an easy task, but I hope that NEXTTOP have come very prepared for this one. Also excited once again to see ZY and ZQ putting it back together for this tournament. Has been a while since we have seen that, so definitely remember so many times where those guys were able to just roll teams essentially by themselves, it felt like sometimes.
Yeah, I think I'm also curious to see what Bao's going to do. I believe he's the player who took the spot of Even a couple years back, so I'm curious to see his performance as kind of the younger player, I would say, on this lineup. So I think he's got a lot to prove when you look at the rest of the players on this team stacked alongside him. So very curious to see how he'll perform on this first map, because I feel like as a younger player, you have to kind of set that tone, because a lot of these other players, they've got the reps and experience in an event like this, but for Bao, he's still relatively new to these higher stakes environments.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be fun to watch and see his tournament, and just getting, you know, the okay from the refs, just asking all the players if they are ready and if they can join the lobby. So we should be hopping onto Ankara in just a moment. Smiles so far on their side, on the side of NEXTTOP. So hoping that they are, you know, not feeling any pressure, because again, I don't think they should have too many expectations. Yes, play your best game, but you got to go up against a really strong team. So curious about how it is going to go. Love this little pink mouse. We have seen this many a time in esports. The wireless. But yeah, I saw everybody joining the lobby, so we should be in just a moment, guys.
Yeah, should be just a few moments here. You can see Bao looking maybe a little anxious there, but honestly, NEXTTOP, they look pretty cool and collected at this point. Definitely doesn't look like kind of the likes we saw from Arcilla between maps. They were almost like silent, not even talking to each other, but this team seems to not really be stressing too much. I think they know what they're getting themselves into here, and it's just a matter of, you know, taking it one round at a time and seeing how they can go toe-to-toe with a behemoth like all gamers. So I think for them, it's also just a good opportunity. You know, even if things don't go well, this is a great team to test yourself against and see where that ceiling might be as a team.
Yeah. I think the hardest part about a tournament like this is, you know, you come all the way down to China and you get one best of 3. And if it doesn't go well, you're going home. And it's not a good feeling. It happens very often as a pro, especially in tournament formats like this. So it's something you just got to deal with, but it's not going to be good feels. And I feel like that's kind of why Arcilla as well, we're kind of backs against the wall and we're feeling the pain after that first map. So might happen to NEXTTOP as well, you know, where reality kind of smacks you in the face after the first one. You're like, oh boy, we flew all the way here and we're just going to get rolled like this. Just glad to see Arcilla at least fight back and have a great showing on that second map, even if they didn't force a map 3. And they will, in fact, be going home, but, you know, at least they were able to show their stuff. And I hope we get that out of NEXTTOP as well. But it looks like we are ready, guys. Let's hop on to Ankara for map number 1 of this second best of 3 of the day here at the quarterfinals between All Gamers and NEXTTOP.
All right. Looks like everybody is ready to go here. It is going to be NEXTTOP kicking it off on the Blacklist side. You can see here in the stats, historically, it is their better side performance-wise. So let's see, hop in round 1 if they can keep that up here in an event like this. But All Gamers, a very proactive team on their GR sides. You've got to be ready for any curveball they might throw your way, and you can already see it's a 3-player stack out here towards B long, getting that early control. But NEXTTOP, they're going to be putting the fight over here towards the A bomb site. ZQ and Jue on the other side of it. ZY, though, going for a bit of an info play on the bridge, but Jue, he's going to have that first point of contact here. Gets the counter smoke onto the arches. A nice nade gets thrown down, but Jue able to dodge it for now. Datchip, though, has to be careful. Almost goes down a little bit too early, but Jue gets caught on the repeak.
Yep, like that entry with the pistol, they knew they chunked him out. And, ooh, that's going to be a grenade kill, actually, on a Datchip that had taken a bit of damage. Carrot as well is pretty low. And keep in mind, this is not a full push from the side of NEXTTOP. So they got a trade. They traded up, but they did not commit onto the A site. They've got a guy on the B site here. It looks like Mousevy getting in. CQ going to try to hold down the site by himself for now. We do have one guy as well in there. Du just holding down the spawn, rather. As now Du looking for the wraparound. So far, they have been able to hold on to B.
Yeah, the tough part here, Carrot taking a little bit too long on this lurk play. He is going to get control over the A bomb site, but the rest of his team is kind of just stuck here over towards B. The C4 going to be dropped as well, as Du able to find a nice shot there. Makes it a 3-on-2 situation. Carrot already very low on HP as well. You can see Mouse trying to creep his way into mid, but ZY has the angle, gets the shot. Carrot quickly there for the trade, but it's still a really tough 1v2 situation, but the nade gets the job done for AG.
2 nade kills in the first round, as there was a lot of chunk damage early on in that round. But yeah, it just kind of felt like they got caught in transition almost. Like once that first guy went down on the B site, when Du sniped him, they were like, oh crap, well, maybe we can't go to B. And they just kind of got flat-footed. And the wraparounds, the rotations did come in from All Gamers. So getting active and, you know, getting a decent amount of information was All Gamers to hold down that push with pretty much flying colors. It was a relatively close round, but still felt controlled most of the way by AG.
For now, it is going to be NEXTTOP looking for that response. If they can tie it up early, it still feels like a comfortable match in their hands. An early 2-0 lead for All Gamers is where things already start to look a little bit scary early on in this one, especially when you think about the last round. They had a really good start, got the opening entry over to NEXTTOP, but just couldn't hang on to the numbers. This time, though, Bao and Du both going to be rocking the and trying to find that early pick across the map. You can see a potential encounter here over towards the B bomb site, but nothing to be found just yet. All Gamers playing very patiently in this one.
Yeah, just waiting it out. Not overstepping their bounds. We got double sniper on both sides, so a little bit of a notice there by Bao. Saw him hopping about. We also have flashes in mid from Carrot. Just an anti-flash in the mid as well, just in case. But All Gamers really just holding on to their posts for now. Might get a little sniper duel, but Bao doesn't have a sniper out. Just throws a nade, and we're down past a minute already. They got to make a move here in just a moment. Nice entry from Carrot once again. Although Bao immediately going to take out Pooh there outside of B. And ooh, just not on the timing there was Carrot. Do able to snipe him down.
Yeah, now AG, they've got the numbers advantage, the pressure on the clock as well. They have to commit to this A bomb side attack. Shui, though, perfect position, can't connect onto Datchip. ZQ, though, able to hold on for one, looking for a second. He's just stuck here on the back of the A staircase, but Datchip, he's a little bit slow to the fight. Do able to swoop in and find himself a nice kill. Datchip as well goes down to a nade. That's 3 nade kills already for all gamers.
Yeah, they're very accurate with everything, including their nades. It does seem like Dwayne felt like he got somewhat caught off guard there, but the rest of the team was able to rotate very quickly. There wasn't much time left in the round, so it was kind of easy to predict where they were going to go at that point once they had pushed into A, and they got that pick outside of Hotel. So all gamers kind of like this tempo they're playing with. Not over aggressive. You know, they're showing NEXTTOP a decent amount of respect, and just essentially waiting for them to go for the peaks and go for the pushes, and just having faith that they can win those firefights in that situation.
Yeah, all gamers, I really love how they play on the GR side. They're one of the more passive teams in this event on the GR side, but it works so well for them. They're able to set up these nice passive traps that they just walk right into on the BL side, and it might happen again here. You can see a 3-player stack on this A bomb site. Carrot thinking about going in for this early pick. Jue on the other side of the vent thinks better of holding on to that angle. He's going to go ahead and fall off and play for the support, but it's actually going to be Bao going down to the lurk there of Bakute. So it's going to be a tough one to recover, but AG still has that A bomb site pressure. Jue able to find himself one, make it a double kill on the vents. Pooh with the trade on the opposite side of the map, but ZY still hanging on to the mid position.
Yeah, that's a really important firefight for ZY to win. It gives them the advantage. It allows him to just head over to B, get some more information, and allow his 2 teammates to hold down A if the push does come in there. It it does feel like NEXTTOP are doing a good job of entering and getting those first kills, but the follow-up is going all the way of AG. And now we got a little push in through the front yard, but spotted, and ZY is just going to pick up a free kill. Also going to see Pooh, so that's a very nice amount of information for him. And it looks like he is not scared to take the firefight either, but now his 2 teammates have come right on over, and it is a 3-on-1. That's going to be a timeout. Probably they're called by NEXTTOP, you would assume, as Pooh getting around the corner, but ZY easy cleanup for him, as I believe he picked up 3 kills on that round. ZY feeling pretty good so far.
Yeah, a really good performance in these mid-round plays from all gamers. Even though I have to give credit to NEXTTOP, they're actually winning a lot of the early round fights here. They're just getting caught off guard on these mid-round rotations, and that's where all gamers is a really good team at just reading these rotations across the map and making sure they're there to hold them off. And that's where ZY and ZQ, I think, provide a lot of value in a map like this, and where NEXTTOP, hopefully during this pause, they can find a way to work through it. Because if you look at these 3 rounds, 2 of them, they've actually started with a man advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a good job very early on avoiding those first firefights, but yeah, definitely it feels like strategy-wise, midway, they are struggling. So a lot of talking here, as you do see Datchip getting into it a bit. Still pretty lighthearted. You know, you saw a couple of players just laughing and discussing somewhat lightly what they got to change up. So that is a good sign, but yeah, you got to be careful because 3-0 can turn into 6-0, can turn into more very quickly against a team like this, and they haven't really figured out how to crack the case on Ankara just yet.
Yeah, it's tough too because this is more of a BL-sided map at the end of the day, so yeah, all gamers, even winning the half on the GR side is going to be tough to recover for NEXTTOP, so really crucial pause here to come out with a round win from if you're NEXTTOP. We'll see if they can do it, but taking a quick look at the stats, do kind of leading the charge here for all gamers. 6-1, doing a lot of heavy lifting early with these picks in so far. He keeps it up as well. Carrot goes down very, very early.
Again, just another really important pick off by Do. And that time it's very early. Mousevy getting on in here himself, and he's not looking the right way. He looks through the window at exactly the wrong time, and guess who it is again? It's Du with his eighth kill.
Yeah, right now for NEXTTOP, they're just not finding any clean way to control the map as a team. They have some success in these early solo fights, but they've got to get a little bit better when it comes to these trade positions. They're getting caught off guard now, picked one at a time, and this is where it becomes really difficult for them to figure out where they want to actually execute in this round. They're already down 2 players, and there's a 3-man push kind of ready to hold off here towards this B bomb site. You can see maybe a lurk might come through on the opposite side of the map here for NEXTTOP, but it's still going to be so hard for Datchip to break through. He's got 3 players who can quickly respond to his position, and Bao already on the aggressive here, holding this B bridge angle.
Yeah, just waiting for the push. If it does come through there, you got a couple of guys looking into the hotel, looking in the window, but oh, not going to get the kill that time. Just skimming a shot off of his hand, it looked like. But Bakut is going to be quite low, and ZY goes for the aggressive play right down the stairs. Even gets the headshot, even though he didn't need to. But just sharp today is this man. And now you've got 2 people left against 5 right after your timeout on the blacklist side of Ankara. That's a rough spot to be in here for NEXTTOP.
Yeah, even tougher now with Bao picking up 1. Now Datchip alone, 1 versus 5. Not really much you can do in this situation. Only 20 seconds on the clock, and the C4 is just nowhere in sight here. ZQ spots him out. Datchip at least able to grab 1, probably on the way out the door here, but 15 seconds. I think his team at this point is using this more of a tack pause to kind of prepare for that next round.
Yeah. Just not enough time, and he is being surrounded. You can see they want to get the kills, but Datchip is doing a good job of winning these firefights, but eventually he just runs out of time, and the action will be put to an end. So now you got the fans cheering for AG as well. They're sitting on 4-0. As we take a look at the replay, this first shot just clinging and gets a second one there in the front yard. And just like that, Du's kind of carrying the team right from the get-go, and the rest of the players are good enough to clean the rest up. Still no round win here for NEXTTOP on Blacklist. They got to do something quick.
Quick they're going to be here. Everybody going towards the A bomb site. A nice counter nade over the top. Does a little bit of chip damage onto them, and you can see Jouet ready to be proactive here. They've got the 3-player stack on this A bomb site. Jouet spots the shoulder of that first player in vents, so they have the info now that the push might be coming through. You can see ZQ preparing that vent flash. Jouet goes for the peek, catches 3 players, almost able to find them all too. Only able to get 1 finalized, but still ZY over the top. Good for that trade onto Mousevy, and they've got the numbers to maybe hold on to. ZY good for a second as well. Carrot is down to 10 HP, and this is not looking good.
Definitely a really rough spot. The push was meant to come in fast, but they got caught with their pants down midway, and it's only Pooh. ZQ gonna just push him away. 42 health here for the sniper player, and we got 3 guys left. Key player, Du, still alive, and right now he's being flanked. And yeah, he's just gonna be shot in the back of the head. That'll be the end of that. 5-0, still no rounds here for NEXTTOP. The fans are getting more and more excited. And yes, it is their map choice. This is what we expected on Ankara, but so far it hasn't looked very close. We haven't had a lot of rounds that have been, close last-second wins for NEXTTOP, or even dominant wins. We haven't seen any of that, of course.
Yeah, right now for NEXTTOP, they've got to find a way to get the ball rolling, but hey, that's a good start there. Mousevy and Carrot both finding a kill apiece. They've got the 5-on-3 advantage. Maybe they've got a chance to hold on to things this time around. Jouet trying to get some information in the vents, pushing up there. But this is where NEXTTOP, I think, have to show us something a little bit more. They can win these opening picks, but now they have to be able to execute.
Yeah, they got to execute. This is going to be their best chance so far in this map to pick up a round. You see, once again, they kind of have 2 guys outside of A, but the bomb is in mid. And they might just do what they did, I think it was the first round, where they pushed into A, but actually went for a slow push into B. As Bao going to get that snipe on a Mousevy, who has been struggling. So Bao gets it started. And Doesn't see anything else, so he can back away onto B and just wait for NEXTTOP to make their first move.
Yeah, the nice thing about the setup here, though, for AG is going to be they still have those 2 anchors towards the A bomb site. ZQ, though, thinking about rotating, there could be an opportunity to maybe break through here. Shui, he's got the angle. He's been so patient here holding on to that vent position, but it's actually NEXTTOP sneaking their way into the underpass over towards that B bomb site. Bao already going to be on the other side of it. He's got the on that off angle, throws the early nade, and you can actually kind of tell All Gamers is pretty aware that there might be a push coming soon in this direction.
Yeah, I mean, they have ZQ to hold down the angle, but he only gets one. There's a snipe, and now the pistol kill comes through for Bao. And he shuts down that push immediately, only 35 seconds. And we got Pua once again in a weird spot. He's in the spawn. He doesn't really have that much time. He is going to get that first kill onto Bao. Gives him a very good chance of trying to come back in this round.
Tough 1v1 to win, though. Shui goes for the swing, and All Gamers remain uncontested in this first map of the series. And NEXTTOP, that was their opportunity to put one up on the board, but unfortunately, the pressure just a lot to deal with. And looking at the stats here, I mean, you can see why. Almost everybody across the board is putting up those numbers here for All Gamers. Meanwhile, it's just been a collective struggle for NEXTTOP to really get anything done past the opening round.
Yeah, really the only guy is Carrot, who does have 2 first kills. But again, even in the rounds where they're getting first kills, it just feels like they can't seal the deal. And part of it is that AG is just really on the ball, and their shots have rang true in a lot of great spots. Once again, they are going to go for this kind of split play where they have 2 guys outside of A. Maybe see if they can poke into the air duct and catch Jue off guard. But Datchip just going to spot him and back away, not committing. Nade's going to do a tiny bit of damage, it looks like. And he's still here. Yeah. The rest of the team, though, is going towards B. And AG, I mean, 3 guys on A. Maybe they won't be ready for this push.
Yeah, this one's going to come down to Bao on the angle. He's going to go down right away. Mouse, a nice shot, takes the head right off him. And now they can start to work their way towards B. It's only going to be due on the back of site here. He had a really good start on this map. Has been a little bit quiet the last few rounds, but they haven't really needed him until a moment like this. You can see that pressure starting to ramp up towards B, but NEXTTOP, again, in these mid-round situations, they're not necessarily proactive enough here. They're just kind of holding on to this B hotel position, and this is where it's going to be All Gamers looking for the pick. ZY not going to find it, though. He's immediately shut down.
Yeah, I like that they do have some utility sent forward, almost trying to bait AG into peeking them. That's exactly what happened. Datchip kind of cross, but tries to get the jump on a ZQ. You see Du not ready for that one. He's going to be taken down. This is looking good so far for NEXTTOP. I've said that before, but this one especially. So far, nobody has died. This is another headshot coming through from Datchip, and they actually have the bomb planted. Not going to need to wait for that, though, as it is a flawless round that goes the way of NEXTTOP, finally getting on the board.
Yeah, really good early pressure play. These opening 2 picks were just beautiful from them. And then on top of that, you had, even with a little bit of pressure towards B, they just stepped up to the occasion and made sure they were able to get it done. So now for All Gamers, it's up to them to respond here. They still have a very comfortable lead in this first half, and Du, he's got the angle as well. Carrot goes down in the early fight, and this is where NEXTTOP have yet to show us they can recover from a down situation.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a struggle for them in that scenario. And Du, he was just crossing back. It was just a really quick flick. It wasn't really much of a flick, but he was holding the angle, got the kill, and then he flicked himself down the hallway, I guess you can say. And once again, Datchip, he is just the guy who's going to play this vent while the rest of the team goes for the real push. A lot of utility sent forward, but you can see Bao, he's really going to be the key member that might see them first. We'll see if he does peek this as well. He's pushing through the smoke. He gets the shot. And with the flash coming down as well, that's going to push them off of this point. Now 5v3 for AG at the moment.
Really good pressure from AG in this round. It's going to force NEXTTOP back towards the A bomb site, and they still have 2 anchors ready to go. Here's Shui on the vent peak, able to take down Datchip, and now it's a 2-on-5 here. They are just stuck behind this wall of smoke. They might even make the risk play to go through it, but ZQ is right here on the other side, and why not push through the smoke to seal the deal?
Yeah, might as well, you know. Get the quick win, get some dinner afterwards. He's like, I gotta go home, guys. I'm not waiting for you to push. I'm pushing through. He did not have to do that, but he was feeling himself, and based on the results, we can see that feels pretty good for them. 7th round does go to AG. We're in round 9, and this is right before the half, and I do worry for NEXTTOP after the half because that's going to be AG on the Blacklist side, which is a scary sight to see.
Yeah, not looking too good for NEXTTOP in this first map. We'll see if they can do anything here in the final round of the half to maybe get a second on the board at the very least. But the way All Gamers is playing, it's just so hard to figure out how they're going to be setting up here. They do a lot of 3-player stacks, but they rotate that stack pretty frequently around the map. And you can see NEXTTOP starting to put that slow pressure towards the B bomb site. Do already on the other side, though, holding down that angle.
Yeah, and he has been sharp. As you mentioned, a bit quiet after his 8-1 streak early on, but he hasn't died, so still feeling pretty good. And, ooh, not going to quite get the kill that time, but he re-peeks it after the flash, and that is going to push NEXTTOP back. Buying a lot of time, I suppose, for All Gamers. Once again, Bao over in Hotel. He has been holding this angle for the majority of these maps and might catch NEXTTOP in transition. There it is, but he is going to be traded back. I was worried there for a second. Maybe he just got the kill anyway.
Yeah, a bit of a tough timing situation there for NEXTTOP to lose 1, but now they've got an opportunity to win the round. It's going to be Carrot good for another on to ZY. It's a 2-on-4 situation, but ZQ, he is still on this bomb site, so they've got to be careful in this situation. But Carrot goes through the smoke, able to find another. And Shui, he really can't do a whole lot in this situation now. He's going to have to try and isolate a 1v1 really quickly, but with 4 players well grouped up here, it's going to be difficult.
Yep, definitely going to be a bit of an issue. He has to check so many different angles, and he does get taken down. So at least NEXTTOP are able to get a second round here. Again, 2 rounds on Blacklist. It's rough, to be quite honest, but at least it's not 8-1. Could have been worse. And the rounds that they won, it looked good. Like, it looked doable. Like, they had good angles, good entries, and they didn't get sniped by Du, which is always a key thing to avoid. So let's see if they can replicate what AG were able to do on the Global Risk side. I'm not expecting it necessarily, but I will be happy to be surprised.
Speaking of surprises here, it's 3 OMs on the side of All Gamers, a bit of a high-pressure play. You can tell they feel very confident on this map, and they're showing it full stride here, and it's really going to be tough the way NEXTTOP is playing to get that value, though. They are playing pretty reserved, aside from Mouse, who's sneaking up a little bit towards the B Hotel position, but the rest of the team here slowly starting to group up for All Gamers. It is going to be one of them, ZY, going back and dropping that OM in exchange for an AK, so that should help here on the push.
Yep, definitely going to need a bit more firepower on that push. All 5 members outside of A. That grenade looks like it only did a little bit to Bao. And some pressure already through the vents. It's going to be the first kill the way of AG. As they make their way in, they push down bottom, they push up the stairs, and ZY once again on the entry is just clean with it, picks up a headshot. And now 11-7 is his kill score line. He's feeling pretty good. He wants more. He's not going to push through that smoke, but Du also going to find Pooh, and that means he can just, you know, throw some utility and buy some time. You see that Pooh wants to go all the way around just in case Du has backed up, but Du just holding the connector. And he is going to get the kill with the headshot on the pistol rather than relying on that sniper. Now they're just hunting him down. Yeah, oh, wow. Not able to get the kill was Pooh, and he just puts him in his place after that.
Yeah, that's a tough aim duel to lose, but still, in a 1v4 regardless, would have been a tough one to hang on to. But All Gamers You can hear the home crowd starting to hype them up. They are very close to the finish line in this first map of the series, and NEXTTOP, there hasn't been a whole lot they've been really able to do about it. ZY back on that third finding the value, though. This time they're going to take down Mouse right away. Carrot with the trade onto Jue, but this is where you've got to be careful. Almost every angle in mid being covered by all gamers right now.
Let's see if Pooh's got something for the team. There it is. Picks up the first kill. He's able to back away. First kill for himself, I should say. And yeah, even going to recheck it, sees that nobody's pushing, and gives them a decent amount of information that, you know, now Carrot can push out of the vent towards A and say, well, this is looking very much like a B push, or they're just hanging around mid. But as we know, it is going to be that B push. So I feel like NEXTTOP should be ready for this. Who spotted, though, and is going to be taken down.
Yeah, ZY good for a second on the round. Here comes the execute as well. It is going to be NEXTTOP starting to get a read on this rotation, but Bach not able to find anything before going down makes this so much more difficult for NEXTTOP to try and hang on to. You can see Carrot sneaking into the tower position, but it's DatChip on the flank. Good for a first here. Bao knows he's going to have to move, but ZQ just goes for the M4, drops that and gets another kill in this round.
Yeah, now with the bomb planted, Carrot pretty quick on the push, but still not going to hit those shots. I feel like that round in particular really just shows you that NEXTTOP, they're not hitting the shots when it's critical timing, when they really have to get it down. I mean, the flash on top of B, Bao was flashed by his own teammate, and still he could not pick up a kill, the NEXTTOP player that was there. And those are critical kills that you got to get. You know, just straight up. They have to be able to at least trade 1-for-1 to hold it off. And now we got map points here. AG at 9-2 already.
Yeah, quick road to get here for all gamers. NEXTTOP, though, still with a chance to try and slow that down, knowing it's a best of 3. At least getting, you know, 3 or 4 rounds out of this one might give them a bit more confidence to try and carry into that second map of the series. But the way all gamers plays on these executes, it's just so difficult to deal with. And this is where it is going to be a 3-player stack for NEXTTOP. They've got the forward pressure, but just one mistake here is all that all gamers would need.
Yeah, I'm looking at the audience. Everybody's just leaning forward, waiting for these two teams to clash right outside of A. You see DatChip, he wants some action. He wants to put on the pressure. Maybe trying to get a bit more aggressive, but now Jue going to get that headshot already onto Bakut. And again, another first kill going to the way of all gamers. I think you can just kind of group up and push A from here. We do have a triple stack from NEXTTOP, though, so they might just be ready for that.
Not going to be easy to break through, but they still have the players to pressure out of this one, so it's really going to be up to DatChip and Mouse on these initial angles to try and hold things down. ZQ, though, able to spot DatChip, but misses the shot. DatChip picks up the triple kill, and now things have completely turned around for NEXTTOP in this round. Who able to find another Jue? It's a 1v3, but he still has a chance at it. Grabs 2 kills very quickly, and now things have completely fallen apart. Carrot, he is stuck here on the GR spawn wall. The C4 down on A long as well.
He's thinking about going back there behind the fence, but I think he just has to play the safe, try to get the C4, and hope that Carrot has not spotted it, which, as we know, is the case. And it looks like he's just going to push on in. We see that Carrot has rotated out towards mid and wants to see if he is going to rotate towards B. That's not the case, as now the plant comes down, and Carrot's got to go for the retake. Jue, he is very good in these clutch moments. Already picked up 2 kills. Going to see that Carrot is not in the watchtower. As now here he comes, and Jue isn't looking the right way. And Carrot just gets the good timing. And that's going to be another round here for NEXTTOP.
A bit of a tough road to get there, but they'll be able to get this round up on the board. Jue, a really good effort there, but just not able to do it in the 1v1. But now, this is where NEXTTOP has to try and do what Arcilla couldn't on Ankara, which is pull off a crazy comeback overtime situation needed to do that. But all gamers I would say looking a little bit stronger than what we saw from BaiSha on this map. It's going to be a much more difficult path, I think, to get to that 9th round.
We'll see. I mean, this is, it's not backs against the wall situation where if you lose here, you're out, like it was in that first quarterfinal, but certainly going to be feeling like, okay, guys, maybe we can mount some kind of miracle comeback. AG pushing 4 members towards Hotel. And for the side of NEXTTOP, not going to be holding as forward as we did see from All Gamers in this Hotel. So just giving up a lot of space. Carrot is probably going to be the first guy, but he gets flashed and has to throw in a flash himself. Baku does get a kill down that lane. And Carrot here is going to go for the peek, doesn't quite get the kill, tries to finish it off, but ZY once again on the entry is just so strong, picks up 2 already.
Yeah, now the pressure is on NEXTTOP. They may have even numbers here, but they don't have any positional advantage in the round. They're going to have to go for the full retake. You can see Mouse on the lurk trying to get his way on the flank and maybe catch ZQ off guard holding this angle, and it's going to be up to him to really disrupt this round. Who going for that early frag as well. He's up in the tower trying to find anything, but they're letting this clock slip away from them. ZQ and Jue actually able to grab the double, and it's all said and done. All Gamers able to win it 10-3.
Well, we are back here at the desk after All Gamers take it down 10-3 on Ankara. Wasn't a very close map there, that first one. It's kind of what we expected, unfortunately. There were some rounds where I felt like NEXTTOP were showing their stuff. It's just about the consistency and the ability to actually get multiple rounds in a row, get some momentum. It felt like, you know, they got around here, around there, and yeah, not enough building there for the side of NEXTTOP. So at least now they get to go over to Compound, which they did pick, but at the same time, it's AG on Compound, so I'm not sure about that either.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one on the horizon. I will say, at the very least, NEXTTOP did impress me in the early round. You look back at a lot of those start-of-round situations, they were getting the opening picks, but it just felt like once you got to the mid-round in those post-plant situations, All Gamers had their number almost every single time.
Yeah, and, you know, shout out to Do, really good start on that map. He kind of slowed down after, but the rest of the team was able to, you know, carry the weight afterwards. ZY was great on some of those entries and some of those quick headshots. ZQ, he wasn't as loud as we're used to, but there were some moments where even in that last round, you know, just really quick shots through the box, able to turn around and help out Jue with the kill towards the hotel area. So yeah, it just feels like, you know, all cylinders rolling pretty fast here for the side of All Gamers as we do take a look at the results. And yeah, kind of tells the whole story, 6 in a row for All Gamers.
Yeah, if you have a start like that, it's just so difficult to think the other team has any way back into that map. At the very least, we'll see if they've got something different in store for us on Compound. I feel like it is a slightly better map for them, but the big thing they're going to have to deal with that scared me for them going into this one is even on Ankara, 3 OMs, they weren't afraid to bring that out for All Gamers. They were putting pressure everywhere with those OMs in hand, and on a map like Compound, that can provide a lot of value.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that based on what we saw, you know, Bao was getting some good shots too, obviously, but they're not scared to pull it out, and I think they're pretty deadly, whereas, you know, Pooh and Carrot, I feel like they were doing pretty well. Like I felt like they were some of the players that were at least able to put up some good numbers. At least Carrot, it feels like Pooh, maybe not as much. Pretty low ADR, actually, of only 25. So hopefully he can pull that back because as a sniper, ADR of 25, just not really doing your job. So yeah, mostly just Carrot and Dat Chip trying to pull the weight, but not able to do it enough.
Yeah, on the all-gamer side, pretty evenly spread, but ZY, you've got to give him credit as the MVP in this one. The big difference for ZY is just that entry fragging potential. It felt like even when they didn't have the numbers, he was always that player opening up those bomb sites and grabbing that advantage right back for AG.
Yeah, it was really cool to see him working it very, very well. Had about 90 ADR in that one, so yeah, just good stuff. And Compound's going to be a pretty interesting one. It is going to be EG starting on the global risk side once again because, of course, we did have NEXTTOP choose this one. So I feel like that's also a bit of a worry for me where it's like we could just see 6 rounds go the way of AG once again, right? From their global risk side of Compound, I think they're going to be pretty deadly. And unless NEXTTOP has some very specific strategies and a good read on how AG are going to play this map, it is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, starting on that GR side is really going to be everything, I think, for all gamers in this situation. It is a quite GR-sided map, and the chance to carry a momentum from that first map into this second is just even icing on the cake. So I think at this point, it's really NEXTTOP. They have to hit the complete reset button here, reset their mentality, and play a much different game because it almost felt like in map number 1, after they got those early picks, they were almost scared to actually full execute onto these sites. And I felt like if they were maybe just a little bit more assertive, they could have actually won quite a bit more.
Yeah. And, you know, that's something that the coaches are going to have to go over with them. The team's going to have to go over with them. I think Dat Chip was doing a good job of using all that timeout time to try to fix whatever was not working for them. Unfortunately, they did go on to lose 3 more rounds after that timeout, so didn't feel like they were quite able to figure it out by the end of it all. But yeah, maybe you learn something from that first map and you come back a bit stronger, a bit more confident going into the second map. Maybe they can feel a bit of that mental advantage saying, hey, we're good on compounds, we're confident on this one, let's take it from here. And hopefully we get a closer match. Don't want to have all these quarterfinals go 2-0 because that would just be kind of a sad story for the rest of the world if that does happen.
Yeah, it would be a bit unfortunate. Probably not much of a surprise in this one. I think, you know, our match number 3 of the day on the way, maybe there's a chance that one has a bit of a different story, but the other 3 matches in our quarterfinals, I think, are all going to be kind of underdog stories if one of those Chinese teams were to fall, and especially all gamers with the addition of ZQ. They may have been number 3 in CFPL without him, but I think with him, this team might even be, in my eyes, a top 2 contender at this event.
Yeah. So we have that Evolution Power versus Falcons matchup up next. Definitely feels like that should be the closest one, as we were talking about. But you know, I'm greedy. I want more close matches. I want this one to be close as well. And hopefully NEXTTOP took this time to try to calm themselves down and say, hey, we're ready for compounds. As it does look like with some shots of the players, we should be getting into this in just a moment, although headsets are still off on the side of NEXTTOP, so maybe a little bit of extra resting time being given to them.
Yeah, for this one, all gamers, I think they just need to learn from the mistakes of BaiSha in that previous game. Go into map 2, keep playing the same way. Don't overestimate what you're able to do. The second you overthink it and feel like you're just confidently going to steamroll a team, that's when things can start to go a bit south here. And that's where I worry for some of these teams where they get a little bit too overconfident because this is a win-or-go-home situation every single match in this event.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. And yeah, we even saw it on Carl when they were playing on the GR side. There was that one round where they had won so many in a row and then they just kind of ran at them. And I think it was the rounds where 2 of them got picked off early and it was 5v3 in favor of NEXTTOP, but they still ended up losing the rounds, NEXTTOP that is. But immediately after that, all gamers like went back to just, you know, standard, safe, passive GR play. So it feels like they're just all on the same page. You know, nobody's doing their own thing, and they're all following the playbook. You know, nobody's kind of going off script here for all gamers. You know, a couple of times getting maybe a little bit too aggressive, but immediately they're pulled back, and they're put back in line with the rest of the team. Still just waiting for the second map of Compound, the choice of NEXTTOP in this best of 3. It's do or die for them. They have to take this map and go on to port. Otherwise, we're just going to have all gamers moving on to the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, you can see a bit of a difference, though, between the two teams. In the first game, you could see it was almost like they were distraught in between maps for Arcilla versus NEXTTOP. They actually seem like they're doing okay here. They're actually talking to each other. You know, they seem pretty happy and ready to go for a map 2 since, you know, at the end of the day, it is their map pick here, so maybe they've got something in the tank here they can show us on it that maybe pushes them into that map 3 situation. Since I feel like for this team, they've got a lot of potential, but they just haven't quite hit their stride yet. I think the firepower is there. I want to see them just maybe a little bit more strategic on these executions. That's where they seem to be getting picked apart here, is when they actually have to full commit. Things start to get unraveled a bit, and especially when you're against a team like All Gamers, you've got 9-10-year veterans on this roster, so they're no stranger to picking teams like this apart.
Yeah, they've done it time and time again, tournament in tournament again, and it also just feels like when you play in CFPL, your ability to learn from all the other teams and have really high levels of competition helps every single Chinese team, and that's part of the reason why they are the best region in Crossfire. Pretty undisputedly at this point. I mean, Brazil was kind of poking in there, you know, Europe at times, but it does feel like those are kind of in the past at this moment, and China is the dominant region by far. Although, you know, Vietnam's making a bit of a surge these years, but, you know, no grand finals wins. They did take the summer champs last year, so at least they were able to do that.
Yeah, I feel like Falcons is probably, outside of the Chinese teams, one of the biggest threats out there right now. So I'm hoping if a team can make it through to the semifinals from another region, they might be the one later today to do it. But for NEXTTOP, I think for them it's going to be a very, very tough path going into the second one. Maybe on port they'll look a little bit better if we get there, but Compound, I just feel like that GR side from All Gamers is so good. I feel like they might even be the best GR-sided team in this event from what I've seen from this team in the past. They don't necessarily thrive on the executes outside of a player like ZY, but you give them a chance to just hold those angles, play it safe, they're able to stack those frags all day long.
Saw a little peace sign given to the camera there. They've got these little cameras right next to them that follow their every move. For a second, I thought it was actually a cameraman because it was just like following everything he did, but no, it's just technology. Just cool technology there here at the 2025 ACL for Crossfire. And based on, you know, I'm looking behind me, I can see it, all the players are in the map, and maybe just a slight delay trying to figure out what we're going to do here before we do start this map. It looks like we are ready to go right now, so it is going to be map number 2 of Compound starting up. Once again, All Gamers in the lead, 1-0 over NEXTTOP. Will we have a comeback, or will All Gamers just get it done right here, right now?
All right, here. GR 70% for All Gamers as they go into it. No surprises here unless NEXTTOP can show us one. So it's going to be round number 1, setting the tone as we hop into the server. All Gamers on that all-important GR side, and NEXTTOP looking to do something spectacular on the BL. They struggled quite a bit on the BL in map number 1, but this time around we'll see if there's a different storyline in the cards. Bao already kicking it off, though, a little aggressive over towards the B pillars. You can see he's got the support there as well with ZY just holding it down, but Dadchip seems pretty eager to take the fight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him peek in eventually. He's got Carrot behind him. Carrot now looking maybe for the long snipe angle. And it's just going to be Bao and ZY together trying to hold this down. The rest of the players are over towards A and mid. ZQ going to be holding down the middle of the map here. Some smokes thrown down mid just to deny some information. Nade comes out. ZQ going to avoid that. A bit of a counter nade there as well. Still 3 guys here in the pillars, but the C4 is over towards A long. So don't know 100% what's going to happen just yet, but Carrot does get the first kill onto Bao at least.
Yeah, it's a good opening pick, but they've got to find a way to break through now. Still 2 players on the B bomb site. It's going to be ZQ and ZY holding it down for the moment, and it's going to put that extra pressure on to NEXTTOP to make the first move on this execution. You can see ZY playing that counter utility, trying to slow things down just a little bit to put that extra bit of pressure onto NEXTTOP, but they're not really hesitating too much here. Datchip just getting that utility onto the back of the site, but the rotations are starting to come through just a little bit here. Jouet going for this peek in mid. He's going to be critical on the timing. He's going to be spotted out early. Gets caught with the counter flash in hand. Not what you want to see here, but Datchip going to go down after finding himself a nice kill onto ZY, making it a 2-on-4.
Yeah, ZQ, there's just too many people flying over his head. There's not really a way for him to hold that one down. And now Do looking to push on into 4 people. Even Carrot holding down the back and just going to throw a smoke over the top. That was a pretty close shot, but eventually just going to be shot down by Carrot. So that's a great way to start it off here on this map pick that they did select. NEXTTOP getting the first round.
Yeah, really good picks, and especially going into the execution as well. It's probably the best execution round we've seen from them so far on today, so we'll see if they can keep it up, as honestly, any rounds you can get on this BL side feel pretty good, so definitely a great way to get the ball rolling, but knowing all gamers, they're going to be ready to bounce right back here in this second round.
Yeah, they're not scared to crank up the pressure a little bit if they do need to. Same setup for now, though. Bao and ZY here in the B room. And ZQ holding down mid. Do holding that long sniper angle we often see. A lot of nades in hand here for NEXTTOP. They do want to punish this. Carrot, though, not gonna fight the sniper fight, actually. Looks like they do want to group up in mid. A little bit quicker this time around. Even Mouse is going to back up pretty far. And everybody on the side of NEXTTOP just hovering around mid.
Yeah, very passive setup for NEXTTOP, but it was able to work for them in the first round, just able to catch Bao off guard in that opening round. Got them a lot of ammunition to push through to that B bomb site. This time, though, putting a lot more attention on mid, where there really isn't any player directly challenging it. You can see those ZQ and Jouet on the backside of A, holding the off angle for the mid push. And then you've got ZY holding it from the opposite side as well. So Pooh trying to fight his way through the smokes. Can't really find anything out of it just yet, but it looks like we're slowly starting to see an A split form.
Yes, very slowly making our way in. The A room is cleared. And Do is actually on this long angle. Carrot was able to win the sniper fight before. Now he's going to do it again. Another first kill for Carrot. And he's got 3 already, no deaths. So now a pretty nice push could come in towards A. I'm curious about the fight in mid if it does come through. They're just going to leave Bakute out there on A long and rotate towards mid. But now C4's on the ground. Only 25 seconds. Kind of running out of time here is NEXTTOP.
Datchip, though, able to secure one. ZY, though, on the off angle. Good for 2. Bao secures the round alongside him. And running down the clock is what backfires there for NEXTTOP. They've got to be careful in those situations. I always get concerned when I see a team still hesitating with 25 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, on a map like this, if you're in mid and if they win that firefight, they're going to have enough time to push in and get the bomb plant, but it's risky. It doesn't leave you with a lot of safety. You know, if the bomb carrier gets shot down, which, by the way, the first guy in had the bomb and got taken out, so that was a big delay that they had to just go on and push through the smoke. But, yeah, just kind of taking too much time. And now we see Carrot once again hanging out towards pillars. Going to be feeling pretty good about the way that the first round went for NEXTTOP. And maybe Carrot does want to replicate that with an early pick.
Yeah, a lot of pressure onto pillars from NEXTTOP. It was how they were able to win the opening round, so I'm not surprised to see them go this direction again, but this time I like the change up here from All Gamers. Bao not going to be rocking the He's got an AK in hand, crossing here with ZY with an AK as well, so it's going to be a much harder site to break through if they're not ready for the setup. I think they're expecting Bao to be holding the off angle with an and if that's their expectation here, it could be a bit of a trap they're walking into. But again, NEXTTOP running a very similar mid-round strategy, putting the utility pressure onto B, but then grouping back up in mid.
It's a big amount of damage already on Abakute with that nade. He's down to 48. And once again, we're kind of hanging out in mid. Does look like they're going to go for a push a little bit quicker, which is nice to see. NEXTTOP just very plainly just kind of pushing down mid. They don't have to use a lot of utility, which is pretty nice. They're going to get around here to this corner. And looks like maybe a push into spawn from here. Let's see how it goes.
First kill already. ZQ and ZY, they're just locking this down completely. 3 kills already, 4 kills between the two of them. Bao right there to just polish off the round, and that is why All Gamers are so hard to go up against on the GR side. You may have the setup, you may have the utility, but getting past the likes of ZQ and ZY just feels impossible at times.
Yeah, especially if they're ready for it and they're just waiting for you to cross through the corner. It doesn't feel like you're ever going to win that unless you get the perfect flash. But even there, you know, they bounce the flash off the wall, and he just looks away, turns back, and you got 2 guys just waiting for the push. Maybe a little bit predictable from NEXTTOP. I would not mind seeing a little bit more aggression from the side of NEXTTOP. I feel like that worked in the first round. And this time, Datchip, he's getting in there. Going to be spotted, though, by Bao, who does take a big shot and has to back off the angle.
Yeah, that's a tough one there for Bao. He can't really recontest, but ZY can, so he's going to swap spots with him and play the forward angle. Datchip as well, right on the other side of the smoke. But again, NEXTTOP, they're so dead set on going for this late mid hold, but honestly, I feel like the direct execution might be the better play for them. This mid hold from All Gamers is very strong. You look at the players on the opposite side. You've got Jue and ZQ towards A to deal with, and Bao just sniping down mid from the backside of B. So they've got to crack through 3 different players to take control of this A bomb site. You can see them trying to force their way in with a couple of nicely timed flashes, but they're so slow to push through on these positions.
Yeah, and eventually, I mean, with the smoke, they're getting very delayed here. Minute left, and Du's in the corner behind the box stack. And meanwhile, the push comes in onto A, and they get totally cleaned up. Jue is just so good for it. Picks up 3 kills. And now Bao, he's able to spot Mouseby, able to just tap him in the back lightly and takes him out eventually. A very clean round once again from All Gamers. And NEXTTOP, they're just not figuring it out. They're not figuring out how to break open the safe that is All Gamers right now.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard as well, ZY and ZQ kind of leading the charge here for the All Gamers squad. Meanwhile, on the side of NEXTTOP, a little bit of a slow rolling start for Mouse, still yet to find his first, but the rest of the team pretty even across the board, but the snipers definitely having a difficult time still on this second map, and that's where I definitely like the changes as well from All Gamers. They had a lot of confidence, the triple OMs kind of baked into their presence in the first map, but then they completely changed here on Compound, only having 1 OM the majority of the time, and I feel like for NEXTTOP, they haven't been quite ready to deal with that.
Yeah, it has been pretty rough for them. And this time, thinking about, you know, will they actually push into the B room this time? It's rough because it's actually, it's not 4 or 2 people, it's 3 people this time. As ZQ's just waiting for the counter nade, it looks like. Counter utility, and that's going to be the spot already. They don't know about Bao. He's going to get the first kill. Peeks on a Datchip, does get his head taken off. But again, this push isn't making many strides. And there's only 1 guy in there now who is going to be repeaked by ZY, gets the headshot, and he's not even able to lurk. Meanwhile, we got Dude just hanging out in mid, picks up a free one, and NEXTTOP are being torn apart right now.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting rotation, though, from Carrot. He was able to sneak through the middle of the map, get control over the A bomb site. They still have to go back and grab that C4. But Carrot, that is an unfortunate miss as ZQ swoops in to get the kill and trade him down quickly. Now the C4 in the hands of Bok Cute. He's going to have to find something big to win this round. He's going to be doubling back towards the B bomb site. Nobody directly contesting here, so maybe if he can sneak this plant and find a good position, he could get it. Gets the first kill as well. ZQ takes it down to the 1v1 here, though, as ZY goes down. The pressure to get this C4 planted, though, only going to get more aggressive, but BokCute goes for the swing. The 1v2 gets it done.
Pretty good stuff. BokCute, the hero on that round. It was not looking good for NEXTTOP. They were being torn apart from every different angle, and at least they were able to pull it back. This is another look at Jue's 3K. That last shot was just insane. But now it feels like we actually have a map on our hands, you know, 2 to 3. Feels a little bit like what we saw earlier on from Arcilla.
Yeah, definitely a winnable position here for NEXTTOP if they can keep this momentum rolling and maybe get this to a 3-3 game. All gamers, though, playing things a little bit differently here in this 6th round. It's only going to be 2 again back on the B pillars. It's going to be Bao and ZY. And then they've got ZQ pushed up here on mid, but Carrot again wins that fight over onto Bao, consistently causing a lot of trouble here on the B pillars.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, once again, early on, getting these picks. Now it's Pooh to pick up one. And we've seen this before. We saw it on Kara, where they get a couple of first kills. And hopefully they can close out this round. You see that dude was trying to trade one back. He's got the right idea, but yeah, not going to hold the angle after he gets spotted. So let's see where this push actually wants to go. Looks like they do want to go down mid once again with all 5 players eventually, you would have to imagine.
It's a tough one, though. All gamers is on the other side of this. They know a mid-round late push is exactly what to expect from NEXTTOP, and their entire team is ready to try and deal with it. The nade able to do some chip damage. ZQ, though, looks away at the wrong moment. ZY going to be taken down. ZQ able to find the C4. That's a good start here, but not enough to get the job done. Quickly gets traded down. Carrot able to find the last kill of the round, and we're all tied up here.
Yep, 3-3, very dominant round as well. This is the momentum I was talking about before, where we felt it from AG, but we haven't felt it from NEXTTOP until this very moment. They get 2 rounds in a row, and they're here to play. Their Blacklist side looking much better last couple of rounds, and it all starts with a couple of pickoffs. We do see that pretty aggressive this time is ZY. He says, all right, guys, I'll handle it. I'll deal with Carrot. I'll deal with that chip. Will he actually be able to deal with it? He's got Bao behind him, looking for the sniper duel first. This is a relatively strong push. ZY now going to know, goes for the peek. He dies, but Bao at least trades it back. So not a bad position for AG.
Yeah, a nice little trade there, but it's still going to be up to Bao to do a little bit more on this position. He's kind of alone if the pillar push comes through, but knowing NEXTTOP, their bread and butter, going late into this mid execute. They're going to try it once again. 3 players ready to go. The C4 just outside of A long, but Jue looking to get proactive. May have a chance to spot them in mid. Able to see one through the edge of the smoke there, maybe, but Jue playing it nice and comfortable here. Calls for the support, knows the push might be coming through, but the key position actually could be due here, pushed all the way up into the A room.
Yeah, we'll see how aggressive he gets. Speaking of that, Jue is going to peek in a mid with no smoke down. For his sake, thankfully he did win that one. Got a little flash over the top, and Carrot was holding that line. If he just took the shot, maybe he gets the kill or at least a bit of damage onto his arm. It's only Carrot and Mouse. Mouse did finally get his first kill, so that's a nice thing to say. But immediately as I say that, I cast a curse him and he dies.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one now for Carrot. 1 versus 4. The C4 down on A long as well. Not really a whole lot of time to get a bomb plant here, let alone break through the 3 players on this A bomb site. There's no time to go all the way back to B here. So Carrot I'm not sure if he's going to even make a run for it here. He's going to think that Du might still be holding this angle on A long, but with 15 seconds, he just has to just go in guns blazing towards the A bomb site. He's going to try and run B, but there's just no time to get this one done.
Yeah, looks like he's just going to hold on to his KD, which at this point is fair, 1v4. With basically no time, not really much hope for him. But still, nice couple of rounds in a row. AG does take this one down. Couple of big pickoffs. I like Jue's timing to just peek out in mid. They did not expect that. And him getting that headshot is going to be pretty big. You see that ZY and ZQ are up there in terms of the stats, but Carrot, does get 3 first kills already in this map.
Yeah, Carrot really coming into his own here on this second one. We'll see if he can keep up that pacing. This time, a bit of a quicker execute coming through. All 5 players already in mid, but they're not ready for Du on the other side. Du goes for the second swing as well, but ZQ right there to make sure they have full control in the situation. Through the wall, he gets a second on top of it, and now it is all downhill from here. ZQ through the wall, good for 3, and now Pooh is left alone wondering what just happened.
Yeah, you can really see why they brought this guy back. That was an incredible hold on A. Pooh is finding some 1v1s, which is pretty nice. He's got a lot of time, which is not something I've been able to say a lot, very often about NEXTTOP. He's getting aggressive. He has rotated around Bao, but does not hit a single shot. And now the push is coming in. Nades are flying. And it looks like so will Pooh eventually. Takes a bunch of damage, gets shot down by Jue. And that'll be an extremely clean round to the side of All Gamers.
Yeah. Really good holds coming out from All Gamers in this one. Almost an impossible round to win after ZQ locked down that A push. And this is where NEXTTOP, even with that little bit of momentum, have to show us something more if they want to take this map away from All Gamers, who are quickly adapting and finding themselves back in a comfortable lead, maybe even a 6-3 half here, all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a really comfortable spot for AG to get at least 6 from the side of the global risk. But we'll see exactly how that is going to happen. We do see Carrot pushing up just a bit. Is he going to get close enough? I'm not sure if ZY has spotted him just yet. You can see the barrel is just barely not around the corner. But now, here it is. He spots it. Easy lineup for ZY. Even a little bit of bonus damage from Bao, because why not? And yeah, I mean, they've been getting a lot of success by getting picks over towards pillars, towards B room, but that slow push up, it just felt like ZY was ready for it this time.
Yeah, now 5-on-4 NEXTTOP. They've got to do something here to try and change the pace, but All Gamers playing pretty forward across the map outside of A. They're very passive on that angle with Du, but the rest of the team very much pushed up and ready to go here. You can see Bakcute working his way into mid, gets caught by Jue on the early peak, and now things are looking a little bit worse for Ware here, and almost another kill goes their way. Mouse V catching a little bit of fire there.
And ZY still behind the box here. They did not clear that out. Pooh by himself. ZY does know there is one more guy, or at least it looked like he did. Going to be shot down. And Pooh picks up his 4th. So still a chance, but not looking very good. There's only 30 seconds, and it looks like they want to head towards B. And with 2 guys, you know, set up in a very comfortable spot in the servers in B, that's one of the more difficult areas to push.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to break through. Jue, a little bit low on HP, though. Maybe they can catch him early, but Bao, this is the angle you've got to look out for. He's got this nice off angle on the doors, and Mouse, he's going to check it just in time, but the trade is already there. Jue able to find one. Pooh has to do it in the 1-on-3, but there's no time to even plant the bomb. All they have to do is just stay alive, and that will be enough. All Gamers win the round off the clock.
Yeah, time runs out. Not the first time today that NEXTTOP have had the time run out on them, and it just felt like they were kind of running out of steam. I liked how they were able to link the 2 rounds in a row, but then immediately All Gamers just hunker down. They're like, nah, you're not going to have a chance on this one. That being said, I mean, at least getting 3 rounds from the Blacklist side is not bad for NEXTTOP. It's definitely better than what we saw in Ankara, so hoping that they can put something together here and make this a competitive map. Otherwise, all gamers are moving on to semis.
Yeah, the second half going to be the big challenge here for NEXTTOP. It is a GR-sided map, so they should have a good opportunity, but all gamers really strong on the attack on this map. And from what we've seen from ZY and ZQ today already, these pushes are going to be very aggressive when they decide to go full through. So for Mouse, he's the one in the tough position right now, sitting at 2 and 8 as well. Not the best of maps for him, but he's probably going to end up playing first contact along with Pooh on this mid execute. But Pooh, maybe you've spotted one in that smoke, just barely not seeing them through the edge of it, and this is a lot of information now for all gamers to work with. There's nobody holding on to the GR spawn.
I mean, the only thing that might tip them off is the smoke, but it's not uncommon to just throw that in. Here comes Dway. Mousefee, though, in the corner, is going to spot him, but is not going to win the firefight. ZY also wrapping around. And now they have control of the spawn. And Pooh's kind of by himself. You see the wraparound there from Datchip, but Du's watching it. So that was a pretty good opportunity, but not if you're spotted. Bao and Dway just able to spray him down, and it is lights out here from the side of all gamers, as they're going to get this plant as well.
Yeah, just no time here. Carrot thought he had the idea of a really good flank, and his positioning was good if the rest of his team could have stayed alive just a bit longer, but now he just has no time to get this done. Even if he wanted to here, maybe he finds a kill or 2, but that's going to be just about it.
Okay. We'll see what else he can do. I mean, he's not going to win the round, but at least maybe he picks up another kill. Carrot has been holding on to his KD a couple of times, and again, can't blame him for that. But yeah, it does feel like the wind has been taken out of their sails, especially after such a calculated win. Just pushing through smoke, denying all the vision, and hitting quickly, which is something that NEXTTOP just couldn't figure out. So 3 more rounds, we might be sending AG on to face another opponent in the next round. And just AG is so good on this map, you know? It's kind of crazy that they went for the compound, I think, in this map ban pick.
Yeah, you can at least tell NEXTTOP they have a little bit better of preparations on this one, but for all gamers, it's just such a strong map in this situation to be playing, and you can see already a much more reserved setup from NEXTTOP in this round. And Mouse, he's struggled quite a bit all map long. He's going to have the support of Pooh at least to grab that first one, but it's not going to be for too much longer because the rest of all gamers just able to steamroll their way into the A bomb site. ZQ with the double kill, and now Carrot left alone again.
Yep, Carrot alone by himself, and he's being poked down as well. 1 health for the NEXTTOP player. And that time, all gamers just kind of bullied them. They just pushed into A, and even with NEXTTOP with the setup and ready for the push, they seemingly still had no chance. The firefights were just dominated by our Chinese team in this match. And there it is. Nice shot from Du. That's round number 8. And I feel like we can see the writing on the wall now, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, this went from a 3-3 to an 8-3 very, very quickly for all gamers. They just turned the heat up another notch, and now NEXTTOP is just not able to hold their feet to the fire. So at this point, they're going to have to bring everything they've got here. It's their tournament life on the line, and all gamers only need 2 rounds to put a stop to it. And so far, I wouldn't doubt them here. I mean, you look at the frags across the board, everybody positive KDs on the side of all gamers and continuing to find that impact.
Let's see what the attack looks like this time for all gamers. They went mid a couple of times. You can see a grenade stack this time from NEXTTOP, trying to maybe discourage them for going for it again. That's going to be a spot there from Carrot. Gives the info over that this push is coming in, but he's still alone. We even have Bakute that is nearby, but not in position. Now the flash has come in. Carrot's just hiding in the smoke and has no idea. Flashed and killed, and now Bakute trying to rotate in. He gets his head taken off. And just like that, might be another round going the way of All Gamers unless NEXTTOP have the miracle comeback in this one.
Yeah, 5-on-3. There is a flank coming through from Datchip, but there's already 2 players on the opposite side of it. So for All Gamers, they just have to keep their composure here. Already halftime off the bomb, and here comes that counter push coming through. Datchip has to check all of these angles, though. Has no idea that Bao is going to be on the off angle. It's a quick headshot. Now a 2-on-5, and there's just no time to get this retake going their way. Pooh, 1 versus 5. No time on the clock. He's not even going to go for it. He is just scared to contest, and it's match point now on the table for All Gamers as they put up a 9th round.
Yeah. 9-3. The writing is on the wall, and it's in permanent marker, basically. They're not able to erase that graffiti. And, yeah, unless we can see the miracle comeback. We did see that a little bit from the side of Arcilla with a bunch of rounds in a row to force overtime. But then overtime was dominated by BaiSha. So, once again, we're going to have a bit of a stack in mid, this time a bit more aggressively from NEXTTOP. There's a little bit of damage to Bao, but that's about it. And maybe a fast push in towards pillars. Speaking of which, Carrot is here already.
It's a good angle, but he's going to get caught off guard. Du on the secondary peek, able to find him. Now it's a 5-on-4 situation. Not a whole lot of map control just yet for All Gamers, but they don't really need it at this point. They're just waiting to see if NEXTTOP is going to make another mistake and take another 1v1 against them, because right now, All Gamers is winning all of these 1v1s pretty consistently.
Let's see if they want to push or if they're just going to hold on to mid. Do you have the double peek from Bakute and Datchip? But it doesn't look like Du is going to push himself. The rest of the team is rotating back into mid. Let's see, Datchip going to spot them. We got a smoke over the wall, and I think they're going to come in here pretty quickly. You see that immediately. NEXTTOP backing away. Bakute spotted, though, and that's going to be the shot going down by Du. 5v3. Bao might just look to push A by himself, actually. Pooh is at least able to trade one back. And the push continues with the bomb in a weird spot here.
Oh, Du, what a shot to answer back, though. Takes it down to a 3-on-2. Pooh as well, down to 10 HP. Mouse, he's been quiet all game long, but now he is the only hope as ZQ finds the shots onto Pooh. There is not a whole lot he can do except to isolate a couple 1v1s, but ZQ right there to seal the deal. It's a 2-0 big victory for All Gamers.
We're back here at the desk as, yes, All Gamers are going to go up to the semifinals. Not a big surprise. They take the 2-0 here in this best of 3 on Ankara and then Compound. Not too many rounds that did go the way of NEXTTOP this time, but a decent showing. You know, at least they didn't get totally blown out. But at the end of the day, All Gamers definitely declaring that they are the stronger team. The roster looks great. You know, ZQ played great. All the players played great. It's kind of what we expected.
Yeah, I mean, if there was any doubters, ZQ is definitely back in here to play. So All Gamers, they look like a huge threat moving forward. There was no weak components to this team. They looked even better, I would say, than BaiSha did in their opening match. Almost a flawless performance, back-to-back 10 threes. It was a little bit shaky at the start of that second map. You thought for a moment maybe NEXTTOP was starting to figure things out. They had some good shining moments, I think, from Carrot in particular, getting those opening picks onto Bao. But unfortunately, that's going to be where NEXTTOP bows out of this one, and now there's only 2 more chances for a team outside of China to make it through to the semifinals.
Do we think it's going to happen?
I want to believe in Falcons at this point. I feel like they might be my only hope. I think UBEC has a much tougher match on their hands than maybe Falcons might, but at the end of the day, Falcons are also playing the CFPL champions, so maybe as the best contender from that group of non-Chinese teams, probably drawing maybe the worst hand you could in that situation. So not necessarily an easy path for them to do it, but at least Falcons can say they've done it before.
They have done it before, and we see here, as you mentioned, it was 3 and 3, and then we had 7 in a row. So it was kind of close for a little bit there, but not exactly. We see that ZQ puts up a 2.6 KD, just insane ADR as well, and was kind of the main character of this second map. But yeah, everybody pulling their weight. Nobody under 1 KD is pretty insane, and just really great across the board.
Yeah, honestly, just a stellar performance from All Gamers. Even on the opposite side, you had some performers step up here and there, but ZQ, the man back in action, the MVP for Map 2, him and ZY, the dynamic duo back in the server, just shows what this team can do when they bring their star players back into the lineup. And I think it's going to be a lot harder than maybe other teams, even in the Chinese region, might expect going up against this team now.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, you know, the dark horse Chinese team, right? But as you mentioned with the roster change, it does feel like they're looking great. I don't think that NEXTTOP was a very big challenge for them. So I don't think we can say, wow, they were very dominant, so they're definitely going to win next. But it does make them another contender for sure. Going to be getting an interview in just a moment. We'll let you guys know when that does happen. But yeah, just a little rundown once again of what did happen. We did see the Black Widow banned by All Gamers, Eagle Eye banned by NEXTTOP, and then we went to Ankara Compound. We did not have to play Port. Haven't seen that map yet.
Yeah, I feel like NEXTTOP is going to look back at this one and wonder why they actually went to Compound for their map choice. For me, I was actually expecting Mexico to be that map pick.
Yeah.
They throw out that curveball. I think maybe they have a chance to catch a team like All Gamers off guard, but you give them 2 maps to start off a series that are arguably 2 of their best. It's no surprise here that we got to this outcome.
Yep, instead of a curveball, it was more like a fastball right down the middle. Very easy to hit, and we did see the Grand Slam come out from the side of All Gamers. You know, I don't know where I was going with that, but, you know, we have some time here, so still waiting for this interview. We'll let you guys know when it is happening. We'll be on the stage once again with Bella. And, yeah, just getting ready for the next match as well. You see the players maybe behind us on the stage preparing for that one. Should be the closest match, but my money's on EP still.
Not a Falcons believer.
Yeah.
It's a bummer. I think they can pull it off, but yeah, EP, I felt bad when I saw the group draw. I was like, maybe if they get, you know, a BaiSha Gaming, I see a world where Falcons can win that one. But EP, they've just looked so good. Other than, I will say, the CFPL finals, they did get upset by EKINGZERO, so there is maybe a bit of a shaky performance in their recent history that could cost them going into this one. But yeah, I feel like Falcons, at the very least, outside of the other teams coming in from other regions, I feel like they're at the caliber of these Chinese rosters. They've shown they can go toe-to-toe with them, and I wouldn't be surprised, even if they don't win, if that goes to a 3-map series.
Yeah, I would love to see at least 3 maps, especially because we've just had 2-2-0s. One of them did go to overtime at least, which was nice to see between BaiSha and Arcilla, but yeah, wasn't meant to be. How have you been enjoying your time in Shanghai so far? Anything stick out to you?
It's been good. Had some good hot pots, some good dumplings my first night in. So all in all, the food's always good here.
food is always good in China, that's for sure. Very nice hotel that we were put up in as well. And yeah, it does feel like here at the ACL, you know, a lot of games going on. It feels like kind of a festival vibe. A lot of different people out here as well, so we've been able to hang out with them, and it's been a lot of fun. A lot of pros as well hanging around. So if you are a fan, it is definitely a fun event to attend and just watch many different games. We're doing Crossfire here, and so far it has been pretty fun. Looking forward to tomorrow as well, where we're going to get these semis and finals and crown the team that does win this and move on to EWC.
Yeah, do you have any teams that you'd want to see in the grand final? If you had to put two there, who would you put right now?
For me, I feel like Falcons, you know, the org. I feel like you know that would make sense if they could make it, but as we've been talking about, it does feel like maybe their most difficult challenge will be the quarterfinals. So, you know, at the end of the day, it feels like a bad draw, but they were going to get this team eventually, it feels like, if they did push through. So maybe you take them out early, and then you get really confident, and you're able to build up from there and, you know, go on to a best of 5 later on. But yeah, if not them, we'll see how Evolution Power looks here. If they are like really dominant up against Falcons, they'd probably be my my go-to team to win it all.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they are the CFS defending champions coming into this year as well, so I'm expecting a lot from this team, but I'm actually kind of excited to see KINGZERO as well. I mean, this was a team when I watched the regular season of CFPL, they had an 8-10 record in the regular season, then somehow just upset every single Chinese team that's actually at this event in the playoffs there and won it all. So I'm curious to see how they perform, because I feel like even though they won the CFPL, it's a much different story here when you get to a different format. There's new rules at the events like this, so I want to see if they can maintain that level of play they had in the playoffs coming into today.
Yeah, that's definitely the question. It's certainly the format to do it, right, where it's like do or die every day, and it's like, well, you got to win a best of 3, then you got to win another one and a best of 5. So maybe they can kind of replicate that performance, and you know, as you mentioned, they've beaten all these teams before, they've gotten upsets before, so maybe EG isn't actually the dark horse. Maybe it is KINGZERO. Although I don't know if you can call them a dark horse if they won CFPL. It's a very difficult tournament. So it's very competitive. It's really hard to call. Like I could even see a world like if BaiSha has a good tournament, maybe they go through. Maybe they're the least likely out of all the teams between them and AG, I guess. But yeah, it's just really tough to call at this point. It's still very early on. We haven't seen all the teams yet. We haven't seen their form. Like maybe we get a big upset and KINGZERO is just out in quarters, and then it's like, well, they didn't even have a chance to face off against any Chinese teams that they took out in CFPL. So could have some fun stories developing here at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I'm definitely excited to see what comes next here. The semifinals, I think, are going to be the big tell, I think, in this event. You've got mostly one-sided quarterfinals. I think everyone's kind of predicting we're going to have a 4 Chinese team semifinal, but within that mix, I genuinely have no idea who's going to come out on top. So that's where I think tomorrow's matches are going to be really exciting. And even if Falcons slips their way into a spot 2, I think it's going to be just as exciting, if not more, to see them take a run at arguably one of the hardest brackets you could be in, because, I mean, you think of CFS, there's usually a lot of variety that makes it through to the playoff structure, but here you could be going in as a team like Falcons knowing you have the 3 best Chinese teams as your only road to victory.
Yeah, it's a brutal format, but also it's a pretty quick one. So, you know, you win one, you're like, oh, we're in semis. That was easy. And all of a sudden you find yourself in a really confident spot. So, again, I'm hoping that they show really good stuff. You know, part of the format as well is that if you're not on your game, you don't get a second chance. There's no group stage. There's no like, oh, we're gonna get in like the wild card spot or anything like that. It's like, well, we didn't have a good day. I guess we're just out, and that can happen to anyone. That can happen to a Chinese team. Could happen to Falcons. Yeah. So we'll just have to wait and see. Still waiting for this interview, guys. Sorry about the delay. Looking forward to hearing from probably one of our MVPs, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably going to be ZQ if I had to guess. I'm sure they're curious to get his thoughts on kind of returning out of retirement to come through for this event. And it's scary to think they might even get stronger from here too. Even didn't even make an appearance at this event. So if he comes into the mix, I heard there's a chance he might be taking Bao's spot looking ahead to the EWC finals. So it kind of brings back what is close to like their dynasty lineup for this team. So I feel like them only getting stronger is going to put a lot of scare in those other Chinese teams even, because there was a lot of shaky performances across the board. But I think we are ready to hop to our interview. We'll go ahead and throw it to the stage.
Yeah, we got about 10 seconds to go over there. Definitely looking forward to hearing at that interview, and we'll hand it over right now.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人妮妮。今天的第二场国三的比赛，也要恭喜一下 AG 是拿到了本场比赛的胜利。整场的评委给到我是我们的宠儿，来给所有的 C 粉们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AG 战队的宠儿。
终于又是回归到赛场了，这应该算是复出回归的首秀啊。那你感觉你加入了队伍之后，有没有给队友减轻一点负担和压力呢？
还是会吧，因为欧现在不用那个指挥了嘛，然后突破就想的东西会比较少一些。
所以也是让欧回归到做一个枪男，做一个枪手，是不是？那你觉得评价一下今天自己回归首秀的一个发挥吧？
还需要努力吧，因为其实今天很多时候能杀更多的人，但是确实太久没打了。然后枪法还是有所下滑的，
但感觉自己还是有点当年的风范的，是不是？状态手感还是在线啊！我们来聊一下今天的比赛内容。第一张地图在进入到异域的时候，可以看到其实 NEXTTOP 的进攻啊是非常喜欢转点的。那我们有相对应的配合做一些什么样的调整吗？
有的我们辅点的人不要放点嘛，然后就辅点的人可以来回跑动。
在上半场的时候也是多次拿下了残局啊，包括在第5分的时候也有看到欧和 DO 他们的配合也是非常好，直接是2v5拿下了那一分。在后期有一个我们的一个3打5，通常啊我们在这种人数劣势的情况之下，你觉得我们在对阵到对方的时候优势在哪里呢？
看对面给不给机会吧，如果人少打很多的话，得需要对面稍微给点机会才有机会拿下。
所以你觉得上半场那个3打5更多的是因为对面给到我们很多的机会，所以拿下了那一分吗？上半场是一个7比2，来到9比2那一分是看到最后是嘉伟一个1v3，其实前期他已经刷平了2个了嘛，最后的一个1v1，双方其实都在找对面的位置，但是嘉伟好像看似找了一个非常安全的点位，但是最终没能拿下那一分。如果你是他的位置的话，当时你会选择什么样的点位呢？
因为他是突破的原因吧，他就想找人干。那可能如果是我的话，可能我就找一个比较安全的位置藏起来。
你会选择阴一点藏起来，然后等对面漏，是不是？第一张地图相对是比较顺利，大比分10比3拿下的。第二图的卫星啊，看到欧当时那一分在第2分啊，拿到了一个单局的4连杀，队友有给到什么样的帮助吗？
我在底下帮他一顿吸引火力吧。
帮忙拉了枪线，你当了那个肉盾，所以欧的那个4连杀你有很大的功劳，是这意思吗？
对，但他自己也比较准吧，然后全是顺秒，
都是顺秒直接拿下了，没有辜负你的众望，没有白白牺牲，是不是？上半场作为保卫方6比3的一个比分啊，在换边之后，我们作为进攻方其实是接连的拿分，一分都没有丢嘛，有具体的进攻思路吗
？Do we have any strategies on the aggressive strategies?
可能补枪比较快吧。
I think it's just that we play very fast.
也有看到可能还会做一些小小的针对啊。那其实这场比赛总的来说赢的还是比较顺的。那也想问一下了，回归到了赛场有什么不一样的感受吗
？Do you have any other special feelings when you are back to the competition?
太久没打了，还是比较紧张吧。
I think it's just been a long time, so I kind of feel nervous.
因为看到还是有很多粉丝很期待你的发挥，有什么想对他们说的吗？
Many of the fans are looking forward to your performance. Do you want to say something to them? Thank you for your support, and I will bring my best.
慢慢找状态，回到那个曾经巅峰的自己啊！期待你的发挥。那这边也是感谢一下宠儿接受到采访，再次恭喜 AG 拿到了本场比赛的胜利。那我们也是稍事休息一下，待会儿还有2场精彩的比赛等待着大家。那我们待会儿不见不散。
G'day, welcome back on in. It is, of course, the ACL Crossfire, and we are diving into game number 3 of the day. It's Elvishka and Laz back once again. We did cover that first opening game. BaiSha getting themselves the 2-0 there. AG 2-0 in the second series as well, Laz.
Yeah.
So far it's been all the way of China, which isn't necessarily a huge surprise, obviously.
Yeah.
We've come to expect that. But if it's going to change today, if there's going to be one team that might be able to take a series away from China, or even maybe a map away from China,
Yeah.
I think it will be this match.
I agree. Like this, you know, when we looked at day 1 here, we were like, look, what's going to be the best matchup? This arguably is the best matchup. Like, we're talking about EP that's been on this bit of a rise now. They're starting to play a lot better in their region. And then you also have Falcons, right? I mean, a team that was Wolf Empire previously, picked up by a new organization. So a lot riding for these guys. They've been on a bit of a high where last year they did well at Summer's Champs. They did, you know, a big victory for themselves. And they really cemented themselves as a big threat here internationally. So this is the best matchup. This is arguably, without a doubt, this could be a 3-mapper. Like, I mean, this felt like it could be the day of 2 zeros, but this one to me is definitely, you know, spilling out a little bit that it's got a lot of potential here for a 3-mapper, considering, like, when we talk about head-to-head, these guys have a lot of history playing each other, too.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, Evolution Power as well, it does have to be said, are the reigning world champions from CFS, so that's a conversation point. These teams played against each other in the CFS Grand Finals as well. In that upper bracket final, Evolution Power did win a 3-0 over Wolf Empire there. Not too many changes to the lineups. Wolf Empire didn't get their rematch that they would have wanted to, because they then went down to that lower bracket and lost to Vasco in a pretty disastrous fashion. They actually got kind of boomed in that game. So I don't know if, like, that Wolf Empire that we got in the, I would say, in the playoffs of CFS last year was really the same Wolf Empire that we saw in the group stages of CFS, in Summer Championship. Felt like they kind of lost a little bit of their pizzazz, and I think a lot of us kind of went into CFS Grand Finals with the almost like thought in our mind that maybe Wolf Empire is the favorite for this event, and then ultimately they fell quite short quite dramatically. So hoping to see them kind of rebuild that here in 2025 as we head into some of these international competitions. It is interesting that they've kind of ended up in a matchup against Evolution Power to start this year off for themselves internationally.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, we keep talking about it's like cutthroat, right? I mean, the fact that it's just today and tomorrow, that's all the competition. So it is just coming down to this best of 3 to really determine things out. But yeah, like you said, like I felt like in the CFS Grand Finals, you know, it was a 13-10 victory, a 10-8, and a 10-6. Like, it just felt like Wolf Empire were really just not the same. Because, I mean, when you talk about head-to-head, like, it is a 2-2 matchup where we've seen, you know, Evolution Power get some victories. But at the same token, it's also that Wolf Empire has been able to dominate them as well. And that's earlier last year. So that's kind of saying a lot of things. So kind of leading into 2025 now into the circuit, I'm kind of giving that edge to EP just because of what they've been able to do in their respected league. Falcons are obviously still a big threat, but I just think EP is kind of riding this more of a momentum shift, if you will.
Yeah, most definitely. I think definitely as well during the middle stages of last year, there was you know, some issues for Evolution Power. They were playing Summer Championship with Emsen, so you know, there was a stand-in situation involved there as well. But look, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think Evolution Power won last year as like a dominant force, if that makes sense. You know, they did come good in that grand final, but it took them 5 maps to beat out Vasco. I don't think by any stretch of the imagination were they like a dominant force throughout the entire year. So even though I would consider Evolution Power as like the world champions, the reigning world champions at the moment, I don't think it's in the same vein as we would have maybe talked about All Gamers and BaiSha in years prior. You know, they didn't have that level of dominance. And Wolf Empire, I feel like, yeah, they kind of missed a little bit of a trick there, and they could have been actually part of that conversation. If Wolf Empire would have won Summer Championships and then went into CFS and won CFS, 2024 would have been their year.
Yeah.
It wasn't their year. Now the question is, can they manage to sort of turn that around, do something a little bit different here in 2025? Well, they've got a pretty difficult task to kind of kick things off with this game against Evolution Power. Best of 3, obviously that's a benefit in a sense that it's not a best of 1, but it is single elim. So for a team like Wolf Empire, not many chances for them here, and they're going up against a strong opponent in Evolution Power.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And I mean, that's the thing that was, you know, kind of making me wonder a little bit about momentum, is the fact that, you know, in the later or the earlier portion of 2024, when we talk about these teams, I mean, like EP, like bringing up the roster right now, I mean, look at some of the names. Like, it's just, you can't ignore this.
Yeah, look, I mean, like we said, it's kind of been said, obviously, reigning world champions, roster, still looking pretty damn solid coming into this event. And have to argue that they do come in as the favorite. I mean, the Wolf Empire, they've been good. They were good last year. They have firepower. They're all pretty impressive individuals. But so far with the dominance that we've seen from China, the fact that last time these teams matched up, it did go the way of Evolution Power, and it did go the way of Evolution Power 3-0. I have to give them the benefit of the doubt in this matchup as well.
Yeah, and the thing that's really interesting about like the head-to-head, like when you kind of talk about just times they've played each other, like let's just not talk about events in itself, it's actually kind of a dead even split right now. It's actually a 2-2. But the thing that's really interesting about this matchup is the fact that when these guys play each other, it's never like a 3-1 or like a 2-1. It's always either 2-0 or 3-0. There's never a map in there that's kind of like making things competitive. It's either just one team's going to blow the other one, right? Blow them out of the water in the sense of just like we're going to just dominantly sweep. But look, let's look at the roster here at Falcons.
Yeah, running it back once again. There is that little change up. Obviously, Kimbum coming into this roster is a little conversation point. But he was the substitute. He was the stand-in for Wolf Empire last year. So has been in and around the roster for a little while. We're looking forward to seeing, how things are going to work out for these guys here on LAN in China. Once again, it is a familiar territory. They've been here before. Not just last year, but in previous years as well. I think the vast majority of this roster, having experience at multiple CFS events in various different teams. And again, we sort of thought that was going to culminate in 2024 for a good time for the Vietnamese region, and it did to some extent, but still got a bit more of a ways to go if they want to be world beaters, and I guess that's going to be the focus for them this year. Especially with a new outfit, the Falcons, Team Falcons, big name, big organization. Obviously, Falcons will be hoping to make it over to EWC, which will be kind of like home territory for them there.
Yeah.
They're used to fighting in enemy territory. They play a lot in China.
Yeah.
But when they did play one time in home territory, which was Vietnam in that summer championship, they were able to win that event. So we'll see what they can do here. I mean, numbers-wise, it actually looks favorable for Falcons, but you do have to remember that they are playing in Vietnam.
Yes.
And so it's not as strong of a region as what you get out from China.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? I mean, and when you kind of talk about some of the key players, like, again, it's a great little bit of a matchup because you're looking at XQQ, like a decent 1.2 or 1.21 in the KD, and then Ice Cube is obviously just, kind of superseding him with a 1.30. But again, you kind of have to put the little bit of an asterisk on it in the sense of, like they're playing in their each respected league. I mean, I give EP, every day of the week they're going to have the harder challenge. Like they're playing the best teams in the world. You're constantly competing in the CFPL, whereas, for Falcons, like they really just dominate their own region. Like they really are that powerhouse, but it's not like they're challenged. So I think for them, they always have to remember, like, it is going to be tougher on the other side of the coin here. So it is cool stats to see, but I don't know if it's really like as dominant for Ice Cube. When he can play though, when he can hit these shots, the guy's a menace in the server. But that's the biggest thing. That's the key token for these guys is they have to rely on him to actually play moderately well to get themselves moving around.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point that you make. I mean, even going back to the CFPL results, Falcons, their next best competition obviously being NEXTTOP. We've seen them at this event already. I don't think that they're on the same level personally. Yeah. You look at the numbers, 3-0 in the grand final for Falcons, 3-0 in the upper bracket final for Falcons up against NEXTTOP. They kind of just dominated their way through that league. They went 13-1 in the regular season. Yeah, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. It's been dominance in what is a decent but not incredibly strong region, whereas a team like Evolution Power will be getting tested quite a bit more heavily over there in China. We've already seen BaiSha look good, AG look good. Expecting Evolution Power probably to be looking good into this matchup as well. But I don't know. I mean, it's always one of those question marks. It's always really hard to kind of gauge when you see a team doing really well domestically, how they're going to inevitably end up making that jump internationally. There is at least that positive track record for Falcons last year internationally, but did they fall off a little bit too hard in the grand finals, in the CFS grand finals towards the back end of those playoffs? And are they going to be able to bounce back into 2025? That's kind of what we're waiting to see here.
Yeah, and the other thing too is like, you know, like when we talked about even just for Summer Champs last year, it was interesting because that was a very different format in the sense that you could have like the upper bracket and the lower bracket. Because I distinctly remember, because it was kind of the Cinderella story where, you know, they were previously known as Wolf Empire, but we'll just say Falcons for obviously now, is they got, you know, when we talked about the beginning in the upper bracket, they got 3-0'd by AG. And again, they got crushed, like 10-6, 10-5, 10-8. And you're like, okay, maybe Wolf Empire, they kind of reached their limit. And then all of a sudden, they just steamroll the lower bracket, and then they make it all the way to the grand final and then take it with a 3-1 victory. So that's where I'm kind of thinking, like, I'm a little nervous for a team like Falcons just because they had to get, like, you know, kind of beaten up a little bit, and then they were able to bounce right back up that second win. But you don't get that opportunity here. You have to be able to find that win here and now. Otherwise, you're done.
Yeah, look, some very talented individuals on that Wolf Empire roster. I think that's the one positive that we can take away for them, is that at least pound for pound, outside of the, you know, the top 4 Chinese teams at this event, you know, how many teams are just on an individual basis, on a firepower basis, going to be able to compete with the Chinese teams? I don't really get that same sense from the Philippines teams, and obviously from NEXTTOP as well. But this is a team that at least we know on an individual level they have the firepower to take the fight on their day. Now, will it be their day? We're here to find that out. And even if it is their day, is that going to be enough? I mean, you know, there's some really big names in this Falcons roster. Ice Cube, you know, like we talked about there as that key player. He's always been a really, really big talking point for us, being the sniper for this roster. And hopefully he's going to be able to have a good little run in today. Otherwise, it could be a short trip over to China for the Vietnamese roster. But getting into the veto here, so we got Mexico and Eagle Eye taking away the 2, I'd say, least popular maps in the map pool. And we're going to start things off with Evolution Power in onto Black Widow.
Okay. You know, and this is actually interesting because, you know, when we talk about even for last year in the grand finals, I mean, this was actually the first opening map when these guys did play each other, and it was a 13-10 victory for EP. So, I mean, the fact that they're kind of just going back to the bread and butter, like, you know what, let's go with what we know. Not bad. I'm kind of thinking that Falcons probably had a bit of an inkling that was going to happen. But interestingly enough, they actually decided to go for the compound pick where historically, I don't think that's really been the best case for these guys. So I'm actually a little bit surprised that they kind of went with this pick, in my opinion. Like, they have been able to get a victory way back in the Crossfire Stars APOC series, but that was kind of the good in the group stage, and that was a 13-12 victory. So that isn't a big convincing pick for me. So I don't know. And also, like you said, losing Kimbum, or having Kimbum and losing Lucas, that does kind of raise a couple more questions for this Falcons team on their debut.
Yeah, most definitely. So, look, as far as the map pick and ban is concerned, it's it actually started very similarly to what we got in the upper bracket final in CFS. Mexico, Eagle Eye gone. And then we had Black Widow as the first map pick. That was for Evolution Power. But Compound is a bit of a change-up.
It is.
It was Subbase as map number 2. We do get Ankara in as map number 3, but that's a ban this time. Port going to be banned away as well. So it does look like we are going to be getting Subbase as a decider. So essentially what that means is this best of 3 is the same map pool that we got to see from Wolf Empire and Evolution Power back in CFS 2024 in a little bit of a different order. But all 3 of those maps got played in that match, and all 3 of them were won by Evolution Power. But they were close.
They were
13-10 on Black Widow. It was 10-8 on Subbase. 10-6 on Ankara. It felt like the series kind of got easier for Evolution Power as they worked their way into it, and I think that was kind of part of the mental downfall of Wolf Empire, was that series was so close, and then so far, and then they went into the game against Vasco and they got absolutely rolled. I think they were mental boomed at that point.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know. I look at this map pool and I think, okay, last time you played, you got 0-3 on this map, like this map set, as Wolf Empire. It's a scary prospect that there's not been kind of any change-ups necessarily. But maybe they felt that, you know, they want to have another crack again. They've steered it in this direction, and they have a good game plan and a good understanding of what Evolution Power is going to bring on this map pool.
Yeah, it's you know, I kind of felt like when you and I were covering the first match of the day here, like it felt like the veto was just so heavily in favored. I don't know if it's kind of leaning heavy on one side. I think it's, you know, for Falcons, it's definitely going to be interesting just because they are kind of relying on some old picks that have gotten them W's, but it's been very, very close. It has not been convincing. It's been nail biters. It's gone to golden rounds. So, yes, I understand a win is a win. I get that, but maybe things are going to get reinvented here. This is where, again, these guys are, in their region, have been just unstoppable, like getting the playoffs, getting like 3-0s pretty much the whole time. But now you're playing some big dogs. You're playing some of the most fierce competition in the world. So them having a substitute, I'm hoping Kimbum's going to be fully in preparation mode here and ready to go, because losing Lucas is, in my opinion, that's a pretty big fall. That's a pretty big hit for these guys.
Well, pre-match preparations happening here for Falcons. And they're going to recognize the importance of getting off to a good start this year. You know, you get yourself a win here, maybe you go deep into the grand final of ACL, or even win ACL here, you at least guarantee yourself a spot at EWC, although, to be fair, these guys are probably going to make it to EWC one way or the other through the Vietnamese region. But it would be nice to get it here at ACL, because that, again, it guarantees an extra team from your region over to EWC in a sense, you know, because you're not taking that slot from your regulation season. That can go to somebody else now. So I think there's already 4 slots there for China. I think there's 3 for Vietnam, 3 for the West.
Yeah.
And maybe 3 for the Philippines as well.
I think so,
yeah. 2 or 3. Yeah, there's quite a number of opportunities for teams to make it through. But if you can get that extra slot for your region, you know, everyone in your region loves you.
That's true. You're kind of the countryside heroes, right? I mean, everybody's going to be really excited that you're able to do that. So, and again, like, I think, you know, when you kind of talk about teams getting picked up by new organizations, there's always kind of this a little bit of extra pressure where your debut internationally, you want to do well, you want to be able to get yourself on the winning column. And, you know, Falcons are a team that, or an organization, I should say, sorry, is like they're very known that they want to build the best rosters and be this dominant force across, right? So that's where I'm hoping these guys, again, can just kind of ignore all the noise. They can just focus everything, channel that into the server, and just play their game. But I'm extremely excited for this matchup. I really do think there's a lot riding on this for a lot of reasons. The head-to-head has been pretty much dead even. I mean, there's, you know, I probably would lean it, I would say slightly in favor for EP. I don't think it's a heavy favorite. I think they just have a little bit of a good performance, considering they made it all the way to the grand finals of CFPL. They lost that 3-2, so that was a really close encounter. And they put themselves in a placement where they were able to get second place. So I'm very excited, but we'll have to see if they, again, like you talked about, can they transition that on over here into the international setting? Yeah,
I mean, again, like, it's just, is the Vietnamese, I guess, not dominance necessarily in 2024, but rise, is the Vietnamese rise in 2024 that kind of a one-hit wonder? Yeah. In the sense, you know, I think we sort of all asked the same thing about the Brazilian region when they first won a CFS event, and then they were able to go back-to-back, and a couple of wins picked up for Brazil, and we know that, generally speaking, Brazil have been probably the second best region behind China. I mean, there was a Brazil versus China final last year. Vasco from Brazil almost beat Evolution Power. But Vietnam haven't gotten themselves into that kind of echelon just yet. Like, they've still got a little bit more to do, right? I mean, Falcons leading the charge nicely, doing pretty well for themselves. But they're the only Vietnamese team to have really ever, in any super, like, competitive sense, actually gone the distance internationally. Whereas Brazil's had a bunch of teams, you know, your Black Dragons, your Imperials, I mean, Vasco's obviously in that conversation now as well. Yeah. Even Antisocial, to be honest, actually did kind of okay last year. Yeah. But Vietnam, it feels like they are hard carried by Wolf Empire, and the heights are also not as high as what we've seen from Brazil. So, still a bit of ways to go. It would definitely be China, Brazil, Vietnam, in my opinion, in my order. Yes. But there's a world where, you know, maybe Falcons can change that narrative a little bit with a win here or a win later this year in WC or in CFS. A lot of big tournaments this year, so it's important to get off to a good start. I mean, this is probably the biggest year of Crossfire that we've had in living memory for me. Yeah, you know, like I've been doing Crossfire since 2015.
A long time.
And, you know, there's always like a mid-season kind of tournament, but like this season, at least, especially for Asia Pacific, it feels like this is a big tournament, first of all. Then you have EWC. You know, that kind of replaces Summer Invitational. But by all accounts, it should be bigger than Summer Invitational. More teams, more money, you know, bigger sort of stage experience, that kind of thing. Yeah. And then we go into CFS as well. So I think this is a really, really big year for all Crossfire fans and players. And it's really important for these guys to get off on the right foot.
It is. And, you know, the thing that's been really exciting about this team, too, is, you know, for Falcons, is the fact that I agree. Like, I probably put Brazil over, like, the Vietnamese group. But I think, you know, for Falcons, sorry, they've really been able to impress where they get wins over, like, AG. They get wins over, like, Imperial. They get wins over, like, some pretty good performing teams in different regions. It just kind of feels like there's a little bit of this like hot and cold effect where we get to see them play really, really well. They go really deep into, you know, brackets and things like that. Or we see them just getting a little bit ice cold. They don't really have like any gas in the tank. That's what's always a little bit questionable for me. So you call it an inconsistency maybe, but I feel like it's getting better and better as we keep seeing the years go on. But is that enough? Like, is this going to be enough now? But look, if they can find a win over EP, like that is a, I don't want to say the word upset, but it's definitely a massive victory, just in the sense that you're going to take out arguably the second best team in China, and you're going to put yourself into essentially in the semis.
Yeah. The unfortunate reality, though, is if you do get through this matchup, you sort of say, oh, you might be playing against the second best team in China, and that may be a fair point. Then if you win this one, you have to go up against KINGZERO, who won CFPL. So they're, again, arguably the best team in China. Yes. And it's not going to be an easy run for Falcons in that sense. I think you'd honestly, at this point, probably prefer to be playing against the likes of BaiSha or gamers who have shown a little bit more of a susceptibility.
No, I definitely agree. And it kind of feels like no matter what, like it's going to always be a really difficult challenge because, like you said, it's going to be the matchup that it'll be depending. Like whoever wins this will play the, like you said, it should be KINGZERO most likely. I mean, it's kind of already making a bit of an early prediction here, but I mean, like, look, let's not ignore them. But that matchup will be interesting, but we'll leave it for then. But I think in this one, like, again, just put you in the position in, you know, the top 4 teams. But I don't know. Do you think that EP are the more the winning favor? Are we both on the opposite ends here?
In this matchup or in the next matchup?
This matchup.
So are you going Wolf Empire?
I am. The Falcons, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm a bit of an OG like that.
I know. It's hard. I was just thinking it too.
Yeah. I've been around. Like, yeah, it's not a big deal to me. I call them Wolf Empire because we're friends like that.
Yeah. You know, first name basis.
Team Falcons, of course. Jeez, I don't even know where I want to go for this one, to be honest with you. I mean, the thing that's quite damning is a 3-0 loss in a best of 5. But
yes. Yeah.
It was a really close 3-0. Like, you know what I mean? Like, a 3-0 is not a close scoreline, but when you look at them, one of them was OT, one of them I think was 10-8, and then 10-6. So, okay, 10-6 is a pretty solid win, but still a very, very close 3 maps.
It is. It kind of felt like it was like really close, and then it kind of got worse as the maps went on, which was weird because it was like a 13-10, 10-8, 10-6. But there's still that's still a respectful score line. It's not like you're getting 10-1 or 10-2 and stuff like that. I feel like if you're over like 5 rounds, you're like in that realm of like maybe a decent matchup, right? And then you also have to go into the nitty-gritty of like how close were the rounds, were there a lot of 2v2s or 1v1s, things like that, which I feel like, you know, for Falcons, like that's a team of clutch. Like those guys are, it feels like anybody on the team can clutch, which is really exciting to see. It's not just like Ice Cube, the one player, or Dola has to be the clutcher. It's like you really do have a really cool, you know, 5-man roster that can do kind of almost everything.
Yeah. Look, it looks like there's some issues on the stage, just getting sorted out, I think, on the Falcons side. So we're just waiting for that one. I know everyone wants to get stuck into this game. This should be the best game of the day, I think.
Yeah.
It's what everyone will be tuning in for. They're just generally fans of Crossfire as opposed to fans of one particular team. You know, if you're enjoying the game, if you're a student of the game. I don't know about you, Laz, but when I watch esports, I don't tend to be the kind of person that's like a massive fanboy of like one team, you know what I mean? I just want to watch a good game.
A good game.
Doesn't matter who's playing. I'll have my favorites. You know, obviously I'm Australian. If there's an Australian team, I tend to support the Aussies.
I will say though, like I think I always try to be like you, like no biasness or anything like that, of course, but there's always this slight edge of, you know, any of the West teams that kind of make it into a tournament standing or like international competition. You're like, yeah, look, like obviously it'd be great to see them, you know, succeed more. It's like that little bit of an edge, you know, but I agree. Like I don't think there's necessarily a team. It's more just like good matches that come into play.
Yep. Hopefully that's what we're going to get, and hopefully we'll be getting it pretty soon, but it's not great signs when you have players with headsets off.
Yeah, not the best little bit of a note here, but I mean, this is actually, considering like we've already gone through 2 matches, this has been like the major tech issue. This is actually not that bad. I mean,
no,
we've had a lot worse.
Oh yeah, most
we all
definitely.
Have. Okay, things are looking a little more promising.
Yeah, everyone getting their headsets sorted now by the looks of things, so I think we might be underway shortly. Everyone like, you know, you do your little lock-in. Do you have like a locked-in pose when you're gaming?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like
lean in a bit more.
Yeah, I lean in a bit more. You like kind of get yourself a little more propped up. You know, you're kind of not slouching anymore. You're kind of full sitting up, ready to go. But I guess you know, I want to ask you too, like in the sense of just, I mean, I've really talked a lot about losing Lucas.
Yep.
Do you think that's going to be a big hit for these guys?
Yeah, I think it actually is. I think, you know, going back, and if I'm just trying to sort of dredge through my memory, I recall Lucas being pretty clutch for Wolf Empire last year. And I think, you know, if Kimbap can't come in with that kind of same impact, you definitely do lose quite a bit. I always felt like Lucas was a bit, what's the word, underrated in a sense, I guess. You know, you look at the names on this roster and you think, okay, well, obviously Ice Cube's kind of the first one that comes to your lips for Falcons, but Shady Rambo have been around forever. Dola as well, super consistent rifling force. But I think actually Lucas really stepped up last year and
he did.
Got them through a lot of sort of difficult rounds, won a number of clutches. And that's partly, I think, part of the reason why we rated Wolf Empire so highly last year was if they wouldn't have won those rounds, if he wouldn't have been able to get those kinds of clutches over the line, maybe they just lose maps here and there or lose series here and there. And they end up just being like, okay, another run-of-the-mill kind of like middle of the pack team.
Agreed.
But because they were able to like get some of the big series over the line, that's where they drew a lot of accolades. And I think a lot of that did actually come down to Lucas. But I don't know, maybe his form's dropped off this year a little bit. Tried to make a bit of a change. We'll see how it goes. You've still got the talent there for Team Falcons, definitely, to make some magic happen, but not too sure. Not too sure. We'll see how this change-up works out when we do get into game. Not really too much more to say, is there?
No, I was actually just, yeah, again, I was just kind of looking up a little bit of, just watching the players, just trying to see if there's anything we can find. I was doing a little snooping to see, you know, I was trying to be a little bit of a detective. Not known for it, but trying to, you know, make a new image for myself, new identity. But, I mean, they're like right there. Like, you can see it, like, everything looks like it almost ready to go live, so I feel like just something slightly delaying it, but look, we're going to get this thing ready to go here any moment.
Any moment. Look, we may as well just take a selfie at this point, guys. You know, what else is there to do at this point? What else is there to do?
I know, I'm just excited for the matchup. I just want to get it going, but well, we'll have to see. I'm actually really impressed, though. Just, you know, we kind of talked about this a little bit before, but it just kind of EP the fact of just what's been happening more recently for these guys and like how well they've been able to get some wins. The surprising event of, you know, KINGZERO just finding their way to win CFPL, which is kind of nuts when you actually think about it, because that was a team that wasn't doing the greatest in the season, and they, you know, got into playoff mode, and then they played their hearts out. But still, it was still a very close encounter. That's where EP arguably should have had it, but it went that 3-2 against them, but still put themselves in a second place. So they've had a lot of seconds first. You know, they even got a third place, you know, finish as well. Not bad at all, considering for the regional finals too.
Start the game, man. Start the game. That's what everybody wants. That's what I want.
Yeah, decent audience, actually. Like, now this matchup has really brought in quite a few people. So I think, again, like you said, like, this is the match to watch. This is the game to watch. So very exciting. And unfortunately for everybody, it's just almost there. I'm just wondering what the small hiccup is.
Yeah. It's rough.
It looks like it's just one player from Falcons too, actually. Because everybody else has their headsets on. They're all ready to go. It just seems like one player is having some kind of a tech issue. Darn tech issues, you know?
Yep.
It's the esports thing sometimes.
Do have to apologize. We don't have any more information we don't know. We don't get told anything, guys. We just talk. So if you're watching along at home and you're wondering, well, your guess is as good as mine at this stage. I mean, it does seem like everybody's in the lobby. Do they have? I don't even know.
No, honestly, it does seem like everybody's in the lobby. It just seems, I'm trying to see who's on the very end, but like, it just seems like he constantly has his headset off, so. Oh, fist bumps. All right, now here we go. Finally, we're underway. The match we've all been waiting for is about to go live.
Or is it? Yes, it is. It looks like we are. Okay, okay. Finally, we've made it. It's Evolution Power up against Team Falcons here at ACL 2025. All right, let's get underway with things here. On to Black Widow, the first map in this best of 3, Falcons and Evolution Power. And if our recent performances on Black Widow from the Chinese scene are anything to go by, it probably will be going the way of the Chinese team. It was their map pick. Evolution Power did angle into this, and they were angling into that that map for the majority of the CFS finals in 2024 as well. So they're very comfortable on this one. They've gone straight into that double arm setup, and Falcons not out the gates too strong just yet here, taking things nice and slow.
You got Ice Cube ready to go here with the double arms here for EP. So XQQ and YZK is going to be the ones equipped with this. Long control is going to be grabbed here from YH, but now for Falcons, again, playing this very, very slow again. Oh, and it looks like a pause. Well, something's happening. And I'm curious now if they're going to commit to the round. I mean, considering no damage has been occurred, and they've been just kind of sitting back. So I'm not sure if they're going to play this round out or if they're going to do a little bit of a restart. I guess time will tell. Jordan?
Yep. I mean, it still looks like Evolution Power are pretty locked in, so I don't think we're going to be getting a restart here.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if there's a little bit of a communication thing happening here, because maybe Falcons are just trying to burn the clock as much as they can to fix the issue. I can already see some admins kind of on the one computer. So these guys are just waiting things out as long as they can. But well, you can look at this. You can already see YH. He's already going for a run. He's going for a nice big old run. He's not even going to sprint, or he's not even going to jog this. Easy kill. Why not? Oh yeah. Huh?
That honestly is pretty poor. Yeah, I was going to say Falcons, they're not going to play this round out. I was going to say that's pretty poor from Falcons if that's an actual default setup. If that was what they were intending to do, you know, like, okay, so obviously at the end of the day, that's a dead round. So let's just get that out of the wayside. But if that is how your default setup actually plays out, then that's a very poor default, because the point of having a default setup like that is to not let someone walk in and do whatever they want, right? If you're defaulting, you're kind of waiting for a push somewhere on the map, and you're looking to punish that. In that case, he just walks into BL spawn, kills 2 players.
Yeah.
That's not ideal at all.
Not ideal at all, yeah. I kind of feel like that probably wasn't the default setup.
I think someone's just DC'd or something like that.
Yeah, I think there was either a DC issue, and they were just kind of waiting to see if they could just get him right back in right away. Like, I mean, there was a lot of questions. So I agree with you. If that was their default, then dear goodness, this might be real bad for them. But I'm going to say not the case. But still going to wait things out a little bit longer. The anticipation going to build up just a little bit more and more. So EP waiting to get themselves back into this game, but I'm assuming that's a dead round, meaning that like it won't count and we'll just have a full restart. But
yeah, I don't know. It kind of depends, I guess. We'll have to wait and see, Laz.
That we will.
Looks like we'll be in for a little one here. So yeah. I mean, if I was Evolution Power here, I'd probably be saying, well, you know, if you're going to pause the round, like either completely restart the game when the pause is called for, or play the round out. You know, those are the two options. And the fact that there was a pause called, but then the game kept playing, adds a little bit of a gray area into the mix.
It kind of does, yeah. And I'm thinking that just considering the fact, like when you're looking, even if you wanted to go back and watch the VOD, like you can see that Falcons were just sitting there. They weren't really moving around at all. So I am hoping it's just going to be the reset, because I just feel like that would be a bit of an interesting scenario for them, considering they did nothing at all. No damage was inflicted until YH kind of went for his nice little bit of a gallant on his own. But that, again, like we said, they were just kind of sitting back, just trying to burn the time as much as they could to figure this out. And we are waiting, folks, just to hear back from production, just to see what is actually going on, because we aren't quite sure. Your guess is good as ours. The only advantage we have is that we can see a little peek on that nice stage that's in front of us here.
Peripheral malfunction. So we're getting some information at least.
Is that what it is?
That's what it says.
Oh, I just gotta look. I just gotta read. Not my strongest suit sometimes, Jordan, but yeah, whatever.
I understand that.
Yeah,
it happens.
That's why you stay in school, kids. Yeah, and I guess because it's interesting, because I'm wondering, you know, I constantly notice his headphones are off, but I'm wondering if maybe if it's a mouse thing or a keyboard thing. But peripheral is a little bit interesting, because I don't know, like I almost thought it'd be a headset thing, just because that's usually the one that's so finicky.
Yeah. Yeah, the white noise can be a bit of a problem sometimes. But I think there was someone that was just standing still in mid for Falcons. So could have been a keyboard problem, yeah. Could have been a keyboard mouse issue. Anyway, look, let's just take a break, lads, while this is happening. We'll be back when there's something to report.
All right, things are looking a little bit better now. There's a long break. We appreciate the patience, but it looks like I'm thinking we're going into this game. It is going to be 0-0, so we get that confirmation, which is a good thing to know just because that was the biggest question here. But after a long anticipated wait now, Jordan, we finally get this thing underway. The long anticipated matchup we've been waiting for all day.
Yeah, hopefully everyone's locked in the server as well because they've, had a bit of relaxation. It's going to be hard to fire back up, but that's exactly what's going to be asked of these players as we head into map number 1 of Black Widow. It is Falcons and Evolution Power. Of course, if you're just joining us, NEXTTOP has started things off nicely. Nice kill over on long up against Ice Cube. That'll be an important battle that we get to see throughout this matchup. The two snipers. And, well, so far, it's going the way of Evolution Power.
Yeah, no surprise there. And again, that was the biggest thing where we talked about this for anybody like just joining back in. It was kind of making a question about Ice Cube, right? What kind of impact he's going to be able to have into this matchup. This is going to be, critical for a moment like this with having a substitution. Now the 4 other players really have to step up. Who's going to be the one? Ice Cube, he can be a menace. He can be so lethal on the server. But again, will we get that here after that long of a break? Or maybe they've been kind of fizzled out a little bit. I don't know. But either way, a beautiful start from XQQ to get things underway, and he's going to be able to have himself this full long A hut control. So now EP are putting themselves in prime position here with a nice 2-2 setup, leaving it him just locking down long. And now for Falcons, they got to make a new game plan quick.
Well, Rambo might be that game plan. Just trying to find himself a pick, cause a bit of a ruckus over here towards A. Doesn't really look like it's moving Evolution Power all that much. Another duel has been won over in the box room as Kim Bum will go down to YH. And yeah, so far this is looking really dominant from Evolution Power. Falcons just haven't made any inroads. Dola is able to spot out Mino, but won't be able to win that duel either. And just across the board, Evolution Power looking a little bit more switched on here than the Falcons are so far. Shady will get himself 1 kill, but no more than that. And that's a solid first round on the board for Evolution Power.
Yeah, very dominant. That's what we were kind of expecting. So now they're going to put themselves with that official 1-0. Yeah, I'm not really sure I love that round from Falcons. Really, again, it kind of felt like as soon as Ice Cube was gone, it felt like their strategy just really crumbled quickly, right? So, all right, a little bit of retaliation now. So he's going to be able to win that back and forth here with a 1-on-1 exchange. And there we go. Now we're starting to see these Falcons fly a little bit better in the sky, but Shady, unfortunately, is going to be hitting the ground quickly. Ooh. This is tough. This is a tough fight for Rambo, and is he going to commit to it? He's actually playing this a little more safe, and Zay now is going to be able to get out of this.
Yeah, Zay probably shouldn't have been able to get that kill that he did, and let alone get out of there, but it's still numbers advantage for Falcon, so it's all good. YZK, the one to try to hold on to the A-bomb side at the moment. The Zay is still kind of floating around. And Falcons will slow things down once again. What I'm really looking for now for Evolution Power is maybe YZK to try to activate in this mid-round, see if he can get himself onto an aggressive line with that Orm, bring back the 3-on-4 into a 3-on-3, and give Evolution Power a little bit more control over this round. Because right now, it is Falcons' round to lose.
Yeah, a very slow round indeed. And now for Falcons, kind of with 1 minute and 14 remaining. Even with Rambo kind of sitting himself in HUD here, he's got the rifle. So again, he's not going to put too much of a force onto this. Zay actually is going to be close here with YZK. A lot more patience on this. Double player in A, leaving just the sole anchor, Amino by himself here in B. And Falcons are really, really starting to make a big decision here. They're really, it kind of feels like they're overanalyzing this a little bit, but I'm not against it in a way, but they do need to get moving kind of quickly considering we're down to 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's a good point. Time of the essence, it could become quite problematic here for Falcons if they wait too long and then Evolution Power picks up a cheeky kill here or there as they try to enter into that bomb site. That's where panic sets in. I'm a little bit concerned that Falcons have left this one a little bit too late. We'll see how this first kill goes. If YZK hits this opening shot, things could get a little bit interesting. There's YZK for just the one, though. And that is all good in the end for Falcons. Good trading. Mino's not really going to be in there to cause enough of a ruckus just yet. And has been sort of spotted out by that player on long, which is Rambo. And so Falcons will go 1-1 here with Evolution Power.
Not bad at all. Nice way to get themselves a good start. And really, again, let's not forget the fact that the opening, the comeback here from Ice-Q was able to find that early pick, which I think was really important for this round, or that round number 2 to go into effect for them. But now we're going to see EP once again. They're going to try to fight for this long control. Double nades, double flashes, everything is just raining from the sky. And it is going to be YH now that's got himself inside of Hut. So that's a battle of this. Badola, a nice little bit of a tee-off. Full face of lead here against YH. So that's going to put them in the man advantage once again early on. This is the second time now in a row they've been able to put themselves in this kind of a prime position.
Yeah, a little bit of a spanner in the works for Evolution Power, that is for sure. You notice they don't really tend to play super aggressively on this GR side. And you leave that player at the bottom of long in Hut, and then he gets picked off. You've just completely lost long control. What are you going to do to swing that advantage back in your favor? You've lost map control, you've lost a player.
Well, and that's kind of what we were talking about for BaiSha, right? It was like they were just so obvious in the position where, like, even if they go down by, on a 4-on-5 or even a 3-on-5, it still just felt like they can bring a lot of threat into the server. So is that the same case here for Revolution Power? I have no idea. I mean, so early on to know, but right now, I mean, a tough competitor to go against, so any advantage for Falcons is going to be huge. And they're really taking their time. Again, a lot of decision making to go here, expecting some kind of a big swing, and ooh, he's toying with the idea. Nice little bit of a damage onto Shady. And YZK now missing that shot as well, so that's not going to make things any easier. But now Falcons got to get going. Again, down to the wire here on the time of the clock. They got to make a decision now. They got to do something quickly.
Well, they're going to try and go a little bit quicker in towards that B bomb site, but YZK moving away from B could be a problem here for Evolution Power. Mino, though, does get Rambo. He spots Kimbump on the way out. There's a couple of players spotted in the box room by Zay. They are out onto B, but Evolution Power still have a chance of winning this round. Bomb on the floor, gets picked back up. There's 15 seconds here. XQQ wins himself another duel, and all it has to come down to is that bomb denial, and that is what has occurred. YZK drops Ice Cube. Round is over. Nothing Dola can do about it, and that is Falcons being punished for just using up too much time in the round. If they give themselves another 15 seconds there,
yeah,
that round is completely different.
Absolutely, and that's the kind of the biggest thing. When we talk about teams that like to play these slow, methodical ways, it's like, yeah, that's great in one sense, but you also, again, you always have to have the consideration of things that are going to go wrong. And honestly, that was a really good hold here from EP. The fact that they were able to find that, 2 kills, slowing things down as soon as they got the bomb carrier, that was kind of all she wrote. So I feel like for Falcons, I kind of hope they speed it up just even a little bit. They don't have to go, full rushing and craziness, but again, you got to be mindful of the time here. This is a team that's going to be a lot of barricades, a lot of problems for you.
Well, it seems like that's just going to be the style that Falcons is going to default back to. I felt we kind of started to get that a little bit throughout the latter stages of 2024 as well, where Falcons, they really started to kind of like slow down their play. And I wasn't necessarily a huge fan of that. I just think Falcons is one of those teams which has really such strong raw firepower that when they're rolling, if they're playing fast, they can just swarm over bomb sites. And I think that's where the Vietnamese region in particular had a lot of success. But then you see this little bit more of a slower, more controlled kind of a style out from Falcons, and at the time obviously known as Wolf Empire, kind of didn't really work out for them in that same way. They didn't replicate the same success that they had at the Summer Championship, or Summer Invitational rather. And again, probably the slowest game we've seen today. Falcons bringing out this really, really lethargic blacklist style, which, there's definitely some value in. You can draw out some of that GR util. There's no counter util. Unsettle the players on the GR side a little bit. But at the same token, we've seen one round almost go wrong for Falcons based on the time factor. Yeah. We've seen a second definitely go wrong based on that time factor. So now's kind of the time where you want to be seeing them hit the site rather than 20 seconds left in the clock. Like, again, I'm wondering, are they leaving this a little bit too late?
Yeah, and like even now, you can see the execute of 35 seconds. That's not good because look at the alms. They're able to find these double connections, and now this is where the problems are arising. That's what we were talking about. Rambo finally able to get himself a little bit of a trade, if you even want to call it that. But look at EP. They just look cool, calm, and collected, and Zay's going to be able to just put everybody to sleep. And now a kneecap against him, and that's going to be the triple to end things off. Now Falcons are getting a taste of their own medicine.
Yep, that's a rough one. That is definitely a rough one. And as Falcons, you don't want to get too far behind here either. That's going to be a big point. We saw how they kind of capitulated at the CFS Grand Finals back in 2024. They had some close maps, and then when things started to go wrong, they went very wrong for this team. So I don't want to see Falcons fall too far behind. Otherwise, that's where Evolution Power are really going to start to accelerate. Dola goes down early in this round. YH gets himself another one. And Evolution Power, you know, the longer this is going, the better they're starting to look on this GR side, which is a cause for concern for Falcons, and it is going to bring out a pause.
Yeah, I love this. I honestly love the way that EP just mix it up, too, because that was something that we gave a lot of comments on in the first game you and I were on. Like, look, we didn't see a lot of teams when they were on the GR side really kind of playing with the mix, not fighting for map control every single time. EP now, even in a situation where they're up 3-1, they're mixing it up. They're trying to make things problematic here, you know, for the IGL for Falcons. So that's going to make things even more like a bit of a head scratcher, right? That's the situation where it makes things even just more and more frustrating. But I love it. I love to see teams that get adventurous. I love teams that play that good coordination, and we get it right here and now. And like you said, an early timeout kind of makes me wonder a little bit of like, what are we going to see the change up here? Decent kills coming back, though, so hang on. What was once a 4-on-2 is turned into an advantage for them. I don't even know how in the heck they got themselves in this position.
Do they know where Minnow is, though? That's the real question, because he's in a pretty unorthodox position right now. If they walk up into A and he's kind of on long, don't know that they're going to expect that necessarily.
Well, this is big.
I don't think they're going A, though. Ooh, are they?
Oh, I think they might be.
Ice Cube's just having a bit of a look. Shady doing a scouting job. He's low on HP. He'll leave it down to Ice Cube to try to clutch this round out if it is necessary. But yeah, I mean, I think even if he dies here to Minnow, which he doesn't, but if he did, it would be fine because Ice Cube just goes B there, gets the plant down and plays out the 1v1. But
oh, wow.
Bit of a stroke of luck for Falcons, and that's, again, what I'm sort of talking about with this team. Like, they have that individual talent. They have that firepower that can just turn rounds back on their head, and not a lot of teams in the world of Crossfire actually have that. Obviously, the Chinese teams do. A lot of the Chinese teams do. Not all of them, obviously. But outside of China, you know, you're probably looking at Brazil for the most part to be in that discussion, and then Falcons.
Yeah.
There's no one else, really. But that's the first indication of that we've seen today so far from Falcons. So if they can get that going a little bit, you know, get the blood flowing a bit, momentum, whatever, then they're in with a real good chance of taking this series to at least a close match.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I hope we can catch the replay on that too, just because, again, I love what we saw from the fact of like someone like Ice Cube getting that double kill in mid. I was thinking that round was completely over, but the fact that EP got a little bit over antsy, they kind of just went for some info. They got punished for it so quickly. 2 kills right away, which brought that 4-on-2 to the 2-on-2. So this is definitely delivering to what we were kind of talking about a lot in the pre-show earlier on before the tech issue, is that this matchup really is that close. There's a lot of history with these guys playing each other internationally. It's been back and forth. None of these, when these two teams have played each other too, let's not forget, like, again, I talked about this, like, whenever they play each other, it's just either a 2-0 or a 3-0. There's no 2-1s, there's nothing. There's no in between. It's either all in or all out. So I don't know, maybe this, you know, will be the new dawn of something different. I have no idea, but I'm impressed to see Falcons, despite, you know, being in a lot of adversity, they're able to still climb themselves back into competitive rounds, and even that last one, getting the round win.
Uh-oh. Another peripheral malfunction.
Uh-oh. He's out of game, too, so.
Yep.
Oh, dear.
Ah, dear.
That's not what you want.
No. Just when we started to get into a good game, you know, it was close. There was some good moments. Now we're back on the pause. It's Dola this time. What do you want to get for dinner, lads?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
That is a real tough one. Still got to think about it.
Gola seems happy.
Yeah, you know, for someone that had, you know, a lot of tech issues and laughing, so maybe he's just like frustrated laughing.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Yeah. But again, like I'm wondering, like I'm so curious what the peripheral issue is. Like, is it the mouse issue? Is it a keyboard issue? Like, I have too many questions.
There's a lot of random stuff that pops up at LAN. You know, I did a local tournament in Australia where there was like an hour-and-a-half tech delay.
Cool.
Because the admins couldn't figure out what the issue was. It was like, so it was on LAN, but the player had lag. Like they were in the server, but they had latency. They had like 250 ms.
Okay.
Which is like, that doesn't make sense because we're playing on a LAN server, right? There should not be
yeah.
any delay. And obviously, you know, you go through all the things to try to figure out what it is. You know, is it change the PC? Is it the config? You know, is it the peripherals? Whatever, it could be drivers, anything. They tried all of the stuff, couldn't figure it out. You know, hour and a half later, we're all sitting around like, what are we doing here? Like, this is just, how has this not been fixed? Anyway, apparently, as it turns out, the issue was to do with a white noise generator. Like, who thinks of that, first of all? So there was a white noise generator that was like adding some kind of interference somehow onto the network cable that was connected to that PC.
Ah.
So you tell me how that happens. I don't know. But apparently that's what it was.
Okay.
And okay, you can kind of forgive the admins for not figuring that out quickly because...
Yeah, who would ever think of that?
Who would ever think of that? Like, in what world would a white noise generator be causing a latency issue?
Yeah, and like it's funny because you always kind of jump to like it's either a driver issue or, you know, like one of the software for like a particular mouse brand is maybe just kind of, you know, maybe interfering with each other some way, but like you jump to all these other conclusions. You would never think of that. I never would think of that as a top 5 choice. I wouldn't be like, you know what, it's probably the white noise maker. You know, that's it's definitely that. It's causing problems here. So, and that's kind of the good and bads of like, you know, the increasing of the peripherals, like wireless, everything is great, but obviously when there's an issue, there is an issue, right? And that's kind of what's a little bit frustrating. It's not just like a simple cable thing anymore. It can be many, many things, which kind of creates the frustration of it. So,
yeah, I think they have some solutions for that. I think there's like different like, whatever. Don't worry about it.
Well, you know what? It's fine. We don't need to worry about it because we're going right back into this thing. So, thank goodness.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shorter pause, so we like that.
We will take those.
Evolution Power, maybe a little bit disappointed to lose that last round. Could be up here 4-1, but 3-2, still a pretty close scoreline here as Falcons, as expected thus far today, probably being the team to really push it the most.
Yeah, Falcons once again. They're going to mix things up this time. They're actually going to put 4 players in long, and nobody from EP is fighting for this. So we saw like a lot of duels that were coming this way, but now they're playing this a lot more turtle. But you can see that YH has actually pushed himself all the way in the side of mid, so he might be able to get the timing of Rambo. He might just get this. Oh, man, they're so close. And Rambo's already been able to sneak himself through this. Are they going to have any inkling of this? But opening duel once again. XQQ able to find this double. Finally gets put to sleep. But EP looking a lot stronger now. That armor is definitely shining bright. And there we go. They just clean this thing up.
Yeah, that's a decisive round victory coming out of the tech pause. Puts to rest any thoughts of maybe a bit of momentum starting to build again here for Falcons.
I don't see this game being like a big lead, and you know, like I feel like it's going to be that close encounter a little bit back and forth. Falcons are definitely a good team where they don't let those big leads kind of, I feel like historically not always get against them. Like it always seems like games can be relatively close, but we'll see. Maybe different in 2025, I don't know. So far in their region, though, they've been unstoppable. I mean, winning 3-0s in best of 5s. That's pretty impressive. Not bad at all. Not taking a map loss. That's a statement made, Jordan.
Yeah. Well, patience again around the map. I mean, last round Falcons tried to go a little bit faster. They got utterly destroyed, so trying to pick the pace up hasn't worked. I imagine they're going to default back to what was the original game plan, which was a little bit of a slower style. So we will have to be patient with this series, it seems like. You know, we had to wait quite a while to get it underway. And now we're going to have to wait as Falcons take their time through these rounds.
Yeah, and actually, instead of having a lurk this time, not doing a 4-1 split, they're going to actually commit all 5 players potentially here for this B hit. So they're kind of waiting things out. A minute remaining. You can see the utilities getting ready to get thrown. Smoke's going to get in placement now. Rotates. You see on the minimap, the EP starting to get a little antsy. They're starting to move around, but Zay's not going to be able to find anything. But XQQ gets the opening start here. A little bit of something, but Falcons once again doing a good job of just getting this full control of the execute. Now Mino, it's a question if he is able to find this timing through the smoke. If he wants to go through it, Plant's going to get done. And now puts Falcons on a 4-on-3, and YH going for the flank, but it's challenging.
Mino, he knows Dollar is in the box room. He's called that over to YH, and it won't even come down to YH. Mino, though, over. 4-3. I mean, there's not a whole lot between these two teams at the moment. It just feels like a bit tit for tat. One team getting around. I would argue Evolution Power's probably been a little bit cleaner in their execution of the rounds that they've won, but not by a massive stretch. It's a nice opener for Ice Cube, though. XQQ down.
Yeah, and that actually puts them in the lead in terms of like opening duels right now, just slightly. I have it at 4-3 right now. In the advantage for Falcons, but in terms of the, you know, Alm versus Alm, it's been Ice Cube that's actually just been able to put himself a little bit ahead as well. So that's where, again, I kind of felt like this was a good conversation with these two players just to see who's going to have a little bit more of a pop-off moment, who's going to be able to find that impact. And it's been almost pretty much even. Well, there's another Alm available right now for EP. The Falcons, they've just really changed their whole like identity. Like, again, they were a team that's just so aggro, get in your face, right? They really like to be aggro. But in this instance, they're giving a lot of respect, but it's actually panned out nicely for them, Jordan. Like, I really don't think it's been like a problem necessarily. I mean, there was a couple issues with time management, but really that was it. Oh no, Zay, you gotta hit that.
Yeah, especially in a 4-on-5, like that's your opportunity to bring the numbers back and bring it to a 4-on-4. You know, put a little bit of pressure back onto Falcons, but missing pretty egregiously there. I mean, luckily, he's actually going to be allowed to exit here. If Falcons wanted to, they could just punish him, but they've decided to kind of let him run free. So could still come back to bite Falcons, letting him survive. Ice Cube, though, no concerns for him against YZK. Rambo now looking to clear things out on his own. This is an interesting maneuver. If he got his timing a little bit wrong, say, able to bring it back there into numbers deficit again for Falcons. And there you go, Mino and Zay. I mean, Zay, he just finds himself that 1v1, gets Rambo. Rando still not on offer for Evolution Power, but that was a moment that I had to question.
Yeah, now Zay here on the 1-on-3. So again, he's going to get himself onto the back skirts of Cap, but he has to worry about Ice Cube. He's going to be close on by. He actually picks up the AK instead, so he's going to drop the Alm for this one. A decent little bit of a setup from him, and oh man, a nice little bit of a jumping spray. He's able to get it done. So okay, Falcons bounce right back into this game. Not bad at all, not too shabby. And this thing is going toe for toe like we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really, really interesting game.
It really is.
For sure.
It just is. It's like 4-4. There was a lead, right? We were talking a 4-2 advantage for EP. Now things are back to an even Stevens.
I think this one's really going to come down to the wire based on the way things have been going so far. Just eye test-wise, it feels like a close matchup. YH, though, trying to get aggressive, will take down Shady and maintain that long control. Almost got Dola, but he's able to sort of slink his way back out. But look, 5-4 at the end of the first half will be the scoreline here. Very, very interested, though, if Falcons are able to find a way to win this first map and put Evolution Power onto Compound then, which is Falcons' map pick with a 0-on-1 deficit. You know, is there a world where Falcons can cause the first upset of this event?
Yeah.
And it's kind of feeling like that's a possibility at this stage. It's obviously too early to tell. Can't say with any certainty, but it is definitely a possibility for Falcons. You know, they are really making Evolution Power work for these rounds.
They really are. No, they really, really are. And that's what we were kind of talking about. Even, like, you know, in terms of regions, like, this is probably a bigger statement here for EP to get themselves deep, because Falcons, I mean, in their region, there's a really good chance they could still qualify for EWC, but if they can get it here and now, I mean, again, that's getting ahead of myself, but that could be a huge game changer. But okay, Dola. That's not bad at all. Nice little bit of a tapperino, but ZYK at least, or YZK, my apology, he can mix things up a little bit. He's making me kind of disassemble my words, and now just barely missing another shot. With a minute remaining, Falcons, again, look at how far back they are. They're not even committed to this damn idea.
.54 seconds left on the clock. It is, honestly, a little bit interesting that Evolution Power are playing that aggressively. They're not going to go too over-aggressive on that little peek in through short, but XQQ, careful. Do not peek Ice Cube again. Do not peek Ice Cube again. That surely is not what you're doing in a 4-on-3, but...
Oh, this is bad.
He's got the info. And whoa, Ice Cube does get traded down. That is the danger of Ice Cube as an individual, but it's not enough here. Evolution Power still with the numbers advantage, and it is brought into a 3-on-1. Dola surviving with not a lot of time left to play with. He's going to have to move quick into the B bomb site. He'll be spotted out by XQQ, who's just jump spotting behind the box. Has the backup of Minnow as well. This should be around for Evolution Power every day of the week. Where's the trade? There it is. Finally, Minnow got there in the end, 5-4. So advantage Evolution Power, but not by a long stretch.
Yeah, not by a big margin. So again, not super convincing, but very, very competitive game. And again, teeter-totter back and forth. And so now things are going to get switched over. Falcons are now going to put themselves in the GR side. EP back onto the blacklist. Full long control. A big bar fight about to commence. Shady's going to be able to find the opening duel. So now Falcons, once again, if they get that duel, they pull right back. Look at how quick they do this. This is perfect right now from a GR perspective. They're playing this nicely in the sense that they're not just continuing to press. Now they're making things more problematic for EP.
Evolution Power do have that one round that they can fall back on. Yeah, not the start that they want. I don't suspect that we're going to get too much in the ways of shenanigans out of Falcons now that they've got the 5-on-4 lead. But Evolution Power still going to try to work their way up through long, and that's not worked out too poorly at all. Minnow and YH on the contact play are able to take down Dola and Shady. There is still one more player on this site they're not aware of. Kimbum picking one up, but Rambo still lurking is the big concern for me. The other side of the coin, though, Minnow is waiting patiently for his time to strike in middle as well. A mid-round adaptation. Rambo will be spotted out by Zay, who will pull that rotation back over to A. IZK having a little bit of a look. I'm not sure about that. The bomb pushing forward. Minnow's into B, but where's the value in that when the C4 is dropped on long? It's up to Minnow now to kind of get in and find a flank. He's not able to do so because Ice Cube's on short already.
Oh, man, Ice Cube. He's able to get, look at this, he even gets the kill. Now he's going to reposition again. He's just making sure everything, there's no big flank in mid right now. I think he's aware the C4 should be dropped, but he's going to play this a little bit more tucked in. Going to wait things out just a little bit. Minnow now, critical HP. Half of it's already gone. The plant should be done easily. But Ice Cube, now he's going for the swing. He's going for the swing, and there it is once again. This guy is ice cold.
Ice cold for Ice Cube. It's in the name. Yeah, he's just such a talent for this Falcons roster. Could see it a couple of years ago that he was destined to be in the best Vietnamese team. At the time, he wasn't, but he was clearly a standout. 5-5. Scoreline very, very tight at the moment.
Yeah, look at YH, though. He's already pushed up in mid. Oh, man, they might just go right down the middle. They might even just try to split this. Triple player right now in the cap from Falcons. Oh, look at this YH. This is good control. Kimbum, are you prepared? Now he's got a little bit of trouble ahead of him. But does he realize how much trouble? Now he just gets overwhelmed. Look at how quickly. But look at Shady. He's able to find a double just right back into this. This thing is falling apart. I thought EP were putting themselves in a prime position, but looks like they fell right into the mousetrap. And now Falcons, they're going to maintain a lead.
Yeah, that's much more like it from Falcons. You know, that faster play, right? Like how quick they were on that rotate, that Wolfpack style, Wolf Empire style. I mean, that's more what we've come to expect from Falcons when they're playing well, at least in the past. So you're sort of starting to see some of those flashes come through now on the GR side, and definitely has got Evolution Power worried. This is the Evolution Power timeout. They don't enjoy being down. 6-5. I mean, it's not a massive deficit, but it is a deficit, and you're on your map pick. So Evolution Power, you can tell, starting to get a little bit concerned here.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't blame them, but I do like this call, just considering it's only 6-5 right now. It's not like it's getting too out of control. It's still a very, very competitive game, but I'm glad they're calling it now. They got to figure things out because, again, we talk about it's been a little bit of a carousel. It's just going round and around and around, back and forth for these guys. So a lot of conversations for EP because it feels like they're doing some of the right things, but then, again, Falcons just kind of, you know, showing us that little bit of Vietnamese magic where they just get these, like, double kills and, you know, multi-kill situations kind of out of nowhere. So a tough situation for EP, but still anybody's game at this moment. And, I mean, now we're starting to see, like, Ice Cube starting to pick things up a bit more, and now he's starting to heat up a little bit. But now I need to see a little bit more from XQQ because I kind of felt like he was doing well in the beginning, but he's kind of fizzled out a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's harder for him, though, going onto the BL side. So you do have to sort of bear that in mind. You know, you start on GR side. That's where your snipers tend to get a little bit more work done. I mean, Ice Cube was getting it done on BL side, but XQQ, as you say, has sort of mellowed out a little bit. I mean, it hasn't been a bad game from anyone on Evolution Power, but it's also not been like an X-Factor kind of game, you know, which is what we're getting from Ice Cube. He's winning clutches, he's getting some nice kills, sharp shots coming through from him. Even though Rambo and Kimbom have kind of gone missing, just impact plays coming through from Ice Cube are so far kind of enough to give Falcons that lead. But tuck timeout for Evolution Power. We'll see if that makes any kind of a difference.
Yeah, and a lot of respect here for round number 12. It's just waiting things out. And again, you know, EP kind of thinking that, you know, Falcons were going to maybe do some kind of a big push or maybe some kind of aggression down long. Instead, they actually give it up for free. So they're going to allow EP to have this full control if they want. And XQQ's kind of just posted up and hut. This isn't a bad thing. So now they're going to have a bit of a 4-1 split. So they're going to have the fake of one player that might just try to do an execute. But look at Falcons. Their setup is just like a bit of a turtle. Like they're just crunched in, grouped up in GR spawn, just on catwalk. This is interesting. This is a change up from their composition now.
A lot of counter util out from Falcons onto long. Look at that. How many smokes was that? They're throwing about 1,000 smokes onto long. They really don't want Evolution Power taking this space at all, and they will not be allowed it. I mean, 3 for 1. That's exactly what Falcons would have wanted, but what kind of a setup is that? What kind of a counter setup is that from Falcons? I don't know. 3 on 2, though, as the dust starts to settle. Or should I say the smoke starts to settle, because there was a lot of it there on long. YZK and XQQ still with a chance in this round.
I love that. I honestly love that from Falcons. Very, very impressive on the setup. I love that they just kind of played this little bit of a circle setup where everybody was close on by. You had the players on cat, you had the players in GR spawn. They essentially were playing these quick rotates together as a full brute force, which is important. Now Shady, just kind of, again, a little bit of tenderizing, a little bit of kneecap damage here. He's doing damage. He's doing good work now with 14 seconds remaining. Now things are problematic. Shady able to end things off with a double. Now we're starting to see a little bit more fired up players here from the Vietnamese squad, and honestly, it's more than impressive right now.
Yeah, they're starting to feel like this is really quite doable. They've been trailing for a while, but they've worked hard to battle their way back into the lead, and now they've got a 2-round lead, which is about as far of a gap as we've seen so far through this map. It's been a long, arduous task even to get into this map, but Falcons are getting their reward slowly but surely. Let's just hope they don't let it slip between their fingers, right? Because this is the opportunity for Falcons to take this map away from Evolution Power, and then they can start to think about winning the series. And if they can win a series against Evolution Power, then you can beat anybody in this tournament.
No doubt about it. XQQ, okay. He's getting a little bit more cheeky with it. Now he's playing individually. He's trying to pop off. Okay. That's not bad at all. Surely not a triple. Yep, he's getting a triple. He's hungry. He's pissed. He's angry. He wants to get back into this game. And he just goes, you know what? Let me do what I do best. Let me pop off King, and that's what he does indeed. And now he single-handedly has opened this round for number 13 for EP, surely.
Yeah, that's the fumble that Falcons couldn't really afford. It allows Evolution Power back into the game. Rambo will be spotted out by XQQ, and that's a round for Evolution Power. It doesn't just allow Evolution Power back into the conversation, as they were starting to get pushed out of it, but it also brings the crowd back in.
Well, what a time for XQQ to really get himself a good moment there in the sense of a pop-off. It's exactly what you needed. He was a bit quiet. I was commenting on that. I was like, something's wrong here. It's not the same performance. I mean, yes, he is top fragging. He's tied right now with Shady, but it kind of felt like his impact was getting a little bit lackluster. But the fact he's able to just take down Cat Control with a triple kill like that, that's a bit of a mistake from Falcons. And now 4-1 split once again. YZK just kind of posted up on the outskirts of long, just ensuring that Falcons don't go for any sort of a little bit of a map control late round. And now Falcons once again are playing the same setup that we saw 2 rounds ago. They're playing this little bit of a circle setup. They have the double player on Cat. Everybody's close on by for GR spawn. So this is going to be about using that utility, using those bodies quickly to react to the situation and execute.
Tense moments, these rounds really, really tight.
Oh, and they're just going to commit to this. Yeah, they're just going to go for the full execute, surely. This is interesting. Because you only have Rambo that's kind of playing in connector. He's kind of just floating a little bit. Oh, that's a good nade. Mino just caught the pin of it right off the teeth. And now XQQ just kind of, being a bit of a distraction. Now the rotate's here. This is exactly what I was talking about. Now you can start to see that's going to be the opening duel once again for Falcons. Able to find Dola with this opener, but now can they capitalize? Can they maintain it with 45 seconds remaining? And they're out. They're leaving. They're going to use this time.
Where are they going to go? I mean, Dola's here to cut off that rotation already. He's got the info. They're going to go straight in through that smoke, and Dola's waiting for them. That is an easy double kill for Dola. He gets the info early on in the piece. The rest of Falcons can come running over to A, prepared to defend that one, and Evolution Power have just been read like a book.
What an amazing amount of work in the sense of Falcons just reacting to that, right? We said they're playing the circle setup. They get the rotates quickly, and even how fast they realize that EP we're not even going to commit to it. They're like, no, they're out. They're leaving. They're abandoning this idea, and the reaction from it is just beautiful. This is some solid crossfire that we're seeing right now from Falcons. I'm more than impressed right now. We get a little bit of highlight reels, just a couple little bit of highlights that we got to see in the previous rounds, but 8-6 now. A 2-round lead is going to be gained for the newly acquired Falcons team. And EP do not have a reaction to this setup yet. They don't seem to have the counter strat to get themselves back into winning ways.
Need something big from one of the individuals here for Evolution Power now. Get them back into this fight. If this next round goes the way of Falcons, I think they close the map out.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a deficit greater than 2 so far. So to imagine that Evolution Power could bring back 3 in a row to take it to overtime, that seems like a stretch. It's just been very tit-for-tat, very back and forth. And Falcons are looking comfortable on this GR side. Even with Rambo completely missing, I mean, the guy's 4-10. And they're up 8-6 over Evolution Power. That's pretty impressive.
It really is. Dole and Shady, I mean, it's easy to pinpoint them. They're both sitting at 14, but like him, the 2 of them plus Ice Cube has really just kind of done the heavy lifting in a lot of ways, because these guys are putting up a lot of multi-kills. So that makes the biggest difference in the world. And now YH is trying to get a little bit more adventurous, but oh no, that's actually a bit of a misplay here from Falcons, but a great opportunity for EP. They take full advantage of it. Triple player kill onto Catwalk, and now they're just going to commit to this. They're not going to wait. They're not going to hesitate. Rambo, he's been struggling. He's not been able to perform as well as we normally see this. But Ice Cube does get himself a little bit of a consolation prize. C4 is going to get planted, so now can EP finally get themselves a round back in their favor?
Looks like it. Ice Cube would have to pull off a miracle here, and he's only got the M4 to work with, which is, look, it's not a bad gun, but in his hands, the Orm is what he's known for, and it's not going to happen this time around. So just keeping it close, keeping it tight. And Evolution Power are not done yet, although they do still have their backs against the wall. It's yet another close map and perhaps probably another close series between these two teams, as we saw last year.
Now it's a question if Falcons really want to go for a bit of a different setup, because we kind of keep seeing the same setup from them. Yes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I like it, I get it. But now they're in a position where I wouldn't mind them trying something a little bit different. EP, again, going to go for this long A control. And they're not even going to mess around. They're going to put numbers into this situation. So it's going to be a 4-1 split, leaving XQQ to kind of be the lurk on the catwalk, but he might get overwhelmed by the numbers. Ice Cube, nice little bit of a setup, gets that opening engagement. Can he find himself another? But Falcons, look at how quickly they clean this up. Just when you think it could be an EP round, it's just Falcons once again.
Yep, and this is going to now be Falcons' game to lose as they get to 9. And they're pumped up. All it takes now is one more, and they've got 2 bites at the cherry. But they know it's not done just yet. They're going to lock in again. All right, looks like they've got a plan. You can see them sort of talking to one another. At the start of this round, they're going to try and get aggressive. It does look like it. Yes, they're going to try and throw a spanner in the works here. Falcons straight up the guts through middle. And Evolution Power, haven't seen this so far in this half. YZK, though, does get Ice Cube. XQQ taken down by Kimbum. Lots of damage done to YZK. Grenades to follow him, but a little too late.
Oh, no.
And now the counter flank is in as YH duels with Shady. Decides to back off. Happy with the player advantage he's got. It's on to Dola now, who will fall on B. And Evolution Power have control of the round.
Yeah, that's a really awkward round, because, again, like, you're kind of looking at a lot of situations where, you know, I love the creativity from Falcons, like just kind of pushing in mid. They're going to try to do something really cheeky. I just don't think, I think that engagement against YZK was just a little bit awkward. They just weren't able to find that duel. And that's why we're kind of seeing the position right now, the 4-on-1. Putting a lot of reliance now for Rambo to be in a clutch factor. This is asking a whole heck of a lot. And there we go, a 9-8. So 1 round of a difference either. The question of overtime, or maybe Falcons can close the deal here for this singular map. But I love that they tried to be bold. I love that they tried something different. It was, like you said, it was a little unorthodox, but it was just that one fighting in the engagement of YZK that really fell apart for them.
Well, not done yet for Evolution Power or for Falcons. Are we going to find ourselves in another overtime for today? Evolution Power will take it slow in this round, and it looks like Falcons will sort of mirror that, though Dola and Shady are playing a little bit more proactively on the short part of the map. Over towards A, they have a little bit of a look there. They don't see much, and so they're going to reset everything. It's a standard 3-2 split through from Falcons. They're not trying any funny business this round.
Yeah, they've actually mixed this up pretty nicely in the sense that they put Ice Cube, Dola, and Shady going to be in this A site. They're playing the triple setup. They're playing this a little bit more passive. They're not over-peaking on this. XQQ's been able to get himself... Oh, he got jump spotted. Oh, man, he just barely missed that shot. I was thinking surely they're not going to over-peak this. They're not going to look for info, but things are going right back into slim pickings here.
Yeah, patience really a virtue for Falcons at this point. They can't be affording to get picked off. Looking for info, and Shady is being very patient indeed, sitting behind that box, knows that he is relatively safe. Has a little bit of a look as he crosses long and sees that they haven't progressed too far up yet. So not a huge amount of pressure onto Falcons at this point in time, but that will be coming. It is going to be an A split. 3-on-3, the battle over short, and it looks like it's gone the way of Falcons. It is down to Minnow and XQQ coming through from long to try to save the day for Evolution Power. Otherwise, it'll be Falcons that take away map number 1. Steal Evolution's Power's map. Minnow has other ideas, of course. He finds himself a double somehow, somewhere, keeping Evolution Power in the fight.
Yeah, and the utility's actually just kind of pushing them back a little bit too, because you can see Falcons are still committed to this. They still think that EP could definitely be here. There's 30 seconds remaining. So EP, they cannot wait. They have to commit to this. They got to make the cross. They got to make sure they get there in time. I don't know if Ice Cube's going to be able to spot them enough in time, but oh, Mino, he's actually going to push this. Oh my goodness! He's able to find the timing of Ice Cube.
Time those, 15 seconds here.
They've got to get going, Rambo.
They can't even barely plant, they just have to find Rambo. If they go B and he picks off the bomb, that's
Rambo!
the round over, but EP somehow win themselves a 2v4. That is an unreasonable round. I mean, I don't even know where that one's gone. Falcons, they've got to have a good hard look at themselves for that one because that was just not acceptable. That was the round on a silver platter. You had a 4v2, you have players holding A, you've got 2 players on long, and you know they're on long. And then you lose 2 players to Mino, and then Ice Cube's just sort of floating around on short. The round falls apart. I mean, that's not good at all in the mid-round from Falcons, but they're still going to be fighting hard for this map.
Well, it looks like EP is definitely one of those teams, like when they're down in the numbers, they can still make things very competitive and get themselves, like you said, where I thought it was all over. I thought Falcons were able to get things nicely cleaned up with Shady with getting that triple kill.
I thought that was done.
I thought it was a done deal. I really did.
Should have been done. It should have.
It should have. On paper, should have been done, but good resilience right now from the Chinese team to push this thing into an overtime situation where they were down by the numbers too now, so now things are going to be switched. Falcons back onto the BL side to see what they can get done. This is where EP were able to get the first half 5-4 when they were on the GR side. So this is where, again, it was that teeter-totter, a little bit back and forth. It was just kind of 1 for 1 maybe. Now Rambo and Long ready to go with the Om. And Falcons just playing, again, a very, very slow, methodical little bit of a setup. That has been proven to be very effective, so it's hard to even critique that, where we do talk a lot about teams that are sometimes draining the clock a little bit too much, but that hasn't really been the case for these guys, except for one particular round at the very beginning.
Yeah. Falcons have kind of got it back into line. YZK and Zay poised for the defense here on A. It'll be a long rotate from the rest of Evolution Power, so they need to do something here for that A defense. Mino will catch Kimbum as he tries to lurk in late through middle, but it is the A defense that is going to be tested right here, and it's onto YZK, who misses his shot, will be taken down. Dollar and Rambo combining for that kill. Now it's just YH late up long, and that's dealt with by Rambo. Another good round out from Falcons. They keep themselves with their noses in front.
Not bad at all. Nice little bit of an execute. Again, just reacting nicely to it. I was kind of getting a little bit nervous when I think that was Dola that actually was the one that was kind of pushing through Cat, and it didn't look like the trade was there immediately. Evolution Power. Is there going to be any power on long? No, they're actually going to pull back on this. They're just going to play a little bit more passive. They're going to give it up. They realized they were a little bit too slow to the race. Now Falcons putting themselves right back where we see them again, the default scenario. But this time it's going to be Kimbum that actually gets himself into Hut with the rifle. They're not going to try to utilize the double arms here. They're not going to put anybody in long to get that pick. They're just going to try to maintain real estate control, which is not a bad thing, but what do they want to do with it?
Probably not a lot for another minute or so, I would say.
Yeah, at least 40 seconds.
Happy to let that clock weight down on both sides, typically has been the case. But once we hit about 40 seconds, that's where the action does start to kick off again. So, long taken by Falcons. I mean, you could screenshot this round, and we've seen it a number of times, right? Where Falcons take long, happy to sit there for a bit, have a little bit of an explorer in middle. Timing not great for them as Zay has now spotted out that push in short. YH going to be prompted to swing as a result of that. Ends up being a 1-for-1, which is not bad for either side. And with 1 minute ticking away now, Falcons are going to have to start to get a wriggle on soon.
Yeah, this is where they got to get a little bit more active. This is where they have to actually start pushing a little bit more just to get themselves something. When you kind of play back, when the time is like under the minute, this is where it gets a little bit worrisome. But Mino's actually going to put aggression on this, and he will be able to find it, but it's expensive in the HP department. And now YZK, is he going to be able to find this shot? Yes, indeed, but it's immediately traded out. But that C4 is going to be dropped. Flash is getting thrown. Great utility usage. And look at this. Once again, another multi-kill round from Falcons to put themselves in a 2v1.
Not over yet, though, as Zay is able to strike, and there's 20 seconds left here, so Ice Cube's going to have to move quickly. He's usually pretty good in the clutch, but this is going to be a tough one. Zay knows where he is. Zay knows he has to plant.
He's got 10 seconds.
That space has been given to Ice Cube. Oh, he's going to...
Ice Cube, no.
This is not the play. This is not the play. He's got to get that plant down, and he does, just in time. Zay's gone all the way over to B for a long wrap. This could be another one for Ice Cube, which will put Falcons up 11-9. Significant advantage over Evolution Power.
Oh, this is huge, though. This reposition is so strong because Ice Cube has zero idea. This is a full guessing game. Zay's in the perfect position. He's even to be the element of surprise. Oh, Ice Cube, though, he just misses the shot. Now they're fully exposed. It's all about who's going to be able to win this duel, Ice Cube. You just got to burn the time. Nade going to get thrown. Ice Cube jumps is around, and there it is. Zay's going to be able to keep this thing moving along nicely. Back to an even game of a 10-10.
Yeah, very, very close. Very, very hard fought, as it was last time they faced each other on Black Widow.
Woo!
Could really split the difference here.
Well, I guess that tech pause is kind of forgotten, right? I mean, this thing is delivering full effect. Right back into square one. No definitive leader. And now YZK, whoo! Mama, he's going for a swing. And that's an immediate trade. Falcons doing a great job once again, but now, are they going to maintain this aggression? Yes, they are. Still looking for blood. They've been able to smell it. And now Kimbum, the recent addition, has been able to find himself that double.
1v1.
This is a 1v1. Look at Shady's HP. It's critically low. C4's dropped, and Shady's is still trying to go for the fight.
I don't think they know that Shady's low. Otherwise, XQQ probably trades out for a rifle there or swaps over to his pistol. Oh, maybe that info's starting to come through now. Initially took the shot with the Orm. Shady's going to try and slow things down a little bit. XQQ keen to find a bit of info.
Oh, and he actually takes advantage of this. He is going to cross. Oh my goodness, and he finds that kill.
Headshot connected, and that's what you need. That HP. I mean, it's rough now for Evolution Power as Falcons find themselves in the lead at halftime in OT.
That's the thing about this team, and that's what we were kind of mentioning, is the fact that there's so clutch factor. That's the thing about Falcons that's just so exciting to watch, is like any kind of a situation, you never really know what you're going to get. But right now, we do know that Shady's going to be the one that's kind of playing a little bit of an off angle. He's doing this by himself, but little does he know that he's got a whole squad right in front of him, and they land this target practice. The one duel is going to go back and forth a little bit here, but not a bad consideration at all to start things off here for Falcons to find that opening duel. But again, it's immediate, so we're right into a 4-on-4 just like that.
Yep. Yeah, a very important round, though, for Evolution Power to pick up here, just to make it so that Falcons is not on map point. Once you get onto map point, you know, at the very least it gives Falcons a few bites of the cherry. You know, they can play a couple of rounds without too much pressure, and even then they'll have the golden point round as well. That's asking a lot from Evolution Power to bring that back. Once again, we'll see some util out on A, and then a heavy amount of counter util out from Falcons. It was similar to the round we saw in regulation. All that util getting dumped on long. But there's no push this time, actually, from Evolution Power. So they've sort of put that element of the doubt into the minds of Falcons that, oh, are they coming A? Are they not coming A? Now they've used all their util. There's not a whole lot here left for Falcons. Rambo, has he spotted them in the box room? It looks like it. He's going to smoke them off and wait for them to try to push their way in as he waits patiently with a headshot there for ZH. Or YH, I should say.
Good utility, though. But now Zay's been able to make it across, and he does know this. So Rambo, oh my goodness, the timing maybe, though. He's still committing to this, and he actually takes down the bomb carrier.
Yep, they're aware that the C4's there now towards B, and so everybody can rotate over. Interesting strategy from Falcons, as they're going to give up control of middle and work their way in through the box room. All four of them. It's almost as if
he's not going to know.
Falcons are trying to take the site themselves. There is Dola lurking around in middle. He'll come in late, but the offensive will come through from the box room, and that looks like it's working perfectly for Falcons. YZK, he can get one, but it's not a position you can multi-frag from. Easy trade for Ice Cube. 12 for Falcons, and they are on for a map victory now. again.
I just can't believe that Ice Cube went for the re-peek on that angle. It felt like YZK was in the perfect position that he's going to be able to find that shot, but you can never count out Ice Cube. You really can't. He's just a sharp shooter, but that was honestly really good composure from Rambo. I'm really, really impressed to see how well he played the connector. That smoke created a lot of problems, and now XQQ is going to be able to find himself a double opener. Why the heck not? That's what they needed. Again, he has this random pop-off moment where he gets a double kill, maybe now even to sit himself in a triple kill, and that's what we saw way, way, way back at round number 13. And maybe we get it here.
Yeah, I mean, is it getting a little bit telegraphed from Falcons that when they hit that map point, same thing kind of happens. They try to get aggressive in through middle. Last time it was, in regulation, it was directly through middle. In this one, it's through short. But, you know, same result. Maybe just starting to be a little bit predictable there with that kind of a play when it hits map point. Falcons going to have to go back to the drawing board for that one. As Evolution Power look like they're going to get themselves at least 2-11 here.
Yeah, and maybe even keep all 5 alive too. Just to flex a little bit more, and indeed they will. So yeah, a little bit of a wash round there from Falcons. Can't seem to close the deal, and now we're back into exactly the same scenario we had originally. It's all down to this one round to talk about pushing to a golden round, or can Falcons finally close this darn thing out? The mystery question for all of us. And now we're underway once again. An EP, a bit of a 3-1-1 setup on this one. C4 still in the back of BL spawn, so they're not going to commit to any sort of a game plan yet. A very defaulty setup. Waiting to see what they can do. And look at Falcons right back to the bread and butter here, Jordan. This is what they've done over and over again. It's been successful, but is EP going to now know this?
Well, they'll find it out eventually. They're going to be a methodical team on this Blacklist side. But Falcons really hedging their bets. They're not really holding on to either of the sides. They're almost playing retake on both sides, which is an interesting setup. But it can work, especially if you can get yourself the player advantage. You know, if you can get up 4-on-5, maybe find a pick on the way in for Evolution Power. Like if Evolution Power is hitting a bomb site, you, with one of your snipers, just get the pick on the cross, something like that. Can retake 4-on-5. That's very doable. But if it ends up being a 5-on-5 post plant, that's really tough to break open. Here comes Evolution Power, though, working their way in through the map. They might well run into another timing push. Dola waiting to go around the corner. Push is there, flashes are in, but YH gets that opener onto Dola. That's an X-Factor player out of the picture, but Shady and Kimbum have gone a long way to potentially winning this game for Falcons. It is traded back down. Rambo will fall, but health advantage is definitely there for Falcons at the moment, and map control probably as well. Because Evolution Power don't really have a lot of map control except for YZK outside of B, outside the box room. Shady looking a little bit confused for a second there. I think I just want to see him sort of set up on a safe line. He's low on HP, can't afford to be going down here.
Yeah, there's just no reason for him to keep, you know, kind of poking and prodding on this. You just have to be careful. And oh my goodness, even Kimbum's able to find this kill. So now they're putting themselves in prime position. The 3-on-2. HP is getting very, very low right now for EP. XQQ, a moment to pop off. He's been able to do it before, but he needs to do it here in round number 24. And that's now putting all reliance on him. C4 is going to be dropped. 10 seconds. This thing's over. These guys just, they have to stay alive, and this thing is done.
Yep, it's not even going to come down to that. Shady will lock it in with the kill. It is Falcons that will steal away map 1. Rightio, well, that was certainly something. Map number 1 again delivering. It's Falcons obviously getting themselves the dub there over Evolution Power, but not by a massive margin. Went to overtime again. Last time they played it was overtime. I think it was 13-10 actually for Evolution Power. This time goes the other way, even a little bit closer over to Falcons. But yeah, I mean, where does that leave us for the rest of this series now? Because next map is obviously a Falcons map pick. I mean, Evolution Power, if they were to lose this series, would be the first Chinese team out of ACL, which should not really be where they want to be finding themselves, I'm sure.
I think all of us were kind of predicting that this was going to be, you know, a day 2 just for all the Chinese teams to get themselves in that kind of position for the semifinals and pushing to the grand finals. But now this is where it begs the question, because like you said, Falcons were able to get the map pick of EP. Now they're going into their map pick following into this. But again, it was a very close encounter. I don't feel like EP played a poor game. I think it just came down to some really good individual prowess. I felt like that's the thing about Falcons that is so exciting to watch, because they can be in a lot of gritty situations, but somebody out of nowhere is like kind of pulling up this massive play, and then just the round completely blossoms into a whole other thing.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, it was a real mess of a game, to be honest. You know, back, forth. It didn't feel like either team really found a particularly high level of consistency necessarily. But I think what the difference maker actually ended up being probably was in the first half Ice Cube, in the second half Dollar. Those were the two kind of standouts. And again, that sort of ties into what we were talking about with regard to Falcons, that, you know, when it comes to these guys, they do have the individual talent to go pound for pound with some of the best teams in the world. And you had your big star players. You had Ice Cube. You had Dollar. I mean, look, when it comes to star players, I feel like everybody on Falcons could end up being in that category. But today, at least, it was Dollar and Ice Cube for me. And you can just see how back and forth it was. You know, one round here, one round there, a couple of rounds here, a couple of rounds back. It very rarely felt like we had a very big lead at all. I think the gap was like at most 2 rounds in a row. At most 2 rounds was the lead. Here's our stats, though. Shady, maybe the unsung hero. I talked a lot about Dollar. I talked a lot about Ice Cube. Shady coming in there at 1.6. I swear Dollar had like 20 kills.
Yeah, he was having a really good game. But honestly, it really kind of felt like the Shady show, right? I mean, he really, like, the fact that he's sitting at a 1.62, I knew it was going to be high, but I didn't think it'd be that high. But he really was a playmaker. He was the guy that was getting triple kills. He was finding multi-kills in short. So gets clearly the MVP in this situation by a long shot. Like, right. I don't think that's any surprise. So he's sitting at 107 ADR too. Like, that is a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, that's a big number. Opening kills for him as well, 3, which is not a huge amount, but when we're talking about, you know, you've got Ice Cube in the picture, we've got XQQ in the picture, who are probably the more traditional guys that you'd look at to find those opening kills. He's been able to find himself 3. Not a bad shout at all. And again, that's like a recipe for success, really, for Falcons. Shady, Dollar, Ice Cube all doing well. I actually thought Kimbum was pretty solid there as well. We saw his ADR was like around 88, something like that. I think almost up to 90, which is certainly very serviceable for a rifler. So, you know, overall, recipe for success there definitely coming in for the Falcons. Team Falcons, though, it's not done for them. They have to go on to Compound here, which is map number 2 in the series. It is their map choice, so that is of quite a big benefit to them. But I'm still expecting this to be a really close series. I really wouldn't be surprised to see this going all the way to 3.
I agree. Like, I feel like even though it's going into their map pick, I mean, it does kind of show a little bit of confidence that, like, on paper, you're like, yeah, there's a slight edge. They clearly want this map for a reason, but I still feel like there's a world of opportunity here to go to a 3-mapper just because we knew this was going to be the best matchup of the day. I think EP, again, they played a pretty decent game considering it wasn't like there was major weaknesses. It just felt like kind of some micro decisions, I think, that kind of cost them a little bit at times, but that kind of went on the same token here for Falcons too. So that's where, you know, you made the comment about it was a sloppy game. It was in its way because it just felt like there was some critical mistakes, and those mistakes just got pried right open.
Yeah, most definitely. But look, at the end of the day, it wasn't really bad enough from Evolution Power to say, yeah, they got completely rolled. We're not expecting them to be competitive in the rest of this series. For me, again, XQQ going to have to step up here on Compound. Opening picks just so important in a matchup like this where you can see these rounds like just snowball out of control when one kill goes one way or whatnot. So, you know, again, keeping an eye really on the snipers coming into Compound here. But what's your take? You obviously went the way of Falcons. We were talking about prediction at the start of this series. You were kind of leaning a little bit towards Falcons. I was maybe leaning a little bit towards Evolution Power.
Yeah.
I don't think there was really a wrong answer, to be honest, in this series, based especially on how close that first map was. We always were expecting a close one, but are you feeling like Falcons have shown you enough to give you at least hope that this could even actually end up being a 2-0 for them?
You know, I do. I kind of felt like their setups were really, really nice on the map. I felt like on map number 1, it looked good. Like their GR side, you could tell they had a really good couple systems in place. Like they just had kind of like essentially like a 3-man different plan up, you know, different plans in the sense of like they did the circle play or they would kind of do full stacks. I really felt like they were showing good strategy. I was kind of wondering if it was going to be just like individuals popping off and fragging abilities, but it wasn't just that. I felt like the teamwork was decent. Some mistakes here and there, but I'm still a little bit more convinced that they could get this with a 2-0. But now for a moment of EP to kind of prove us wrong, or prove me wrong, I guess, just because that was such a close encounter. So it's not like it was a dominant win, but a win is a win at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I definitely get the feeling that Falcons are good enough to close this series out from here, for sure. But in the same vein, you know, Evolution Power, they are a team that they have experience fighting from behind, right? They are not a team that necessarily gives up. We saw in that CFS final back last year, they were down 2-1 against Vasco. They still went on to win that series. It came down to overtime on compound for that last map. It was one of the best finals, probably the best grand final that we've had, I could say, in a long time in CFS, maybe ever. It was definitely up there. So, you know, even though the advantage is there for Falcons, I don't think this is going to be an easy one to close out. EP have a lot of stage experience, they have a lot of big game experience, they have a lot of coming back from behind experience. Reverse sweep, that's the word I was looking for. Doesn't come into your head that quickly sometimes.
That's okay.
You know, they've kind of been here, they've done that. So I don't think that they're going to necessarily be exploding or blowing up here on the stage. But, you know, on the same token, if we see Falcons come out again, play another good game, every possibility that they could win this map, and almost kind of want to see it, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of want to see them get back to that scary form that we saw when they were Wolf Empire, when they did win Summer Championship, when they did come into the CFS Grand Finals and look like the best team, at least in the group stages and in the early stages of the playoffs. But they're not that yet, but if they could topple Evolution Power, look, if they topple Evolution Power and then they go into that match later on, which we assume is going to be against KINGZERO, and they were to win that, then I think they become the favorites to win this tournament, frankly.
Yeah, I agree. Because I think, you know, even if, like, again, we go in a world where they win this, whether it's a 2-0, 2-1, doesn't matter, but they play KINGZERO, like, I'm still in the opinion, and I'd be curious what the other commentators think too, but I would think that Falcons have themselves in a prime position to actually beat KINGZERO, just because I know that KINGZERO did really well for CFPL. They won it with a really interesting record and, you know, had a big comeback, but this is a whole different environment. This is LAN, this is different rules, different little bit of setup, so it's not the same thing. So I kind of think that Falcons, if they find this victory, I agree. Like, I think there's a world where they push themselves a ticket to the grand finals. No question about it.
Yep, yeah, most definitely.
This matchup really is such a telling tale for these guys, because if they get the dub here now, today, it really does put them in prime position to get themselves as a debut under this new organization, to put themselves in a grand final situation to get that ticket to go to EWC.
Yeah, I mean, that would be massive, obviously, for Falcons, right? You're signed to Falcons, which is now one of the biggest esports organizations in the world. You know, we've had big Chinese organizations in Crossfire for a very long time, but I think a lot of like the non-Chinese organizations, you know, the West, the Middle Eastern organizations, they don't exist anymore in Crossfire. But Falcons picking up this team, and if they were to win ACL straight off the bat, that would be a statement being thrown down. Let's find out if they can do it. They get themselves ready for map 2 here against Evolution Power.
Here we go, ready to go for map number 2. And again, as you saw those stats, things look statistically a lot better for Falcons. The percentages are looking a lot better, a lot stronger. So let's see if that's going to play to effect, because that's not always going to be the name and the case. But here we go, Falcons on the BL side. Evolution Power now to start things off on the GR. They are going to go double snipers on this too, which makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
But can they capitalize? Can they be able to put that into effect in this opening round?
Well, Pillars control seems to be the focal point here for Falcons. Evolution Power not holding on to that at the moment. You just have Minnow kind of looking through the window, see if he can find himself a pick somewhere. XQQ is there too.
Woo! Okay.
It's a great start. Shady, he can continue that, but Mino locking it down. Eventually does get traded back by Shady, but there was 3 players set up over towards B, and Evolution Power are able to trade successfully, get themselves the player advantage in this round. Meanwhile, though, Rambo, you know, he's actually up to some funny business in mid here. There's a bit of a gap, there's a bit of a hole, which is somewhat being locked down by YZK. Nice jump spot, gets the info. That info is very important. You can't just have a rogue blacklist player running around in the middle of the map without information on that. So important that they are aware of his position. Not that it's going to help YZK. That's the A site broken open.
Yeah, things are going to be a little bit weird, though, a little bit awkward. And Rambo actually doing a nice job just kind of posting up. This is a little bit scary, though, because right now what he's doing is he's kind of playing this just one-on-2 situation. But his position's interesting, but now he can actually re-aggress on this. But Ice Cube puts a little bit more laser focus. Oh, man, they run right into the scope, and oh, there it is. Maybe, no, he actually does a little bit of a miss, and now Jay is going to have to come up big on this one, but no, Ice Cube does one better.
It's a great start. Not a fantastic start, not a perfect start. You know, it wasn't the cleanest of rounds, but it's really nice to be able to clutch out a 2v3. You know, keep that momentum through from map 1 and immediately put that pressure back onto Evolution Power. And how many more can Falcons put together in a row? You know, can they build themselves a bit of a sizable lead on this blacklist side? It's going to be the first port of call, or are we going to, again, kind of be following the same trajectory as we did on Black Widow, which was a bit tit for tat, bit 1 for 1, 2 for 2. You know, if you're Falcons here, you want a front run. And that'll then start to get into the minds of Evolution Power, but still early days.
It is early days, and yeah, I mean, this is where EP, like, I question if they're going to be able to have a strong performance on a map like this. Not to say they can't, but, you know, Falcons pick it for a reason, and they do like it, and statistically, definitely on the heavier scale where it's, you know, it's not like it's just close, like, you know, 50 to 40. Like, these guys were pushing, like, high 60 percentages, so it's very, very strong. And they showed us that a lot at Summer Champs last year, that they played well in this. I think this was even the map, if I'm not mistaken. This is where they got the win over AG to kind of get themselves done and dusted in the grand final.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and have a look, to be honest.
I'm going to do that right now.
Be under pressure now. Zay's got Rambo. XQQ, though, missing a shot. He's going to keep Falcons with 4 alive. Zay is quite low. What's Falcons going to opt to do here? They've got a minute left on the clock, so they can keep it slow for now. Now looking really tentative about this push in toward B, but it's been kind of left open. They're ignoring that, and they're going to decide to go around the world and try to make their way into A, which is fairly heavily defended. Zay is around the back. He's found Ice Cube. That's unfortunate for Falcons. Shady spotted in the side as well. That's bomb dropped. Dollar and Kimbum are not going to be able to salvage this round. There's no way. That collapse was too good for Evolution Power.
And it was, right? It was Compound where
okay,
they got it a 10-8 versus AG back in the Summer Champs to get themselves the 3-1 victory, but that was a very, very close encounter. I do remember that, but that's the other thing, too, is when you're able to get a victory, you know, against a strong team like AG, even like last year, just kind of, again, proves how much they can be a fierce competitor on a map like this. But really good bounce back from EP. Beautifully done. Some good multi-kills coming through. Now Falcons going the long way into mid. They're going to be able to grab this a little bit. And right now EP, surprisingly, they're actually doing a double player into long, so they're going to go towards Generator, and they're going to get themselves in decent control. So they're going to play a little bit of a bait and switch setup on this, but Falcons right back to mid control. Now EP, they're starting to react to this, throwing a lot of utility, no nade damage, and they've reconfigured their game plan again.
Deep smoke. This time, having not lost a player on the early progression, they'll lose one quickly after that. Mino looking locked in, and YH will help him out. Ice Cube for the late lurk, does get himself the kill on the YH, but needs to do a lot to retrieve the C4, lock down that position, and then work into B, and it's just not going to happen. Rambo all alone here for Falcons, and immediately the map kind of turns back on its head. First round looked good for Falcons, but these last two have looked so decisive for Evolution Power.
Yeah, it's kind of like you get this first opening, you know, round for Falcons that looks good, and then now EP have just kind of, again, just put this into 2 rounds. This round really should be theirs. Like, I mean, the positioning of the C4 is just terrible. Rambo having to refight for this. Like, this is a map where you can just get severely punished for it. I mean, there's some maps where you can get away with it a little bit more, but not a map like Compound. I feel like you're not going to get away with that. So either way, EP now finding 2 in a row, not bad at all. And it's kind of convincing, too. It's not like these are coming down to 1v1 situations. These are pretty dominant rounds where they only lose maybe 2 players tops. So Falcons kind of sleeping behind the wheel just a little bit right now in the early portion of this.
Yeah.
We see a change, though? Is this where we get to see, you know, maybe Falcons, you know, kind of picking up a pace? Or are they going to change things around? Or do they want to just the old setup once again? And it kind of looks like that's the exact same thing in EP. They're going to play the exact same defensive setup, the 2-2 pushing into B main and A main as well. So deja vu. A little bit of a repeat, you know? It's like that good song you listen to. You hit the repeat button, you're just like, why not?
Yeah, you listen to it too many times, you get sick of it.
Exactly. Hopefully not the case here.
No. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the solution is really here for Falcons at the moment. It doesn't seem like they've been given anything in the early rounds, which is, you know, not the end of the world, but because Evolution Power have looked so solid on their side holds, you almost get the sense that Falcons do kind of need an early advantage in any one of these rounds, and that has been hard to come by. It will be hard to come by again in this one. Very, very safe positions being held. Evolution Power happy to give that mid control over to Falcons because they trust themselves. They trust those side holds, and why wouldn't you based on the first couple of defenses there?
Yeah, now they're going to be able to slip their way into mid, so this is interesting because you got the triple player in A right now. Jay's actually going to get caught with an nade. But now Falcons being in this position, are they going to actually try to use this across on the left-hand side? Maybe. The smoke's going to block off the B main door. Oh, they're going to take advantage of this. They're going to cross right into GR spawn. They're going to try to go for the backstab a little bit. This is not bad because now what you're going to see is Rambo. He's going to be after the player to make something happen in long, just again to catch them off guard just for that split second so they can find the timing of this.
And C4 in such a tenuous position though. Kimbum holding on to that one alone. If he falls, this round falls apart for Falcons. There it is. That's the important kill. Not to mention another couple to go with it. Evolution Power. They are just kind of demolishing Falcons on this one. Never mind. Rambo in for the 1v2. He's got 15 seconds. I don't know that he can get this one done. Eventually he'll be brought down. There was a moment of hope for Falcons, but Evolution Power looking just way too good on this GR side. And I think, honestly, Falcons, I would like to see them call attack timeout here. I'd like to see them change something up because there's kind of like slow approach in through mid, collapsing into one of the bomb sites. It's not working. You know, they need to probably try to probe the extremities a little bit more. But Evolution Power are just, they're so happy to let mid control go over to Falcons because every time they let them come in through mid, they're able to hold it so comfortably. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it for Evolution Power. You can see they've now stacked the extremities as well, anticipating that change up from Falcons.
Yeah, really, really good point because, again, like I felt like that was a bit of a misplay because, like I said, Rambo was the guy that had to make the play. He had to be the initiator in that previous round, and he took it way too passive. And it was so easy for EP just to realize they're like, yeah, we'll give up the mid control, but we have the perfect setup to counter it. And there you go. Even now, just kind of sitting back, looking pretty, just getting fruitful pickings of Ice Cube to find the opening duel. And EP have done a really, really good job to win these engagements. Again, just playing the exact same setups. You know, Falcons are kind of just falling for this trap over and over. The cheese is just too good of a smell, and now they've run right into the trap. It's just broken their necks, and now it's just down to Shady and Rambo, the last 2 players that they have to find something, and the C4's dropped in full control for EP right now.
Yep, attack timeout's been called by Falcons. We saw that at the start of the round, so they'll get a bit of time to chat after this one, but this has been a disaster of a blacklist side from Falcons. I mean, it's your map pick, guys. You know, what's going on here? Can't be going down 4-1, and, you know, not even looking competitive in the rounds either. That's the biggest concern for me. If the rounds were close and it was coming down to 1v1s and you just weren't winning your clutches, like, I think you can go, all right, you know, it happens. You get a bit of bad luck. Maybe individuals pop off. This hasn't really been that. This has just been Evolution Power looking cool, calm, and collected, not really feeling pressured at all, hitting their shots. Honestly, they're kind of letting Falcons do whatever Falcons want to do and then still beating them at their own game. So I don't know where you go from here for Falcons.
Yeah, and the thing is that I'm really, really hoping that right now for Falcons, or, you know, even the coach is kind of explaining, like, they're kind of falling into this old trap, like we said. It's like they're getting the mid control, and they're like, oh, okay, look, we have mid control, we have this real estate, we're going to be able to take full advantage of it. But it's a full setup. It's a perfect execution from EP, because every single time they've done that, they always have the perfect composition on the defense. They're ready to go for it. They're playing the perfect off angles. They're playing off each other. So Falcons are honestly kind of making this classic mistake of they think they're winning the map control game, but really they're not. It's EP that's just playing some really solid mind games.
Yep. Yeah, EP letting Falcons sort of walk into the trap again and again and again. And I just really hope that Falcons have identified the same thing that we have, and they're going to try and do something a little bit different. Yeah, got to have a big conversation in this TAC timeout, because this is your opportunity, not just to win this series. Like, you know, obviously you want to win this map, you want to win this series here, but like, I think if you let Evolution Power back into this series, they probably don't let you win it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to win this series as Falcons, you almost kind of have to get it done here on Compound, and starting to look more and more difficult. 4-1 the lead for Evolution Power. It needs to turn around right here, and it needs to turn around right now for Falcons.
Yeah, and then look at the setup that we see from EP. So they're actually going to put everybody down into this situation of pushing B main. They're mixing things up now. The playbook's been a little bit opened up. And Falcons, once again, the same setup. They just go for this slow mid control. But now I think I'm just trying to see if this is Rambo. I'm pretty sure it's Rambo. He's going to have a little bit of a rude awakening, and there it is. Now EP winning this duel. Now they can just pull back. They don't even need to commit to this fight. They can just have the duel, reset, play a hard defense, and now Falcons, they have to make a quick move right now. They cannot wait. Oh,
yeah,
dear.
It's just blowing up in their face, isn't it? I mean, not a single one of these rounds has looked competitive so far from Falcons. Bar round number 1.
Yeah, like they're just going in for these one-on-one peaks. They're not playing anything. They're not really playing as a team anymore. It feels like it's like, again, like they vanished. They're a complete ghost of themselves.
Yeah, confidence is low. They're going to be given the A-bomb site. They'll be given a plant here. That's bold from Shady, though. Around the corner, just trying to isolate a duel. Obviously ends up running into a couple of players. Dola gets himself one, but he's done. So timeout has not made a single point of difference. It feels like almost a foregone conclusion Compound already, and we're only 6 rounds in, but this has just been really, really rough watching for Falcons.
Yeah, but again, I can't take it away right now. EP have just played a fantastic defensive side right now. Like, everything just feels like it's falling into place nicely. Everybody's playing off of each other. They're mixing things up. They're doing it again. They're doing the 4-1 split. They're going to get this B main control. They're realizing Falcons are just doing the same thing over and over. And look at, Shady's got the bomb. Like, he's in a position. If he goes down, that's going to be the C4 drop. So this is just, again, what is going on, Falcons? Or they're just throwing this away. It feels like they're in their own heads. They're just overthinking every single situation. They finally pick up a double kill, sure, but this is just grueling now.
Oh,
and look at Shay! Oh, my God!
Yeah, just nothing going right for Falcons on this map at all. They are being blasted. Don't really know what to say. I mean, I feel like a broken record at this point. But it's not even about changing anything up for Falcons anymore. You know, it's like you're just losing everywhere. You know, like it's that same kind of vibe as maybe the BaiSha first map, the AG game, where it was like, it doesn't matter what Falcons do here. Evolution Power kind of just on another level at the moment on Compound. So if nothing else, you know, massive failure in the veto for Falcons.
Yeah.
This is going to be a map pick, you know. Look, it's not great for Evolution Power to lose their map on Black Widow, but, you know, that was very close. They definitely made them work for it. Here it's like you've just fundamentally misread the veto.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing is, too, like, I always kind of go to this just because I always get curious when games are really competitive in the very first, but, like, let's not forget, that was a 13-11 victory for Falcons, and that was a competitive first map, so it makes me, like, wonder if maybe they just exerted all their energy into that, and now they're kind of coasting in the sense that they have nothing left right now. They're running on the fumes. I mean, that is a possibility, but, I mean, like, look at the scoreline. This is just madness because, again, EP are winning these rounds pretty much in full convincing fashion. That last round in round number 7 was the only time that got a little bit more, you know, that 1v1 or 2v2 kind of situation, but it really feels like Falcons have just kind of, like, been deflated. They're just running flat.
I don't know how you come back from this. Like, even if you get 6-3, you have to have a monster GR side.
Monstrous GR side. And that's a lot of reliance. Like, the fact that this is their map and they have one singular round on the BL side.
Yeah.
Ay, caramba.
Oh, I've got to turn it around. I mean, change up from Evolution Power. Now they're going to hold middle. I know that is where Falcons have light to default to. It's a great mid hold. 3 players. It's just not even... It's not even really fitting close, you know. Like, the aim duels are so comfortable for Evolution Power at the moment that you're never even in a position where you think, oh, Falcons could maybe win this round. It's just not good enough. It's just not good enough from Falcons. One by one, they're trying to peek into mid. No trades, not much util. Nothing really. Feels like the life has gone out of Falcons for some reason.
Yeah, it just feels like they have...
They have B. They have B.
They do have B, yes, but look at the C4. It's going to go the long way into this. Rambo has to be able to get these kills, and look at how quickly EP's reacting to this. They're not even going to wait. They're just going to try to barrel on in, and that's it. Like, even now, with the C4 being so far back, I mean, this is a problem for Ice Cube. He gets a kill, sure, but he's still got 2 players to go against.
Pretty unwinnable for him, really.
19 seconds, like, this thing's really pretty much over, unless there's an overextension on this.
You'd have to hit a couple of insane shots and won't be able to. Now, we all know where this map is going, the way things are looking at the moment. It's feeling like it's going to be map 3. And in a pretty disappointing fashion as well for Falcons, unfortunately. 7-1 the lead in the first half here. 1 round, first round of the map went the way of Falcons, and since then it has been super one-sided. This has been a non-contest.
Yeah, but I like, in the one sense, it's like we're really picking apart Falcons, and it's just like, what's going on? But at the same time, like, EP, like, I love the fact that they lose that first map, and now look at the rebound of what they're able to do. They're just frustrated, to say the least. And look at this, they're going to be able to get themselves in the mid. Look at Falcons have no idea. They have no sights on it. And oh my gosh, look at Jay's just able to find this. These guys are going to put themselves in a prime position for an 8-1 first half.
Yeah, I think they deserve it.
They deserve it. They absolutely do. They're playing a flawless, almost pretty much flawless GR side.
Yeah, and it's been an uninspired Blacklist side as well for Falcons. That's the other thing. Like, you know, Kimbum's 0-8. The bloke's having a rough one. Ice Cube's been okay. Shady's been okay. But just okay is not going to cut it against a team like Evolution Power. Ice Cube does save Kimbum's life. He's back to the 4v2. But that doesn't last for very long. That will be more or less the first half. Kimbum, at the very least, does not go killless in the first half. He's got himself 1. He's got himself 2. But no more than that. It is just 1 on the board for Falcons here on map number 2. It seems like we are just absolutely destined for a 3rd map here.
Yeah, it really feels like it. And again, this is where, like, Falcons are gonna pretty much again they have to do the exact same thing that EP did to them on the GR side. They have to play this perfect amount of defense. They're gonna have to just win every single round and hope that, you know, EP doesn't put themselves on map point, because otherwise they have to play for overtime. So that's a big thing to do. That's a lot to ask for out of this kind of a matchup. But maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable in the GR side, but not looking good. Already not looking good, and opening duels have just been immenseful right now for EP. They've really just taken it off the charts.
Oh, well. Falcons struggling on the BL side, struggling on the GR side. Honestly, I think this... Whoa. I mean, that'll do it. I kind of just want to see this one be done. Like, this map it's just offering nothing, unfortunately. Yeah. Let's just get on the sub base. You know, have a bit of a mental reset as Falcons. Series might still be winnable. You know, maybe we made a little bit of a boo-boo with the veto and picked the wrong map, but we can go to sub base and hopefully show something a little better. That was also a close map last time they played. 10-8 to go the way of Evolution Power, but very winnable, of course, at that time for Wolf Empire.
Yeah, all 5 players alive still here for EP, so... I mean, this is a good setup in the sense that Falcons have got the double players in A, but EP, I mean, they can just nicely split this, a 3-2. They should be able to find the timing of this. Nobody's even watching long. Like, you have Dola that's kind of playing just behind the little, like, cubby to watch it, but it's really not that great. It's going to be a one and done here. If he finds a kill, falls back, that might give them just a little bit of time. Dola actually does find the engagements. Okay, so not bad at all. And there we go.
Ooh.
YZK, man, he's just having himself a great game so far.
Whoa, not over yet. Rambo, though, missing that shot onto Minnow. Bonplan's going to go down. He'll keep his head safe. Oh, hey, don't put your head up. Hey, careful. It's all good. Rambo's not able to land that shot. It's not an easy one, to be fair.
It's true.
There should be 9 on the board for Evolution Power, but Rambo going to see if he can give it a bit of a crack here. In through that smoke. Not spotting anyone out so far, and that time really ticking away, so he's going to have to move quickly. Minnow and YZK in a very safe position. Minnow, I think you might have seen him there. YZK's looking in the direction as well. Gets tough from here, gets impossible from here for Rambo. That is 9-1. Evolution Power, 1 round away from forcing map 3.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like at this point, it's like you said, it's like just get this one over with and done with and just kind of put everything into map number 3. It's kind of a hard thing to state, but I just don't know if we're in that realm of Falcons, just the way they're playing, if they have anything on this map. This is asking to get 8 rounds in a row to push an overtime situation, and they barely were able to win that singular round. I mean, I think it was the first opening round, and then it's just been dominance. It's just been every single round consecutively here for EP. So, and the fact that Falcons maybe do get themselves an opener, sure, that's a nice little kickstart, but now we need to see them cook a little bit more.
Ice Cube is waiting. Falcons not getting themselves a second just yet, and they're going to push Shady forward. He'll find himself a double. Finally, some decisiveness. Seems like he knows Minnow is there as well, but eventually that trade is going to come through. Someone's going to have to come up with the goods here for Evolution Power. It's not going to happen in this round by the looks of it. YZK might as well just jump in there, have a bit of a crack. It's a throwaway round, really. But it's just so far away for Falcons that they don't even get excited about it.
Yeah, there's not even, like, nobody's really, screaming. Nobody's really excited. They realize, like, look, something completely went wrong in this matchup. Something is just not working for them. So, I mean, until the rounds get closer and closer, that's when you start to get really excited. But they gotta find a way to recharge this. They gotta find a way to just take this round by round to get themselves back into a conversation of a comeback. A 9-2, definitely not the case.
Yeah, this time Evolution Power going to be given that mid control that they were hunting for. But not much else. Patient approach to start off this round from both teams.
Yeah, a lot of patience on this. Again, Falcons just kind of playing a hard defense right now. A 2-1-2. They're going to let EP have that mid control. EP taking their time. There's sweet time on this one. They realize they got the map point right in their grasp. They want to be able to get this thing done. They're going to get that mid control for free. But now it's all about Falcons reacting to this, because you have Rambo. That's going to be the player just on the outskirts on the left-hand side. He's going to be the one that has to find this kill and throw some utility to stop them. But, oh, he gets caught with a flash. Oh, this is bad. This is so bad. Everybody's just going to be able to swarm him. He hasn't been able to find the spot yet, and they just go for the jumping shot. That is perfectly done here from EP.
Yep, missed shot for Rambo. Even if he hits his shot, he's a dead man there. Zay's going to get himself another one. Ice Cube down as well. That'll be pretty much the end of the map. Dola and Kimbum would have to pull off a miracle to stave that off. That's actually not a bad start from Dola. Nice headshot onto Minnow. One plant down, though. Time is going to start ticking in the favor of Evolution Power, and Kimbum not finding a way to really get involved in this map at all, nor this round so far. Dola's going to lead the charge. See if he can win himself a duel against Zay. That won't happen. Kimbum with a nice trade, but he's still got to find 3 more. Time ticking away. His life points ticking away. That is 10-2, and it will be map number 3. Well, no major surprises that we find ourselves going to a map 3 here between Falcons and Evolution Power. It has obviously been in the past a pretty close matchup, even if their last meeting was a 3-0. It was 3 very, very close maps. Yeah. Felt like we were almost destined for another long series here, and it has been. Although map 2, very, very one-sided. I mean, I think you got to look at that as Falcons and say, what went wrong? What went wrong for them in terms of their preparation, their decision-making? Why did they choose Compound if that's the result that we're going to get from them? You know, one round on your BL side on Compound is just not good enough.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's just not good enough at all. And that's, I'm just been trying to process this and just go like, what happened here? Like, what was the gap here? What was the missing piece? And it just felt like everything they tried, it was just the same thing over and over. They did this mid control on the BL side. You know, they go through the long A side. They didn't do anything. Like, they just felt like their strategies were, they had the playbook and they're like, nah, we got nothing. We're done. And that was their map pick. So I don't know what on earth happened here, but it kind of just felt like they threw the white flag, you know, right away, and they kind of just wanted it to go to a third map, it felt like. I mean, obviously I'm just joking, but it just felt like they were just non-existent. But EP, again, like I felt like they played a great game. Everybody was hitting the shots. It didn't feel like it was one hard carry. Everybody was contributing, so I was happy to see that, considering that was such a close encounter in the first one.
It is sometimes kind of the danger. It's kind of like the nature of the beast a little bit for a team like Falcons. They're I find a very hot and cold team. Like Vietnam in general has been always a hot and cold kind of a region. When they're on, they can look fantastic and they can get over the line against the best teams in the world. When they're off, they can look pretty bad, and that's what we got there. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how things are going to go here, obviously, into map number 3. But it is going to be sub-base. We'll find out how that all plays out right after this break. Hello, welcome back. It's ACL Crossfire, and we are into match 3 of the day. It's a pretty jam-packed tournament. We've only got 2 days of competition, so got a lot of games to get through today, and then a bunch tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, though, we're sending a team to EWC. Question is, could it be one of the 2 teams that is playing in this very series? Well, maybe not really is my answer. If Falcons are going to bring that kind of level of quality on Compound, I don't think they're going to probably be the team to go through to EWC.
Yeah.
And on the other side of the coin, Evolution Power, you know, they look great on Compound, but they did go a little bit missing on their map pick of Black Widow. So both teams looking to make amends for that as we are starting to think about map 3 now. But yeah, have a look at that dominance really from Evolution Power on Compound. That's a pick that just blew up in the face of Team Falcons.
Yeah, and again, it was just kind of when we talked about the first half, it was like they got the opening round, and then it was just essentially full speed ahead. It just felt like, you know, getting 8-1 is just madness. And like when you look at the overall stats, I mean, I was kind of wondering what his overall KD was going to be. I knew it was going to be, again, very, very high because he really was a playmaker, but a 2.5, and then even like YZK sending it a 2.0 with Zay, like, man, these guys were all just playing phenomenal. Like, that's the thing. It like wasn't just one hard carry. Like, even XQQ, he had a 0.8. Like, he didn't even have to do anything. His whole rifling team was just picking up all these kills. And, like, it just looks so bad on the other side here for Falcons.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you can't really argue with those kinds of numbers. MVP is going to go the way of Zay. 153 ADR is pretty insane. That's kind of nutso mode. But
yeah.
Yeah, look, what can you really say? I mean, I feel like we've kind of said it all when it comes to Compound, and just have to hope that for map 3 we're going to see something a little better from Falcons. You know, that needs to step up. It needs to change. They need to do something a little bit better here on sub-base. Otherwise, you know, it's just going to be a clean sort of series closeout from Evolution Power, and we're going to go, map 3, you know, Falcons were kind of lucky to win that one.
Yeah.
It'll be a rough start to the year for them. You know, you come all the way to China, you play one game, you get knocked out, maybe don't really impress. So worst case scenario, I think, for Falcons here, I want to see a close loss.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't want to see them get blown out like that last game. Otherwise, it was like, what was the point? What was
the
point of all of this?
And that's exactly it. It kind of just feels like really you just put all your eggs in one basket, which was in the first map, which was like you could see here with the 13-11. But like, I'm really hoping this few minutes of a break has allowed them to kind of recharge or do whatever they need to do, get some jumping jacks in. I don't know, get the blood flowing, because that was just completely an absence here on the second map. But I'm not going to take that away from EP completely, but it just was embarrassing for Falcons, and I'm sure for the fans it was just a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, even for them, even as players, tough one to bounce back from, but very, very experienced side, been here a lot. My only concern is Kimbum. You know, didn't really impress too hard on map 1. Map 2 went completely missing.
Yeah.
You know, where is he at mentally, right? Because he's the least experienced of this roster. He's the one that hasn't really had the same success in the same sense as the other guys. So if he just again goes missing here on map 3, and you're not really playing 4v5, that's hard to say. But I mean, to be fair, he was like 0-8 in the first half, right? So, you know, at that point, are you playing 4v5? You can't be affording that against a team like Evolution Power. So he needs to find a way to have a mental reset here, or his team needs to kind of get him into the conversation early on in the piece. You know, maybe set him up for some kind of early game play. If you're on GR side, say, all right, mate, we're going to send you out. You know, we'll toss a couple of flashes in here.
Yeah.
You know, get him going a little bit, or on BL side, you know, let him do the entry fragging or the trading or whatever. But yeah, it's I think going to be tough if he doesn't come online in the same way that we saw on Compound.
Yeah, and I mean, his map 1 debut is like not terrible, but it wasn't impressive either. Like, it's not like, I think in this kind of a position with him being the least experienced, like, I don't think the IGL is going to be like, yeah, let's put you in these high-performing roles. You're just going to be probably playing support. You're just going to be playing, you know, a lot of the passive positions because they want the other players to play the best game that they can. So, you know, considering his first map debut was not bad, it was okay. It was definitely like in the middle, I would say, like not great, not bad, but not whatever. Yeah, map 2 didn't even exist. He was just, again, like you said, 0-8, 0-9 at one point, I'm pretty sure. So, but that's the same thing for everybody. Like, nobody really was putting up decent numbers. It just felt like, again, the firepower was just, it was running on nothing. So this is where everything's going to be the biggest question. It's now they've kind of made history in the sense of playing each other, where I talked about it's always been 2-0s or 3-0s. But now it's going to be either a 2-1, but where is that 2-1 going to go? All right, here we go. Third and final map here for this series. Falcons and Evolution Power. It's, you know, from a dominant performance of a 10-2 on Compound. Can they replicate it? Can they do the exact same thing? Or has maybe Falcons been able to find themselves a second, third, fourth win, whatever that is, to make themselves a little bit more fighting fashion?
Yeah, will it be a third Chinese team through to the semifinals? If Evolution Power can win this map, that will be the case. Falcons, true to their form in the first couple of maps, going to keep things reasonably slow to start things off now.
Yeah, this is what we saw originally on the first map, right? This is where they played a really, really slow setup, and that was on Black Widow.
Yep.
I mean, I can't really talk about Compound. We're just gonna pretend it
yeah,
didn't
forget
even happen.
about it. Honestly,
Let's just forget it existed.
Hopefully, Falcons can do that.
But I mean, honestly, this is what Falcons are doing. Like, they're playing this very, very slow, methodical play. I was kind of questioning it a little bit. I was thinking, like, is this an identity crisis, kind of? But no, like, I mean, they really did show that they have a good game plan with it. But they're really, really taking it very slow, just being extra cautious on this. And EP being on the GR side, that's even going to be more worse for wear in this, in my opinion.
And once again, I mean, I don't want to see Falcons, like, lose these rounds again because of the pace that they're bringing, but they're not taking any map control at all. Like, they haven't got wood, they haven't got control room, they haven't got lockers. They don't have anything. So, 45 seconds left. It's a lot of space to take with not a lot of time, and you're going to go through the vent?
Ooh.
Go through the vent? I mean, there's no one holding the vent, so it's actually going to work out for them, but that seems a bold choice at this stage.
30 seconds.
Yeah, like, you got to go.
Yeah, like, the fact that they're at 30 seconds with no map control, really, like, this is not good, because look at YH. He's just sitting back. He's going to be able to find these kills. But, okay, I mean, Falcons able to find themselves a triple kill now, so not bad at all. But, okay, Mino, though. It's labored, but he's able to get something bounced back, and now all down to Rambo. He has to be able to find this kill. 10 seconds remaining. He has to go for the plant. He cannot wait any longer. Mino should be able to get the swing. Oh, no, the plant. It's not even done. He has to get this kill, and he gets away with murder.
Well, that's an interesting way to start things off. Evolution Power down around, but they probably wouldn't have expected to have been. But hey, if that's going to work for Falcons, then probably not going to see them change things up too much. They're just, again, going to kind of default back to that and look, not interested in pushing too aggressively at the start of this round. They have got control room, at least machine room. But as far as wood control is concerned, nothing there.
Yeah, for considering the position that we saw Falcons in, the fact that they were just not really doing anything. They were just slowly, like molasses, just taking this map control. And I don't even want to say they took map control. I don't know how they got away with a round like that, but they really needed it. So the fact they get that round, maybe that can ignite the flame a little bit better now, which is a good start. But this is what happened on Compound. They got the first opener, then it just became problem after problem after problem. So double OM here for EP once again. But what do they do with it? Nice cube. Playing a very, very passive setup once again. Falcons just really, again, I don't think hesitant's the right word, but it feels like not super convincing of just getting map control right now. I think they're hoping EP is going to overextend at some point. Now wood's going to be obtained. This is big. Oh, but a nice opening duel from YZK. The alms are starting to sing nicely here on the GR side. And look at this, 3 kills in a row, make it the 4 from Dola, even getting this trade. And yeah, that's it. That's a quick bounce back. And
yep.
Do we go back in Deja Vu?
Run it back. I mean, yeah, you're exactly right. Compound first round was won by Falcons, and then Evolution Power kind of just dominated the rest of the game. Still early days. Still early days. Let's give Falcons the benefit of the doubt here. But once again, same smoke coming out from Evolution Power at wood, denying the entry there to Falcons. It's the exact same setup as that previous round. You know, machine room control here for Falcons. Evolution Power happy to play back in their sights. Nothing too fancy at all. Just kind of like Groundhog Day.
Yeah, kind of feels like it, right? We're just stuck in this weird vortex where everything's just the same over and over again. We're playing the simulator. And now, I mean, it is still YZK that's actually still posted up the single anchor here at A, which allows him to play that position, and then his teammates can just, again, heavily lean into locker and then play GR spawn. So the Falcons, they got to do something a little bit more active. They got to get a little bit more info. Ice Cube tries to go for a bit of approach on this. Instead of kind of playing outside the outskirts of wood, this time he's trying to put himself a little bit more active. Through a kill, through jail. So it's a good effort, but nothing's really been commenced of it. No damage inflicted from either side yet. And we're almost hitting the minute mark here, and nobody's taken damage. Nothing very eventful, like barely any utility thrown as well. This is a very unique circumstance right now.
Oof. Missed shot by Shady. It's a tough one to hit, to be fair, but would have gone a long way.
And they're still waiting it out. 45 seconds and nothing to show for it. So now they have to refight for this. You can see the nades are going to get thrown deep into, smoke it deep into A side. Is it a fake, though? Ice Cube's going to be able to find the opening duel, sure, but now what do they got to do with 35 seconds?
Oh, they've actually won a pretty important one there. Kimbum double! Somehow he's got no HP, he's gotten it done. I mean, that is Falcons at their finest. Like, just swinging and hitting their shots. You wish you got to see that a bit more often.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really impressive because, again, like, I think, you know, you really made a point on this earlier is the fact of Kimbum, like, you know, first map, whatever kind of performance, kind of meh, kind of mid, as the kids say. But, I mean, second map, not a whole thing, but now getting himself a double kill like that, that's definitely going to boost up his confidence being the least experienced player. So you love to see that. Need a little bit more out of him in those kind of situations, but Falcons putting themselves in these like nitty-gritty time crunch situations where they're able to just find 3 kills within the blink of an eye. It's just so interesting that it does work out for them. It's hard not, you know, we're criticizing them a lot, but it has been effective in some degree, but now they got themselves on a lead. Double player setup from EP. They're going to mix up their playbook just a little bit here on this A setup. They're going to put YZK and also, I think that's YH if I'm not mistaken. He's actually going to be gripped up with here too. So a little bit of a change up. 2-1-2, which is good to see.
Yeah, Falcons, man, same old, isn't it? 1 minute 20 on the clock. Only just now starting to explore into wood. Zola and Kimbum to lead that charge on the entry duty. But EP, again, playing very back in toward their sights. Not looking for that presence at all.
Yeah, but wood control is going to be grabbed up here, so this is nice. And then Jay's going to be the one that's actually just in radio. So he's the one that's kind of just sitting here. But he's by himself. He's kind of playing the anti-vent drop position. And look at Falcons. Look at what they're going to be able to... Are they going to actually just crunch this into Mino?
1 for 1. You'll take it. Falcons just going to try and split their way into that B bomb site. XQQ, last line of defense, will falter. And Evolution Power now relying on the rotate to come through from YZK and YH. Bomb plan still yet to go down. Kimbum spotted out, but he'll do a huge chunk of damage over to YZK. It's YH that's actually filtered his way out onto side and caught Shady on that plan. 1 for 1 though, as Ice Cube trades it back, and YH will fall as well. Ice Cube starting to show his star power, his presence, as he's 6-2 for the map.
Yeah,
and it's falling into place for Falcons.
It really is. It's starting to look a lot better. Everybody's starting to get performances, and Ice Cube's putting himself in the top ranking position with a 6-2. 97 ADR, so yeah, he's put himself in a good position and getting himself back in fighting form. So yeah, maybe he just had to evolve into a different monster on this one, but Falcons a 3-1 lead. So now they're showing some life. They're showing that they got a strong pulse back into this game so far early on in the 5 rounds that we're gone through. So now EP playing a bit more of a similar setup from them. They haven't really changed up anything. But, I mean, that previous round in number 4, that was a nice execute in the fact that they were able to get wood control and then they pushed through mid like that. EP kind of let that one slip a little bit, unfortunately, too easily. And Falcons just going to wait things out once again. They're just going to sit back, sit pretty, do what they do best.
Well, patience again from Falcons. Once this smoke does fade, though, definitely going to look to set themselves up for a push in through wood. There's that smoke to second mid. Evolution Power really happy to just allow Falcons to kind of like wait this clock down. But if this round goes poorly again for Evolution Power, I'd expect a bit of a change. I would expect a forward hold or some kind of aggression somewhere to happen. You know, because you can't let Falcons just sort of run things if they're going to be finding these rounds so easily. Let's see how this one plays out, though. Maybe Evolution Power change it up in this one. Hit their shots a little bit more. It is a solo hold on A, though. The rotation is starting to come through with some of that util getting tossed in from Falcons, but I don't think Evolution Power have a great read exactly where Falcons are set up. They haven't seen anything anywhere. This is going to be another explosion. And here it comes, straight on onto A. That util getting tossed on in. Rambo spotted in the vent, so that'll be an opener for Evolution Power. Twaish is actually able to double down, but again, the same happens on the other side. Falcons pushing their way forward. If they can dislodge Minnow, they have site control. Woo! But that is not possible, and this time, Evolution Power get themselves one back.
Yeah, and this is becoming, again, a little bit more telegraphed in the sense that we're seeing Falcons just doing the same thing over and over and over again. They're going for these executes around that 35, 38 seconds. This is where they got to mix it up. This is where they got to change the pace. They got to keep, you know, EP on their toes a little bit because it's becoming telegraphed. It's becoming obvious. And it just felt like even though that, you know, YZK missed that first encounter with the opening shot on the A hole, I mean, it didn't matter because his teammates are right there to back him up. But Falcons now, they got to mix things up. They got to make it more of a head scratcher here for the side of EP. You know, for Minnow to kind of go like, hey, what are they actually doing? What are they up to? What kind of nuisance are they doing? But right now, I feel like he's caught up to the same chapter as them.
Couple of smokes into B. That's something different from Falcons. That's a little bit earlier on in the round. So Evolution Power got to be wondering, what's going on here? What are they doing? What are they up to? It's kind of fun, some kind of funny business. There is a little bit of a lurk over towards A as well. I mean, if Falcons draw some attention toward B, these guys can walk down the stairs into A. That is what has occurred. But the push of 3 players in toward B, in towards second middle, has not worked out at all. They've been slaughtered, and now it's just down to Ice Cube solo. So, yeah, he's able to walk his way into the A bomb site, but for what cost?
Yeah, now the timeout's going to get called here from Falcons, and rightfully so. I mean, this is a really bad position because there's still 1 minute and 10 remaining on the clock. But again, he has to get the C4 down eventually. And is he going to fake this or is he going to commit to it? Oh, he's actually going to just commit to it. Yeah, a little bit of a misplay, I think. But I would have liked to see him kind of go for a little bit more poking and prodding on that. But either way, I think he knew he was in a really crummy position. So what was once a 3-1 lead is turned into a 3-3 situation. Now this is going to be where Falcons can kind of just, again, figure out what they need to do. They're the team that's been calling the timeouts first. And honestly, them doing it at this given moment, I think this is the right thing to do. I'm hoping they're realizing, look, we need somebody to call a different strategy. We got to change up this game plan, and it's got to be quick.
Yeah, 3-3 though. I mean, it's really still kind of hanging in the balance, you know? Like, Subbase is a map where you can get it done on either side. I don't think you're at panic stations here if you're either team just yet. But this is definitely giving more of the Black Widow vibe, isn't it? Like, it's been a bit back and forth. It's been slow. It's been steady. It's hard to say who's in front. It's hard to say that there's any team that's really looking better than the other on this map. So we may really be going the distance here as well on Subbase.
Yeah, maybe. It kind of, like you said, it is giving the Black Widow vibes. It feels like it's the same kind of back and forth and the nuisances that we were going through. But, I mean, I just feel like if Falcons play the same way they're playing, I think EP has a really good opportunity to close this half out in their favor, just because I think Minno's having a good read on it and understanding, like, yeah, they're not really doing anything crazy. Like, they're just going for these, like, last-second pops and these executes. So we'll find out. Sounds like we're going right back in, and away we go. Ooh, this is a different setup from EP. So they've actually abandoned the A site. They put all 3 players here into the Heaven Generator room. So this is interesting. They don't have YZK kind of anchoring it, playing that one-man shot, looking for that opening duel. But Falcons, once again, expecting something of aggression or some kind of different, little bit of an extension here from the defensive side. So they're just going to wait things out. I surely hope we don't see another 35-second execute.
I think we're going to, Laz. I think we're going to. I think you're just going to have to be patient, mate. Patience is a virtue. Are you a virtuous man? Would you say you're a virtuous man?
I think so.
You got strong virtues?
Yeah. I'm pretty patient, too.
Patience is one of them?
Yeah.
Okay,
surprisingly,
good.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
I do. I get told that, actually. Sometimes I feel like I don't, but...
It's important as a Crossfire caster, I think, to be a patient man. Sometimes.
Ain't that the truth? Yes, indeed.
I've been patiently waiting for tonight, and I'm very excited. I don't know where we're going to go, but I'm very excited to go
me too. It's going to be a well-earned meal, that's for sure.
And it will be for one of these 2 teams as well. Falcons, Evolution Power, you know, when they do eventually win this series, one of them can go and have a very nice meal and feel happy about the fact that they're going to be playing tomorrow for a slot at EWC. But the other is getting eliminated from ACL 2025 on day 1. Zay not going to do much to shore up the chances of Evolution Power in this round as he'll fall and someone give up Locker's control. Evolution Power trying to push their way back in and fight for some space. YH goes down, but similarly Shady will also drop. And there is so much damage that's been done to Dola, Rambo, and Kimbum. So even though this is a 3-on-4, it is looking like a tenuous one for Falcons. And now back to the 3-on-3. You'd have to say Evolution Power are favored in this round.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, Dola's at low HP as well as Kimbum. So now, I mean, this is just, again, look at EP. They just find this low-hanging fruit and they just take it easily. 13 seconds, and now Ice Cube in a position that's so unwinnable. And honestly, I love what we saw in the early portion of it where, you know, Falcons were able to get a couple kills. It looked really good for them, but it just seems like they just kind of keep pulling back. They're playing this hard defense on the BL side. So EP, though, react really, really well. They stay with a lot of composure into it. We talk about patience and it being a virtue, and that felt like the case here for EP.
Rightio, back into the swing of things. Get another 5-4 maybe here. If Falcons can put in some work in one of these 2 rounds. But again, patience the virtue, Laz. So, you know, on the topic of dinner.
On the topic of dinner.
What are you feeling? We've got about a minute to talk about. We can figure it out here.
Yeah, that's true.
You want some Western food? You want some Asian food? You want some Chinese food?
I feel like we should try some Chinese food.
Yeah?
Yeah. I feel like we should, no? You've been here a lot, so I feel like...
I've had it. You know, I've had everything there is to have, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I don't mind a bit of Chinese food.
Okay. Anything that's like a real good staple for you, though?
But Chinese food in China is different to Chinese food in, like, the West.
Oh, yeah.
You should be aware of that as well. XQQ, he's going to be feeding on some Ice Cube. Nice and tasty as he gets Kimbum as well. And looks for more, sticks around, will eventually fall to Rambo. Maybe overstays his welcome a little bit in that one. It's 4-on-3. YZK will fall, and Falcons starting to make some inroads into this A bomb site. Flash is coming out over the top. That's a great shot from YH.
Ooh.
What a hold. Tap, tap, and a couple of heads falling by the wayside. It is now just Rambo. He does have time, though, but he doesn't have the site control. YH in behind him. Spots him out, and that's brilliance from YH.
Yeah, that is. He played that pretty much picture perfect, really. So, yeah, not bad at all. I mean, even the fact that, like, you know, YZK, like, honestly, like, it is a tough position that he's playing, like, on the top boxes. He's trying kind of, you know, looking for that engagement. You're not going to be successful every time. That's the biggest thing, too. But I am getting a little bit nervous because that is kind of the, if I'm going to say a weak point, it feels like that is it. That's where Falcons have been able to get that A stairs control. But it feels like EP can react to it pretty nicely, which is good. So the protocols are pretty much cleaned up nicely. But we'll see if they're going to mix things up a little bit. It looks like they are going to do the same composition on the defense pretty much. They're actually playing a little bit more in the sense of leaning on A, kind of on that alt-mid side, so...
Yeah, I think it's very important for Falcons to get this 4th round, though. If they don't do that, 6-3, the lead for Evolution Power, that's really starting to get into danger territory. I think based on the way this series has played out, you know, you need to be keeping it close if you're Falcons. Ice Cube doing a bit of combing there. I could see in the player cam, furiously combing.
Yeah, he's very passionate, is he not? Okay, right back in the mid. They're going to go right for this again. They're taking it a little bit slow, so they're not making it obvious they're doing this. A good flash going to get thrown here from EP. Now they're trying to mix things up on the defense. They're playing a little bit more of a backpedal on this, and now YH is getting a little bit aggro, and oh man, a beautiful shot. And there we go. Falcons now finally getting themselves some good connections. There we go. A little bit more confidence, a little bit more building blocks put into place, and now they might be able to find that 4th round you talked about here, Jordan.
It's definitely looking likely. Mino is going to find it very difficult to isolate these duels, and having lost XQQ, no real chance in that one. Evolution Power, they hold on to a 5. They do have the lead at halftime, but it's not a massive one. And yeah, once again, definitely expecting to pretty much go the distance here on Subbase the way things are playing out, unless there's a massive shake-up at halftime here.
Yeah. Unless they're going to be now with, you know, Falcons being on the defense, is this really where the moneymaker is? Or, you know, for EP, is this going to be the moneymaker on the BL side? That's the biggest thing. I felt like EP have just looked so good, especially on Compound. It was just hard not to ignore what they were able to do on it. But a lot of eyes here for Falcons just because of how poor their second map really was. But still back to a fighting way of a 1-round differential. Ooh. A little damage exchanged. I like this position from Kimbum because, again, he's not going to get spotted, or he shouldn't easily. He might be able to find a duel here onto one of these EP players. If he can find the double, this can really, really start this round off nicely for them.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like much is going to change from the first half into the second. Evolution Power kind of taking a leaf out of Falcons' book. Perhaps a little bit more presence over towards B. I feel like Falcons lent more toward A. But this is very much looking like a B split for Evolution Power. They don't have any lockers control, though. And that smoke in jail won't be lasting too much longer. So if they're going to go, they should be going pretty soon. There's a flash into the back of the site. That'll be the go signal for Evolution Power. Ice Cube locked in on that angle onto Zay, but he'll be traded back on down. Effective enough from Evolution Power to get them the 2-on-2, but they don't have full site control. Rambo's there, and a fast flank coming in from Kingbum. Bomb plant does go down at least, but XQQ needs this duel. He'll get it.
Yeah, now it's all down to Rambo, and actually making this the 2-on-1 into a 1v1 situation. So now he's got a little bit of time to work with for this defuse, but XQQ needs to be very, very careful in this one. And Rambo, a little bit of a fake defuse. He's kind of just playing with it. He's just toying with the idea of it, but he's making a lot of noise. And XQQ getting a good reading on this. Rambo, you got to get moving. The time is against you, my friend. And now Rambo taking some big damage. And XQQ just playing rig around the rosy, a little duck, duck, goose, and there we go. Even though he gets this kill, is he going to have enough time? Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be so close. And oh my gosh, he gets it. Oh man, he's a thief. He just stole that around. I thought XQQ did a great job, but just a second differential, and that could have been all over for EB there. They should have had that.
They should have had that. They really should have had that. But another, again, individual moment from Falcons, and sort of highlighted that can sometimes be the difference maker for this team. See if that fires up Falcons somehow. Shady looks like he wants to keep that momentum rolling by playing aggressive here outside of the locker room, but that's blown up in the face of Falcons. And Evolution Power back in full control of this round.
Yeah, that was a bit of a sloppy, little bit of a take here from Falcons, in my opinion. Like at this A generator, I didn't feel like that was a really nicely placement. And I mean, they threw some late flashes. They were trying to re-aggress onto it. So good work from EP to react to the threat. Now Kimbum going to get overwhelmed here by the numbers. Makes a lot of sense. And yeah, this is just pulled pork right now. EP going to get themselves an easy around 11 here. Unless Ice Cube can show us one of the clutches of this year, I guess. But Again, I just don't see that being the case. He might just use this time for his teammates to just have a conversation, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's taking the long route, and yeah, this is just one of those unintentional timeouts, or intentional, I guess, but you know what I mean.
Yep. Yeah.
Words are hard.
I mean, every little second that you've got to talk actually makes a big difference in a lot of these rounds. You know, it's about formulating a plan as Falcons, trying to understand what Evolution Power are doing, what are their tendencies. Maybe someone has, you know, noticed something that could be exploited on the behalf of Falcons. That needs to be communicated to the rest of the team. So the extra, you know, 15 or 20 seconds that you give yourself does allow you to have that conversation.
It does. It makes a big difference considering they already had their timeout. So they got to do everything they can to keep this competitive. Yeah, again, a one-round differential, sure, but the situation now for Falcons to see what they're going to do with this. Kim Bum's actually going to be the one that's playing close in wood again. He hasn't really been found on this position yet. So I do like that he's trying to do it again. A nice opening duel from Ice Cube, actually. So the sniper versus sniper. Vietnamese is going to be able to put themselves a little bit more in the bragging rights for the time being, and now they're going to post up into vent. But I don't even think they're going to even... EP is going to go for the idea of a vent drop at all. Oh, Kim Bum, this is your moment. This is absolutely your moment. He gets the bomb carrier, so that's not bad, but it's an immediate trade out. A double kill, that would have really changed things around for Falcons in a great sort of an effect.
Yeah, but YH is getting a lot of space here, and Shady's going to be picked off in the side. 2 quick kills. Falcons falling asleep at the wheel there. And all of a sudden, we're back to a 3-on-2, which is Evolution Power favored, and it's really down to Rambo to hold on to this side now. He needs 2. He's not traded back down by YZK. This is actually doable. C4, though, retrieved. And YH being flanked in the back, not aware of that. He's going to lose his life. It's on to YZK, and as quick as it goes the way of EP, it falls back by the wayside over to Falcons.
Yeah, that was actually really, really important because, again, that was Rambo just playing in that A box. Like, I love that he used the big box just to block him from the top corridor. Like, you could see that player was trying to get him in radio. So it was good that he was able to have some good coverage. But, yeah, he played that well. He just burned enough time. Teammate was able to get the flank and get that kill. So nicely done. Good, a little bit of reaction here with some of the chaos that was being commenced. And now, is Rambo? Yeah, Rambo's in vent. Ooh, Shady too. Okay, so they're actually going to push a player in here. I actually wouldn't mind Rambo, like a late round, little bit of a pop and vent. That could be really cheeky because, again, EP, I'm just trying to think if really they're a team that likes to utilize vent control. Not to say they ever haven't, obviously, but they haven't even toyed the idea yet at all so far in this second half, I should say. YZK, though, posted up on it. So, yeah, instead of committing somebody in it, they're actually just playing a very passive setup, waiting for some aggression. But this is good control. Falcons are being a little bit more active, a little bit more pushing and prodding on this one.
Yeah, Evolution Power. Going to make the decision to head toward wood. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going A. But an A split, not bad from this position. They do clear out wood, and then they decide to go back in the other direction. So still leaving a lot to be desired this round. This B bomb site push. I would have thought that would actually work out for Falcons. It seemed like a nice timing to be going for that control room hold, but losing a player. Rambo pulls one back. Just a very unorthodox round, really, from both sides. It seems like Evolution Power don't exactly know what they want to do, where they want to be going. Falcons are trying to find info, but if Evolution Power don't know what they're doing, Falcons definitely won't.
Yeah, now they got to get going. 35 seconds. They're kind of taking a little bit of a stance here from Falcons, like you said. And now Dola getting a little bit of attention on this. So now the C4's making its way. But, oh, he actually gets caught. YH again, man. Look at that. Finds the double. His teammate's going to help him out. And just like that, the blink of an eye, EP get themselves the C4 down. That only took 10 seconds. And now Ice Cube has to be able to find a 1-on-4 in his favor. Oh, okay. Hang on, he's cooking, but no, it's going to be a little bit overwhelmed, but all right, lead back in control for EP.
Tenuously, it has to be said. 1 round the lead for Evolution Power. That is not a whole lot to write home about just yet. But if they could put a couple together, then it starts to become almost a done deal. You know, we're getting close to the end of this map. Falcons are hanging on. I feel like that's kind of the way that I described this, really. It's Falcons hanging on.
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah, I would agree. It feels like they're, you know, just kind of reacting a lot. Like they're not really pushing themselves to be innovative or get themselves in leads. It just feels like kind of in situations they're just keeping themselves alive in this game at this point. So EP have definitely been playing the better Crossfire, no doubt. But again, that's kind of what we expect, right? I mean, this is where we talk about experience, and again, that experience heavily leans on EP considering they're in the best region.
Yep. Yeah, they play the big stage games a lot in CFPL. You know, the CFPL finals are as big of an affair in some cases as something like an ACL. I mean, up there with the likes of CFS as well. They're big stages. Lots of fans coming to watch. So they have that experience in spades for sure. But, you know, it's not as if Falcons haven't played these big stage games before either.
Yeah, it just feels like something's different in the air right now, right? I mean, this is where, you know, again, Falcons are just not really playing as hot as we normally can see them. A very hot and cold team, like we said. Kimbum, though, is, you know, he's doing a good job. Despite his scoreline of an 8-11. Just playing very passive, just playing a little bit cheeky in the sense of just doing some good damage inflicting. You just got to make sure he doesn't overswing on the right here, otherwise XQQ is going to have a free, easy shot. Here we go.
Here we go. We've waited a whole round for this. WEIBO.
Oh, no!
You can't be missing that opening shot, but he is able to establish one at least onto Ice Cube, and then a clean shot onto Dola. I mean, Evolution Power have just bamboozled Falcons in that round, have they not? Like, how have they swindled that? They've got players into jail, and no one's even watching.
Yeah, again, it's like when you get down to these nitty-gritty situations, like even Falcons, like I'm just not impressed that they're not able to react to this, because they should have a rough idea of what they can do. Like if they give up some map control, they know how to react to it, and it just feels like they were caught off guard. Like there's a player in jail, and he's able to get, you know, yeah, it's the one. I think he only got, I think it was a double kill, but either way, like it's still a flank. Like he was able to get a good duel. So this is not the same Falcons that, you know, I was kind of expecting. Like this really does feel like something is not working for them. There's a missing piece, and is Lucas really that big of an influence on these guys that it makes that big of a difference?
No, I don't even think it's that necessarily. I think it's just EP are a pretty damn good team, you know what I mean? Like if,
just built different.
If we would have seen Falcons up against, you know, one of the Philippines teams, maybe a different story, you know what I mean? But the fact of the matter is Falcons have drawn one of the best teams in the world in their opening game here for ACL. So it's never going to be easy, and it looks like it might not be possible either. This is a dominant display from Evolution Power. It should be enough to get them to 9, which you'd think will give them the chance to close the map out, although stranger things have happened today. But that is 9-6, and Falcons maybe just falling short here in their opening and perhaps their only game of ACL.
Yeah, I mean, it really just feels like EP, you know, have really been able to get themselves a couple rounds in a row now. We're talking about 3, and it's this singular, you know, half, really. It's just been like Falcons, I think, you know, finding 2. So not really the best case scenario. Like it just feels like EP have put themselves now on map and series point. Maybe the third Chinese team to get themselves booked into tomorrow's matchups, unless Falcons can show some of that magic. But it has to be here and now. It's do or die.
Smoke's going to go down. That is not keeping Evolution Power at bay for long. Rambo's Orb on the other hand, and Shady's Rifle might be a different story. Evolution Power tried to pick the pace up, and it's not working until YZK comes into play for a triple, locking down the middle of the map. No rotation allowed. It'll end up being a 2v1 for whichever bomb site Evolution Power decide to go to. And it looks like that will be B. YZK trying to clear out jail. Working his way forward. Kimbum, was he spotted out there? XQQ certainly sees him now. And that may be the final falter that Falcons make on this map.
Yeah, but Rambo's position's decent. Again, he's got the arm, but he's got himself in a prime position where like they might not expect him to be here, because you could already see the smokes are getting in place. They thought he was going to be rotating from A, but now he's going to have to walk through a smoke through jail. He's going to have to be able to find something here. This is asking a lot. A 1-on-2, YZK Just, again, getting the damage. 15 HP to spare for Rambo, and there it is. It's finally going to be done. Your third Chinese team is going to be able to lock themselves in for tomorrow. And Falcons, they're packing their bags.
Well, once again, Team Falcons will fall short at the hands of Evolution Power at yet another big tournament. I mean, last time around it was CFS Grand Finals, upper bracket final, the match to make it into the Grand Final. They lost their 0-3 here at ACL, which, look, the circumstances are a little bit different, maybe a little bit less pressure, I almost want to say, than trying to make your way into a Grand Final of the CFS Grand Finals. But they still fall short. They go down 2-1. It was a decent effort from them, it has to be said. But look, we could be telling a completely different story. If they were unable to get that first map over the line in very, very close fashion, this would have probably ended up being like a reasonably comfortable 2-0 for Evolution Power. So when you put that into context, Evolution Power far and away better on Compound, quite solidly better on sub-base, and only just slightly worse, clearly, on Black Widow. This ends up being a pretty comfortable series, I feel like, in the end for Evolution Power. Yes, a bit of a speed bump on map 1, but by and large, their maps and series to lose, and they did not do that. So they, as you say, gave themselves a third Chinese team through to the semifinals. Waiting, of course, for one more match today, but it could be an all-China affair here tomorrow.
It really could be, and then again, it just felt like this was the matchup where, in my opinion, it felt like it was the only team that really, like, for Falcons, that might have been able to push the boundary of not being a Chinese team just going into the semifinals and finals tomorrow. But I mean, look, I mean, it just felt like Falcons were just kind of missing something. It was just kind of that essence that we get to see what they can do. We got a lot of cool glimpses of it on map number 1, which got them the bag on the sense of getting map 1 in their favor, but that was it. It was all spent. All the chips are kind of thrown in the first one, and then it was just a wash. But this is a really exciting thing for EP too, because we talked a lot about them just being a dominant performance, for CFPL, and like you can see here, like even in the sense of EP, you can see so many rounds, and again, going in favor for them 4 in a row, multiple times. So, when you're playing like that, you're going to have a good time. You're going to have a good day.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, 4 in a row, a bit of a hot streak towards the back end there for Evolution Power. Ends up making this look like a comfortable map win. It was close for a little while, but just fell off. I mean, Shady definitely fell off. I think Kimbum kind of did too. He was okay in the first half of this map, but definitely didn't deliver in the second half. And Shady's gone from kind of being the standout player in map 1 to bottom of the table there in map 3. So pretty big fall off from him. 10-6, it's just not going to cut the mustard, unfortunately. And the difficulty is this is obviously a single elim tournament. So you get your best of 3, but if you lose it, you're out of the picture. And YH is a big reason why Evolution Power were able to keep themselves alive and in that conversation today.
Yeah, YH played a really, really phenomenal game, honestly. Like, I mean, not the ADR is really good, 131.9, obviously very, very high, but it just felt like he was able to get a lot of, double kills in the right moments when they needed him, because they'd be down in the deficit, and then he was able to get something bounced right back in. So really, really impressed with EP's performance. The fact they kind of did like a little bit of a reverse sweep on this, again, when you lose that first map. But look, I mean, when I'm looking at the bracket, like we said, this now puts them in the semifinals for tomorrow. Now it's just going to be the question of the next matchup, the last one with UBEC versus KINGZERO. I mean, it feels like to me that it's going to be all the Chinese teams going into the semis, but yeah, maybe something could happen. I don't know, obviously, not to make the prediction here, but even if it gets to be an Evolution Power versus KingZero, that's a very exciting matchup in the semis just because that's a repeat of CFPL, and to me, like, I just couldn't wait to see it. That, in my opinion, is going to be one of the best matchups.
Definitely. Look, I don't have a huge amount of faith in UBEC, frankly. I don't think that that's a particularly hot take either. Chinese teams have been doing pretty well today, and KingZero may be the best of them. I think UBEC, potentially on paper, NEXTTOP versus UBEC, who's the weaker team? Maybe you could argue NEXTTOP, but those two teams definitely at the bottom for me. So tough ask, you know, it's kind of like a David and Goliath matchup that's going to be coming up, and we haven't seen any teams able to topple the dominance of China. Here at ACL, which, look, I mean, we are in China, we're on Chinese turf, and so it's not really a huge surprise. It is a game that traditionally has been dominated by that region, and at the moment, it's almost looking guaranteed that a Chinese team will be going through to EWC through the ACL qualifier, which adds, obviously, an extra Chinese team, which would make 5 teams from China to EWC. That would be the most we've seen at an international tournament from that region. There was the opportunity for that last year at the CFS Grand Finals, but of course, Wolf Empire kind of played spoiler for that by winning the Summer Invitational, getting the extra slot over for Vietnam, so it ended up just being the, was it 3 or 4 at CFS Grand Finals last year for China? I think it might have been 3.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, this is definitely the most Chinese teams that we're going to see at an international event this year, assuming they are able to win ACL, which is looking very, very likely.
Yeah, and again, like, you know, I always want to, I always like asking predictions just because I think it's interesting. Like, now we know the first semifinal tomorrow is going to be BaiSha taking on AG. What are your thoughts on that? Because a part of me is leaning, I feel like my heart's saying one thing and my brain's saying another. I feel like AG are kind of the favorites, but I'm also kind of thinking that BaiSha might be able to have themselves the redemption arc.
Historically speaking, I would say AG have definitely had the better of BaiSha more often than BaiSha have had the better of AG. I've kind of been a bit more of a BaiSha stan personally.
Okay.
I enjoy the way that they play a little bit more. I think you've got some pretty great star power there with Nine and Xiao, although Nine has definitely seemed to have fallen off a little bit more lately. So, look, it's head versus heart as well for me. You know, I would want to say BaiSha. I just think they're a really fun team to watch. But I think, generally speaking, AG probably, to me, eye test-wise, looked a little bit better today as well. So that's kind of a tick in their book. Probably have to lean AG, like if I'm voting with my head here, to be honest with you. But it feels like it's a matchup that could really go either way, frankly.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the other thing, too, is because if we get to see, you know, we'll see how this final series for today goes. But if it is the matchup that we think it's going to be, I mean, that is the conversation about EP versus KingZero, which I think that arguably would be the best game for the semifinals, just to see who gets themselves in the grand finals, just because that is a kind of a repeat, like we said, for the CFPL. So I have a lot of questions to see how KingZero are going to play, just because I'm actually going to be looking forward to this matchup, just because it is a different environment. It is playing internationally, the different rules, slightly different adjustments. So shouldn't be an issue, but maybe it could be.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll obviously get to hear from Evolution Power in a minute or so, because there'll be an interviewer that I'm sure is getting set up on the stage behind us at the moment. We'll see what they have to say. You know, they're, again, perennial winners on stages like this one. We saw them at CFS Grand Final. That is the biggest stage in Crossfire. That's the biggest moment. So if you can do it there, you can do it here. There's no doubt about that. Yes, they missed out at CFPL against KingZero, but, you know, different tournament, different day. Things can definitely change up. So I think, you know, going into tomorrow, if it ends up being all 4 Chinese teams, probably we look at that lower bracket and say, lower bracket side will be the team to win, whether it's EP or KingZero, whether they go up against AG or BaiSha. You'd probably have the former 2 as the favorites over the latter 2, just based on recent form. But we'll have to see how things do end up playing out tomorrow. Obviously, we have to wait and see how things play out for the rest of today. Who knows? Maybe UBEC can cause the upset of... would it be the upset of probably the last 5 years?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
there's been big upsets. Like, there's been the Wolf Empires at Summer Champs and whatnot, and we probably wouldn't have expected that, but...
It's even kind of...
This would be just, like, the biggest upset possible,
it really
surely.
Well, I mean, because even we joked about, even last year, where, like, you know, for some of the West teams that we cover, we were like, man, the fact that, like, you know, Rocky Sports now, previously known as 3BL, they had themselves a pretty decent performance. Like, I think they came in 4th place, if I'm not mistaken, for Summer Champs, where we were like, okay, that was a bit of an upset in itself. But if this UBEC game goes the way for them, I'd be like, yeah, that's definitely the icing on the cake for me. That'd be the biggest upset in the last few years. But Look, there definitely is a conversation. It could happen. I just think it is a bit more stacked against them, unfortunately, because you have a KINGZERO that got a big victory for CFPL. They're riding on a high. They're debuting here now, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I do think it's the tea leaves are kind of putting it the path, but look, maybe I'm wrong on the reading of this. Yeah, the tea leaves here.
Maybe. What are the tea leaves saying about the interview, lads? What's the ETA on that one? Do you reckon?
Well, I have
a few minutes.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. It's always it seems hard to get a player. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm just wanted to do a quick look. Yeah, it doesn't even look like they're ready yet. So
no,
it's
Nini's not on stage.
Yeah, where is Nini? We need her to get there. But yeah, I'd be curious actually what player they're gonna grab, because is there anybody that you would want to hear from EP right now? Like anybody that stands out as like a good spokesperson?
I mean, I think typically it's been Minnow that has been kind of like that guy that's done the interviews.
Okay.
He's like the tenured player in that roster. Like he's been around longer than anybody else.
Okay.
So probably he'll be the one to sort of have a chat and kind of give a bit of a check-in on where EP's sitting. Do have to kind of spare a thought as well for Falcons. What are they going to be feeling for the next couple of days?
Yeah.
Miss out on a big opportunity. Yeah, they're probably still going to make their way through to EWC regardless through from the Vietnamese region. Like, they're clearly the best team there.
Yeah.
And there's slots allocated to Vietnam, so it doesn't necessarily hurt them too hard. But, it's just not really the start to the year that is going to signal, yes, Wolf Empire, the Wolf Empire is back, for Falcons to kind of have that consistency. But look, it's a conversation for another day, as that interview is actually ready to go. So we're going to head things over to the stage and see what Nini has to say on the interview with Evolution Power.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是今天的主持人妮妮。我们今天的第3场 BO3 的比赛，在这边要恭喜一下 EP 战队是拿到了本场比赛的胜利，以大比分2比1战胜了 Team Falcons。全场的平台给到了我身边的 YZK， 点开来给所有的 C 粉们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EP。
上一场双方两队在交手的时候，应该是去年的 CFS， 对不对？这一次呢，其实他们阵容上是相互的做出了一些调整，感觉再次交手和之前相比，有没有什么比较大的变化吗？
东西有改变嘛，包括
I think they have some differences in their strategies.
因为其实很多人都认为啊，他们这支队伍可以说是越南和菲律宾赛区当中最强的一支队伍。你个人怎么看呢
？What was your take on that?
确实吧，因为
I think they are pretty strong.
确实厉害。
They have their own skills.
确实是厉害啊！前面2位解说老师也有说到啊，就是他们队伍也很强嘛，在分组完毕之后，知道我们要跟他们在一次交手一决生死的时候，什么感受？什么心情？
Did you feel any pressure? I think there's not much pressure. I think they are strong opponents. When we have pressure, then we have the motivation to win.
那今天交手的时候，确实有感到压力吗
？And also, do you feel any pressure in today's game?
挺准的。
Yes,
第一张地图啊，上来的时候，其实在上半场看到我们丢了一个非常可惜的一个4打2的优势中残局啊。那一分是出现了什么样的问题
What went wrong there?
那分是我们自己沟通失误。
Not because of the in-team communication went
然后在
wrong.
换边之后呢，也有看到我们有出现得分荒，5比6，赶紧交出了一分暂停啊。那一分的暂停，大家的沟通内容是什么呢？
So EP called a timeout. What was discussed? We discussed about the details about the clutch game, and we just cheer each other's up and calm down.
对方是率先来到了局点。 那一分是大米和小77应该算是完成了一个2比4的残局，为队伍拖进了加时啊。但其实两边打的还是非常的焦灼的，可以分析一下原因吗
What was the game so neck to neck?
大家输赢都是输在1个人头或2个人头，
I think that when we lose, sometimes it's because of the clutch game. So the clutch game is the priority.
但是好不容易追进到了加时，最终是没能拿下第一图的胜利，会不会觉得有些可惜
？After the first map, did you feel any pressure or
赖你了，没好好再发挥一下，是不是？第2张地图可以看到全员状态回温，而且发挥都比较平均一点啊，甚至感觉好像状态也好一些了。
对，有可能是慢热的事儿，然后第二组慢慢大家手感回来了。
而在上半程，我们保卫方是直接8-1的非常大的优势啊。这一张地图，你觉得我们自己的队伍的优势点在哪？
competitiveness in this
我们的优势点就是继承了上次
our strong point is that we follow our style in the CFS 2024, and we don't have much time to practice more skills, so we just follow our own routine. And we have a lot of skills on this map compound, and we have our own strategies. In the first half of the game, we have a landslide advantages. So do we have any strategies for defense? So we just gamble on their strategies. And on the last map, it was sub-base. So previously, it was a very strong map for our opponents. They had very good performance. And so, did we make any strategic targeted measures? Actually, we didn't prepare much for this map, but we have our instant reactions, and during the previous training, we just bring out our best. And also, the game was back and forth. So, in which area did the opponents pressure us most? I think they have pretty new strategies. They have new tactics, so we didn't see that before. So do we have any instant measures to cope with that? We just work on ourselves. So everybody just bring out their best. And when it was 9-6, WEIBO and EKINGZERO pull off a 2 versus 5, and WEIBO got a triple kill, and together we pull it off. So can you briefly break down the round for us? Because first we went to A, and then the opponents gave us the opportunity, they made mistake, and then we finished the clutch. And finally you live up to expectations and took the win. Even if we missed the first map, our team leader also was disappointed. So do you want to say something to our teammates and also to our fans? I think we need to have the pressure, and also for our fans, I'd like to thank you for your support, and also for all the savers cheering online. And also we want you to cheer up for the last Chinese team, and we want to secure all the Chinese team to the grand finals. And congratulations again for winning this game. And we have a short break, and we'll be back soon.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the ACL4 CF for Crossfire here in 2025. I'm Valdez, once again joined by ZZXQ, getting into the final match of the night, which is going to be KingZero up against UBECMANIAC. Should be a fun one. These quarterfinals have been relatively one-sided, except the last match, which was pretty fun. It was very back and forth. It was nice to watch. Are you expecting this one to be a little bit like matches 1 and 2, a bit more like a blowout, or are you expecting a closer match?
Yeah, I'd say looking at this one, it wouldn't surprise me to go pretty similar to the All Gamers matchup we saw earlier, maybe a 10-3, 10-4 type of situation. I just feel like when you look at both of these teams, you've got, you know, one team that's coming in as the CFPL champion and another that, you know, they're number 2 in probably the weaker region out of all 3 regions present at this event. So as much as I'd love to see, you know, a team like UBECMANIAC pull off an upset today, as we've seen even for the likes of Falcons, it's an almost impossible task.
China just really is that strong, aren't they? They just, all of their teams are great, even if they weren't the top #1 in their league. We saw them dominate earlier on, so I do agree. I think this one that should also be a relatively one-sided affair. We were nicely surprised, I guess you could say, by the match at the start of the day with Arcilla up against BaiSha, but Arcilla rather, and I do hope that we get a little bit of that here as well, just a little bit of interesting, you know, back and forth, maybe an overtime here or there. Even if they do lose 2-0, I don't want it to be like the 10-3, 10-4 that just feels kind of bad because it's not very competitive. It's not the best Crossfire to watch. I was really enjoying that last series that did go very long because it was just so close and so back and forth between the two teams. So hoping we get a bit more of that.
Yeah, I mean, the big benefit here in this number 2 seed compared to one like NEXTTOP is at least in their region's finals, they were very, very close. It was a 3-2 loss for them against their counterparts, Arcilla. So I feel like they are a stronger number 2 than maybe what we saw from NEXTTOP. But when you look at who they're up against, I think that's where I have my doubts. This team is very resilient. I mean, they came through the lower bracket in CFPL and upset every other Chinese roster that's present at this event, and that's a bold statement to go from that right into this. I feel like they've got a target on their back, and I don't think UBEC is the team that's going to have a chance to take it off.
Yeah, I mean, unless they have, like, godlike form today, right? Hopefully they come in, they're feeling amazing. They've been practicing with some of the other teams here. They're like, man, we're beating some good teams, and they're really confident. And then I think you also need the other side, KingZero, to be, like, having one of the worst days where they had, like, you know, a rough lunch, and they're still kind of digesting that, and it's late, and they're feeling tired, something like that. So, yeah, definitely need a lot to go right and or wrong in the other side for this to be a close one. But hey, I'm open to anything. I'm open to a close match, as we've said before. Will be pretty interesting to watch this and see who's going to be kind of the highlight players, you know, who's going to be the ones that are looking to carry their team. Is there any player from either of these teams that's really impressed you on either side?
I would say for the KZ side, Ben is who I'm looking out for in this one. I feel like as that kind of support player, he's been really good in those key situations for this team and was a big part of some of the heavy lifting that they needed to get through. But let's take a look at the whole roster here. You've got YF, you've got Bin, Hao, XN, and 9U here. I would say this is one of the more young lineups here from the Chinese scene. You know, this is a team that was in the regular season 5th in their region, but somehow pulled off a crazy lower bracket run to put themselves in here. But as they'll quickly learn, this is a much different environment than the CFPL. It's a different set of gun rules as well, and that's where I'm curious to see how they'll adapt to the differences, because if you look at the other 3 Chinese rosters, they have a lot more experience on the global stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something to be said for the side of UBECMANIAC. You know, that at least they were able to attend CFS Grand Finals last year and do have some international experience. And this side maybe a little bit less. So maybe the nerves get to them. You know, they're in front of their home crowd, which generally can be a boon for a team. You know, you're feeling the energy, you're gaining confidence from that. But sometimes it just makes you really nervous if it's like, well, we're the big expected team that should be getting the win, and they feel all that pressure. Whereas the side of UBECMANIAC hopefully can just kind of take a step back and say, hey, we're just playing our game. You know, it's one best of 3. Don't even look at the enemy team. Don't even think about it. Speaking of which, here's UBECMANIAC led by KLB and the squad.
Yeah, another strong young roster. A lot of these guys pretty new to the scene, and curious to see what they'll be able to do here because their regional final, like I said, was very, very close against Arcilla, who's a very strong team. As we saw, they did take BaiSha into overtime on that second map, so if they can go toe-to-toe within their region, I think they have a good chance here if they bring their A game. But another team that also, even though they did attend CFS, it wasn't necessarily the greatest performance at that event for these guys. So I'm hoping maybe they learned a lot from that. And especially, I think the big advantage being the last quarterfinal. At the very least, they've got to see how all of the other teams throughout the day have played so far as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of get a feel for the way the teams are playing, how aggressively, how passively. I have to say, one of my favorite names in all of Crossfire, No. It's so simple. It's so straightforward. You know, there's yes and then there's no. And really not beating around the bush with that name. Very straightforward. We all know what it means. We have some great names as well in Crossfire. I mean, there are some really good ones, but that one, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, hopefully their winning chances aren't a no today, though. Hopefully he can be a key to the success of a team like UBECMANIAC, who, you know, is pretty new to the scene. I feel like we got into the habit of so long seeing that Pacific roster continuously dominate the Philippines region that it's nice to see these two new teams kind of emerging and taking on that former glory here. And I feel like they just need a little bit of time to adapt to these environments, and they'll be strong in their competitive stance here. But looking at the key players, we've got Ben on one side here for KZ, and of course KLB for UBEC.
Yeah, certainly the players I would look at, you know, KLB was talked up by their squad even last year. I remember talking with the team saying that this guy is going to be a big up-and-comer, a very young player on that side, and I suppose the same could be said for the side of Bin. And yeah, as you mentioned, he's the kind of guy that you're looking at on their side, on the KINGZERO side. So getting into this map ban pick, we'll see what kind of maps we do get here. Wouldn't be surprised if we just get the, you know, the standard Mexico Eagle Eye, or Ankara actually, though, banned by UBEC, which not a bad idea when you are going up against a Chinese team, but it does mean that maybe you get one of those wonky maps in there.
Yeah, I like the risk here, though. We've seen it played a lot today from the other Chinese rosters, and hasn't looked the best for the opponents up against them. Mexico being banned by KINGZERO, not a huge surprise there. I am curious to see where UBEC goes with this pick. They do have a pretty decent sub base. Maybe they even go for a surprise Eagle Eye 2.0 pick to maybe throw that curveball the way of KINGZERO. I feel like the worst map you could maybe see here early would be a Compound or a Black Widow. I think is going to be a tough time.
Yeah. Well, UBEC do get the first map choice as they're looking at their in-ears right now. Probably going to select the map, but I'm sure the coach and the leader will deal with that. And yeah, I wouldn't mind going for an Eagle Eye, although there are some Chinese teams that aren't scared of that map either. But let's see what it is going to be. Still waiting on the choice and the side selection. It is sub-base, as you mentioned, so there you go.
Yeah, I think this is a strong choice. UBEC has looked pretty good from what I've seen from them on sub-base, so if they could get this and then maybe Eagle Eye sneaks into the pool, I feel like they'd feel pretty good about their chances. And honestly, so far, for the non-Chinese teams, it's looking like one of the best ban and picks I've seen go for the opposing regions here. So I feel like they've definitely done their homework, and now it's really going to be up to KINGZERO to decide where they want to try and steal that momentum on, because I feel like a Compound here could be a really strong pick for them, maybe even a Black Widow being thrown in before we get to the second set of bans.
Compound the choice. UBEC do select the GR side, not very surprising. Did have a pretty close Compound between our last couple of teams. That was close until it wasn't. It kind of felt like, you know, it was very back and forth, and then EP just decided to win, it almost felt like.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one here as UBEC going to take Black Widow off the table. Not super surprising here. I am curious to see what the final decider is, though. It's going to be between Port and Eagle Eye. It's almost a coin flip that I feel like KINGZERO might even take the Eagle Eye, as that final one, since I don't even think they're expecting it to go that distance. And yeah, they're going to allow it through. Port the final ban here. Eagle Eye, the decider. I don't think we'll make it there, but if we do, that would be quite a map to end on.
Final map of quarters as well, just to really top it off. Haven't seen Mexico yet, which is a good thing, I would say.
Yeah.
We're generally not big fans of it, but yeah, just got first banned by KingZero. They didn't want to deal with it at all for a good reason. But Eagle Eye, I think, is doable. I think a lot of our teams can handle this map. As, of course, as we mentioned, that is the decider. And UBEC are going to be on the blacklist side to start. So here is our map pool, starting out with Subbase.
Yeah, overall a pretty decent ban pick for UBEC. I will say KingZero, though, they still have two very strong maps in here, and even though Subbase is a strong one for UBEC, you have to wonder even if the strongest map for UBECMANIAC might still be a KingZero win, and that's where I'm not 100% sure if they can pull it off here. But at the very least, they do get the GR side, which is a little bit more comfortable, I think, on this map. And they'll actually get the GR side to start off compound as well, so at least they have some comfort in those first halves, looking a little bit better for them, but they still have to be ready for what they're up against.
Yeah, definitely can be a pretty aggressive game, I would imagine. I think UBEC is certainly willing to up the tempo, as is KingZero. And KingZero from the blacklist side to start could just be looking to get in their heads very quickly by running at them very quickly and trying to start firefights and really just take aggressive trades and kind of get in their heads that they're the better team. As UBEC with the coach, just a little huddle here before we do get started. I think it's very important, get everybody's mental on the same page right before you do get into a very important best of three, one that could determine if you make it to EWC at all, right? And, it would be huge for the region and for the team if they could take down a Chinese team in a best of three in the first place. So just having that prestige is also big. A lot of pressure in that regard, but also just got to play your game as the underdogs here.
Yeah, especially being a team from the Philippines. They're the actual lowest, I think, for EWC spots. They only have 2, whereas every other region has 3 or 4. So would mean a lot more for that region if they could somehow unlock that 3rd spot from an event like this. But the uphill battle has to start here and now on the right foot, because Subbase, it's probably their best chance to kick this series off in their direction. But man, they've got their work cut out for them here. What I've seen from Bin in the CFPL alone makes me feel like UBEC don't even know what they're in store for just yet.
Yeah, he's a monster, and that's putting it lightly. And I think Subbase is the perfect map to just showcase some of that. See a lot of laughing on the side of UBEC. Seem to be in good spirits. Side of KingZero, no huddle, nothing like that. Just game faces on, it feels like. Very prepared and just ready to go. And hopefully we can get into this one very quickly to get the show on the road. But for now, just still waiting.
We've got the cheers. Looks like everybody is ready to go and to jump into this one. I guess before we hop into it, any map 1 score predictions from your end?
I want to say a 10-5 on the side of KingZero. I think UBEC, they're going to be able to squeak a lot of rounds out, especially starting GR. So that's my hope, Could definitely be less than that. Could be more. I really hope it is, but I think a 10-5 is pretty. It's pretty middle of the road,
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think probably somewhere around the same in my mind too. Maybe it could be even a little bit more in favor of KingZero, just knowing if they get the early momentum, it might be difficult for UBEC to put those rounds on the board. So it's really going to come down to, I think, these first couple of rounds, because this is where at least the other Chinese teams we've seen on the day really set the tone early on in their first maps. I mean, you look at BaiSha, their first map, they just steamrolled a 10-1 early on the board.
Yeah.
AG back-to-back 10-3s. And a lot of these teams, you give them that momentum, they kind of just run away with it. So I feel like UBEC, they have to come out and win the first round or two to really show what they can do.
Yeah, that's going to be key right from the get-go. There's no time to waste. And no time to be like, oh, we got a bunch of rounds. It's okay. Take it slow, guys. I think you have to get in their heads early as well and let them know that you're a contender. Otherwise, as you mentioned, like even all gamers, it was 10 threes and there were multiple streaks. I think they had like a 7-round streak on that second map. It was like 3-3 and we're like, hey, maybe we got a map here. And then they, well, very unceremoniously just steamrolled them into the ground. So could definitely go that way. Not sure what the delay is, guys. Still just waiting on getting into the match. Seemed like both teams are ready to go, so hopefully no big issues and we can hop into this one right away. As I see some keyboard clicking. Hopefully we'll get into this one.
Yeah, not sure what the issue might be, but should be in here. And it looks like we are ready. It's going to be map number 1. We're just going to jump right into this one on Subbase.
Yep, Subbase map number 1. Compound will be the second map. So you know that music. It means it's time to start another match here at the ACL 2025 for Crossfire as we're hopping out to Subbase for map 1.
All right, here we go right into it. This is going to be UBEC starting off on the GR side. As we jump into round number 1 here, you can see a little bit of early presence already in mid coming out from KINGZERO, just going for that early map control. Meanwhile, UBECMANIAC playing this one pretty reserved. I do like the fact they're bringing out 3 M4s on this map. I feel like it's often overlooked how much value that wallbang potential is over towards those A doors, and especially through these boxes on the retake as well. So definitely going to make a lot of work of that.
Yeah, there are just so many areas that it is fantastic at. I mean, even in locker room, it's just great. I do agree with you. But so far, we do have KINGZERO taking it a bit slow at the start of the round, but now they are going to take over the A wood area. That's a flash to come through. It looks like they do want to push pretty quickly into A as the counter util does come out here from the side of KLB, just hiding behind the missile, pops out and gets his head taken off. Immediately, though, the rest of the team has come down and is looking a great counter flash does come out here from the side of UBECMANIAC. They are going to get in onto, or rather, KINGZERO. They do get in onto this one, and they do stop the defense from coming out from UBEC.
Yeah, a bit of a tough retake now. You can see the counter utility, but the problem is going to be how in this position. They've got to find a way to take him down quickly. The smoke screen as well just makes it so difficult to think they're going to win this fight. How good for the double kill, make it a triple kill. And that is quite the statement to kick this one off.
Yeah, I mean, that entry was very clean. Only 1 kill traded back, and the second that the reinforcements were coming down, they just got a flash directly onto the back of the site on those stairs, and it just felt like that was the nail in the coffin for that round. So KINGZERO, they waited a little bit, and then they sent it very quickly down the A stairs, which was nice to see. Love to see that aggression early on, and it's up to UBEC to stop the train that is yet another Chinese team.
Yeah, the defense looking a little bit shaky in that round, so we'll see how they adapt at round 2 here. You can see almost an even more passive setup, just kind of a 3-2 split across the map. You've got Loy and KLB anchoring down this A bomb site, which seems to be a slight lean here from KINGZERO, but for some reason the C4 are going to be lurking alone in mid. How going to be holding on to it outside of that L-turn position. It looks like they're just going to be working for that pick. Eventually, the bomb is going to go ahead and group up towards A long, though.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, when I've seen Chinese teams feel like they're the better team, they will just kind of run same strat back to back to back. As long as it keeps working. Might not go for it just yet. They're hanging around woods once again, some utility through the double doors, but now it does look like that same strategy. This time, UBEC a little bit better prepared. As I say that, though, Loy is backing off of the spot on A.
Yeah, a bit of a split this time. You can see Ben working up right into the crosshairs of Loy, unfortunately for him. But for UBEC, it's an opportunity to tie this one up. But KLB, this time on the A-bomb site, has to be able to hold the line. He's going to get the first kill here, make it a nice double kill with some clean headshots. YF now left alone. Loy for the support grabs another. Now How left alone, good for 2, but not good enough for the round.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we wanted to see, right? You stop that push directly in its tracks. A fantastic headshot first off by Loy. And then KLB just holds the bottom of the site. And that aggression is immediately taken down. So UBEC had an inkling that they were going to run it back, as I was trying to say before. But this time, we do have EKINGZERO stopped in their tracks. And so I would imagine they try to swap up their strategy from here. Show a little bit more respect on this team.
Yeah, KLP boosted into the vent this time. Just playing it patiently, waiting for that pick potential, but EKINGZERO, they're playing this one pretty safe as well. Just waiting to see if there's going to be any counter aggression, just grabbing that early mid-control position and waiting to see if they'll push out. Right now, though, it's just going to be YF throwing some spam shots down towards Loy. Nothing really going to connect, though. This is where UBEC can be quite a challenging team to deal with. Very passive on the setups on the GR side. They don't like to give up too much information, so it's going to force these executes to come through from EKINGZERO.
And they're sending it once again. That nade is going to do a huge amount of damage. Just spread out on all those members. This time, KLB once again is going to take the head off, and he's expecting more. You see the tap shots trying to hit the head. And he's still going to be behind this missile, waiting for it. Nice flash over the top here, and Bin does get one. Trying to slowly take apart this site now as KLB will be taken down. XN tipping away, but KLB and JJ get in, and they clear out the site big time. How alone, and he is left alone to do it all. He's not able to do it this time, and UBEC, they take the lead.
Yeah, just really good rotations from this team so far. I really like the way they're playing this GR side. They're not trying to do anything too aggressive. They're just playing a really strong passive game, and I feel like EKINGZERO has almost underestimated them coming into this one. They've pretty much gone A every single round so far, and now they might start to think better of that.
That's why I was thinking they would go for a different strategy in that third round, but I guess maybe using reverse psychology to say, well, they'll never expect us a third time, as Loy comes out from Woods, picks up a kill, and just backs away. A huge start to this round already for UBEC.
Yeah, it is going to force a bit of a rotation here. UBEC with the advantage for another round here, potentially on the board. But again, EKINGZERO, do they go for a fourth take on this A-bomb site? It seems to be just naturally where they want to play over and over again, but you've definitely got a much better setup this time around to maybe walk into it. You've got Loy just kind of solo holding on this wood position. A couple players going to go ahead and cross towards A-bottom, kind of leaving it up to KLB again, but ever since the first round loss on that position, he's been pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing his job. As long as you can stay alive behind the missile and, you know, get value, stay alive, you're in a good spot. As they're going A again, they're just sending it in, and they say this time is the charm. We'll see if that works out for them. Is KLB going to hold it down? XN the only one to get a kill, and yet again, How is left alone up against 3, and that's going to be a pause here. Let's see if How can get it done. Staying alive behind the missile himself, but he does get taken out by the pistol. And yeah, good timing to take a timeout, I'd say, as fourth time was not the charm here for EKINGZERO.
Yeah, I mean, you really got to hand it to what they're doing so far on UBEC's defense, but at the same time, it's been a bit of a predictable game from EKINGZERO. 4 A pushes in a row, kind of in the same similar fashions as well, and it's almost like they're just ready for it at this point. So I'm hoping EKINGZERO's recognizing maybe they need to change things up here coming out of this next pause, because I feel like right now they're just not playing very well as a team, but more importantly, they're just not really taking any map control other than these late A hits.
Yeah. You know, if you're going to do the same thing 4 times in a row, Not only are they going to see it coming, but they're just going to get used to the push. They're going to feel the timing of the push, and KLB has been great about buying time, getting kills. The rotations coming immediately because they're just expecting it. It's not even like fake A hits and going elsewhere. It's like literally the same thing over and over. So, you know, coach gets a little bit of time to talk with the team and say, hey guys, what are you doing? What is this? You know, set base is a map that they should have ample practice on, and I'm sure they're going to showcase some more strategies. Or maybe they're going to say, well, they'll definitely not expect it the 5th time. But again, at this point, like, even if they don't expect it the 5th time, they're shutting it down really well. So I think you got to try something else at least once.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one as we jump back into it. Looking at the scores real quick here, 148 ADR from How. The rest of the team, though, pretty quiet.
YF on 0 ADR, by the way.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, 2 players yet to find a kill even on this team, and we're in round 5. So definitely expecting a little bit more from this roster. Ben in particular, I know we hyped up a little bit, and he's only at 1 himself. So it's going to be a tough one at the least here for KINGZERO, especially looking at this half already maybe falling in the other direction, but does seem like they are leaning a little bit towards this A-bomb site once again. So even though they do take the pause, we might not actually see a whole lot of difference.
Well, maybe they want to hide some strategies. We'll see if it works out for them. You got a flash over the top. This time the flash is pretty good, and they do get everybody down here, but it is still 1-for-1, and KLB is still alive. The linchpin of this strategy, trying to poke out, and he does it again, picks up 2, does get taken down. This time a bit more of an even trade as Ben is taken out. YF picks up his first kill, and now we got a little one-on-one between him and No, the one guy that has been struggling on the side of UBEC. And it might just come down to the one shot, the one flick, and it's going to go the way of No. And that is UBEC's 4th round win in a row.
Yeah, honestly, KINGZERO, a bit disappointing to see them go for the same strategy coming out of a pause like that. So I'm hoping maybe there's some sort of adaptations in store here, because right now it's very clear there's not a whole lot of concern in holding this A bomb site from the side of UBEC. They've been very successful here. This time, though, YF at the very least able to take down Loy early on, gets the on pick, and now we are going to see a little bit of a change here from KINGZERO going for that push up the lobby. They might get caught, though, have to be a little bit careful on the other side of it. It's going to be No and KLP stalling with a lot of counter utility.
Yeah, even some shots spammed through, some snipes, very low health bars here on the side of KINGZERO. And an opportunity once again for UBEC to be in a decent spot. Some nades coming out. Some smokes, it looks like, in the doorway, and guess what? We're going A. As down the stairs they go. They do get that first pick this time, which is going to be very nice onto JJ. How with the big snipe as well on the back of that site. Big rotation does come in pretty quickly, but that's also shut down by Ben, and now KLB has it all to do by himself.
Yeah, really tough potential 1v4, but no way out of this one. So finally, the A strat will work out for KINGZERO, but that's 6 A takes in a row on this map, and you've got to wonder when they're going to change the pace. But at the very least, they did get some nice early round picks, which was a decent change for them.
Yep, they got the picks, and they were able to cut down on the amount of presence there in A. And their entry was definitely cleaner. Again, I've seen this from Chinese teams on Kara a lot, where they just, they just hit A over and over. They throw, over flashes, and they get smokes in their face, and they just kind of bulldoze teams, but don't see it too often on sub base. So I would like to see them, I know we're really harping on this, but would like to see a different strat, even just for, the viewer's sake, to see something different. But based on what I'm seeing, I think they're just going to hang around outside of machine rooms, see if UBEC do poke their heads out, and maybe just go A again.
Seems like that could be the case, though. There is a bit of a shift back towards B now. You can see 4 now grouped up towards that control room position. And UBEC only going to have 2 defenders on the B bomb side. It's going to be Loy. Actually, KLB rotated over there, so They definitely have their anchor in the right position for this round. How, though? He's been pretty strong on the M4. Runs into trouble, though. Loi able to take him down. The rest of KINGZERO now forcing the issue over towards this B bomb site. You can see them starting to work this play out onto the lockers. KLB, though, this is a really good jump spot here. He's going to catch them very early. Spots YF, gets the counter flash, and now it's all about the hold.
Yeah, now I think for KINGZERO, you got to be careful, but no, it's actually going to be Loi who pushes in and gives his life away. The push still coming through the lockers, but now they're backing away. They do a bunch of damage to 9U on his way back. So 3v4, KINGZERO, maybe a fake rotation, a re-hit towards B, it looks like, as they hold position in machine room.
Ooh, KLB almost able to take a nice headshot there. Here comes the repeat. KLB good for one. Make it a double kill here. And look at that. A 3K lines them up one by one. And UBEC, they're already at 5.
Yeah, well, that 10-5 I was talking about, not looking great unless KINGZERO are going to get, 8 rounds in a row. Maybe it'll be a 10-5 the other way with the way that UBEC are playing. And to be honest, the way that KINGZERO are playing as well.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one here for KINGZERO, and honestly, a great map pick for UBEC. And this is where I thought this team could struggle a little bit. I would say sub-base, compared to how things are played out in the CFPL, a much different map with this set of rules. So maybe just a bit of a hardship in terms of adapting to the change in gun rules here. Not quite the same play style that they're used to. And on top of that, you've got 9U yet to find his first kill.
Yeah, maybe just a slow start for KINGZERO. 0-7 is it's pretty rough, but I mean, soon he'll break the seal, he'll get a kill, and I have faith he'll come back in the server eventually. Really just a question of when rather than if. I do see a big pile up outside of the A woods once again. Maybe another A hit here. It is what has worked because, well, they've basically only done that. Or maybe just push through computers in the hallway, as now they're going to get that first pick this time. And you know what? 9U's on the board.
Hey, he finds himself a second as well. Not a bad way to get things rolling, but it's still going to be a tough one to deal with. But how? What a way to lock it down. Able to find 2 nice kills. Been right there for a third. And finally, KINGZERO are starting to come to life on this map. We'll see if they can make it a 1 round for the half.
Yeah, I mean, that looked a lot better. That looked a lot more of what I was expecting. I think they weren't expecting to kind of just dry push through the double doors. And once they got that first pick, they struck, I guess, very quickly through the hallway in towards B. Just abandoning all sense of safety. Very aggressive on that play. And, you know, all those A pushes and the fact that they would always spend like the first minute just watching all the different corridors means that UBEC aren't getting a lot of information, you know? I think that early on when they were going A, they didn't need much information because it was kind of obvious. But now, with a lot of different strategies coming through and the way they've really slowed down the pace of the first minute of all the rounds has made it just kind of a struggle for UBEC to really know what's going on.
Yeah, at the moment, a bit of a tough situation to read, but if I was a gambling man, I'd say they're going A. So we'll see if that's the case here. It's got to be a bit of a stack in that direction already. You can see Bin working his way towards the vents, going to throw that counter smoke over onto the lobby, and it should be an opportunity to open things up, but this is what's so hard to deal with from UBEC. They've got these 2 players already in the upper A control room, just able to spam that utility down, install this push for the rotation.
Yeah, we got to push in through the computers as well. Bing got the 1, but they are able to lock it down. I think one's in vent, though, right now. And here's KLB once again behind the missile. Going to take 1 headshot as Loi and No get a couple themselves. And now Hao left alone. It's 6-3 to UBEC. And they are the ones that are in control of this map so far. The entire narrative coming into this is that, well, the Chinese teams are better. They're just going to win. But UBEC are looking to turn that on its head.
Yeah, honestly, a really great first half from them. Curious to see if they can keep it up on the BL side. That's generally where things get hard against these Chinese teams. They're very strong on the GR, so we'll see exactly what they do here. But so far, momentum is definitely on the side of UBEC in this one. You can see YF looking for that opening pick onto KLP. Not going to have a chance to take the fight. KLP instead going to rotate back towards that B bomb site, looking for maybe a pick over towards the quad boxes, but everything's just kind of smoked off for now, and KINGZERO playing this one really passive.
Yeah, you can hear some fans trying to cheer them on and say, hey guys, come on, you're supposed to be winning this one. A lot of Gios out there, a lot of just random yells, as is the custom here at the Chinese CF scene. It does look like a little bit of a group up here in Woods for the side of UBEC. We'll see, maybe they'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Just run into A. But for now, just looking through the doors.
Yeah, it is going to be an A push here, but a lot more pressure on this upper control room and lobby, and this is where Hao has to be able to hold on to it, but Hao almost gets caught there. XN definitely will be. It's going to be no to take him down. Hao as well, not sure what to do on that push, and now it's going to be a quick rotation from 9U. He sneaks underneath the staircase, only going to be good for one. Hao now has to be able to hold on for at least a double kill here, but he's not going to be able to find anything. The rotation coming through very quickly. Bin able to grab 2 big headshots, but it might not be enough here. KLP on the flank gets it done.
UBEC just looked like the better team today. I don't know what to say. Like, they're just playing better, and KINGZERO have not shown up, and UBEC deserves so much respect for it. I think they came in with the right mindset, and they have been playing their socks off here. Really like how they handled that push through the lobby. It was like, we saw the counter flash come out from KINGZERO, and they tried to push through, but they immediately got their head taken off, as YF is going to start off with the first kill this time. And that shot not going to hit for KLP, so he's just going to abandon ship. You see the repeat come out from No, but yeah, not able to really capitalize on that one. So this time around, UBEC will start down a man and down some extra health on top of it.
Yeah, right now, UBEC kind of struggling, at least in this round. KLP looking for any opportunity to try and turn things around, but KINGZERO doing a good job of playing passive, holding the angles here, waiting for the mistakes to be made, and UBEC, this is where I want to see what they can do under the pressure. They're getting closer and closer to that map win score, and that's where teams, when they are the underdogs, start to struggle when they get close to that 9th round situation. So UBEC, this is their chance to really show they can win a round even without an advantage.
Yeah, the pressure just mounts the more wins you get, funnily enough. When you just get very close, it feels like every round just becomes more difficult, especially as KINGZERO begin to hunker down and try to stop them from getting that last win. We do have a big group up towards the machine room with one guy lurking over towards the A doors. That is Loy over there, just going to throw us some extra utility, but we got 3 guys here on B for KINGZERO, so very ready for this push. There's the snipe for YF, picks up another one on the round. And even Bin up here in the top, he is going to take another kill. It's only Loy, and he does go down. KLP rushing in with the pistol, and it looked cool, but it's not going to win them the round.
Yeah, KINGZERO having one of their best looking rounds that we've seen in this map so far. Really good early entries and then just a solid defense. And this is where UBEC have to show us what they can do, try and steal that momentum back. You can see things are starting to look a little bit better for KINGZERO in the second half. You can tell they're a bit more comfortable on this side of the map as well. And UBEC, they're going to have to be a little bit more proactive in this round. You can see an early B split in the making, and this is definitely something that could work with the way they're set up. Bin really has to be a strong anchor in this position. There's a lot of pressure on him to hold this one off. YF and Bin, though, can they hold the line? It's not going to be the best of starts here, but Hao on the rotation, able to make things look a little bit better, but No is still finding the entries, grabs 3 kills in a row to take the bomb site.
No told them no and made them sit down, as it did look decent on the retake there for KINGZERO, but now that the bomb is planted and Hao's the only one alive, It's not looking great. Noah's here. He's aggressively rotating, did a ton of damage, but does die. That's the second kill to Hao, who is incredibly low. But KLB already took a little bit of damage himself. 8 health here for Hao. He's got to find a way in. Nearly takes his head off. This KLB is trying to play the clock, trying to play it, and he just pokes out, gets the kill instead, and picks up the 8th round here for UBEC.
Yeah, what a way to get it done. A little bit scary there in the end against Hao, who's been probably the star performer for his team on this map so far, but UBEC looking like the more well-oiled machine, strategically stronger definitely in what they've been able to do so far, and that's where I feel like KINGZERO, maybe this is why they struggled in that regular season. They seem like a team that's very reliant on winning these aim duels, and when they're not, it doesn't feel like they have a really strong strategy behind them to run with.
Yeah, that is for sure. We do have bomb here towards the A doors once again, with a couple of guys just faking in towards B. Might still be a B hit, depending on which direction they go from here, especially with their other members. But they're trying to up the pace. You can tell KLP trying to poke through with the and he's just going to get lined up and shut down by XN. That's 3 kills in a row for him. Looking for another one, picks up a 4th. Looking for the 5th. And they know exactly where KLB is. And they're gonna let XN go first. Not a big surprise. He is not gonna get the kill though. And it doesn't get traded back. KLB has to go 1v4. Just going to elect to be sniped down instead.
Yeah, great round there from XN, giving his team a nice little breath here before they go into another crucial round. It's not over just yet, and this is where UBEC has to show us they can close it out, because in the back of their minds, they've got to know Compound is coming up next, and that is a much more challenging map to take away from the likes of KINGZERO, and they've already built themselves a really strong lead in this map, but KINGZERO definitely looking a little bit better in this second half. So curious to see what the read on the situation is going to be, but UBEC right now just working for that pick through the A doors to see what they can find.
Yeah, so not over until they get that 10th round, so got to be careful with this lead that they do have. Looks like a similar setup to the last time, but as I say that, Loy and KLB begin to back up just a bit. So maybe not as fast of a push through jail. But, yeah, really playing with the tempo, which I do like. I'm not a big fan of, you know, the teams that just wait until 30 seconds and then push every single round. It's very predictable. So some fast pushes didn't necessarily work. They take a little bit of extra time this time. And just trying to get in the heads of KINGZERO.
No, right through the doors, though, able to find XN, the quad killer from last round. Not going to be able to do anything in this one. It's up to the rest of the team here from KINGZERO to find a way to make something happen. Otherwise, it is going to be a map point opportunity for UBEC, and they may have it in them to do just that, but they're not actually going too aggressive just yet. I like this approach here, waiting to see, now that they've got the numbers, if KINGZERO might try to do something aggressive back.
Yeah, just waiting. And in scenarios like this, it makes sense to try to play with the clock and bait it out and just wait to see if you can get another pick to make your push even stronger. Did have a couple of guys on the bottom of A there for KINGZERO, but now you see this push coming in towards the computer room, it looks like. How nice timing, but JJ's gonna win that one bin in an awkward spot. He's gonna stop the push through the lockers, and the bomb is on the ground.
It's so tough here, only 20 seconds as well. They've got to recover the bomb or just go for the gunfights. But it's going to be 9U, 1 versus 3 opportunity, but it's shut down with 10 seconds on the clock. UBEC, they're still able to scrape by and win these rounds.
Yeah, you can see KLP knew that if he was going to push in, he wants the firefight, right? Because if he runs away as KLP's pushing in, then you can play the clock and maybe he can just survive. But instead, we saw that the player from KINGZERO also went for the firefight, and that eventually led to his doom. Not wanting to allow the free plant, of course, which there wasn't a lot of time, but I think he had enough time to grab the bomb and plant it, so that's what he was thinking as well. First kill to YF, and we got a couple of guys looking at each other here in the vents. We'll see if anyone actually turns the corner.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate here. Loi playing it patiently on the opposite side. It's going to be a bit of rotation coming in here through wood, though, for the rest of UBEC. They might even fall off with the C4. You can see No trying to figure out exactly where they might be able to find a pick. It is going to be a slight advantage on the round for KZ, but you can see them thinking about going for the challenge on defense, but Loi, he is ready for it.
Yep, Loi picks it up. That's a very important kill. Gonna even up the score here, 4v4. Bomb here over towards A. Does look like they want to push this area, which they have been doing a lot through the doors. But no commitment just yet, and the bomb is heading towards the stairs. The flash comes down, and nobody's here. They're both in the computer room. So now the flash is going to come down. XN holds it down from the computers. And now even going to get a kill. A third, a fourth make it for XN as he holds it down for the team.
Yeah, a huge round to take away from them. Again, another solo performance from him to steal one of these rounds back. But you need a full team play here to keep things consistent. You can't rely on rounds like that every day from XN, even though he's found 2 this way in this map alone. And we are going to see a pause drawn potentially from UBEC here at the end of this round. It's interesting to see them call that now because they still have a chance to win it and make that pause pretty irrelevant in this situation. But I can definitely see why if it goes to a 9-7, they'd want to pull that out.
Yeah. Just want to make sure they can close it out with 10 rounds. I think, again, when you're at 9, it's the most pressure. Although some teams will feel like, oh, we did it. And then they just kind of throw a bunch of rounds in a row. So, especially for a younger team, don't mind this call from their side. And definitely taking this round pretty slowly as well. We've seen that KINGZERO have respected it. They have not pushed out really. I think it's been how the one time through the vents that's been like a guy who actually pushed from their GR side. So they're definitely waiting for UBEC to be the ones who make the first choice and then are willing to react.
Is going to be the clock getting run down here. You can see how almost going down. Loi just barely missing that connection. Makes things a little bit more difficult here. How on the drop down, he's going to be able to fall off here. Resets onto the A bomb site. Now YF going to be that first point of contact on that push up through the wood double doors here. And he's just going to be holding a nice little off angle.
Yeah, off angle is good. Again, trying to feel for the pressure. I say that he is kind of jumping around looking for a pick. But no committal just yet. They have 3 guys over towards B. And a big stack here for UBEC. They want to go A, and that's a huge first kill to KLP. Howe is here, but only gets a little spray down. And that's a good timing. Oh, but the shot there from XN. He needs to come up huge once again. Can he do it for the team? Big nade behind the missile. And here comes XN down the stairs looking for somebody, looking under the missile. Looking to go right, looking for some headshots. He's not able to get it, and KLP and JJ shut it down. UBEC take the first map. Gigantic map victory there to the side of UBECMANIAC. They take down the favorites, it should be said, in KINGZERO in a 10-6 fashion. It was their map choice. Compound is going to be more difficult, but we were saying you got to win this first one. You got to show them that you are a contender, that you can actually compete with them. I feel like UBEC did all of that and more.
Yeah, honestly, a really impressive first map from these guys across the board. Everybody putting in a lot of work, and now in the back of my mind is the fact that they left Eagle Eye on the table too for KINGZERO as that map 3. We might be seeing it now, unless, you know, maybe there's a situation where 2-0 is in the cards for UBEC at this point. I mean, they looked like the more dominant team throughout the entirety, really, of this first map. It didn't seem like enough effort was being put in from KINGZERO to really find those ways to answer back. I mean, we talk about 6 rounds in a row, them pushing the A bomb side and only winning a couple of those rounds. And I'm hoping there's something a bit more to be seen as we go into map number 2 for this team.
I mean, there has to be, right? Otherwise, they're probably just going to lose. I think that, yes, Compound is a very dangerous map for really any top Chinese team, especially one that won the entire league. But at the same time, as you mentioned, you know, we talked about this a lot. Like, yes, there's a favorite and an underdog in every match, but at the same time, how are you feeling on the day? Are you not feeling great? Maybe you didn't have a great lunch. Maybe your scrims aren't going well, or perhaps the opposite. And I feel like UBEC have certainly had a fantastic day so far. So they've got a lot of momentum. They've proven they're the better team so far. I could definitely see a world in which they go into the second map and not steamroll them, but at least win it. You know, it's going to be difficult either way. And the team's got a decent amount of time to, you know, relax, talk to the coach, and say, okay, well, we lost on sub base, but we're still the better team. You know, calm down, guys. We're going into Compound. You guys love this map. Should be able to take it down. So still giving credit for KINGZERO to be able to come back in this best of 3, but no guarantee, especially with the way that UBEC are playing, which is very impressive so far.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, KINGZERO, it's going to have to be a bit of a night and day difference going into Compound. I do think this is one of their stronger maps in the pool, but if it goes the way the first map did, it didn't look like the majority of these rounds were even winnable for KINGZERO. You look at the rounds where they did win, 3 of those were just pure clutch factor moments. I mean, you had XN 2 quad kills to get the job done for 2 of those rounds. Another one just being a big round from Hao to get 3 himself. And it's really just an individual play type of game from KINGZERO that we saw on this map, which is why I think UBEC looks like the stronger team here. You look at the stats and they kind of paint that picture as well. Everybody putting in kind of equal work on this lineup and really playing cohesive as a team.
Yeah, it really does feel like everybody's pulling their weight, but KLB is the one guy who shined above all of them with a big KD, very consistent 100 ADR, and a couple of first kills. He was really putting up the numbers. He held down the A site during all of those crazy pushes that happened in succession, so felt the pressure early. I think for KINGZERO, kind of unfortunate that they saw KLB there. He's kind of the anchor for the team. He gets the MVP in this map, and yet they still decided to say, okay, we're going to crack this guy. You know, we're going to crack this code. We're going to crack this safe. They could have just done anything else. You know, they could have pushed the multitude of other directions, or at least try to take, you know, multiple pathways into the site as well. It just felt like they were going stairs every time, and we keep harping on it because it was a pretty glaring issue for them to start this one off.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you do that coming out of attack pause situation, I was definitely starting to question it at that point. But for UBEC as well, you've got to give them the credit. Even when things looked a little bit dicey, they were able to adapt. They won back a couple rounds where they didn't even have the numbers to work with. So they're showing a lot more resilience than what we've seen from some of the other non-Chinese teams in this event, and maybe they are the team that can find a way to break through and grab that only spot from another region to go through to the semifinals. Obviously, the tough one on the horizon is even if they win this, you know, you're in the mix with the top 3 Chinese teams outside of this group. EP is waiting for them in the shadows if they are able to make it through. But it would be a huge statement because I feel like this is a team that was very much overlooked in a lot of ways coming into this event.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I mean, you highlighted it very well. It's a team that, you know, they got second in one of our smaller regions up against the top region in all of Crossfire. So just in terms of that stat, it did feel like it was a bit of David and Goliath. But, yeah, again, you show up for one best of 3. Magic can happen. you get confidence, you play really well. You know, all you got to do is hold it together for 2 days, and maybe you get an EWC spot, you get it for your region. Would be pretty huge for the Philippines region as well if they could manage to pull it off. Again, it's just one map win, and it's sub-base, so maybe it kind of just all falls apart from here. I certainly hope not, but, you know, good start either way.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least as well, UBEC, they've got the GR side as well to kick it off, so I think momentum should, in theory, continue to be on their side. Their GR looked really solid on sub-base, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more of the same here on this one as well, but really, I think it comes down to more of the changes on the KINGZERO side than anything. I feel like UBEC doesn't really need to do a whole lot differently when we look at this map too. It's really KINGZERO playing a bit more strategic, I think, throwing some fakes, being unafraid to change the game plan and throw those curveballs the way of UBEC, because that's the big difference between what I've seen from KINGZERO and the other 3 Chinese teams we saw today. Everybody else was so much more assertive earlier in the day, taking these map control plays, throwing those curveballs consistently, but KINGZERO, to me, has played very predictably so far.
Yeah, maybe just, you know, a bit of early stubbornness and trying to, like, hide strats and stuff like that, where it's you just try to send in and say, no, it's going to work this time. We're the better team. Hope they show some respect here in the second map, as well as it looks like we are ready to hop on a compound for map number 2.
All right, here we go. Will we see the first upset of the quarterfinals in the last quarterfinal match, or will KINGZERO start to pull things back in their favor? But there's no time wasted from UBEC in this opening round. It's a full mid push, and it's going to work beautifully. A 3-for-1 exchange. How and YF already alone, just 10 seconds into the round.
Very aggressive. You set the tone right away. If it doesn't work, you say, you know, a bit of an aggressive strategy that didn't work, it's fine. But when it works, it hits so hard, you're getting into their heads immediately, and you're saying, we're the better team. We're going to take you down. You thought you were just going to run at us over and over. That's not the case. And immediately after winning that, you don't have to commit to it either. It's compound. You could just back away through pillars as they did, reset, and now you just get to hold a 4v2, feeling very confident for UBEC's chances here in this first round.
Yeah, right now that puts a lot of pressure onto Hao and YF to maybe find something out of this one, but it's got to be a frustrating way to kick off map number 2 after an already shaky performance in the first. Just that complete steamroll in mid, they were definitely unprepared for. Now they've got to find a way to pick up the pieces in this opening round. You can see them slowly working in towards the A-bomb side, but how quickly is going to be met with KLP arm in hand on the other side of things, and it's going to be up to this duel. KLP wins it. It is a quick trade from YF, but surely not in the 1v4.
YF moving all the way over to the left corner, and he's being swarmed here, as you should, in the 3v1 situation. So again, that round kind of had 2 parts. The push out in mid that went to UBEC, and then the eventual push that did come out from the blacklist-sided KINGZERO. So kind of a flimsy start for KZ, and UBEC looks strong still. And again, you don't have to do that kind of crazy aggressive strategy again. You can just say, well, we got to win. It's a good start. Let's go back to standard. Let's go back to default and just play it out from here.
Yeah, it's good play here, and for UBEC as well, I like the change-up in this second round. They're going for 2 players pushed up on the A room. It's really a good position to maybe catch them off guard yet again, especially if one of these players sneaks alone over towards that position. It's often a position that players aren't really checking for a double player setup on, so curious to see what KINGZERO is going to do. A lot of early mid control seems to be the setup for many teams on this map, but it really just comes down to what you do once you have that positioning, and that's where I'm not so sure with this team. I feel like the utility presence hasn't quite been there just yet. They're really just trying to hammer in these opening fights, but UBEC, they're so hard to deal with because they don't really give you too much to work with in the early round.
Yeah, bit of a stack in the A room, bit of slow pushing here from KINGZERO. And, I mean, might just see, you know, standard compound play where they just clear out pillars, clear out a room, or don't, and then just go mid. But for now, does look like one guy through mid, and the big push is coming in through the B room, so it's going to be this strat that we do see. They take over the B room. We'll see if KingZone continue to push here as KLB, relatively aggressive spot, but he's going to hit the shot. And this guy is just on fire today.
Yeah, right now you can see KingZero starting to second guess themselves a bit, but this is the problem. Look at the rotation from UBEC. They've taken so long to execute onto this bomb site. The entirety of UBEC is on the bomb site, and they have just one player, No, on the lurk, holding the flank, and they're forced into this terrible fight now. It's going to be Loy, good for 2, KLB, good for 2 more, and that's the round. KingZero shut down yet again.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear to say UBEC are just the better team. Like, they're just playing better Crossfire today. And we can talk about accolades and regions and stuff like this and the teams that these teams have beat, but it's one best of 3. Show up or you're out. That's the way it works here. And KingZone have not, and UBEC, man, they have in a huge way shown up today. It's just a real treat to watch. And it's not over, but like 2 quick rounds in that dominant of fashion is rough to get through for KingZero. Another shot, KLP, aggro on the angle through mid. Gets one, it is traded back, but now we got Loy pushing through. YF and XN gonna shut that down. So, nice little try, here comes No.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one on these rotations and extra pushes here. I like the idea from UBEC, but unfortunately for them, KingZero very aware and ready for a lot of that counter aggression, and that's going to leave JJ and KLB in a very tough position now. 2 on 4, both of them just going to go for the split and hold, hoping for the best here. Does seem to be like a B push in the making. 3 players just working slowly in that direction, but KLB looking to get a little bit active here in mid, going for these early angle clears, and I like this group up decision, pushing out together to see if they can maybe find an early entry or a trade.
Yeah, it's definitely a good way to handle it and see if you can catch any rotations too, just to get a better idea of what the strategy is going to be from the side of KingZero. We do see there are 3 guys heading towards A through this room, and just 1 over in B. So maybe trying to distract over there where the real push is going towards A. And when there's only 2 guys, either you stick together or you put 1 on each site. That's kind of the way it goes. JJ going to be the first one. XN spotted, and here's JJ going to see the real push, but he gets his head taken off. And now KLB, he's got to run from XN while also trying to take an aggro trade here and try to isolate some 1v1s. But it's not going to happen. KingZero are on the board. We find some life from this team and from their fans in the audience.
Yeah, a bit of a decent round from them. It still came down to UBEC, I think, playing a little bit too aggressively individually, but I think they're going to change that up this time around. Maybe do something a bit unique, but it's going to be a bit of a mid-stack again. We saw this in the first round from UBEC, early nade stack. This time, though, they don't push through. They go for the nade stack, and then they just fall off. It was a good call, assuming there might be some forward mid control as usual, but actually for KingZero, there's nobody really in mid just yet. It's a lot of A-long presence. You can see 3 players slowly pushing in that direction, but not a whole lot of info just yet for KingZero.
Yeah, everybody just playing on their hind legs here for UBEC. Not a bad idea to, you know, go from aggro straight into the opposite. Some passivity from them. And, I mean, for them, you don't have to do crazy strats. I think they've proven to themselves and to everybody watching that they can play standard, they can play default and still win without cheesing KingZero. They were able to do that throughout the majority of that first map. Now we got an A-long push, pretty interesting here. All 5 members of KingZero just going to push straight through A-long. Nice lineup here for JJ, but he can't hit the shots. XN is good on the entry. And that's 3. They take down the A site just like that.
Yeah, now Loy and KLB, there's not a whole lot they're going to be able to do in this situation. Now a 5v1 for Loy, stuck underneath the vent, and really for him in this position, he's just going to have to find anything he can here to try and break through. But at this point, might be a chance to maybe just talk to the team, figure out what they want to do to try and change the pace, because the first 2 rounds looked pretty comfortable for UBEC, but since then, these last 2 rounds have been very aggressive from KINGZERO.
Yeah, maybe that last round where UBEC just went a little bit too far gave KINGZERO rather that feeling of like, oh, we can beat these guys, we're good. And they go for a pretty aggressive strategy. No try at the 1v5 retake, not a big surprise either. And so KINGZERO back in this map for sure. 2-2, already having a couple of round wins here from the Blacklist side.
Yeah, right now for UBEC, this is where they need to try and get that response. They've kind of led throughout this entire series so far, but this would be one of the first chances for KINGZERO to start and run away with it themselves on their map choice. And we'll see if there's a change of approach here. It is going to be KLP looking for the fight over in the B pillars. Not going to find any connections, though, on the other side just yet. And it's actually going to be KINGZERO who spot those players, decide to back off, and fully reset into mid.
Yeah, just passing over. Maybe they want to just do what worked in the last round, which would be pretty funny if, like, they start to get a little bit of momentum and they're like, hey, we can just do the same strat over and over and just kind of forget what happened on sub base. But for now, just 5 guys, burgers and fries, all getting into this A room. We do have no, yeah, he's inside of A. I thought maybe he was playing the Nook, but yeah, just 3 guys in towards A. Hopefully a bit more ready for this A-long push.
Yeah, KINGZERO, this is the 3rd time they've ran back towards A late. This time, JJ goes for the late peek. It's not going to be enough, though. Again, KINGZERO able to make it work. They take it down to a 4-on-2. KLP and KLB now left in the clutch here. They're going to have to do something pretty massive to get this retake to go their way. KLB not going to be able to make anything happen, though. KLP just stuck underneath, and it's another round where the clock just might run down and the bomb goes off, but you've got to wonder how they're going to change things up. It's been A push after A push now to deal with.
Yeah, and this is different from sub-base where it was held with flying colors most of the time. This one is actually pretty difficult, it looks like, for our UBECMANIAC players. KLP just picking people off. He's going to get 2. It didn't look like there was enough time to get the kills and actually defuse anyway, so just having a bit of fun there at the end of the round. But yeah, it's going to be a lead here for KINGZERO from the Blacklist side of Compound. Definitely a map we were worried about for UBEC. And at the beginning, we were like, hey, they're starting off great. But now 3 rounds in a row, definitely changing the tone here.
This time, though, it's back to the first round strat, the full aggression into mid, but this time KINGZERO's a bit more prepared for it. It's a 3-on-2 benefit to KINGZERO out of that first exchange. Now Loy and KLP, they're looking to do something themselves. In the response, it's going to be KLP to take down 9U. Now they've got a chance, at least at the round. The C4 also dropped in the middle of the map.
Yeah, they have control of the C4, so they can kind of check back here towards spawn. Take a look at Loy on the minimap, and then KLP is just kind of try to hold this angle. He's not looking the right way, but actually did a decent job. And Loy is able to trade it out as they isolate the 1-man. Now looking for YF, and the snipe is going to miss. YF with the pistol, looking for the headshot. It's not going to happen. Loy shuts it down. And the aggro here from the side of UBEC, it's working out for them.
Yeah, not a bad look at all. 2 mid pushes going their way. On the passive rounds, though, hasn't been quite the same story. They only really won holding off that B push that was super telegraphed from KINGZERO. Other than that, these A pushes have been the struggle. So I'm expecting a full A push in this round from KINGZERO. YF as well gets the starter onto KLP, and you can see the rest of the team already grouping up for that A long control. So we've got to see UBEC change things up to hold on to the A bomb site here.
Yeah, I feel like they just failed the defense on A couple of times, so now they're not confident, and they're trying to get picks early by getting into the face of KINGZERO, which I mean, credit to them. It's worked out a decent amount of times, but that can also get very predictable. And if you play Blacklist and you play it passively, you just wait for them to peak, you're going to get some picks like YF just got in this round. Now we got YU pushing into Loy. Loy does get one, but it's immediately traded out as Pillars control is looked to be taken here by KINGZERO.
Yeah, now it's going to be KLB all alone on the backside of Pillars, but it is going to be a bit of a rotation here. KINGZERO not too excited about a B push, knowing they probably could go A here still. Has worked out for them pretty well most of the rounds they've done it. This time, though, it's a bit of a change in the setup from UBEC with this 3-player hold. It's going to be No on the corner of mid. Meanwhile, JJ playing pretty similar on the side position. He likes to play behind that barrier underneath the connector, but he hasn't been too successful from that position when they needed him to be on the hold. And it's going to put that pressure onto KINGZERO. The clock is starting to run out. They're going to have to make a move soon.
Yeah. No is here. He's just hanging out in mid, looking for that angle. On the off angle, not going to work out for him. JJ does get one, but XN has been so good on these entries here on Compound. Picks up another kill. We got a big flank coming in from KLB, but I think he's just a bit late. I don't think he's going to be able to really pick anyone off or catch them off guard at this point. Looks like he's going to go for the fast push through the smoke. Looks like he made a little bit of noise. They're throwing a bunch of stuff at him. And once again, just going to push on through, but Bin shuts that down. And once again, KINGZERO do take the lead. Looking pretty good for them so far.
Yeah, a bit of a back and forth, but KINGZERO looking a lot better on this second map. They definitely started to figure things out after that third round, moving from there. They've been in full control for the most part in this one, only losing a few rounds to some counter aggression, and this is where UBEC has kind of struggled in this one. The passive hold's not so strong on map number 2. This time, they're going to change the pace once again, though. I do like the setup, going back to the 2-player hold on the A room, knowing there's a very high chance of an A push.
Yeah, just reacting to the round-to-round changes of kind of the meta of the way this map has worked out for KINGZERO. Got 2 guys over in B room and 1 guy in mid just holding down the fort. We do see that KINGZERO are thinking about it, but just going to take mid control. I think it's safe to say that KINGZERO for a lot of these starting parts of the rounds will just take it slow because of all the aggression from UBEC.
Yeah, they don't seem too eager to contest early towards either side of the map. This time, a bit of a smoke screen on the mid. They're going to smoke off the A door, and they're going to smoke off the B door as well, so they might sneak through one of these smokes. I wouldn't be surprised if they go swinging towards this A bomb site, but it's actually going to be a bit of an opening maybe to work with, but they have to be careful. Loy has a good position to maybe shut this down if this push comes through to A.
Nice flash, though, Loy. No chance for him. They just roll him over. No. Trying to hold it down. He's got JJ nearby. 9U not able to hit the shot. No gets a second one. And they can't root him out of that corner. We do have multi-prong push. How jumping up top, but No gets a third. Looking for a fourth with a spray. He gets it. And now that is going to be the end of the round. A huge hold from No and the team.
Yeah, still a very close second map on our hands. UBEC getting those rounds still to keep themselves comfortably in the fight. This final round, though, going to be very critical. It is a GR-sided map, and usually it does lean that way a little bit heavy, so if they can't get this 5th round for UBEC, it could be a difficult one to think about closing out. They've struggled a decent amount on this GR side, but it looks like they might have the right idea in this round, just playing for a little bit of a forward control over towards B long. You can see KLB sneaking early on into that B connector position. There's so much map control in the hands of UBEC already.
Yeah, this is what I really love from the GR side. You can just kind of wrap your tendrils around the Blacklist side, and it really forces the Blacklist-sided team to try to clear everything out, lest they get rotated on. We are seeing a bit of that now from KINGZERO, trying to clear out pillars after taking control of mid. They haven't really pushed in the A room whenever we have seen UBEC going for this double stack, but maybe we get it here. So there is one guy hanging around there, but no, looking like maybe just going to push down mid.
Yeah, similar smoke screen play. Might be used to push through this time. Boy on the other side of the smoke on A. This time they're going to go for the mid to B play. Putting that pressure on to KLP. He's good for the first. Gets the counter flash down to stall as well. Good for a second. He's still looking for more here. But KLP on the rotation from behind. Gets the triple kill spray down. And that'll be UBEC securing the half.
That was kind of crazy. They won that round with flying colors. So a very important one, as you mentioned. You had to get that fifth from GR side. And they were able to do exactly that without losing a single guy. Great rotations. That has been kind of the calling card from them, but also just good initial shots. The first pick off from KLP, as he's got the most kills on the team now. It's kind of him versus XN that are putting up the big numbers. And so we got a really close map on our hands here. UBEC, what is their blacklist side going to look like? They must be feeling like tasting the victory now, especially after that last round.
Yeah, they've had a lot of good success playing aggressive, and this would be the side to do that on. KLB still going to be looking strong with that M4 in hand. KLP starting to look for that opening pick, though. Holding on to this aggressive angle in mid, waiting to see if somebody's going to challenge it. But KINGZERO playing extremely cautious in this round. XN just going to be jump spotting over on the B pillar's door, waiting to see if they'll push through, but I like the play here so far. Early control, not going to force the issue on B, and it seems to be kind of the standard here on this map. You kind of poke and prod on both long lanes, but ultimately it's about that early mid control.
Yeah. Mid control there, a lot of smoke in mid. Also towards the B room for the side of KINGZERO. A flash down mid, but it's only KLP holding the tower, so not actually pushing there just yet. Still got a minute. They don't necessarily have to push an A if they don't want to. And they're going to hold two guys here in A room while the bomb is rotating towards mid.
Yeah, this one's a bit interesting here. UBEC, they've got a really good pinch play set up, but there is still 3 players on the GR side ready to go here for KINGZERO. 9U going to be spotted out. That nade stack is actually going to hurt quite a bit onto his position, but here comes the hold. YF good for a first. KLB able to sneak past, but how? Holds the line for 2, and now it is all on to KLP. He's able to maybe scoop up the C4 spots. XN, actually a huge opportunity. I'm not sure how XN didn't think he could be there, and now it's How picking up a 3rd for the round.
Yeah, KLP went in so quickly that he just did not expect him to be in there. Thought the A doors were held. That was not the case. But yeah, nice hold here from the side of KINGZERO. That's a great start for them on the Global Risk side. It's their map pick. It's Global Risk sided. They're on it. They're able to tie it up. I feel like KINGZERO once again kind of holds the game in their hands at this point. Certainly not over by any means. YF looking for the early pick. He's gonna get it. Quick push still coming through from UBEC. As How tries to rotate over, it's just more and more picks right down the middle. Bing gets 2, YF gets 2, How gets another. It's a flawless round for KINGZERO.
Yeah, the GR side of this map, very tough to break through, and this is where UBEC is going to have their work cut out for them. It's a 6th round here. KINGZERO looking very good on this defense, and I think it's only going to get harder for UBEC as we continue forward in this series. But right now, they really need to find a way to respond quickly. If you give KINGZERO their first taste of momentum in this series, it could be a completely different series from then on.
It does feel like it's kind of hanging in the balance right now. A couple of rounds either way could really shape this one. I'm very curious about Eagle Eye if we do get there. That should be a fun one. The way that this has been playing, though, I feel like UBEC do have a decent shot on that map, and we're pretty happy to have it let through. I am curious about KINGZERO's Eagle Eye and what that is going to look like. For now, we got a lot of play towards B, actually. And a pause on the way. Looks like Coach has something to say with the way this one is going, but got 3 players that push through the pillars. They don't necessarily have to push in towards B room. Just going to group up in mid here and maybe look for a bit more of a standard push.
Yeah, for this round, it really is going to be up to KINGZERO to keep holding on to this safe anchor play style they've been playing. Meanwhile, UBEC, they've got to show they can do it on the execute. This time it's going to be XN. This is the shot. It's going to be a bit of a disaster potentially if they can't hold on to it. KLB able to find one, but here comes the rotation. It is going to be Ben who misses the shot, unfortunately, and now it's down to the 2-on-2. 9U and YF trying to fight their way out of this. Loy, he's kind of just stuck in this corner trying to hold on to the B position. The bomb slowly working its way all the way around through the B pillars, but they still have the B bomb site in their hands.
Yeah, and as long as they can hold on to that and get the cross, which KLP is just going to sprint on through. Nobody was really able to watch that. With the help from Loy, that's a plant here in B. Should be a pretty good spot here for UBEC, you have to imagine. Still a couple of snipers left alive. And YF just going to push on in with the pistol out. They're not watching this angle. And he's able to find the one tap. Loy's like, where did this guy come in? YF with a huge clutch there at the end and is able to get the defuse.
Yeah, just really good patience and timing there from YF. Now UBEC going to call that timeout when it's a 7-5 now. And this is the biggest lead KINGZERO has had this whole series so far. And they're really looking like they could push this to a map 3 at this point.
Yeah. Sino's not really enjoying himself. I mean, he had some moments. The one hold on A was great, but maybe not the map he's hoping to have. And definitely frustrating to play against KINGZERO on this map. You could really just tell that they have locked it down and not really doing anything fancy either. I mean, it's just waiting for the pressure and hitting their shots. They're always in the right position. The rotations have been good. They're not overreacting. Still some stuff to go over here, it looks like, from the team. But, yeah, really liking their chances. Only 3 rounds away for them to get into Eagle Eye and maybe rip away the hopes and dreams of the Philippines region and UBECMANIAC.
Yeah, coming out of this pause, it's going to be a very crucial round for UBEC to win. If they go down 8-5 here out of the pause, it's definitely, in my eyes, a map 3 on the horizon for this series. And I'm hopeful we might see it. I'm actually kind of curious to see what happens in Eagle Eye as the decider here. We don't normally get to see it a whole lot, and it's really kind of a scrappy map for many teams. And I'm not sure how prepared either one will be knowing that's on the table, but as we hop back into it, it is 7-5. KINGZERO leading for the moment by 2, and UBEC after their pause, we'll see if there's a difference in how they want to take things moving forward. You can see not quite as aggressive early on, just kind of playing for that early info, but on the other side, KINGZERO going for that A-room control play.
Yeah, just going to sit one guy in there. Looks like it's 9U's job to hold that down. Relatively passive holds elsewhere. You got XN looking at the B room. And actually 9U is going to back away. We got a smoke set up there in the door of B, but none in the door of A. Actually comes out a little bit later. Will they actually take control of mid off of this smoke play? Or are we just throwing smokes for the fun of it?
Yeah, a bit of a weird one here from UBEC so far. They don't seem too sure of themselves in this round. A bit of a pressure play over into B pillars. You can see some utility being stacked over towards XN's position, but they're still kind of nervous about going for the push here. It seems like they're starting to hesitate a little bit more in this second map than what we saw in the first, and this could ultimately be their downfall. I feel like it's kind of what worked for them was not being afraid to be aggressive, but on this half so far, they seem really hesitant.
There's a lot of smoke in that A door, and it looks like they want to send 2 guys down the elbow here and the other 3 in towards B. So this is the set play. They get that first kill. XN looks like they know where he is. He tries to peek them with a pistol, gets his head taken off, and the B site is all UBECMANIAC. Immediately a pause comes through. as that did not look great for the side of KINGZERO, and this one might be a flawless as well. 9U just saying, well, 1v5, I think I'll just back away. Not a bad idea, but that's a great way to come off of the timeout. You really got to hand it to UBEC. I mean, they had a great strategy. Weren't sure about it first, but at least they got there in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's the one benefit I would give to UBEC throughout this series. I feel like KINGZERO might have slightly better shots, but UBEC strategically has been the stronger team throughout this series so far. When they want to throw these executes, they've got the utility, they've got the trade setups to make it happen, and that's what's been so successful for them throughout this day so far. And we'll see if they can keep that momentum moving forward. Obviously, KINGZERO going to throw out that pause to maybe be a curveball and stall out any potential momentum UBEC could have grabbed from that round. I do like that decision here to try and get the answer immediately for themselves.
Yeah, really the only issue is that now you give kind of a second timeout to UBEC as well. It's like, well, that was great, guys. This is exactly what we want, and let's build on that now. Like, what is our next strat? And kind of like get them excited, give them some extra time to talk it out. But I don't mind the timing of it because, as you mentioned, you want to stop the momentum. You want to stop them from playing immediately after a round like that that was so dominant. You want to kind of calm your players down and discuss, okay, well, what did they do? How can we handle that? That was the only strat that's really worked here for UBEC. So if we handle that, it's an easy map from here. And so I think strategically it is fine. But we'll see how UBEC do react to this timeout themselves.
Yeah, I feel like in UBEC's position, they don't have a whole lot to lose in this one. It's still winnable even in the second map, and they're going to know that they have a map they probably feel even better about as map number 3 in the series, even if for some reason this one doesn't go their way. But honestly, if they keep playing strategically like we saw in that previous round, throwing those aggressive, clean executions, KINGZERO hasn't really done that good of a job in dealing with that. So as we come back from the pause, it's going to be really on KINGZERO to show they can put a stop to things.
Yeah, you can see Ben, he's calling the shots apparently. And just has a lot to say, at least. Some smokes in mid. And the fans are getting into it now. There's no more timeouts. Just got to play it well from here. Smoke comes out in the A door once again. And for KINGZERO, it doesn't look like they've really changed anything up. You know, YF is going to take a bunch of damage, actually. Just spam through the smoke and through the box. Took even more damage, actually. He's been really looking for these aggressive snipe angles from A, and I think that has probably been communicated over to UBEC. So, a nice little amount of value. Now, he is the sniper, and you know he should still be able to hit some shots, but lower means that perhaps on the entry some nades can get him down before he does any damage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different approach as well here. You've got 3 OMs on the side of KINGZERO coming out of this pause, and if it's just a fast execution, they really need one to find something early, because on the rotation for a retake, you really don't want 3 OMs in hand for the round. But YF, that's a great start here, able to find the first kill on Deloy, spots a couple others behind it. And UBEC, they know they have to full reset here.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. YF has been very solid. That's what I was talking about. Even low on health, he's able to do some huge damage. And they couldn't quite take him out. Bin, pretty forward here with no smoke. He's going to look on the off angle. He's not able to hit the shot, though. And he's taken down at another one behind him. As 9U was trying to back him up. Instead, he just gets headshot, too.
Yeah, that's a tough one, 9U. I just don't think was prepared for this. And KLP going to continue this forward momentum in the round. UBEC stealing this one right back from KINGZERO, and JJ right there underneath to grab himself one, almost a double kill as well, but the trades are there, and UBEC, it's 2 in a row, and they're tied back up.
Yeah, and these pushes have been great. I feel like KINGZERO were in a great spot there. They got that initial pick from YF, and they could have just sat back, but instead, Bin was playing very far forward in front of the smoke, and he kind of baited his teammate 9U as well, who hasn't been having the best of maps here. And so immediately, as you mentioned, 2 rounds in a row, feels like UBEC immediately after their timeout have just totally changed the pace and have taken over the control of the pace of this map.
Yeah, really for KINGZERO, it's going to come down to these last couple of rounds here. They're on the more favorable side, but on these mid-round plays, it's looked so strong for UBEC in the last couple of rounds, especially with that pressure towards the A bomb site. 9U kind of struggling in his positioning throughout this matchup so far. I feel like he's been kind of the weak link missing in this KINGZERO lineup to get things done. Meanwhile, you've got a pretty consistent roster here on the other side from UBEC. Everybody kind of having their moment, but KLB and KLP kind of leading that charge a lot on this second map. You can see how that early pressure just throws the smoke screen for now. He's going to go ahead and back through to the other side of it, but it's really just a guessing game so far for UBEC.
Yeah, trying to figure it out piece by piece. Bin is back in mid. He's been really taking aggressive angles on that. And he keeps poking his head out. Not really seeing anything. I love this nade. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it just shows that JJ is expecting it, you know, for him to be still in that spot. It feels like UBEC's got a great idea of where they're playing on their defaults. That shot's not going to hit, but Hao is here in the room. The entry is pretty good. KLB able to lock down another one, and that's advantage UBEC once again. They're going to push in towards B. Although YF is holding down the angle, the push is kind of falling apart here bit by bit. But no, picks up 2, and so does KLB. And they shut it down as KINGZERO try to get in quick, and they get shut down quick.
Yeah, what a round there. It looked a little bit shaky for a moment, but just these aggressive shots, so strong from UBEC. They're up to 3 in a row. There's no pauses left as well in this map. So now UBEC, they're holding on to that momentum to see if they can truly pull off the full upset and get themselves across the finish line. Already what they've done is impressive to say the least, but now they've got to keep that momentum rolling. 9U going to run into trouble. It's a quick trade over towards the A room. A one and done situation here, but they'll definitely take that on the UBEC side. It pulls a player away from A.
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like UBEC have totally broken the narrative. They lived on sub-base in their region. They took it down 10-6. They have totally subverted my expectations for this. And again, I'll say it again, they just look like the better team today. The results, you throw them out the window for one best of 3. UBEC, they still have some work to do. And I wouldn't even be surprised if we go to overtime from here, but as you mentioned, the fact that it's been this close. Bin does get a headshot. Nice little peek. He's been all over mid. He's really trying to make this mid play work. And now he's pushing smoke. How aggressive does he want to get on this position, though?
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble here. They go for this aggressive play, but instead, it's actually going to be KLB grouping up for the A push, and this is where YF has to be able to hang on to this position. If he can't find a kill, could be a way back in for UBEC, but you can tell he knows exactly what's going on here. They've got 2 players now on this A-long position, make it a third here. Ben, he's already rotated in as well, and they know exactly what to do here. The triple swing and the shutdown going to be working pretty well here. UBEC, no chance to break through.
Yeah, nice try. Really just comes down to Bin poking out in mid. And the fact that he got that initial pick off just really took kind of the wind out of the sails of the push. Gave them a decent amount of information that they're not in mid. And then that push came in pretty slowly, so easy to read for the side of KINGZERO. It's 8-8. It's anybody's map from here. Like I said before, I think this is probably going overtime. If not, you know, the KINGZERO 10-8. But really got to give credit to UBEC. It's just 1 round taken away from them. We'll see if they can figure it out just 1 more time to force overtime.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one to get it done, but UBEC, they've showed us a lot of strength already today. But now more than ever in these final 2 rounds, they've got to show us what they can do to potentially close this match out. Otherwise, the risk of overtime in map 3 might be the reality here. They've got to be careful. KLB almost goes down in mid. 9U as well, though, on the opposite side, going to run into trouble, but it's actually JJ with the shot through the window, taking down XN to find the first opening pick, and now they've got their chance to maybe win this round after all.
Yeah, they have a lot of time after that pick, too, a minute and a half to just try to go for a reset. Decent amount of damage done to 9U, although I think that damage on KLB is going to be potentially more impactful, just the way that KLB has been playing all day. They're going to park him, and he's going to die. Nice try. Might bait some members over. There's still a couple of guys in B, but UBEC would have to push pretty quickly to take advantage of this. You see they are heading over towards A room. I'd say it's relatively quick. And, you know, Grenade going to be in B room, but nobody's actually there. It's only one player that's sitting on A here for the side of KINGZERO.
Yeah, it's a good positioning choice here for UBEC to go for the attack. The rotation, though, is there, but how? Can he hold the line for more than one? KLP able to find the first entry, and how? He's going to go down as well. This could be the opportunity they needed for UBEC. The C4 is comfortably planted. YF as well caught on the rotation. 9U, it's a 1-on-3, and he has no HP to make this happen. It's match point on the table now for UBEC.
UBEC have been the better team all night, and they're going to prove it by getting 9. And they can end it right here, right now, with a 2-0 up against the winners of CFPL. Imagine that. Would be a crazy story for the region, for this team, for everyone watching. You were here, potentially, if they do pull it off. KINGZERO still on GR, still in a position to try to tie this up. Still could break the hearts of the Philippine fans.
Yeah, the pressure is on. The most that UBEC has felt probably as a team here. A big chance, a big opportunity on their shoulders to take out this team in the quarterfinals and push themselves through to the semis. But KLP is looking to be the leader for his team here in this round. For that early tower pick. He's not really going to spot out too much just yet, though. It's going to be a slow rotation towards this B bomb site, and it could be the right read on the situation, though. There's only one player holding on to it. It is going to be XN, who's been pretty successful, but if you take him out early, it exposes this bomb site.
Yeah, it is very open. There are so many guys here for KINGZERO heading towards mid, and I think they might be caught off guard by this, but no push coming through just yet. XN just holding on to the angle. See some more smokes down mid. I think they're going to run straight into the stack from KINGZERO.
This is a huge risk. Ben, he's not going to hold on, though. Woo! It's going to be a huge mow down UBEC. They make it a 5-on-2 quickly. YF, he goes down one and done. This could be it, the ultimate upset on the table now. XN, he needs a quad kill, and he needs it now to hold on, but he only has 15 HP. JJ is just toying with him, and that's going to be it. UBECMANIAC, a huge upset, 2-0, finds them a spot in the semifinal.
Well, you were here when UBECMANIAC was able to pull off the massive upset. A 10-8 on compound seals the deal for the 2-0. Not even like a super close back and forth, no overtimes required, nothing. UBEC were just the better team, and they took them out in about as fast as they could do it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just a great performance from this team as a whole. It looked like it was going to be a shaky finish, but then they just turned it up another notch here. It looked almost guaranteed to go into overtime at certain points the way they were playing, but it just felt like when push come to shove, this was the better team today. UBECMANIAC strategically outperforming KINGZERO throughout this entire series, and ultimately, it gives me a lot of hope for what they might do moving forward as well.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see that they were able to take them down. And like you mentioned before, even if you do get through this team, there are more threats ahead of them, more Chinese teams. But you've already done it once. You've proven it to yourself that you can do it in a best-of-3 scenario up against the team that beat all the other teams. So why can't UBEC just pull off the crazy miracle run? I think at this point it adds a really cool story. Before it was going to be like, well, there are 4 Chinese teams, they're the best, they're just going to, you know, one of them is going to win. It's kind of just makes sense. But now we got a interesting team that already showcased that they are better than we expected, and now anything can happen from here. And I wouldn't even be surprised if they're able to pull off an upset, or is it an upset if they win tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was definitely a great performance from UBEC. I will say for KINGZERO as well, they definitely weren't hitting their stride as a team. I expected a lot more from them, but UBEC, the individual firepower we saw, I mean, pretty consistent across the board as a team. But the big step up that we saw on map number 2, really to cross the finish line, was KLP for me. His performance just really lights out when it came to those key entry frags to get the job done.
Yeah, he was insane. I mean, the whole team was pulling their own weight. I mean, I guess Loy was like towards the bottom, but he still was at least doing 50 ADR. You know, he wasn't the main character, but everybody had their place on this team. And I mean, you said it during the cast, but it just felt like strategically they were the much better team on the day. They had a really good understanding of the way that KINGZERO were playing that map, and they were probably very well prepped for it, expecting it. You know, when you're going up against this team, they are going to pick it if it's open in the map pool. KLP gets the MVP. Just makes sense. There's no arguing with that.
Yeah, no arguing at all here, and I'm sure this team is going to be thrilled to be the only non-Chinese team securing themselves in the semifinals. It's a big feat because I feel like coming into today, everybody kind of assumed that Falcons was the only team that could do something like that, but then out of nowhere, we see a 2-0 to end the day. And for me, actually, a lot of this series comes down to, I feel like they did a really good job with the ban picks as well, getting sub-base a place of comfort to start, and even knowing Eagle Eye was that third map if they needed it to go that distance. And I feel like the ban early on against Ankara, something we saw a lot of other teams overlook on the day against the Chinese teams.
Yeah, I think that's got to be a go-to. I would say that from now on, the rest of the teams can do that, but there's only UBEC now. It's not a group stage, so I'm sure, though, that they're probably going to do it tomorrow as well, and maybe in all of the matches that they do play, if they do play multiple. And the teams are just going to have to adjust. I do wonder what the other teams are thinking now. I do feel like also for KINGZERO, maybe a little bit of disrespect shown at the beginning where they just ran down A 6 times. Like, yeah, it's a viable strategy, but also it's one that I think once you get held so many times in a row, you kind of have to take a step back and say, well, we wanted to hide strats, but they're not letting us, so let's actually do something else. But instead, they took the timeout, did it again, and it failed, and we were like, well, I don't know. And, you know, a couple of shots here and there ring true, and maybe you get enough momentum on the side of KINGZERO, and maybe it just works, and they're just able to do whatever they want. But that's not the story that was told tonight, and that's not what UBECMANIAC was letting them do. So, yeah, a really cool story. Very young team from a region that, you know, doesn't have a whole lot of slots in EWC, but they might be able to get an extra if they win this one.
Yeah, I mean, the big question now is can they replicate this success in the semifinals? I think they're going to be going to play EP, who looked very strong. I mean, against Team Falcons, who was probably one of the stronger teams on paper from the other regions coming in, and they still were able to conquer that best-of-3 series. And I feel like that's going to be a much bigger test for this team of UBEC. They had a good one here today, but I feel like the other 3 teams now left are a much more difficult path.
Yeah, they definitely are. I just feel like maybe mentally as well as just confidence-wise, they're going to say, well, we did it. It is possible, you know, and that's just the beginning of starting a miracle run. Like, on paper, they probably weren't supposed to win today, and on paper, they're probably not supposed to win tomorrow, but they already subverted expectations, so I'm going to wait and see. That's going to be my stance for tomorrow. If we did predictions for this, would I predict them? Maybe if I wanted to be a bit spicy. As you mentioned, I think they still are the underdogs, even after what they pulled off today. I think they need to prove even more. But if they win another best-of-3, then I think I would predict them in the finals. You know what I mean? I think they could do it.
They can do it twice. They could definitely do it 3 times, but that's where I think it gets hard here, because it's hard for me to tell if KINGZERO was just having an off performance or if it was truly UBEC just hitting their stride and bringing their peak as a team. So I'm curious to see if that's the case in tomorrow's matchup, because that's going to be their true test, and maybe they make the grand finals after all. I think they're a team that definitely has that potential. I feel like when we talk about a lot of these other teams we saw fall short, they didn't have that same consistency. This team not only played strategically well, they had individuals bringing up those clutch moments. You had a good sniper as well anchoring throughout. They have all those success components there, which is something I felt a lot of other teams were missing on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there you could point out, like, you know, one individual player from every team basically that wasn't showing up, and I mean, I guess we could say the same about KINGZERO, where they had a specific player who wasn't showing up in 9U, and, you know, maybe if they had all 5, it would have been a little bit different, but I don't know if him playing at his best means that they win by default either, you know. I do think that it is a bit of both, where, like, KINGZERO weren't great, but also UBEC were performing really well, so, yeah, again, this is how you start a miracle run. I'm open to the opportunity. We are just waiting for a potential interview with our winners. Would love to hear from one of the young guys there on the side of UBECMANIAC and what they have to say and their determination going into tomorrow. Get a good night's rest, some good food, and prep for those matches where they might be able to pull it off.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day of semifinals. I believe the other is going to be All Gamers versus BaiSha, which is kind of the classic matchup. Both of those teams not #1 in some time, but, you know, with KINGZERO out of the picture, maybe there's a chance for one of them to swoop back in as well and reclaim a title.
Yeah, maybe it was just something weird about KINGZERO in those playoffs where they kind of just figured everybody out, but now there isn't really a team to figure them out this time. I do know that a lot of people are expecting big things from All Gamers, especially with ZQ and his performance today, and just the fact that, you know, they already were a good team, already were one of the best teams, but now they've got this guy back from retirement. So certainly does feel like they're favored in that match against BaiSha, and I guess we'll have to wait and see what the second best-of-3 looks like before determining if they're the favorites for the whole tournament, because, you know, if KINGZERO won today, I don't know if we could say 100% like, oh, well, they beat UBECMANIAC, so they're definitely going to win now. Yeah. Maybe we would give them the benefit of the doubt because they won CFPL, but I feel like we learn a lot more now from UBEC winning, that it's like maybe they're actually a strong team and can throw a spanner into the works, whereas before, if it was just 4 tiny Chinese teams, I think everybody would just kind of default go for All Gamers, whereas now it's like, it's very interesting. Don't really know who's going to take it from here.
Yeah, I feel like right now I'd probably put my money on EP. I feel like they had a really tough opponent to go through. It looked like at so many points in that match earlier that Falcons was actually going to win it, but somehow they brought it back, and I feel like that was probably the biggest comeback we actually saw on the day, was EP kind of digging deep and pushing that one into map 3 to go their way, versus a lot of the other series. Actually, even this one, it felt like the team in front kind of led throughout.
I mean, there were some moments for KINGZERO where they held like the 7-5 lead, I think it was, and that one timeout, you know. I do feel like the management and the coach for that team is very good at what he does. I think all of his players really trust him a lot. So the fact that they were able to take a timeout and have it be that impactful, I feel like just solidifies that idea in my mind. And that's what you need. You need to be everybody to be on the same page. You need to actually play like a team. You need to have trust in each other and in your coach, and you can make the magic work. If any of those pieces are gone, it's not really going to happen most of the time. So, yeah, just really impressive stuff. I'm kind of flabbergasted that we're just sitting here after a 2-0 UBECMANIAC win. It's definitely not what we expected. It's not what we said at the beginning. I was like, I think probably 10-5 for KINGZERO, and now I look pretty silly, but I don't think a lot of people would have expected this to happen anyway.
No, definitely not. It feels like KINGZERO. It almost felt like to me they were looking too far ahead to their next opponent, not really focused on the team in front of them. It felt like they were playing them in a way that felt like they assumed they were winning in a lot of positions, and really they realized quickly in that first map that wasn't going to be the reality. I mean, it was a 6-3 opening half against them, and from there it almost seemed like too little too late, them trying to pick up the pieces and figure out, oh, we actually need to take this team seriously. And you could tell they didn't really put in the time or attention to understanding how UBEC was going to play.
Yeah, that's that respect. I mean, again, anyone can win in a best-of-3, like for EWC as well. Like we saw it last year when I was doing it for a different game. It's like, well, it's one best-of-3, and teams that are not supposed to win got wins because it's just one thing. You know, it happens all the time in sports and in esports. You get upsets, and again, you just got to perform. You can't underestimate your opponents, and I think that KINGZERO did that a little bit today. I do hope that after this win, EP will be like, well, this team is strong. We have to take them seriously, because we have seen in esports at times where it's like this team comes from a region that's not the best region, so everybody just underestimates them throughout the entire tournament, and they end up pulling off the miracle run. So I feel like a lot of teams should have learned a lot from this one series, even if they weren't a part of it.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm EP going into tomorrow, I'm banning sub-base right away. Just don't give them a shot at that momentum. They looked so good on that map. Compound, though, still really competitive and strong for them, but definitely that sub-base felt like another level. But also, you know, you had those A pushes too. Maybe a team playing differently might have had a better chance and found a way to disrupt things. But, you know, looking ahead, I think it's really going to be up to UBEC to continue to play at this level, because I feel like it's going to be hard for them to do that consistently against the rest of the teams here. Whereas I feel like for some of the Chinese teams that even made it through, I feel like we didn't see all of their peaks today, because for some of them it wasn't necessity to actually get through.
It's pretty interesting, you know, in this kind of format. Anything can happen, and hopefully an interview does happen very soon. That is part of the anything sphere. Hope that we do get it. I keep checking. I don't really see any movement over there, so probably still just prepping the questions. And obviously with UBEC, it requires an extra translator, and we got to set up a little bit extra. So bear with us, guys, if you do want to hear from the guys on the stage. I think I would try to interview KLB if it was my choice.
I think so. I feel like he was that key impact player throughout the series. He wasn't necessarily the strongest every single time, but he was always there when you needed him to be there. And that's really what I think made the difference in a lot of these rounds. You think about, you know, there were several rounds where it was kind of shaky up until that execution comes in like a late 3-on-3 or a 4-on-4. But then it's just UBEC rolling in the entries. And that's where I don't think that Kingzone was afraid or even willing to take those fights. So I feel like moving forward, this is a team that really needs to study these replays on the side of KINGZERO, because they had all of these moments where it felt like they had control, but then the push comes through and they just lose everything.
Yeah, I mean, the entries were fantastic. I feel like KINGZERO had their own fair share of good entries on Compound. I think that XN was doing a great job on that, and YF was getting a bunch of first kills, but it just individually they were doing well, but strategically I feel like they weren't playing as a team, and then some of the other individuals weren't having their best day. Like we talked up Bin very much, but he didn't really have the best day today. He wasn't the biggest glaring issue, but definitely did feel like a lot more key players, like even not the first frag, but like the second frag, I felt like KLB was always right there. So like you could tell that their timings were very crisp, and they were winning a lot of really key trades when it did come to some of the pushes. So yeah, that would be the guy I want to talk to. Also, because I remember I talked to the coach last year, and he was talking very highly of KLB. And I think I don't think he played last year. I think he was too young. And he was talking about how this guy is a big up-and-comer, but he's just too young right now. So look forward to him next year, which is this year now. So I was looking forward to it, and he's pretty good. I was very impressed by his play. I think this squad definitely has some big things coming for them.
Yeah, I mean, surely if this is just the beginning for this team, there's a lot of positives. For me, I actually really enjoyed watching No a lot in those circumstances as well. I feel like he was a really impactful lurk, especially you saw so many rounds where he was just sitting there pre-firing these angles through the boxes with the M4, getting that early chip damage, those early opportunities for his team. And I'm hoping to see a lot more of him as well, because he's another relatively new player to the scene, like most of this roster is. So I feel like if they can continue to evolve, they've got a good coach behind this team, and they can really push themselves to a new limit.
Yeah, still waiting on the interview, guys. It looks like maybe just a moment. I see some people walking onto the stage, so the wait might be almost over. Don't want to say anything 100%, but it does look like it is brewing over there. So stick with us, guys. If you are with us, the Philippine fans, I know a lot of you guys are watching the Tagalog stream, which does make sense, but some of you are here, I'm sure. But yeah, it was a great day. You know, good quarterfinals. I think at the beginning, the first two matches, we were like, oh boy, here we go.
Yeah.
China's just going to roll everyone again. And they did in those matches. And they did win the third one, but at least it was close. And then we get this big upset. So it could have been, the story could have been much less interesting. I don't want to say like better or worse. I think it just could have been a lot more like, oh, this is what we expected. But at least we got some interesting, cool things to happen today. So, yeah, just a very fun day overall.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like looking ahead to EWC, there's still a lot to be decided from any of these teams. There's no one team I felt like, maybe All Gamers being the exception, that seemed like perfect and polished on the day. Even, you know, you look back to the first series where BaiSha had a really rough second map to close that out. Arcilla, they almost pushed them into a reverse sweep from like 9 rounds behind, it felt like. So it was a crazy comeback almost that happened, but we'll see what happens in the future for them. But it looks like we are just about ready for our interview here.
Yeah, about 10 seconds away, so the wait is over. And hope you guys do enjoy the interview there on stage. I'm going to hand it over to the interview right now.
Welcome back to the stage, and this is the post-match interview session. I'm the host, Mini, and this is the last game. Congratulations on UBECMANIAC for winning the victory for this game, and MVP is KLP. Please say hello to everyone.
Say hi to mga fans natin.
Hi, mga fans.
首先是恭喜你们成功晋级啊！能不能跟大家分享一下此时此刻的心情是怎么样的？
So can you share us with your feelings?
Paki-share po yun, pakiramdam mo na yun. Ano yung feeling mo na yun?
Masaya.
很高兴。
I'm very happy now.
因为我第一次采访到 KLP，
And
所以
this
其
is
实
my
还有
first
蛮
time
多
to do
问题想
interview
问
with
的。
KLP,
然
so
后
I
呢，
have a
之
lot of
前因为我
questions
们
for
其实
you.
没有跟
And
KZ 交
previously,
手过嘛，
you
感觉
hadn't
KZ
faced
是一
KZ
支什么
before.
样的队
What
伍
kind
呢？
of team do
是
you
否有
think
在
they
赛
are?
前做一些研
Did
究
you
和
do
了
any
解？
specific research or preparations beforehand?
Kasi hindi naman kayo nakalaban ni KZ, pero na yung parang first time kayo nakalaban ni KZ. So, ano po yung nalalaman mo sa kanila? So, pinaalaran mo ba sila?
Tinutulungan po kami ng coach namin na aralin yung play nila.
Okay. 那个教练帮助我们协助
Our
我们
coach helped us
让我们来就是来
to do a lot of
就是来看
trainings
这个 KZ 的一个战队的一个战法。
to learn their tactics and strategies. So previously we made a lot of preparations before this game. And also for this ACL, we have a new map, Mexico, for the ACL map pool. Did your team do any dedicated training for that?
So pinapaaralan niyo ba na itong mapa?
Hindi.
Hindi. 没有。
No,
还没
actually
有
we
做
didn't.
过专门的训练。
There was
好，那么接
no
下来的问题是跟我
specific
们这一
preparations
次
for
今天
that.
的比赛相关
And
啊。
also
首
another
先第一
question
张
is
地图
for
的
this
前
game.
比 subbase，
So for
在
the
第一
first
分啊
map
，KZ 是
subbase,
快攻，是否
and
出乎我们的意料呢？
KZ was
itong unang
attacking
mapa
very
natin na
fast.
subbase,
Is
parang
that
si KZ
surprised you?
parang mabilis na pag-atake. So nagulat pa tayo.
Hindi po kasi sanay na po kami sa sub-base eh. Parang base map na namin.
Actually, we were not surprised. And for this map, it's our strong point. We did a lot of trainings for that. And also, KZ tried to be aggressive on A side in many ways, and we prepared our defense very well. How did we manage to do that?
So, paano ba natin na-defend yung mga atake?
Nag-aaral kasi kami ng counter utilities.
Okay.
That's retake.
Okay, 我们学习了很多技巧。
We learn a lot of skills.
好，在第二张地图卫星
And on the second map,
然后有
Compound.
看到，其实两边在上半场比分
We
一直
found
咬
that on
得
the
很
first
紧
half
嘛
of the game, there
那
was a
面
very
对对
tight,
面的进攻，
like
觉得
5
比较
to 4
难
on the
防
first
守的
half.
点位是
Which
哪些？
position was the most difficult to
Kasi sa
defend
pangalawang
against
mapa,
KZ's
parang
attack?
yung score natin parang pari-pariho lang. Pero saan ba tayo nahirapan ba sa ating paglaban na to?
Sa A, malakas kasi sila sa... Pag pumasok sila, malakas sila sa A.
Malakas sila sa area A. 他们在 A 区非常的强大，非常的
We think that KZ is very aggressive on A
所以
side.
A 点还是给到我们压力的
So A。
那
side
在
is
下半场的
a
时
lot of
候，因
pressure
为
for us.
KZ 多次
And
的
on the
一个
second
道具
half,
运用，是
KZ
否
used a lot
会
of
整体的影
utilities
响
like
到我们
grenade,
的进
flash,
攻
and
节奏
smokes.
呢？
Did that
yung mga
interrupt? Did
wave
that
na
disrupt your
ginagamit nila.
team's
So, sa
offensive
tingin mo ba
rhythm?
baka maapektuhan ba sa susunod na laban natin?
Hindi naman.
不会。
No, not at all.
还是非常有自信的。
So
那么接
your
下来
team
想
is
问
very
一下了，
confident.
我们成功进入
And
到
so
了
we
接下
are
来的半
enlisted
决赛，
to
明
the
天要对阵的
semifinals,
是
and tomorrow
EP 的
we will be
Evolution
facing
Power
with Evolution Power
Gaming，会有
Gaming
压力
EP.
吗？
Do you
然后
feel any
还有什
pressure
么想
for
要对
that?
队友或
And
者
also,
有
is there
什么想
anything
要
you'd
感
like
谢
to
的人
say
吗？
to your teammates or any
Napasok tayo
other
sa
person?
bukas playoff, no? And then ang kalaban natin bukas si EP. So may pressure ba tayo? And then may mensahe ka ba gusto sasabihin sa mga team member natin?
Natalo kasi kami dati sa CFS Grand Finals sa Hangzhou. Kaya gusto din namin sila mabawian.
我们去年呢，因为在杭州那场
And
比赛
last
呢已
year
经
in
输了，
Hangzhou
然后
we
呢，今
lose
年我
our
们想把它
game,
赢回
and
来。
this year we want
打
to
着
be
复仇
back.
的
We
决
want
心
to
来
make a
的，是不是
comeback. So
最后
this
有什
will
么
be a
想要
revenge
对
for us.
粉丝朋友们说，
And
或者
is there
对家
anything you
人
want to
说
say
的吗
to？ your family
Sa huli,
members, to
ano bang gusto
your
sasabihin sa mga
fans?
fans or pamilya natin?
Thank you sa lahat ng suporta sa Team UM.
感谢整个团队的 UM 的整个
Many
团队的
thanks
支持。
to
在
our
整个采
team
访的最
support.
后啊，
And at the
比较
end
特
of the
殊一点，因
interview,
为我们这一次 ACL 呢
because
是在
this
上海
ACL
举办
is
的，所
held
以
in
可不可以
Shanghai.
学一句用
So
上
could you
海话
try
说大家
saying
好？
hello
Pwede
everyone
ba
in Shanghai
magsabi ka
dialect
ng
for the
Shanghai
fans?
language ng Hello Shanghai?
Yes,
Hey,
I will teach you. Follow me. 大家好。
Tagaho.
And next level，大家好，我是 KLP。
Tagaho, who's KLP?
大家好，我是 KLP。
Tagaho, who's KLP?
Hello
谢谢
everyone, I'm
，Thank
KLP.
you，Thank you。好，也是感谢你们接受到采访，也
Thank
再
you
次
for
恭喜
taking part in
UBECMANIAC
our
拿到了本
interview
场比
and
赛的胜利，也期待
congratulations
我们年轻选手们
for
明天
this
的发挥
interview,
和表现
and
了
we look。
那
forward
么下面呢，我们把
to
更多的
your
时间交
performance
会给我们的
tomorrow,
解说席。
and let's give it back to the casters.
Thank you so much for that awesome interview and interview translation. Of course, a lot of people coming together to make that all possible. As you guys could tell, also practicing his Chinese greetings on stage. Very well done by KLP. And yeah, he seemed very happy with all the support and their ability to take the win today.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the day as a whole, there was some crazy matchups, some close ones, but the only team to break through outside of the Chinese teams, UBEC, as we just saw. Other than that, though, a 2-1 over Team Falcons for EP. That was a very, very close match as well. And then a couple more one-sided 2-0s end us up in our semi-finals, and that is where I think things get really exciting tomorrow.
Yeah, BaiSha versus ChengDu All Gamers. I think we're all kind of favoring All Gamers in that one, but hey, we already had an upset today. Who knows what's going to happen there? Evolution Power Gaming up against UBECMANIAC. Still kind of have to lean towards Evolution Power, especially with how they were able to take the win over Falcons. But, I mean, again, after what we saw, I am open to anything happening, and I'd be very excited if we did get some big upsets tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, overall, just a fantastic first day, but we're not done just yet. We've got our semifinals and, of course, the grand final tomorrow, where one team will be booking their ticket all the way as the first Crossfire team to secure themselves into the EWC. So looking forward to see who that's going to be. But any final words for the day, Valdez?
Just a great day. You know, it was very interesting, a lot of surprises, I have to say, and yeah, I just really enjoyed myself and looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a great day. Thanks to everybody for tuning in, and be sure to tune in tomorrow for our semifinals and, of course, the grand final, and see you there.